Good afternoon, everybody. This is AMSOIL Championship Snowcross powered by Ram. We're here at the Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale presented by Dayco in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. We've had a full morning of racing so far. We've got one round of qualifying in for our amateur riders, our junior riders, transition riders. We just saw Pro-Am Women and 120 Champ hit the track for practice. And we're about ready to roll into round number 2. Another beautiful day here in Lake Geneva. A little bit windier than it has been the past couple days, but the sun is shining and it's still pretty warm out. I see people in sweatshirts right now, so the weather definitely nice out there. Looks like we're getting our flaggers back into position, and then we will be back and rolling with heat number 2 of qualifying. Looking back out on our track, we saw some great racing yesterday. And with the sun, the snow super soft, so it keeps track changing just a little bit here and there as we run through these races. And we're going to start out with our amateur riders. We've got 6 heat of amateur here this weekend, so full class. There you see them on the starting line getting ready to go green. Let's line up your field as they take the green light. Got Devin Katzman on the 829, Logan Davies on the 828, Scott Vanderborn on the 188, Eric Palisari on the 310, Brock Hall on the 921, Zach Robinson on the 222, Riley Bears on the 187, James Marietta on the 238, and Zachary Howcraft is riding the 810. The riders making their way down the big skidoo downhill. You can see them tucking in behind the trees as they go into the Polaris uphill. A lot of elevation changes on this track. Hearing over the radio, we've got the 829 of Devin Katzman out in front. If I'm not mistaken, he won his first round of qualifying as well. So Devin Katzman running pretty strong here today. There you see him tucking through the middle. Now these riders not taking that big uphill. You won't see that till later on with our pro riders, pro light as well. So Devin Katzman, your early race leader. Got Logan Davies, Riley Bear, James Marietta, Scott Vanderborn, Brock Hall, Zachary Howcraft, and Zach Robinson. That's how they stand right now. You see him coming off at the front stretch and back up the hill once again. Your leader already into the skidoo corner. Riley Bear there in second spot, and now we got a battle for third. We got one rider on the inside. I believe that's James Marietta and Logan Davies battling for third spot. James Marietta was on that Arctic Cat. So the rest of their field makes their way through and back down the hill. Leaders making their way through the Polaris uphill and back down once again. Looks like Devin Katzman starting to negotiate his way through the Air Force Flyaway Riley Bear, though, looking like he's trying to close in on our race leader. White flag out now, 1 lap left to go. We're doing 3-lap qualifiers for all of our races. So Devin Katzman out in front. Like I said, Riley Bear looked like he was closing in on Devin Katzman, and that time by laid down the fastest lap time by over a second over the rest of the field. So still got to keep an eye on that 187. He's got her dialed in here. You can see Devin Katzman trying to take a peek back in the Skidoo corner. We talked about that battle for third between Marietta and Davies, and it looks like Davies has slotted into the third spot and is holding on to that as they make their way through. And you see where they kind of tuck behind when you're sitting here in the grandstands. It's like the mystery section. They tuck behind the mountain and it's hard to see. So now we've got our race leader making his way down the Air Force Flyaway one more time. And coming through into the FXR final corner. Checkered flag out on the Ames Oil finish line. Your race win is going to go to Devin Katzman. Taking second is going to be Logan Davies. Dropping back into third, we've got Riley Bear. Finishing out in fourth will be Scott Vandeborn. James Marietta is rounding out your top 5. So the field making their way through. Zachary Howcraft, Eric Palisari, Brock Hall, and Zach Robinson. That's how they'll finish on the line. We've got heat number 2 of our amateur class. This is race 22 of the day with Trent Whitwer, Jace Ryan, Freddie Grove, Patrick Hamilton, Riley Fratellone, Jordan Carlson, Kyle Parsons, Dylan DeRay, and Kyle Crow. How was your groomer ride, Brendan? Welcome back.
Thank you. It's a great groomer ride. The track's in great condition. Is holding up, though, a little bit differently than it is normally because of how warm it is. Track changed a little bit from yesterday. The uphill is no longer a step-on, step-off. I believe it was like that last night for the Open, some of the finals. Now it's 2 different lines, one very deceiving and one not. See which one's faster. The inside is smoother.
Here come my race leaders now making their way down the hill. I believe that's Jordan Carlson out in front, if I'm not mistaken. He was out leading the race in his first round of qualifying. Unfortunately had an off, so he didn't get such a great finish. But definitely a good sled out here today in Lake Geneva. Dicing their way through this very first lap.
Now on the Arctic Cat downhill. Downhill very steep, very defying as you're trying to find a line. No one able to double through. We believe your leader, yes, that is Jordan Carlson, the 753. He's going to come around and take the green flag.
Got Freddie Grove in the second spot, in the 626 of Patrick Hamilton. Trent Whitwer running in fourth. Riley Fratellone rounding out your top 5. You've got Kyle Parsons, Jace Ryan, and Kyle Crow with the 777 of Dylan DeRay. It's like Kyle coming a little hard off of the tabletop.
Rider down.
Looks like just trying to get back up. Probably got the wind knocked out of him. It was a little bit of a hard impact there. Hopefully that rider's all right. But back up front now, we got a battle for the race lead. Jordan Carlson and Freddie Grove. Carlson, he's got that black panel on the front of his hood, both riding Polarises. As they go up the Polaris uphill, looks like Grove going to try to tuck inside perhaps as he gains lots of time on him now into the Arctic Cat corner and through the Air Force Flyaway section of this track. Looks like Carlson still got the race lead, but fast Freddie Grove right behind him there in second spot.
And both choosing to roll down that section right there as they come a big drop right there. I got to sit in the groomer. They did not touch that while they were there. The white flag and the yellow flag is out. That signifies that no track off the ground. No gaining time. Now we are back to green racing. Freddie Grove's going to try and make up some time on Jordan Carlson.
And Freddie Grove laid down the fastest lap time of that race by about a second over Jordan Carlson. So he's definitely got the speed. He just needs to be able to set up that pass, and sometimes that can be the hardest part. You may have the speed, but you might not be able to make your way around Carlson. Pretty good at blocking the 777 Polaris. Now back down the hill. Here's where they can get side by side, and Grove can try to tuck his nose in there on the inside line to try to make a pass. We'll see if it's going to happen. Here they go into the Polaris uphill. I don't think Grove was able to make the pass. He had set him up pretty good for it, but wasn't able to follow through.
Yeah, looked like Grove was a little bit too slow in that corner over there. Now trying to find a good line. Maybe he'll pound through the Arctic Cat downhill and pass Jordan Carlson. But looks like Grove's falling back a little bit. Almost like he's letting off. There goes Jordan Carlson, though. One more turn. And there was not even a full second gap between them. Jordan Carlson, though, put on the throttle and made a 2-second gap by the end of the race. Coming in third is Patrick Hamilton. In fourth will be Kyle Parsons. Riley Radalone will come across in fifth. Followed by Jace Ryan in sixth. Trent Whitwer in seventh.
We still got Dylan DeRay out there finishing up his lap. He'll round out the field in the 8th spot. Up next, we've got race number 23 of the day. It's our third heat of our amateur class with Austin Stam, Dane Wisniewski, Steve Walter, Ryan Eggert, Janice Brown, Taylor Lightfoot, Danny Peterson, Mitchell Thielen, and Tyler Doubt. That'll be your field for race 23. And they are green flag racing up to the top of the hill. Go our leaders.
There they go around the corner. A couple riders choosing to take the outside line a little different. You see them tripling right there. Out front, it looks like an Arctic Cat. Not too sure. We had to put a name on that. Well,
Trying to guess who it might be.
now there's a Polaris out front. He's going to double right past through him. That kind of looks like...
Hearing over the radio, 112 Steve Walter on the Christmas sled out in front. He's able to make a pass over that Arctic Cat that's sitting in the second set. See if we can grab a number. I think it's the 399 of Taylor Lightfoot, who was your early race leader, but then Steve Walter able to make the pass, and now Steve out in front. Line up the rest of the field. It's Taylor Lightfoot, Mitchell Thielen in third. Fourth spot, we got the 923 of Tyler Doubt. Then we've got Ryan Eggert rounding out your top five, Danny Peterson, Austin Stam, and Dane Wisniewski. One Reiner finishing out here.
And it looks like that Mitchell Thielen is now bumped into that second place position. He will take over second, and now he's trying to catch up to Steve Walter, who's trying to run away from the rest of the pack. Very important thing to do right now, especially with how big this track is. It's a very large one. You do not want to get caught up with other racers, otherwise you can get past. One lap is pretty much just like two compared to some of the other tracks that we've been at this year.
Definitely double the lap times. You know, we're running a minute 17, a minute 20 in like our amateur classes. So it's definitely two times the track that they're used to running. Right now we got a battle for the race lead, though. Steve Walter out front by just a hair over Mitchell Thielen. Thielen's got those blue skis on his Polaris with that white and orange FXR gear. White flag gonna fly for Steve Walter. Here they come down the front stretch. You see Walter taking a peek over his shoulder. Here comes Mitchell Thielen. Both of them look a little squirrely there in that rhythm section. It's going to be this uphill drag race. Mitchell Thielen, look at his speed as they pop over into the skidoo corner. Looks like Thielen is going to take over that race lead and make it stick. Got about half a lap left to go now. Flying down. And up the hill once again for Mitchell Phelan.
That uphill, a very strong one, very different from most of them. A little bit of bumps up this Polaris. Now entering the Arctic Cat downhill. Downhill, like we said, not all the riders doubling. I don't even think a lot of the Pro Open riders were doubling through there last night. It's a very tricky section to figure out.
Checkered flag coming out on the AMSOIL finish line. Your race win will go to Mitchell Thielen. In second, the 112, that's Steve Walter. The rest of the field coming across. In third will be the 399 Arctic Cat, that's Taylor Lightfoot. In fourth will be Tyler Doubt. Danny Peterson will round out your top 5. And we've got Austin Stam moving into the 6th spot. Ryan Eggert in 7th. Dane Wisniewski and Janice Brown. That'll finish out race number 23. Still got a couple more heats of our amateur class. Race number 24 on the line. We'll see the 410 of Austin Madison, Dawson Lugert on the 188, David Blunt on the 138, Bo Tibbetts on the 223, Sean O'Brien on the 426, Brian Peterson on the 112, Dylan Langevin on the 444, Seth Rierauer on the 293, and Alex Spice on the 328. Already green flag racing. Looks like we got a caution up on top of the hill. Saw one of our flaggers throw the yellow flag. To keep an eye on that as our leaders making their way around for their very first lap. Sounds like the rider off at the top of the hill was Bo Tibbetts in the 223. Look for him to get back up and finish out this heat race. Your early race leader, though, the 112, that's Brian Peterson. Pulling out to that early race lead. We'll line up the rest of the field as they make their way across. Green flag out. Again, Brian Peterson, your race leader. In the 2nd spot is the 328 of Alex Spice. Sean O'Brien in 3rd, Austin Madison in 4th, Seth Rierauer rounding out your top 5. Then we got Dylan Langevin, David Blunt, Dawson Lugert in the 8th spot. And it looks like Bo Tibbetts is going to make his way across there in 9th field, making their way back down the hill. Again, Brian Peterson leading this race, coming out of McHenry, Illinois, not too far down the road for Fly Racing, Big Kid Power Sports, and Spy Optic.
He continues to be your leader, approaching the Polaris upfield, just choosing to single, double through there. We saw riders in the last heats doubling through the first part of it. Very, very fast line. This is race number 24 of the day. Still many to go.
Go ahead, sorry.
A lot of amateur riders this weekend. Go ahead.
That always happens.
Yeah. Gotta break the silence, and
we do it at the same time.
Yeah.
Great minds think alike, evidently. Brian Peterson, huge race lead. You see his mechanics down there showing him. Huge race lead, just breathe. Keep her pinned. Making his way around to finish out this last and final lap. Sun's out here in Lake Geneva. It's a beautiful day, and if you're like me and are very forgetful, you might have forgot your sunglasses at home. So Fancy Glass Sunglasses would like you to stop over at their booth. They got sunglasses for sale, and I think they even do custom engraving on your shades. So you can get your favorite rider's number engraved in there. You can get my name engraved in there, whatever. Stop over to Fancy Glass Sunglasses, and they'll get you set up with a new pair of sunglasses for this sunny weekend here in Lake Geneva.
You gotta be too careful. You don't want to get raccoon eyes for having them on too long.
Saw a lot of people with those raccoon eyes yesterday.
Yeah.
Definitely saw that.
There's your leader, Brian Peterson. He's going to enter the FXR corner one last time and take the double checkered flags. They're waving for him. He will take the win of round 2. Heat 4. Followed by Alex Spice, Seth Rahauer, Sean O'Brien, Austin Madison, Dylan Legman, David Blunt, Dawson Lugert, and Al Tibbetts. We have, once again, another round of Amateur 1. We have Brandon Pyan on the 236, Jared Lesser on the 989, Kyle Anderson on the 703, Lance Rutledge on the 883, Paul Tessick, Colton Lugert, Jake Slavin, Matthew Ford, and Cody Hayes. Right there, that is a good look at the 147, Paul Tesh. Riders up, elbows up in the attack position, ready to go green. Round 2, Heat 4. This is a great chance of qualifying. A lot of riders in this amateur class this weekend. That'll factor who goes to the final and who doesn't.
Leaders making their way around the skidoo corner and back down the hill they come. Look at that pack out in front. It's a three-way battle right now for the early race lead. Couple skidoos up there in the front of the pack. Colton Lugert had a really good round 1 of qualifying, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's him there in the second spot. It looks like the 703 Kyle Anderson right now in that early race lead. And look at Lugert trying to tuck inside as they enter into the Arctic Cat corner to take that race lead over. It's going to be a good battle now as they reappear into the Air Force flyaway section. Still got the 703 of Kyle Anderson out in front. We'll line the rest of the field up as they come by. Green flag flying. It's Kyle Anderson, Colton Lugert there in second spot, Jake Slavin in third. Then we've got Cody Hayes, and 236 of Brian Pine, Kyle Anderson, Jared Lesser, Paul Tesh, and Matthew Ufford. That's their field as they sit right now.
Riders just taking some big hits over the Angelo finish line. The tabletop jump not forming the likes of the riders. They're constantly slamming and hitting so hard. There he goes, though, your leader, the 703, Kyle Anderson. Behind him is the 160 of Colton Lugert, Jake Slavin, Cody Hayes, Brandon Pine, Jared Lesser, Paul Teff, and Matthew Afford. Rounding up the pack.
Down the hill come our race leaders, and look at Colton Lugert. They're in the second spot. Anderson out in front. They've got a huge gap right now between the third place rider, Jake Slavin. So right now our top two in a world of their own as they take the white flag. There's one lap left to go. There goes your race leader, 703, Kyle Anderson out of Armada, Michigan for Skidoo, Studboy Fly, and Dees Marine. He's got one lap left to go to seal the deal. Colton Lugert, though, moving pretty quick out there in heat race number 2. He's going to be set up for a pretty good qualifying position later on this evening for our amateur final.
Now entering the Polaris uphill, going to just single through there. You saw the riders doubling. We talked about that earlier. It makes a very big difference in lap times. Although Colton Lugert does have the fastest lap with a 1:15, about a 1:16 second lap time. Going down the Arctic Cat downhill, Leader continues to be the 703 of Kyle Anderson. Very big hole right here. They drop straight down into a little jump right up into the FXR corner. And your winner is going to be the 703 of Kyle Anderson. Coming across in second will be Colton Luger. As we wait for third place to round that is Jake Slavin on the 221. Taking fourth though will be Brandon Hyan on the 236. Cody Hayes on 241 taking fifth. Jared Lesser in sixth. Paul Tesch in seventh and Matthew Ford in eighth.
Up next on the line is race number 26 of the afternoon. This is heat number 6 of amateur. After this race, qualifying will be in the books, and it'll be up to the LCQ to determine the rest of the field, as some of our riders will head straight to the final. In heat number 6, we're going to see Cody Steinhaus, Colin Kearns, Caden Woody, Jordan Brinkman, Kyle Zimmerman, Tyler Billings, Cole Parker, Owen Falk, Adam Peterson, and Jake Belair.
Riders on the starting line. It looks like someone's getting sent to the back. 9 riders in this heat. They are all off and ready to go up the hill. Let's see who has the early lead.
We got one Polaris way out in front. Looks like we got Mystic Lubricants on the front. So I'm going to guess that is the 113 of Adam Peterson out in your early race lead. And yes, it is. I see the numbers on the back. So Adam Peterson pulling out to the early race lead.
There he goes on the Arctic Cat downhill. Stretching out into the corner now. Very different to a big hole. He's going to kind of choose to do something there. I don't know what he did, but it didn't work out. He hits hard. Now watch his finish line. Doesn't look like it's that big, but it is so steep. You can see him kind of bounce right up. Yesterday, the fastest line used to just roll the tabletop and kind of step off actually, onto the next jump.
There's the field as they cross. Adam Peterson out in front. Then we had Tyler Billings, Colin Kearns, Cody Steinhaus, Caden Woody, our top 5, Cole Parker, Jordan Brinkman, and Owen Falk. That's how they ran for the first time around. Obviously, as we saw them in our camera shot, things are changing. We've got a yellow up on top of the hill, so hopefully all riders okay up there as our race leader's making it through nice and clean. There you see Adam Peterson now, huge race lead over the, it looks like the 810 of Colin Kearns now sliding into the second spot. We saw Kearns and Billings side by side through the rhythm section, and it looks like Kearns won that battle for the second spot. White flag coming out on the AMSOIL finish line. It is still the 113 of Adam Peterson leading the field around. Again, Kearns and Billings running 1, 2, and 3 here with 1 lap left to go in our amateur qualifiers. Later on this afternoon, we're going to see them in their LCQ. And that is going to happen just after 3 o'clock here this afternoon, so a few hours for them to get set and ready if they have to run that LCQ. Their final is going to go at about 5:30 this evening. Lots of stuff going on here today. We've got the FXR 2016 Sneak Peek Tent open from 9 to 5, so if you want to take a peek at the new gear for the next winter season / summer / FXR does it all, so check out the FXR tent. Also at about, I believe, 3:30 this afternoon, we're going to have our pro autograph session. That's going to happen in the tent just beside the podium. So if you walk outside through the doors, you'll see where that autograph session is going to be. Make sure, put that into your planner. Checkered flags coming out on the AMSOIL finish line. Your race win is going to go to the 113. That's Adam Peterson. Taking second spot will be the 810, Colin Kearns. In third will be Tyler Billings on the 779. Fourth spot will go to Cole Parker. Rounding out your top 5 is the 186 of Cody Steinhaus. In sixth spot, Owen Falk, Jordan Brinkman, Caden Woody, and Jake Belair. That'll do it for race number 26. Up next on the line, we've got our transition 8 to 12-year-old riders, and they are off and running. Making it to the top of the hill. You can see whoever that is out in front, kind of taking a peek beside them. Let's line up our field, see what we got out there. We got Matt Lamorier, Ryan Gilbert, Anthony Flippus IV, Benjamin Wilbert, Jake Jolstead, Kane Harpster, Racer Frank, and Taylor Hogan. This tight three-way battle right now for the race lead. Trying to pick out numbers. Numbers are a little smaller on these guys. Just getting the word from our flaggers, 710, Kane Harpster is your early race lead. Green flag out on track for our transition riders. Let's line up the field as they come across for their first lap. Kane Harpster out in front, Benjamin Wilbert there in second. Then we got Matt Lamorier in third, Racer Frank in fourth, Jake Jolstead rounding out your top 5. Then we've got Ryan Gilbert, Anthony Flippus the 4th. It's your field, your top 7 right now in heat number 1 of our transition class. Kane Harpster still out in front, but still got those 2 other riders behind him, Lamorier and Wilbert. Looks like we're going to have a battle for second as they make their way down the Air Force flyaway section. It's Benjamin Wilbert right now sitting in the second spot, but Matt Lamorier in the 3rd position, right on his tail. White flag out, 1 lap left to go now for Kane Harpster, making his way down that front stretch. Got a pretty good gap, just about 2 seconds between him and Benjamin Wilbert. Looks like Benjamin Wilbert now picking up some speed as they enter the uphill. So we're going to keep an eye on this battle as they enter to the top and through the skidoo flags. It looked like Wilbert was going to try to tuck inside. We'll see how they come out. I believe Kane Harpster still holding on to the race lead. In out of the corner they come, but Benjamin Wilbert right beside him pretty much. If Kane Harpster makes even one little mistake, that is going to open the door for Wilbert to make the pass. Down the hill they come. It looks like Wilbert backing up just a little bit on this downhill. So Kane Harpster going to hang on to that race lead into the last and final corner. Checkered flag out on the Amsoil finish line. Your race win will go to the 710 of Kane Harpster. Benjamin Wilbert will take second. Matt Lamorier in third. Fourth spot will go to Racer Frank. Then you got Jake Josted rounding out your top five. Anthony Flippis the fourth, and Ryan Gilbert. That'll do it for heat number one of round two of qualifying in our transition class. Up next, race number 28, Adriana Philippus on the 102, Jaden Buxton on the 822, Hayden Meyer on the 368, Cale Firth is on the 140, Kyle Tommy on the 360, Sophia Halsey on the 800 sled, Brooke Kennebeck on the 198, and Inanna Hager on the 331. They are going green flag racing now. Up the hill go our leaders. Pile of sleds making their way through the first lap of this race. 3 laps for our qualifying rounds here today. Looks like we got the 368 of Hayden Meyer out of Outer Lake, Michigan, out in front right now in this very first lap. Green flag out, Hayden Meyer out in front, and Inanna Hager in the second position. Then behind her, we've got the 822 of Jaden Buxton, Kyle Tommy in fourth, Cale Firth rounding out your top five, and we got Sophia Halsey there in the sixth spot. So got Brooke Kennebeck making her way across. Hayden Meyer right now, pretty good race lead, but the battle from second on back is anybody's race right now with Inanna Hager, Jaden Buxton, Kyle Tommy, all vying for, well, third. It looks like Inanna Hager now moving ahead, and she is closing in on Hayden Meyer. Here come our race leaders down the Air Force Flyaway once again. It's still Hayden Meyer, but Inanna Hager, and not letting him get too far ahead. She's trying to close in, and we still got a battle for third. Jaden Buxton, Kyle Tommy. We'll see if this field mixed up at all as we take the white flag. 1 lap left to go now for Hayden Meyer. Inanna still in second spot. Cale Firth making his way up into third spot. Kyle Tomey in fourth, and now we got Jaden Buxton, I believe, in the fifth spot. So switching up the race order just a little bit. Now here comes Inanna once again. You can see Hayden kind of taking a peek back. See her right there. Looks like she was going to try to move beside him and drag race him up the hill. And back down once again, still Hayden Meyer. But Anana Hager inching closer and closer. Keeping an eye out for your race leader. He looks like entering the downhill right now. Do that Air Force flyaway. And Nana Hager backing off just a little bit right now. She's sitting comfortably there in second spot. So running a good race. As Hayden makes his way around the middle of the track into the FXR final corner. And over the line goes Hayden Meyer, taking the win in heat number 2. And Nana Hager will take second. Kyle Tommy making his way into the third spot. Cale Firth will settle into fourth position. Rounding out your top 5 will be Sophia Halsey. In 6th, Jaden Buxton. Then we got Brooke Kennebeck and Adriana Philippus. Now we still have 2 heats left to go for our transition 8 to 12. You see heat number 3 out on the line. Raymond Smikowski, Caleb Kinswatter, McKeely Meyerhopper, Riley Hasenick, Anson Shield, Devin Breivik, and Brock Conger. And up the hill they go to take the first lap in this heat number 3 of qualifying. All right, down the hill come my race leader. Trying to pick out the number off of that sled. 144, Anson Shield out of North Branch, Minnesota, leading the pack around. He got a win in his first round of qualifying as well. So having a good day so far. That's Anson Shield. You see him right there on your screen, making his way down the front stretch. Rest of the field making their way across. It's Riley Hasenick, McKaylee Meyerhopper, Caleb Kinswatter, Raymond Smikowski rounding out your top 5, and Devin Breivik. Back up to the top of the Players Hill goes Anson Shield. That last time by, on the very first lap of this race, he had almost a 4-second gap between him and the second place rider of Riley Hasenick. So Anson Shield doing really well here so far today in transition with 2 wins that'll put him straight to the final. We'll see him run later on at about 5:30 this evening. White flag coming out on the AMSOIL finish line. Anson Shields got 1 lap left to seal the deal, and it looks like he might even come up on a little lap traffic before this race is over with. Your second place rider crossing now, that is McKaylee Meyerhopper on the 890. She's making her way up. There you see Anthony Shield now railing around the outside of the Skidoo corner into the Ziegler Cat downhill. Couple more corners left to go for Anson Shield. It's like Anson coming up on a little bit of lap traffic, but he's got plenty of distance between him and the second place rider, Caleb Kinspotter, so shouldn't have to worry too much. Into the FXR final corner goes Anson Shield. The checkered flags are going to fly for Anson, and he's going to take the win. Nice ride for Anson Shield. Here comes your second place rider. That's the 930 of Caleb Kinspotter. Third spot will go to McKaylee Meyerhofer on the 890 sled. Fourth spot will go to Riley Hasenick. Then we've got Raymond Smikowski, Devin Brevik, and Brock Conger. Up on the line, it's our fourth heat of transition 8 to 12. They're going green. Race 30 of the day, Braden Kearns, Drew Freeland, Logan Fratellone, Maverick Woike, David Woody, CJ Petoskey, and Afton Sterry. Sleds are going all over the place on this on the Ziegler Cat downhill. I want to say it's Drew Freeland on the 821 out with that early race lead. So Drew Freeland leading this pack around. Down the hill they come into the middle of the track. We'll call them as they come across for their first lap of qualifying. Green flag out for Drew Freeland. Then we got Maverick Woike, Braden Kearns, CJ Petoskey in fourth. Afton Sterry, Logan Fratellone, side by side over the tabletop. If you're looking to come back to Grand Geneva at some point for a family vacation, check out the Timber Ridge Lodge and Water Park at Grand Geneva. It's the only all-season, all-suite destination of its kind in the Midwest. It features 50,000 square feet of year-round indoor-outdoor water park excitement, spacious suites, great dining options, and much more. Visit timberridgeresort.com for overnight and day packages. Back down the hill comes Drew Freeland. He's out of St. Paul, Minnesota. Still leading this pack around. He got that early race lead and made it stick. It looks like we got a one rider coming off in the middle of the track. That was either your second or third place rider at the time. So white flag is going to come out for Drew Freeland. Now we got Maverick Woike still in that second spot. CJ Petoskey move up to third. Try to pick out who that rider was that came off their crossing now. That was the 811 of Braden Kearns. So tough break for Braden. Hopefully he's okay and his sled is okay. Maverick Woike running right now in second spot out of Buffalo, Minnesota for wearbars.com, Bottom Line Traction Products, and Thomas Snow Sports. See some of our riders checking the track out in the Motorcycle Mechanics Institute Manager's Tower. Seeing what the track is doing here today, how it's changing and whatnot. It's a good view from that spot on the track. One more time down the Air Force Flyaway for your race leader, Drew Freeland. He's going to make his way into the middle of the track. Good gap right now for Drew Freeland. He's got one corner left to go. Checker flag will fly on the Amsoil finish line. Drew Freeland will take the win. Maverick Woike will finish out in second spot. CJ Petoskey is in third. We got Afton Sterry in fourth. Logan Fratellone in fifth. And Braden Kearns will finish out sixth. That'll do it for qualifying rounds for a transition class. Now we are going green flag racing with our adaptive class. We've got Garrett Goodwin, Jim Wazzy, and Chris Hefting. We saw these riders out at X Games. And right now it looks like Garrett Goodwin there in that second spot took home the gold medal out there in January. Looks like we got a three-way battle right now. Our race lead, I believe that's the 767 of Jim Wazzy on his Polaris. They're out in front. Looked like Hefting had slotted into that second spot, but Garrett Goodwin battling back. We'll see as they come down the Air Force Flyaway how they stand. It is Jim Wazzy, and now look at Garrett Goodwin trying to close in on that 767 Polaris here on the first lap. Just want to say a big happy birthday to Mike Shapron. I hope he's enjoying his day, and I hope he has birthday cupcakes to bring me. That's what I look forward to on race weekends, all the birthdays and birthday cupcakes. So happy birthday once again, Mike. We'll see Kellen out here later on today in our Champ 120 class. He'll be flying around on that 254, and I'm sure to go extra fast today since it's Dad's birthday. But out on track, it's still our adaptive class with Jim Wazzy, Garrett Goodwin, Chris Hefting. They're running 1, 2, and 3. Wazzy running out of Merrill, Michigan for Fox Shocks, Woody's Polaris HMK, and Fly Racing. Taking a look at the rest of our schedule. Up next, we'll see Junior 14-15. Then we'll see Sport come out once again. Then Junior 16-17. And we will see an LCQ for transition 8-12 at about 1:45. Pro Open set to hit the track for practice at about 1:50. And then we'll see Pro Light after that. And pretty much right after those Pro Open riders get off track, they are going to head back to their trailers, take off their helmets, and then head over to the Ram VIP tent for their autograph session at 3:30 this afternoon. So make sure you've got that on your calendar. Still Wazzy, then Goodwin, running 1 and 2. Garrett Goodwin keeps looking like he's making a charge, but Wassey's still pulling away from the 333 sled. We got little kids out here today, and they want to do some riding as well. We've got our 120 fun zone out by the starting line. So if you go back behind the bleachers and head towards all those vendor tents, you will see the 120 fun zone. Also, make sure you stop by the Christian Brothers booth back by the pit area. They've got the clothing booth and whatnot there. And sign up to win a 120. We'll do the 120 giveaway tonight. Checkered flag coming out on the Amsoil finish line. What a close finish for Jim Wassey. Garrett Goodwin behind him by just 0.7 of a second. And then Chris Hepting finishing it out in third. So that's how they finish here in the adaptive class. That's race number 31. Out on the line, we got our next race, Junior 14-15, getting ready to go green flag racing. It's race 32 of the day. Keegan Bacara, Taylor Cole, Matthew Wilbert, Bailey Forrest, Jesse Wetchel, and Devin Malsine. Green flag out, running up to the top of the hill. Got another birthday out there today. Happy birthday, Travis Firth. Thank your wonderful son, Kale, for coming up and letting me know it was your birthday. So enjoy your birthday today. It's where would you rather be on your birthday than Lake Geneva? I have no idea. So happy birthday, Travis. Watching our Junior 14-15 riders. All right, again, Junior 14-15 out on track. I believe. Well, I don't know what I believe. I'm not sure who our race leader is. I thought I knew, but it was false. So let's find out now as they come by. The Devin Malsine on the 720. It almost looks like one of those Hall of Racing sleds with his gear on. So I was mistaking him for one of the Jansen boys. Obviously, they're a little older. Just kidding, Derek's in the next heat. So they almost look the same. They tricked me. But it's Devin Malsine out in front, Bailey Forrest, Taylor Cole, Jesse Wetchel, Keegan Bacara, and Matthew Wilbert. Birthdays keep coming, keep pouring in. It's a good day to be born today. It is Pi Day, actually, so it makes it an even better day to be born. One of our camera crew guys, Dusty Paulson, it's his birthday, so happy birthday, Dusty. Probably never gets to see a race except for what you see on the screen, but he's here every weekend. So happy birthday to him. We got 3 birthdays today, so I got a good chance of getting a birthday cupcake. We'll see how it plays out for me here today. Still on track, Junior 14-15. We got 2 heats of these guys. Before we move into our sport class, Malsine still your race leader, but our second place rider starting to close in as the white flag flies. That's the 341 of Bailey Forrest. Moving in on Devin Malsine. Forrest coming up a little short after the tabletop. But he's going to try to make up some speed through this uphill. Here we go down the hill. Malsine still leading the pack around. Bailey Forrest will trying all he can. to get his nose in there, but Malstein keeps putting the block on, out accelerating him a little bit out of the corners. Down the hill one more time for Devin Malstein. Checkered flags out for heat number 1 of our junior 14-15. Devin Malstein's going to take the win. In second, that's Taylor Cole. Third spot will go to Bailey Forrest. Then we got the 4th place of Jesse Wetchell, Keegan Bakara, and Matthew Wilbert. Up next, heat number 2 of our junior 14-15 class. We'll see Janice Brown, Jordan Wolf, Derek Jansen, Noah File, JJ Vollenweider, and Jake Weir. Sounds like, oh, it looks like we got our groomer out as our leaders taking off from the starting line and all the way up to the Skidoo Hill. Like we got a tight battle right now for the race lead as they make their way around for the very first lap. Sounds like we got the 252 Derek Jansen out in front. All right, let's call them out as they come by to take the green flag. Early race leader, that's Derek Jansen. Jordan Wolf in second spot. Jake Weir running in third. Running in fourth is the 220 of JJ Vollenweider. So back up the hill and down the Ziegler Cat Hill go our race leaders, and it looks like we're going to have a battle. Jordan Wolf trying to tuck in there over Derek Jansen. Right now, Jansen on that Articat railing around the outside, and we've got the Polaris of Jordan Wolf. Was running in second, but as they come to the top of the Polaris Hill and duck behind it, almost looked like Jordan Wolf had the position. Let's look as they come down the Air Force Flyway, and it is Jordan Wolf able to make the pass over Derek Jansen. So top three switching it up here as they get into lap number 2. White flag out, 1 lap left to go now for our race leaders. Derek Jansen is now in the second spot as Jordan Wolf crosses in front as your race leader. Then we've got Jake Weir and JJ Vollenweider. That's how they are running right now. 4 riders here in our second heat of junior 14-15. Jordan Wolf heading up the Polaris uphill for the last and final time here in his qualifying rounds. We'll be seeing them in a little bit in their final races.
There goes your leader, Jordan Wolf, taking the FXR turn, getting ready. The double checkered flags are out, and he is going to take the win in this round of qualifying. Coming across in second is a 252 of Derek Jansen. Jake Weir in third. As we have for the rest of the pack, here's how they did line up. It was JJ Bolenweider in fourth. All right, this is Sport 1 FXR. Logan Davies, Jay Lura, Jacob Yurt, Grant Gloshagel, Cody Hawinski, Adam Peterson, Tyler Sliman, and Jake Dennison. Looks like that early lead is off to a great start with Jacob Yurt. Jay Lura a little swapping out through that section right there. He is in that second place position, followed by what looks like a Logan Davies. Jacob Yurt now entering that Polaris uphill. Going to take a nice long stretch up there. Now entering the Arctic downhill, the Arctic corner. Down that little stretch, very difficult. You're going very fast. If you try and double and you do not make it, you're going to go sideways.
Here comes Jacob Yurt into the FXR corner. Will line up the field as they make their way across. Green flag going to fly. Yurt out in front. In second, we've got Jay Lure on the 217, our third place rider. Logan Davies right up behind him. We've got Austin Madison, Cody Hawinski. And Jake Dennison in there as well. So 6 riders out here for heat number 1 of our FXR Sport class. Jacob Yurt leading them around. Yurt coming out of Grand Blanc, Michigan for Polaris Factory Racing FXR in Stud Boy.
Yurt's approaching that tricky part of the racetrack right now. He's just going to try and roll them all as fast as he can. He will now enter a little bit of a straightaway. It's got some big bumps on it into the FXR corner.
White flag going to fly on the AMSOIL finish line for Jacob Yurt. Look at the race lead Yurt has already almost to the exit of the straightaway as Laura now taking the white flag.
Jake Yurt almost coming off his sled right there.
Scared me over there. Jacob Yurt though running a nice clean race so far, besides at the exit of the straightaway. Other than he's been running good, and he took a win in his first round of qualifying as well, so setting himself up for a good final later on this evening.
There he goes on the Arctic Cat downhill. Entering the corner. Very big drop off right here. Right there, he's going to choose to jump over it. Very fast line for that rider. Last time around, he had a 6.5 second lead. This time he's just going to finish the race off, roll the tabletop. Wait for Jay Lure to come around, who ended up being 9 seconds behind Jacob Yurt, followed by Logan Davies in third, Jake Dennison in fourth, and Cody Hawinski in fifth. How was that 10 through the numbers, 10?
I guess that kind of makes sense. All right, we've got our next heat of our FXR Sport class up on the line. Race 35 of the day, we're going to see Owen Falk on the 280 sled, Brandon Block on the 737. Trent Whitwer is on the 115, Tyler Oman on the 125, Mitch McNear is on the 637, Montana Jess out once again on the 765, Freddie Grove on the 777, and Danny Peterson on the 114. Got our last sled pulling off from heat number 1. Looks like we're getting the sled set on the Haysbrake starting line. There behind the start line, you can see all of our vending booths. So make sure you take some time today and go shop around, let your kids test out a 120. They had broom ball going on yesterday, and make sure you follow us online at www.snowcross.com. That's where you're going to be able to keep up with all of the information going on in the snowcross world. You hear it from us first. And we've got our Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and our YouTube channel. YouTube channel has all sorts of videos from this season, highlights, GoPro videos, all sorts of fun stuff. So make sure you check that out and send us your pictures while you're here at the track. We got the kiddos at the fun zone. Take some pictures of them riding. And we got Carly down in the pits. Later she'll be in the pits.
We'll get to see her later.
Which reminds me, make sure you grab a pit pass.
That's what she's going to tell you. We might as well tell them.
Oh, we might as well tell them because it's going to be, it's fun down there. It's only $10 to get into the pits. You'll be there all weekend.
Out front, most likely, that looks like it is Montana Jess. Coming off of an injury, his first race back since Seneca Allegheny out in New York. Not too sure who is behind him, but he's not able to pull away. Montana just feeling pressure from behind back there, but he seemed to get a little bit of a gap somehow through that back section.
Green flag out on track. Indeed, it is Montana Jess out in front. Then we've got the 637 of Mitch McNair in second, Tyler Oman in third, Brandon Flock, Freddie Grove rounding out your top five. Then it's Trent Whitwer and Owen Falk rounding out the field. We got 5 heats of sport here this weekend. So every position really counts here in order to go straight to that final. Nobody wants to go to the LCQs. It's way too much work, huh, Brenda? Way too much. It's way too nice out. You just want to go take a suntan at your trailer.
Yep. Sit on the roof. There goes Montana Jess, though. It doesn't look like he's going to go to the LCQ if he can continue up this race. I believe he won his last round of qualifying also.
Yeah, either won or got second. He was definitely up there, so he had a good finish.
I believe he did. Actually, I think he did get second.
Either way, though, that's setting him up for a good final starting spot later on tonight. I'm sure he's going to be pumped to be back in a final race, especially here in Lake Geneva. White flag out, 1 lap left to go for Montana Jess. McNair and Oman running in third.
There goes Jess. He's going to take that outside line and try and rail it around. And he's going to triple this next jump right there. Not really making it. Kind of looks like it hurts. He's going on the downhill. There's a good view. It's kind of like a single-double situation right there.
It's a good spot for that GoPro to be set up here today. Another angle that's hard to see from our booth here.
Yes.
I wouldn't be objected to setting up outside when the sun's out at least.
Yeah.
That'd be fine with me.
Yeah. There goes Jess. Around the corner one more time near the GoPro section. And he will get the double checkered flag as long as he can hang on for the last quarter, and he does. Double checkered flags fly for Montana Jess. He's your winner, followed by the 637 of Mitch McNair. Tyler Oman in third. Brandon Black gonna come across in fourth. Freddie Grove in fifth. Trent Whitwer in sixth, and Owen Falk in seventh.
And that'll be your field for heat number 2. Up next on the line, we're going to send heat 3 of our FXR Sport class. We're going to see Dirk Roper, Dylan Jansen, Austin Madison, Cameron Anderson, Cody Larson, Tyler Kinney, Brian Peterson, and Caden Woody. There you see them all lined up and ready to go. It's hard to believe we are at the end of the season here. The 2014 AMSOIL Championship Snowcross is brought to you by Ram Trucks, America's fastest growing truck brand. Picture flying 130 feet through the air with nothing but a bed of frozen ground as your landing pad and a snowmobile as your anchor. Exhilarating doesn't begin to describe it. Just like best in class doesn't begin to describe how far the Ram 1500 Eco Diesel with best in class 28 highway miles per gallon can take you. That's glory. Ram up on the starting line. Looks like Cody Larson there on the 341. I don't know if he's getting sent to the back or if he's just reshuffling himself up.
Not too sure.
Well, it looks like there's, he's going to the back. They're telling him.
Fence is on the way. He goes kind of. See what happens. The sun is bright today. It's really hot sitting up here inside the booth.
I'm gonna laugh, but I wish the sun was a little bit hotter on me right now. I've had that fan going, it's making me chilly. And getting like sand cross racing, like in the desert.
That'd be a little different.
We should make that a thing. Yeah, they pull in Larson back up to the front row. It looks like we're sending him back to the front. I didn't hear the radio chatter on that, but anyways, getting ready to get going racing. That's all that we care about.
They are green light racing. Cameron Anderson off to that early hole shot lead. He won his last round of qualifying also. He's on the far outside. Looks like a Jansen is inside of him.
It's the only one with a white jersey out there today.
Oh, Cameron Anderson almost coming off
looks
right
like
there.
it. Thank goodness for this camera view.
I wish we could have seen it earlier.
See him land all sideways.
Yes. Not
But
sure
rode
how
it out, obviously.
Oh, he did not ride that one. Oh, Cameron Anderson landing on his sled. That's going to take them both out of the race. Cameron had nothing to do with that one, and
like
Dylan Jansen, nothing
yeah.
to do. Oh, tough break for Cameron and Dylan. That's going to set them both probably into the LCQ.
Probably will, but that's going to open the door for the 341 of Cody Larson. He is now your race leader, making his way through the FXR corner. Green flag flying out on the AMSOIL finish line. Let's line up our field as they come by. Cody Larson, your race leader. We got the 993 of Dirk Roper in second, Caden Woody in third, Brian Peterson in fourth spot. Dylan Jansen sitting right now in fifth. Excuse me, Austin Madison in fifth, Dylan Jansen in the sixth spot.
I'm just wondering where Anderson went. Not sure if he pulled off the track or if he is not able to get his sled started or something's going on because he is not racing right now.
Here we go. Here's that nice shot of the bottom of the hill. Nothing too crazy going on right now. They're kind of feeling comfortable in their respective positions, starting to space out just a little bit.
And you can see if you look, there's a GoPro right there. That's what we're using, a GoPro, to look at that corner. Out front, though, is the 341. That is Cody Larson. His Arctic Cat leading him away leading him around the track, away from the rest of the pack. White flag is out for Larson. He's just going to choose to roll the tabletop. It's very steep right there. There's no sense in hurting yourself going through that section. These whoops, they don't look so deep on your camera. I was sitting inside the groomer. Oh, ride her down. And that just shows how deep those whoops are. Caden Woody off his sled. The whoops are very deep. They're deeper than you think. I could probably stand in them and disappear. You know, I mean, you guys would be missing me. You guys wouldn't see me anymore.
Your race leader, Cody Larson. He's out of Silver Bay, Minnesota for Max Sport Marine, Studboy Fly Racing, and Fox Racing Shocks. Hanging on to that lead.
So here's a look at the corner. If you look on the far left after that jump, no one's taking that spot. That's going to be something to look at. Maybe riders will jump over to that side and have a smoother landing rather than landing almost straight down. That's the bummer part about a blind jump like that. You're not able to see, and all the riders are tending to take one or two lines that will definitely affect how the track builds up in certain areas of the racetrack.
One more corner left to go for Cody Larson. Checkered flags coming out on the AMSOIL finish line. He's going to take the win. Dirk Roper will take the second spot. Got Brian Peterson moving into the third position. Rest of the field coming around. It looks like the 410 of Austin Madison going to finish out in fourth spot. Then we had Caden Woody, Cameron Anderson, and Dylan Jansen. Got Carly down in the pits. Let's send it down to Carly.
Snowcross fans, we want you to join us at the Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale presented by Dayco. And while you're here, make sure to check out the pits. For just $10, you get inside all of the action. Maybe meet some of your favorite riders, check out their sleds, and even their trailers. So get down here, just $10, pick up your pit pass.
Thank you, Carly. Yeah, make sure you head down there. It's definitely the place to be. Gets you right up to all the action. See sleds whipping by, all sorts of fun stuff. And we've got our next heat heading up to the starting line. It's heat number 4 for our FXR Sport Class, race 37 of the day. We're going to have Nicholas Lorenz, Scott Vandenborn, Cole Manning, Tyler Billings, Andrew Lindholm, Taylor Lightfoot, Kyle Parsons, and Colton Lugart. Taking one last look across the starting line, removing that cord away. So Nicholas Lorenz looking really good out here today. It's his hometown race. He took a win last night in Pro Light affiliate class. Now he's setting himself up for a good day in sport. We also got Andrew Lindholm on the 486. He took a win in his last heat race. So a couple fast Polaris riders out there today. Here we go into the Skidoo corner, into the Ziegler Cat downhill. Trying to take that inside line. Trying to pick out who that is out in front. That might be Lindholm. All right, here they come down the Air Force Flyway. I believe that is Andrew Lindholm in second spot. And I believe it is Mitchell, or excuse me, not Mitchell Thielen, Nicholas Lorenz.
A little mix up there, you know.
Yeah, whatever. They ride Polaris, right?
Yeah.
Nicholas Lorenz out there in front. Andrew Lindholm, Colton Luger, Taylor Lightfoot, Cole Manning rounding out your top 5. Then it's Tyler Billings and Kyle Parsons rounding out the field on the very first lap. So Nicholas Lorenz already putting down a pretty good race lead. Over the 486 here, you see him coming down the hill once again. So your race leader making his way down the Ziegler Cat downhill. And we'll watch him as Lorenz just kind of landing all over the place, but he's able to hang on. So a skilled rider.
Whoa, another one.
Comes again.
Yeah, I mean, like,
we
that
should just
line.
have we need to have like a count or something. Like.
All the riders that land sideways on that jump.
Yeah, exactly. We'll start a tally. We've had 2 so far this race.
That's just this race.
Just this lap.
Yeah.
But Nicholas Lorenz able to ride it out, still hanging out in the front of the pack. I know he's got a huge crowd here today watching him. They were crazy down on the podium last night. So having a great time here today in Lake Geneva. Nicholas Lorenz leading the pack around as the white flag flies. 1 lap left to go for Nicholas. Andrew Lindholm still sitting in that second spot. Back up the hill we go.
Oh, same thing as you did that last race. Apparently it's a tricky section.
Yeah, with the sun and then, the sleds constantly running. Since our track is so huge, it's hard to get a groomer out there on and off in a quick amount of time. You know what I mean? Like in between races on our smaller tracks, we can pull the groomer out, pull it off, and we're good to go. But this track is so big, it's hard to get the groomer out there after each race. So a lot of the track's starting to develop and change and morph, and holes are, coming into play as the afternoon wears on. That sun, of course, beating down on the track, making that snow super soft.
Yeah, and the snow doesn't help with the groomers either. The track, the 120s are leaving lines out there. They're creating their own berms. That just shows how soft the snow is.
1 corner lap to go now for Nicholas Lorenz. Checkered flags are going to fly, and he will take the win here in heat number 4. Second spot will go to Andrew Lindholm.
Cole Manning almost going off the side of the track there. A little close.
So Cole will take third. Colton Lugart will take fourth spot. Taylor Lightfoot in fifth. Tyler Billings in sixth. Then we've got Kyle Parsons and Scott Vandenborn. One more heat left to go for our FXR Sport class, and they are already off the line and going green. Yeah, look at that. Did you see those lines that they're leaving off of the start, just digging right into that snow? Up to the top of the hill, we've got Evan Dowd, AJ Stoffel, Blake Taylor, Jake Tion, Cole Coutu, Mitchell Thielen, and Jeff Jason.
I was talking with one of the groomer guys, and I was in the groomer buddy, and he was saying that the till does nothing to the snow because it is just so soft. The till's supposed to make it harder and make it more packed down, but it does not work. The snow is so soft and so difficult to work with. That is Cole Coutu, though, out front, your early leader. Now approaching the Arctic Gap corner on the downhill. Already pulling about to a second. Oh, he just doubled down right there. Not any of the riders are doing that. That means that was very fast. That will give him an even longer lead, probably stretched out to about 3 seconds by now. Let's see, yes, it is 3.5 second lead for Cole Coutu over your second place rider of Evan Dowd, Jeff Jason. In third, Blake Taylor, AJ Stoppel, Mitchell Thielen, and Jake Tion will round out the pack. There he is, your leader on the Skidoo downhill, entering the Polaris corner. Tricky section. See how sideways he lands. Pretty straight, if you ask me. Very difficult section. They changed it up from yesterday. Although not a lot of these riders were out here yesterday, they did build a little double, so you could double that first one rather than just have a landing. More of a technical section.
Huge race lead already for Cole Coutu. Looks like our second place rider of Evan Dowd sitting comfortably there. The rest of our field just kind of spacing themselves out as they roll into the last and final lap here for this qualifier. So again, Cole Coutu out in front, Dowd, and the 174 of Jeff Jason. That is your top three. See the groomer doing some cleaning down at the start line. Prenoth is the world's leading manufacturer of low ground pressure track vehicles and is proud to partner with ISOC to be the official groomer supplier for the 2014-2015 season.
There goes your leader on the Polaris uphill. Not really pulling too far away from Evan Dowd, as he is trying his best to reel Cole Coutu in. Cole Coutu does have those red number plates, and you can see that signifies him as the points leader in this sport class. Now, if he can finish out this last corner and take this checkered flag, that means that he goes 1-1, and also your second place position rider in points is Jacob Ure. He also did go 1-1. So it should be made for a very interesting night in racing.
Yeah, so they're going to keep, that points battle isn't going to change at all. with those points right now, so we'll see how the final finishes out later on this evening. But in the meantime, Polka 2 taking the win, Evan Dowd in second, Jeff Jason in third, AJ Stoffel in fourth, Blake Taylor rounding out your top five, and we got Mitchell Thielen and Jake Tion.
All right, the next race is going to be, that is junior 16 and 17. We have Taylor Cole on the 714, the 670 of Jesse Wetchell, 123 of Matthew Wilbert, Devin Melcine on the 670, and Jake Weir on the 459. Macon Brodier on the 31, Jared Mensing on the 451. Zachary Howcraft on 810. I just went off how they're lined up right there, so I mean we're missing some riders apparently. That's who's all sitting on the starting line. You can see that is Jake Weir's pit crew telling them, you know, this line, that line. You need to figure out which way you need to go.
Sounds like they're waiting down on the line for a couple of riders. As you noted, Brendan, a couple of riders short here in this 16-17 heat number one. So we got two heats of 16-17 to wrap up their qualifying rounds, and then we'll see our transition riders in their LCQ race number 41 of the afternoon.
Yes. All right, there we go. Here's one more rider that we're missing.
That's Zachary Howcraft. Now it looks like we must be...
We going to go racing because Macon Brodier might not be showing up. A little bit of confusion going on down there right now. Looks like everything is getting all straightened out though.
We're here in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, staying at the Grand Geneva Resort and Spa. It's 1,300 acres of AAA 4 Diamond Resort with beautiful guest rooms and suites, delicious dining options, and an array of activities for fun and relaxation. Grand Geneva offers something for everyone, including golf on 2 championship courses and indulgent spa services to skiing, snowboarding, and many other outdoor activities. Visit grandgeneva.com for packages and specials.
Now, when I was in the groomer, I got to take a look at how steep that ramp downhill is. Not that steep when you look at it, because it's only a 1 diamond, which is a 1 black diamond. There's actually a hill right next to it, a double black diamond that's an expert course that's even steeper than that one. You know, riders thinking of that. Imagine going down that hill compared to the ram hill. We are just about getting ready for the junior 16-17. Speaker of the starter, and we are going green. No, we're red. Something's wrong on the starting line. Someone just jumped a little bit too far forward. All right, there we go.
Nice clean start.
Out front on the very far left, that almost does look like Zachary Howcraft. Devin Melcine looks like he is right next to him, though. I believe that is Howcraft trying to run away, though. Not too sure. There's a good view. We'll have to line them up as they come down across near us in a little bit. They are now approaching, though, the Arctic Cat downhill. Very slow through there. Very difficult section of the racetrack. I believe Jake Weir, though, is in the second place position.
I think we got a three-way battle for the race lead early on in this race.
Zachary Howcraft, who ended up showing up a little late in the race, is out front with your lead, followed by Jake Weir, Devin Malcine in third, Taylor Cole in fourth, and Matthew Wilbert in fifth.
Second place rider just nailing it through the rhythm section, just pounding his way through. I think that was Jake Weir, 4:59, making his way up to the top of the hill now.
There they go. Your leader still continues to be Howcraft as he is entering that Polaris corner. Looks like Devin Malcine might have made a pass on Jake Weir. I believe he did. Malcine now sitting in that second place position. A little difficult to see as the sun's out. Oh, it looks like Weir's going to get him back, though. A little difficult to see the rider's numbers as the sun's so bright today. Very nice to have the sun out, though. It's great for visibility out on the track rather than the overcast that we've been used to.
Mm-hmm. A lot of overcast.
Yeah.
Our past few races. Finally, the sun peaked out in Michigan, I believe was our last race. The sun peaked out, so it was nice to see white flag out. One lap left to go for our race leader. That is still Zachary Howcraft with Jake Weir, Devin Malcine, your top three right now. And you just see Zachary Howcraft kind of, bottomed out after he hit the face of the double off the tabletop, but he's still back up and running. Out in front, but it looked like Jake Weir was starting to close the gap on him in the uphill. See what's going to happen with a couple corners left to go for Zachary Howcraft. This angle, he's got a pretty good space between him and Jake Weir.
That fourth place rider right behind Devin Malcine is Taylor Cole. He's trying to make up some ground. There is your leader, Zachary Howcraft, though. He is going to enter that FXR corner one more time just before he takes a double checkered flags for the win. There he goes. Double checkered flags are out for Zachary Howcraft, followed by Jake Weir in second, Devin Malcine in third, Taylor Cole in fourth, Matthew Wilbert in fifth, and Jesse Wetchell in sixth.
All right, we are under starters orders for race number 40. This is heat number 2 for junior 16-17. You see him out on the line. We got Keegan Bacara, Bailey Force, Jordan Wolf, Devin Katzman, Derek Jansen, Seth Rierauer, and JJ Bolenweider. Looks like they got one red light up over the Hayes Break starting line. Jordan Wolf, Jansen trying to pull their sleds back. There, the light coming off. Try one more time. Right off we go to the top of the hill. Almost looks like Jordan Wolf pulling that hole shot. See if I can get a better view of them as they come back down the hill. All right, our race leader's got a good gap between him and the rest of the field. Be Bailey Forrest up there as well. Let's see if radio is going to tell us our leader. I'll listen in for that. It is Bailey Forrest at 3:41 out with the early race lead. The rest of the field making their way down the Air Force flyaway. Sounds like we got some open sleds getting ready to go out. We are just about ready, for Pro Open practice. We're going to have our transition LCQ up after this, and then we'll see Pro Open hit the track for practice. Let's line up, though, our field. We've got Bailey Force out front, Devin Katzman in second, Jordan Wolf there in third, Derek Jansen, Seth Rierauer, and Keegan Bacara with JJ Bolenweider. That's how they run right now here in heat number 2 of junior 16-17. Back up through the players' flags go our race leaders. We did have a pass for the race lead. Devin Katzman making the move on Bailey Force. So now we got a new race leader making their way down the Air Force flyaway. As they went across last time by, it was 0.7 of a second between the two riders. So Katzman hitting that throttle and making a move on Bailey Force. We got Force now in the second spot. Third place is still Jordan Wolf on the 857 Polaris. You can see Katzman's pit crew telling him to just take it easy. This is the last and final lap. And down the hill one more time for Devin Katzman. See him getting a little bit sideways. Can add that to our list. But able to ride it out, no problem for Katzman. And here comes your race leaders back down the hill through the Air Force flyaway. Through the FXR final corner goes your race leader. Devin Katzman on the 829 Polaris is going to come across and take the win here in heat number 2. Second spot will go to the 341 of Bailey Forst. Jordan Wolf will finish out in third. Taking fourth will be Derek Jansen. Rounding out your top 5 is Seth Rierauer. We've got Keegan Bacara and JJ Bolenweider. That'll do it for qualifying for junior 16-17. Up on the line now, we've got our transition 8 to 12 LCQ. So our top 5 from this are going to move on into the final later on today. Let's line up who we got. We got Anana Hager, McKaylee Meyerhofer, Riley Hasenick, Braden Kearns, Kane Harpster, Kale Firth, Logan Fradalone, Afton Sterry, Jake Jolstead, and Raymond Smikowski. All right, going under starters orders now. 10 riders vying for 5 positions here in our LCQ. Looks like we got a red light on. Pull a sled back. There we go, lights off. Back, ready to start. And it looks, oh, red light blinking on, and it's back off again. Here we go, we are green. To the top of the hill, important to get a good start here in this LCQ race. You want to be out front and far out front, so you don't have any concerns. Around they come for their first lap. We'll try to pick out who our early race leader is. Getting word that the 318 of Logan Fratellone is out in the early race lead. Sounds like we got a couple sleds down also in the Polaris corner, so lots of stuff going on here in the early parts of this LCQ. Green flag gonna fly. Let's line them up. We've got Logan Fratellone out in front, Kane Harpster, Riley Hassanek, Cale Firth, and Afton Sterry right now in that bubble spot in 5th. Inanna Hawker sitting in the 6th spot. Nikili Meyerhofer, Braden Kearns, we're missing Jake Dolstead, Raymond Smikowski, so that could be our tangle up there in the Polaris corner. So down the hill goes Logan Fratellone, running for FXR Arctic and Speedworks out of Stillwater, Minnesota. See our race leader now making his way down the Air Force flyaway. Logan Fratellone got a really good distance between him and 2nd spot, so he should have no problem. But as I'm watching the rest of the sleds come down the hill, that battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th is not where I would want to be right now. I'd want to be up in that top 3. They're a little bit more spread out. White flag gonna fly. Let's line them up once again. Again, top 5 is who's gonna move on. So it looks like Logan Fratellone right now sitting pretty comfortably there in the lead. Got Kane Harpster, Riley Hassanek in 4th. Then Colin Firth and Inanna Hawker moving up into 5th spot. Afton Sterry moving back into 6th. So we'll see what Afton Sterry has up his sleeve, if he can make his way by Inanna Hawker once again, or what's going to happen here on this last and final lap for our transition last chance qualifier for our final later on today. Leaders making their way down the Air Force flyaway. Again, Logan Fratellone leading this pack around. He's got a huge race lead right now. Looks like 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Right now, our 5th place rider is about a sled length between them and the 6th spot. So it still could be a change right up to the checkered flags. Let's see who's going to move on. The 11th qualifier in your transition final will be Logan Fratellone. Your 12th qualifier is going to be Kane Harpster. Riley Hassanek will be the 13th qualifier. Afton Sterry making his way up to be the 14th qualifier. And Cale Firth will be the 15th qualifier. We'll see those 5 in the back row in our final later on today. The rest of the field finishing out Inanna Hawker, Nikili Meyerhofer, Raymond Smikowski, Braden Kearns, and Sophia Halsey. That'll do it for qualifying for our transition class. Let's take a peek at our schedule and see what we got on deck. Hey, Alyssa. Woo! Getting good pictures today? Always does. She always gets fabulous pictures. Don't even need to ask. So we just wrapped up our transition LCQ. We are sending our Pro Open riders up to the line. You can hear the sleds starting to get revved up, ready to go for practice. Then we're going to have our pro light riders up for practice. At 2:30, we'll take a track maintenance break, and then we'll go back into racing at 2:50, starting with our Champ 120 riders. For those of you that are here at the track, at 3:30 this afternoon, we're going to have our Ram Pro autograph session. That's going to take place in the tent. So that is what is coming up next. All sorts of action. Check out the vending areas. Check out the 120 Fun Zone. Sign up your kid up to win a 120 at the Christian Brothers trailer. And we're going to take a quick little break. We'll be back in just a little bit.
Since 1969, Nielsen Enterprises has provided a ride for every rider. Motorcycles, snowmobiles, ATVs, UTVs, boats, pontoons, and personal watercraft. Nielsen carries all the major brands: Arctic Cat, BRP, Honda, Kawasaki, Polaris, Suzuki, and Yamaha. Snow, water, road, or dirt, Nielsen has a factory-trained, all-pro staff ready to answer any question. Nielsen Enterprises of Lake Villa, Illinois. A ride for every rider.
The XPH-07M is the new king of the hammer driver drill category. And to celebrate Makita's 100 years of innovation, for a limited time, you can get a free 18-volt lithium-ion 4-amp-hour battery with a qualified purchase. Also, as part of our anniversary, you can receive a free 3-amp-hour battery with the purchase of the X260 combo kit.
Today we're here in Minnesota, Aurora, at our race shop and practice track, and today we're going to ride and do a little bit of talking of what we're doing in a day of Schwing Speed Sports team.
I love that atmosphere of the team. You know, everyone wants to win, everyone's looking to do good. They're always trying to build stuff and make stuff better, and we're not satisfied with the sleds the way they come. We want to improve them.
The cool thing about our team is that we have the expertise and the resources in our crew that not many teams have. So we have this huge, vast knowledge of really taking the Ski-Doo snowmobiles to the next step.
It takes a lot for sure. Like, it takes a good sled, a good team, and you got to be really consistent, and you got to be fast too. Snowcross is really tough on your body. You know, it's a 500-pound machine that you're going through the big bumps, and you're just slamming into the bumps all the time.
Me and Tim, we really want to win and do the best we can, and that's what we're going to do every race.
Welcome back. Looking at the track here at the Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale. Sending our sleds out for practice. We're going to see them run the full track here for practice. First time we're seeing that today. Some good clean races. Yesterday, nothing too crazy happening. That's always a good thing, especially the track tricky as this. We haven't had the major elevation changes to practice on all season long, so definitely a different track than what we've seen all season. There we see that's the top of the hill, that Ram downhill. Riders making their way around. start making their way around. We got Cam out there. Ross Martin, you saw those riders up on the podium last night. And Renheim and Kyle Pauline their way across. All right, let's check out our GoPro lap of the day. We have Ross Martin sled. He's up in third last night, making his way around. So let's take a lap. This is what the riders are seeing right now. That huge uphill right off of the start, just a drag race up to the top. A couple lines here. Most riders choosing that inside line, as you saw Ross, as he did in this GoPro lap, launching down the downhill. A lot of riders making at least halfway down, and we saw that section. We've seen some riders getting a little bobbled up in that double into the corner. Now this is where they tuck behind the mountain into the Polaris uphill Arctic Cat corner. So kind of go up the corner and back up again, and now we are in the Air Force Flyway heading right back down the hill. Get a little air down there, some try to double it down as they enter into that hairpin corner, and now here's the big one. Straight up we go. See Ross railing it around. And now into the Ram downhill. And now it's almost easy compared to the rest. Into the FXR final corner. And there they see the AMSOIL finish line. And back into the front stretch. That's your GoPro lap of the day. Brought to here, AMSOIL Championship Snowcross. GoPro Hero 4 camera. Like Tucker Hibbert out there making his laps around. So we got snowball fights going on up on the hill. There's snow. It's a perfect way to describe it. It is perfect snowball making. And they're going to be hard snowballs that you can make from this. It's our GoPro in the corner. Now this is at the Ziegler Cat downhill. So just to give you an idea where you're at, they go up the first uphill, go around that skidoo corner, and then that downhill. This is the bottom where you're looking at right now, right before they enter the Polaris uphill section of this track. So kind of a cool angle right there. It's been a pretty windy day today compared to yesterday. So Brendan kind of talked about that wind earlier and how it might affect the riders as they really make some of these huge jumps down hills and this and that. See if they get caught up by that wind. It was pretty warm. I always see some of our crews in t-shirts. Definitely sweatshirt weather. So we got some riders getting ready to practice their starts. There's Cam out there. Make sure you follow us on the internet. We got www.snowcross.com. That is where you're going to find all the latest racing news, all the press releases after the races. If you're not here, if you missed out on a race, well, it's all going to be on snowcross.com. Always follow us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. We're constantly posting throughout the race day all the latest and greatest news, results, finishes. And then check out our YouTube channel as well, youtube.com/raceisoc. We've got our GoPro lap of the day videos up there. We got highlights from each race, all in funny videos. Whatever we decide to shoot, we put it up on the YouTube channel. So make sure you check that out as well. Fans making their way around. We have so many great vendors here this weekend. It's the last weekend of the year that you're going to be able to get your snowcross gear. So make sure you check out the AMSOIL Championship Snowcross booth here up on the second level of the chalet. Get some of your gear there. You're going to definitely want to get something before the autograph session. You can go check out the Ram girls. They've got their surveys going all day long. They got some nice t-shirts that would be ideal for the pro riders to sign. So we got pro practice out on track. Riders starting to lay down some fast laps here. Crowd starting to fill in. If you're not here yet, make sure you get here. We got a ton of action coming up. We'll be back with more practice later on.
Well, I'm not paralyzed. seem to be struck by you. I wanna make you move because you're standing still. If your body matches what your eyes can do, you'll probably move right through me on my way to you. Not paralyzed, but I seem to be struck by you.
The best part about our stay at Grand Geneva? We controlled our own pace. Whether we were out and about exploring or just lounging by the pool, it was all up to us. Daily distractions were miles away. The only deadline we had was to wake up in time to see the beautiful sunrise over the Wisconsin countryside. In such a serene setting, relaxing just came so naturally. After a soothing massage at the spa, a laid-back dinner outdoors, and a casual fireside cocktail, we were totally at ease. Mind, body, and soul.
At Grand Geneva Resort and Spa, our top priority is your comfort and relaxation, which is why our services and amenities are designed for your enjoyment and delivered at your convenience. At the very heart of our grand hospitality is Well Spa and Salon, the Midwest's premier place to be pampered. Enjoy a soothing environment with a wide selection of revitalizing treatments performed by a professional staff devoted to your well-being. From invigorating massages to perfect pedicures, Well Spa and Salon is your destination for some much-needed me time. For a taste of Lake Geneva's finest food, discover delightful dining at our signature restaurants, each with its own unique style. Reserve a table at Ristorante Brissago for authentic Italian cuisine, tastefully crafted with fresh ingredients. Or indulge in a mouth-watering steak and seafood experience at Geneva Chop House, a true culinary treat. Discover more of our exquisite amenities when you upgrade your stay with the Geneva Club, an exclusive luxury experience. Members have private access to a comfortable upscale living room setting, snacks and beverages throughout the day, accompanied by a high level of quality personal service. Visit Grand Geneva Resort and Spa for the relaxing resort experience you know you deserve.
Once again, it is in the starters' hands. And the green flag drops in Mount Pleasant, Michigan. Into turn one they go.
Boy, Hibbert working the inside, but look at Corin Todd. Todd working right on the outside, and Tucker ducks down to the outside, but who's going to be in the lead? Tucker Hibbert.
Tucker Hibbert with the stud boy hole shot, and he is out front. What a battle going on behind him. It's Pauline, it's Corin Todd, and a whole group of sleds trying to find a way to reel in the T-train.
It was a great run up the hill. Corin Todd held off Tucker Hibbert for a bit, but Hibbert strong. So it's Hibbert, Corin Todd, Kyle Pauline, Ross Martin in fourth, Adam Renheim, and we look for Tremblay. He's in ninth place.
Pauline makes the move, and into second goes Kyle Pauline. Tucker a little rough through that section, and Kyle makes up some space.
Kyle goes to the outside. Tucker really looked like he checked up there, and look at the battle. There's Ross Martin, and here comes Tremblay.
Tremblay, Martin, Pauline over the Amsoil finish line. Martin looks to the inside. We have a new second-place rider, and his name is Ross the Boss Martin. But Pauline is right back, and he hits a pole
and he's
off the track.
Off the track.
Now here comes Tremblay. Tremblay looks to the inside of Ross Martin, and for a second, he's in second place. It's Tremblay, it's Martin over the Air Force flyaway, and look at that, Martin back to second. What a battle.
Bar to bar, this isn't over by any means. Look at Tremblay. Tremblay trying to figure out what Ross is going to do. He's going to duck behind him right now, but I'll tell you what, watch him as he works the outside. He will take and come strong here on the back part of the racetrack to try to get around Ross Martin.
Now Ross Martin in second is setting his sights on your leader. You see him up front, Tucker Hibbert over the Amsoil finish line. Now comes Tremblay, looks to the inside again to try to reel back in the boss.
Was going to try and force Ross to the outside. Ross had position, stayed to the inside. Ross still in second. Tremblay charging hard.
Martin to the top of the hill. You see the 311 sled of Adam Rinheim right there for a second. He's in fourth, trying to reel in a podium spot. But that battle for second continues to rage on over the Air Force flyaway. It's Martin and Tremblay. Tremblay eats a bit of roost and looks to the inside. An aggressive move, and Tim Tremblay's in second
and
place.
Here comes Martin, though. Martin's going to counter on the inside. He loves a challenge like that. They are just about bar to bar.
Tremblay holds on to the spot for now out of that ram turn and down the stretch towards the AMSOIL finish line.
Boy, Ross tried to rail it around the corner, not able to make it quite. And that allowed Tremblay to move up into second spot. Martin in third. It's Renheim and Pauline now back up into fifth.
There's your second place rider. You saw for a second there Tucker Hibbert out front by about 4 seconds. Ross Martin now in third. There's the T-Train. That's your lead. And there, boy, that shows you the lead is second place, Tim Tremblay, and Ross Martin in third. In fourth, Adam Rinheim trying to reel in Ross Martin.
And look at Pauline. Pauline on the downhill, too. He was off track, has gathered himself. And this is the new Kyle Pauline here this weekend. He is driving very motivated.
There's that Jimmy John sled of the one and only Adam Rinheim. A hard landing for him there. That's the battle for third place between Ross Martin and Adam Rinheim. Rinheim over the AMSOIL finish line, looks to the inside, and Ross Martin makes an aggressive move there. He'll have the position as they head up the hill.
That's a drag race up the hill. They're just about bar to bar, but Rinheim a little stronger position. Ross almost had to let him go because there was no place for Ross to go.
What a great weekend for the 311 sled of Adam Rinheim for Jimmy Johns. He has really shown people that he's a man to beat here in the Pro Open class.
Boss Racing just about had Darren Mees on the podium last night. Darren broke a shot. You know, could Adam Rinheim get a podium finish for Boss Racing?
There is your leader running 2 seconds faster than everybody else on the racetrack. Carly Applin, by the way, right by the racetrack with a very special guest. Carly?
That's right. Kurt Hibbert is joining me trackside. When difficult calls are made during heat races or there's some issues for Tucker out there, how does he take that and motivate him in the final?
Well, you know, we had a few little things go on, mainly jumping the start, but well, they called us for jumping the start. We kind of disagree, but we think everybody else is just sleeping. But anyway, it just fires him up. Anything like that goes a little wrong, he's just that much faster.
Absolutely. Thanks, Kirk. Back to you guys.
Yeah, no doubt about it. They agree and disagree with that ruling a bit.
And notice the little smile that was on Kurt's face from an old racer that made that comment.
That's the father of that man, Tucker Hibbert, the 68 over the AMSOIL finish line and is dominating once again here in Mount Pleasant, Michigan. The battle still continues, though, for third. That's Ross Martin, that's Adam Rinheim, and the battle for fourth heating up because here comes Kyle Pauline.
Pauline has had some great lap times as he works his way around this racetrack. When you take a look at those guys, there's only about 3 or 4 seconds between second and fifth place. So everybody bunching up, and here comes Pauline on the outside.
Pauline on the very far outside, trying to reel in the 311 sled. Again, that's the battle for fourth. There's Ross Martin in third. There he is. That's Rinheim in fourth, and there's Kyle Pauline on the outside in fifth.
Pauline's got a good run on Rinheim. Watch Pauline. He comes back down underneath, tries to gather up some speed, and I'll tell you what, he has Adam Rinheim in his sights. He's got a great handling sled. Had a little problem here early on, has gathered it back up, and the sled doing what he's asking it to do.
Ross Martin with a very hard landing out of that Ram final turn, and it really tightened up that battle between he and Rinheim, and that'll be the battle for third in just a moment. Up the hill you go. Let's take a look at how Ross Martin got around Adam Rinheim a little bit earlier in this race. You see Ross to the inside, a diving move right there.
And this was just before the AMSOIL finish line.
That was an aggressive move by Ross Martin, and it got him into a position to podium. So that put him into third, but right now, trying to get it back is Adam Rinheim. There's a yellow, wait! Who's off their sled at the top of the hill? That's the 311 right there, and that was Tucker Hibbert.
Hibbert's off.
I thought that might have been Tucker Hibbert. I saw the orange on his back, and Tucker Hibbert was our leader, and he's off his sled and having issues trying to get it fired up again.
Look at him. He must have hit hard. It took the visor off his helmet. He's looking for help to get that sled turned around.
That puts Tim Tremblay in the lead, and that makes that the battle right there for third. Kyle Pauline around Adam Rinheim, and into third place goes Kyle Pauline. So catastrophe for the T-Train as he was dominating this race, and that means Tim Tremblay is your leader here in Mount Pleasant, Michigan.
And Tucker's still not dug out. Look at, he's got core class all tied up. It looked like he was on the inside, lost control, and just kind of gathered up a bunch of core class, and over he went in that part of the racetrack.
The gift has been given to Tim Tremblay. Can he hold on to it and open that box after he finishes this race? Let's see what the lead is for Tim Tremblay as he crosses that Amsoil finish line. We'll let you know in a second. A 4.8-second lead for Tremblay over Ross Martin, who's in second, and Kyle Pauline, who is now in third. Tremblay needs a win in Amsoil Championship Snowcross powered by Ram, and right now it's sitting in his hands 10 laps into this race.
And a win is a win. You know what? You go out, you're competitive. You've had problems on the racetrack before. Right now, Tucker Hibbert's got problems on the racetrack, and he's still in that part. Look at, they're still trying to pull core class and everything out. Finally, Tucker Hibbert free of all the things that he collected down just in that turn before the back part of the racetrack.
Tremblay trying his best to hold on to the lead. You saw just for a second there, Ross Martin was in the screen. Tremblay down the stretch and over the Amsoil finish line. That'll be lap number 11. Let's see what the distance is now. It's 3.7 seconds back to Ross Martin, and Kyle Pauline starts to reel in Ross Martin for second.
So the question is Tremblay slowing down, or is Martin and Pauline speeding up? And I'll tell you what, Tim Tremblay was a second slower that last lap than both Ross Martin and Kyle Pauline.
That's Ross Martin. The yellow is out. That means you can't pass. We have another racer down up there, so you had to slow down. Tucker's back on the racetrack, but he is now 2 laps down. Right there's your leader. That's Tim Tremblay on that number 11 U.S. Air Force Amsoil sled. Can he stay out in front of Ross the Boss Martin, who's just as hungry for a win as anybody? Into the screen there just for a second was Ross Martin.
Oh, and somebody off on the top side. You'll see the yellow
You'll see the yellows right there. Here comes Tim Tremblay. Here comes Ross Martin and Kyle Pauline right on his tail. They go around Darren Mees over the Amsoil finish line. Keep the skis on the ground.
And the yellow retracted. That was John Stenberg, but it was able to be cleared very quickly. So there is Tremblay going back to the top part of the race.
And there's Ross Martin. Martin's off his sled in second. Pauline avoids him. That'll put Kyle Pauline into second place.
And it's going to move Logan Christian up into third place.
What is going on in Mount Pleasant, Michigan? Catastrophe left and right. The sleds get around each other, and that moves again. Kyle Pauline right there. Let's see what happened. There's your leader. Here comes Ross Martin, and he just lost control.
Yep, lost it. He had too much speed, and it came off camber, unable to recorrect it. So here's your leader.
So here's your leader, Tim Tremblay, heading for the Amsoil finish line, and the white flag is out for Tim Tremblay. He's your leader by a large margin now, 4.9 seconds over Kyle Pauline, who's in second, and Logan Christian on the Doc 360 sled has moved into the podium spot in third right now. But at the bottom of the hill for the final time, making his way towards that U.S. Air Force flyaway is your leader, the big Canadian Tim Tremblay. It's the Cooper Tire final lap. For a half a lap more, if Tim Tremblay holds on to this lead, he will win here in round 14.
Takes a big look over his shoulder to see how far back Kyle Pauline is. At the stripe last time, it was almost 5 seconds. We'll watch them as they go around here.
Here comes Tim Tremblay out of the Ram truck's final turn and down the stretch towards the Amsoil finish line. The flames in the air for Tim Tremblay. Second place goes to Kyle Pauline, and coming around that final Ram turn and heading towards the Amsoil finish line to take third spot and a spot on the podium will be Logan Christian. We'll break and come right back and talk to our winner, Tim Tremblay, right after this.
Time is running out, guys. 6 laps this time by.
Look at Cam. Here comes Cam inside. Oh, boy, here we go, guys.
And him. Well, here we go once again. The man is adding to history.
Why not drive for a company that you own? Employee-owned long-haul trucking. Each mile on the road means more money in your pocket. Award-winning Long Haul is looking for hard-working owner-operators and company drivers ready for a high-paying career with quality home time. Long Haul invests in you with top pay and benefits and is backed up by a big-time support system. Log on to longhaultrucking.com for details. Running on the power of promises kept. That's Long Haul Trucking.
My style, my profile. C&A has a ski that fits every rider in every condition. Whether you're in the backcountry of Colorado, the northern trails of Wisconsin, or racing the ISOC Snowcross Series, the ski of choice is C&A. Racer tested, rider approved. My style, my profile. C&A Pro Skis.
Hey, race fans! Want to win a trip for two on the Adventurefield AMSOIL America Adventure? Visit the AMSOIL booth to register for your chance to win. Or register via the AMSOIL Facebook page or at amsoil.com/adventure.
Since 1969, Nielsen Enterprises has provided a ride for every rider. Motorcycles, snowmobiles, ATVs, UTVs, boats, pontoons, and personal watercraft. Nielsen carries all the major brands: Arctic Cat, BRP, Honda, Kawasaki, Polaris, Suzuki, and Yamaha. Snow, water, road, or dirt, Nielsen has a factory-trained, all-pro staff ready to answer any question. Nielsen Enterprises of Lake Villa, Illinois. A ride for every rider.
From snowmobile and power sports to motorcycles and mountain bikes, Hayes knows you're only as fast as your ability to control your speed. Race bred, intelligent design, precision engineered, high performance braking from Hayes Performance Systems.
What are we talking about?
Hey Sledders, welcome to another episode of Sled Ahead 24/7, where we are everything snowmobile. I'm your host Carly Applin, coming to you from Route 66 Speedway right outside of Chicago, Illinois. Lots of great racing on display as the Warriors of Winter compete for the national championship. But first, let's get this show started with a little sneak peek of what's in store for 2016.
We're here at the Polaris Sneak Peek for 2016. Other than Polaris employees, we get to be the first to see what's new for 16. And I tell you what, it is cool.
We have a great new lineup of 2016 sleds here at Polaris. The big news is the all-new RMK family delivered on the Axis chassis.
We're super excited here at Polaris about the launch of the new Axis RMK platform. Again, offered in a Pro RMK, RMK Assault, and SKS trim levels. The SKS model brings you a really capable, do-it-all, multi-purpose deep snow sled. It really serves to get the sled out of the snow, really gives you a very steep lean angle so you're not paneling out, so you're not dragging opponents in the snow, and really makes it a very easy sled to initiate a maneuver and to hold a line.
Under the hood, you have the new 800 HO engine package, which is our 3-stage exhaust valve 800 engine. So a lot of it looks similar, but it's all been refined and touched to make it either lighter, simpler, make it work better for the rider.
We also have huge expansions in Rush, Switchback, and Indy, with broader customization across the board to deliver riders what they're truly looking for in a riding experience.
Today here at Arctic Cat, this is what we call the sneak peek for the 2016 year snowmobile model lineup. We invite all the snowmobile press in. They get to look at the machines. They get to hear what's new for next season. We got new clutching, new clutch system.
What makes this clutch really exciting here at Arctic Cat is that we extended the durability considerable amount, especially in the mountain segment where we had some roller issues and cam arm life.
Which is pretty big news. A lot of engineering development, going to give us much more better durability and longevity.
Here's our new WR3 Easy Shift transmission. I'll just kind of demonstrate some of the gears. That's low gear, high gear. Of course, it's got a neutral, also a super low, and then a reverse.
We've also got a new 4-stroke engine in the 2016 model lineup called a Series 3000 4-stroke. It's a 65 horsepower, 700 cc. It's in that horsepower range where, I don't want to say novice riders, but a lot of the lower end price point is going to really appreciate it. So it's really kind of spring training here for the magazines. Teach them what's new, let them touch and feel, and look at the new machines.
We're here at Skidoo's 2016 model year sneak peek, and this is where us as media get to come check out next year's snowmobiles way before anybody else.
For 2016, we brought a lot of new technology to the market, things like the Pilot TS adjustable ski.
So there's a lot of good skis out there, but what this one's doing is giving you the best of all worlds. You can actually adjust the height of your carbide, how it comes in and out.
It shows the amount of bite in the front end, allows the guy to determine how hard the snowmobile will steer, how easy it will steer, but also how much it will turn effectively at the same time. There will be a kit available to upgrade snowmobiles that don't have Pilot TS on them already.
They not only made a machine that you can go backcountry riding and off trail riding, but have the comforts with like the air shock to go some long distance.
The MXZ X package with the new 1200 ITC motor in it. Again, it's the Fortec 1200, and we've applied the ITC technology to it. A very efficient motor, familiar for most of our customers, put into a nice Rev XS package. The Summit line this year for 2016, what we've done is we've added the T3 package in a 154 length. We've also got the Summit SP available with the T3 package. All 3 lengths, 154, 163, and 174.
Now keep it locked right here to Sledhead 24/7 for a further in-depth look with these sleds in our next episode as we head to Snowshoot 2016. Plenty more ahead on Sledhead 24/7 as we see what's on tap for FXR next season. Plus, Rob and Dave evaluate the new Arctic Cat HCR and see why Tucker Hibbert and Speedworks are a winning combo out on the track. Stay tuned.
Sledhead 24/7 is brought to you by AMSOIL, the first in synthetics, Polaris, Terrain Domination, Skidoo Snowmobiles, and by Arctic Cat. Share our passion.
Today's sophisticated snowmobile engines demand more of oil.
They direct less oil to critical components through narrower passages and for longer distances. The bar for cold temperature oil performance has been raised. Even at 40 below zero, AMSOIL Interceptor remains fluid. It reaches critical components in the coldest weather, keeping your engine protected. AMSOIL Interceptor.
You climb. We invent. You carve. We refine. You side hill steeper mountains. We develop more responsive technology. You never stop. We never stop. The 2015 Ski-Doo Summit. Learn more at skidoo.com.
We're built on passion. We're built on engineering. We're built on technology. We're built on manufacturing. We're built on service. We're built on fun. We're built to go harder, faster, longer. We're built to ride more. Arctic Cat, share our passion.
The powerful and efficient 5.7-liter NE V8 with 22 highway miles per gallon and 395 horsepower.
Come with me now. Come with me now.
How far you take it is entirely up to you. Guts, glory, Ram.
Welcome back to Sledhead 24/7. I'm your host, Carly Aplin. Time now to see why Tucker Hibbert and Speedworks make for a winning combo out on the track.
Well, racing for this team is pretty awesome for sure. It's pretty much made up of all my good friends and family, so I couldn't really ask for a better team and group of guys to be working with. And we've been working super hard over the years to build up a program that we feel is the best it can be, and we've worked with a lot of great companies and great sponsors, and we've had a lot of success. So for me, it's been really rewarding and a lot of fun, and like I said, I get to work with awesome people. That's the best part.
It's awesome to be working with Tucker. Well, for one thing, it's outstanding way to test the products that we develop to make sure that they perform at a high level.
Well, Speedworks has been a big part of my program almost since day one of my professional career. Steve Hoole and all the people at Speedworks have been working super hard to make sure I get good starts and have really high-performing packages. The Arctic Cat sled is awesome, and with Steve tuning the clutches and building pipes, and we're a little bit limited now with the different rules than what we've had in the past, so we can't do too much to the engines themselves, but they've always been there. Steve's been there with me at almost every single win and every single race I've raced as a professional, so it's really cool to have that relationship.
To try and race at this level without good sponsors like Speedworks and some of our other sponsors, it would be really tough to be that competitive, because everything has to be spot on.
We'll always be pushing to be faster, and that's what's cool about Speedworks. They're always pushing the limits just as hard as I do and the rest of the team does. They're right there with us, just figuring out how to make things better and stay one step ahead of the competition.
Tucker Hibbert, the number 68 sled across the AMSOIL finish line, has done it! 100 feature wins for the first time in the history of AMSOIL Championship Snowcross.
The Deadwood race was spectacular. I mean, I would say that the products proved themselves when he got the initial hole shot. We had the thing dialed in pretty good.
The race in Deadwood, I fell off on the start and came from last to first to get that win, so it was, pretty exciting, and there's no better way to prove that a product works and that there's value in it than winning races.
To get 100 wins in 15 years, you have to really be on target, and it takes, a tremendous broad team to do that, and having sponsors like Speedworks just really helps keep you there every weekend.
There isn't a better proving ground in my mind. I mean, if we can go out there and put it through its paces on the racetrack and pound the product as hard as he does on his practice sled and on his race sled, that's the best proving ground that I know of.
That's the whole goal of a race team, and as a company that's founded in racing, is to win. You want to go out there and have success, and we proved that as a race team, and with Speedworks behind us, they proved it as a company that their products are the best you can put in your sled, and we win races with it. So there's no better endorsement than that, showing off the #1 trophies.
Tucker Hibbert, Speedworks, and Team 68 are a force to be reckoned with out on the track. For more information about Speedworks and the products they have to offer, head over to speedworksstore.com for more information. Still ahead, FXR is a leader in world-class outerwear. See what's on tap for 2016. Plus, backcountry athletes Rob Kincaid and Dave McClure evaluate the Arctic Cat HCR. Don't go anywhere.
Sledhead 24/7 is brought to you by Stud Boy, traction with an attitude. Straight Line Performance. Ziegler Cat, exceptional service backing the best equipment. The U.S. Air Force, aim high. And by Speedworks, straight up USA horsepower.
If it happens in the world of snowmobiling, then you'll find it here first. I'm your host, Carly Applin, and let's check in with FXR, the leader in world-class outerwear.
We've got our FXR 2016 International Dealers Meeting going on this weekend. Phenomenal energy here. We've got dealers from Norway, Sweden, Finland, Russia, and Canada and the U.S.
Our host for this evening is a friend of the FXR family, CBS Sports Network host for ISOC. You can also see her as a host on Sledhead 24/7. Please welcome Carly Applin.
Thank you for having me, first of all. I feel like home when I come here from Minnesota because there's so much snow is back home, so I love it.
As the host of ISOC, how's that whole experience worked out for you, and what is it all? What do you bring, and what do you take out of it?
It was fun because when I first started covering ISOC and all the races, I didn't realize that I was going to be outfitted for every race. You guys gave me the catalog, and you're like, go through, find what you like, and we'll send it out to you so you can wear it for the shows. And it was so difficult to pick out what I wanted, but it's a testament to the brand that you guys have at FXR, that everybody wants to wear it. Every time I'm out at the track, everybody is asking me, where did you get that? I want that. It is just, I think, a collective, resounding, we love FXR.
We strive to put a good product out there, create a great dealer network, work with them and build the brand in an appropriate manner to really make a profitable company that works for everybody.
You want to get the right image. You want to get something that when you put it on, you feel cool or you feel technical or whatever you want to feel like. When you're out there, you're enjoying what you're doing, whether you're riding, on the sled, out boondocking around in the backcountry or sitting down on a trail ride.
Our goal is to really grow the product and make it available for the consumer. We're aware that consumers know what FXR is and they want to buy the product, and so our goal is to make it easy for them to procure it.
Last night we had a fashion show, launched it off with that, give everybody a sneak peek at what was to come. And then there's a complete display built out here with inside a large area where we have every product that we have on sale for next year, and the dealers just walk through the entire show and work with their reps and put their orders together to put the product out there for the customer for next year.
Boots is a pretty cool category for FXR because 100% of the boots that we sell is developed by FXR. We're not taking anyone else's technology. It's all specifically engineered, to give you a better riding experience in our boots.
New Blade full carbon helmet. It's got LEAT friendly rear diffuser, new mouthpiece, new visor design, super comfortable progressive density cheek pad, and an easy out, easy in removable liner.
FXR's success really has to do with the dealer network that it works with.
Yeah, and we're very lucky to have dealers from all over North America and all over the world. You wouldn't believe some of the places that we sell products.
But it's time to honor some of you.
Our dealers constantly tell us we're the only company, or we're by far the most transparent company that addresses flaws and really passionately work to fix them. We just use that platform that FXR has created, and we try to do it justice on a daily basis.
So Milt is super passionate about what he does, and the team that he's built around him at FXR, we all kind of uphold that same value in terms of just always striving to improve, striving to make the best thing we can.
FXR always impresses me with their endless styles, bright colors, and their gear serves a purpose. Our crew loves to wear it out riding and really every day. Still ahead on Sledhead 24/7, we evaluate the Arctic Cat HCR as we head to the backcountry with Rob Kincaid and Dave McClure. Stay tuned.
Today's advanced two-stroke engines deliver more power and run hotter. In these conditions, exhaust power valve deposits can form, reducing performance. In severe dyno testing designed to replicate an entire riding season, AMSOIL Interceptor completely prevented exhaust power valve sticking in the highly specialized Ski-Doo E-Tech engine, despite intense operating conditions and devastating heat. AMSOIL Interceptor.
America's future will be determined by your dreams and your visions.
Some of you will fly the fastest planes that have ever been built, reach the highest altitude that man has ever gone to.
Whether you serve in the skies above or on the ground below, each of you has stepped forward to defend your country.
The American people support you, and they believe you truly do represent the best of America.
Power, performance, reliability. For nearly 20 years, Speedworks has manufactured world-class high-performance products. Products made right here in the USA, delivering dominating results and reliability. If you're looking for the best performance for your ATV, UTV, snowmobile, or race car, look no further than Speedworks. Speedworks, straight up USA horsepower. Western Canadian customers visit Echo Cycle.
Sledhead 24/7 is brought to you by AMSOIL, the first in synthetics. Arctic FX Graphics, make it yours. Fox, redefining ride dynamics, and by FXR, world-class outerwear.
I'm Carly Applin, your guide to everything snowmobile, enjoying the racing here at Route 66 Speedway right outside of Chicago. Time now to evaluate the Arctic Cat HCR with Rob Kincaid and Dave McClure, two of the best backcountry athletes in the industry.
Hey everybody, my name's Rob Kincaid and I'm part of the Arctic Cat backcountry team.
My name's David McClure. I'm a sponsored Arctic Cat hill climb racer and backcountry rider.
Love racing snowmobiles, and today I want to talk a little bit about the Arctic Cat's M8000, the HCR. The new 2015 HCR is awesome. These things are set up right out of the box to make you a winner.
It's a sweet sled. It does a lot of things really well.
A little bit better shock package with a lot more adjustability with the Flox E-Vols.
One thing that's really cool about the HCR is it's got the fixed steering post. It's a little bit lighter weight. There's a little less play, and I don't adjust my handlebars very much. The ergos on this snowmobile are awesome. The Arctic Cat throttle pull is really light. You're not getting fatigued by a stiff throttle pull.
These things are pretty much right out of the box, ready for the consumer to become a professional. I think everybody in the Midwest that likes to ride trails but then come out west on a couple trips, this is an awesome sled for them because they can take it home, ride the trails, and then they can come out and do big backcountry stuff on this sled too.
Pro Climb chassis is really fun to ride. A lot of people will override it. You know, really, you just have to think about it and look where you want to go, and the sled will just take you wherever you want to go.
It's got the Power Claw, the 2.6 track on it. Floats really good in the snow.
You can hit the bumps really hard. You can air it out. It's kind of, this sled's built for the guy that, you know, wants to do some big drops.
This makes it a really good, efficient snowmobile for everything that we do out west.
I'm just consistently going into tighter and tighter trees because I'm getting more and more comfortable in those trees. So that's what's awesome about the mountains. It's always just, there's always something, you know, to push me a little bit more.
Whether we're bombing down the trail, racing our buddies back to the pickup, or we're in the trees, real tight lines, side hilling, anything that we want to do on these snowmobiles, it's pretty much set up to do it.
That's what I love about the backcountry riding. It's just a blank canvas. You can just paint it however you want.
So another awesome thing about this snowmobile is they're pretty much set up to go straight up the mountain.
This is the sled that we take up Snow King at Jackson Hole.
We race them. We go to a lot of ski hills where there's lots of bumps and corners. We're bottoming out the suspension.
When we're racing hill climbs, it's like totally different from backcountry riding. After 20, 30 people go up the hill and we're down to rocks and dirt and frozen ground, we are literally punishing these snowmobiles going up the mountain.
These things are just bomb-proof.
They've created this HCR, it stands for Hill Climb Racer.
Dave and I have a lot of experience on this snowmobile. The harder you ride this chassis, the better it works. In the 20 years I've rode snowmobiles, I've been on Arctic Cat the whole time. I'll always bleed green. And I'll tell you what, in the 20 years I've seen a lot of technology come. These snowmobiles run so well straight out of the box.
The conditions are always changing, and that's what I like about this sled. It's really versatile.
We run them in the backcountry, we run them on the mountain, we run them hill climbing, we bomb down the trails with them.
And the sled, the Arctic Cats, they could put up with the use that we put to them. They're a really durable, you know, lightweight chassis. This sled's for the guy that wants the top-of-the-line products right from the get-go.
Anything you want to do on a snowmobile, this snowmobile comes straight out of the box, ready to go.
Rob and Dave push it to the limits every time they ride and evaluate. Not only do they push the equipment, but each other. That's all the time we have for you for this episode of Sledhead 24/7. Like us on Facebook, subscribe to our YouTube page, and follow us on Instagram and Twitter. I'm your host, Carly Applin, and from all of us here at Sledhead 24/7, thanks for watching.
I want to go home. Daddy, he's throwing snowballs.
Since 1969, Nielsen Enterprises has provided a ride for every rider. Motorcycles, snowmobiles, ATVs, UTVs, boats, pontoons, and personal watercraft. Nielsen carries all the major brands: Arctic Cat, BRP, Honda, Kawasaki, Polaris, Suzuki, and Yamaha. Snow, water, road, or dirt, Nielsen has a factory-trained, all-pro staff ready to answer any question. Nielsen Enterprises of Lake Villa, Illinois. A ride for every rider.
The XPH-07M is the new king of the hammer driver drill category. And to celebrate Makita's 100 years of innovation, for a limited time, you can get a free 18-volt lithium-ion 4-amp-hour battery with a qualified purchase. Also, as part of our anniversary, you can receive a free 3-amp-hour battery with the purchase of the X260 combo kit.
From snowmobile and power sports to motorcycles and mountain bikes, Hayes knows you're only as fast as your ability to control your speed. Race bred, intelligent design, precision engineered, high performance braking from Hayes Performance Systems.
Speed FX has been designing, engineering, and manufacturing high-quality, innovative products since 1999, including their patented pivoting risers and patented height-adjustable risers. Whether it's your ATV, ADV, dual sport, street cruiser, or snowmobile, our goal is improving your riding experience through products that provide you personal comfort, increased vehicle control, and newfound confidence. Innovative solutions designed for today's active rider. For more information, log on to rockspeedfx.com.
Gotta be somewhere Monday morning? Racing? Riding? Going big in the backcountry? Or enjoying a leisure trail ride? Snowmobilers have been trusting TechVest for almost 20 years. Shouldn't you? Think about it. TechVest. See your local dealer today.
Hey guys, I'm Logan Christian.
Hi, I'm Josie Christian with Christian Brothers Racing.
We're here with the Christian Brothers vending trailer. We got Trolley Designs gear, virus gear, and drift gear.
For all you girls out there, we have lots of women's stuff. We have little kids' jackets, we have women's jackets.
And then also for the crowd people, we got sweet beanies, and we even got some really cool backpacks to carry all your stuff.
If you come by the trailer, we have chapstick and lanyards, and we have free stuff.
Stop on by to the Christian Brothers Racing vending trailer. It's just not all for the racers.
Welcome back to the Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale presented by Dayco here in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. We are Green Flag Racing now with our Recreational Motorsports Champ 120 class. It's round 1 heat run. Right now they are in their white flag lap. I'm going to let them finish out. Drew Freeland is your early race leader on the 8:21. So your race leader now making it his way through the last and final corner. That again, Drew Freeland will line them up as they come by at the checkered flags. It's going to be Drew Freeland taking the win. Second spot to Kellen Chaprin. Cameron Cole will be in the third spot. Taking fourth is Adam Schlotteroff. Now the riders making their way around to finish out this heat race. We've got Cameron Melrose running out your top 5, Nick Brevick and Caleb Christensen. That's how they're going to finish in heat number 1. On the line, we've got heat number 2, and I've got a special guest up with me, Courtney Petoskey, come and join me in the booth. How are you doing today, Courtney?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
Pretty good. And we've got our 120 champ sleds getting ready to go. Heat number 2, you want to line them up?
Yeah, we have the 222 of Lawson Sterry, 158 of Carson Berry, 109 of Aiden Leonard, number 4 of Reese Ballman, 215 Tucker Halla, 104 Anthony Philippus, 127 Connor Johnson, and 824 of Grady Gotsky.
I guess the best I can. Nobody's came up and corrected me yet. So looks like your early race lead is a 2:15 Tucker Halla, and guess what? It is today. It's also Tucker Halla's birthday. It's everybody's birthday today.
Oh, yay!
So green flag out. Tucker Halla out in front. Lawson Sterry. Like Carson Berry was in there. Aiden Leonard. Anthony Philippus the 4th. Tucker Halla leading the pack around out of Sleepy Eye, Minnesota, riding for Halla Racing. He saw his teammates Derek Jansen, Dylan Jansen out there earlier today running around in the sport class. So Courtney, you used to be a racer, and you're coming back, hanging out, watching in Geneva, taking the season off. What have you been doing all year?
Well, this weekend marks 1 year of my so-called retirement. I basically just kind of stopped racing because I was just trying to finish college, and it got really hard to, be traveling everywhere every weekend and try to
do homework.
Yeah, do homework. There's lots of homework in the race trailer, but since then, I actually learned how to snowboard this winter, so that's kind of been my stress reliever, I guess, since I'm not racing anymore. But it's been fun. I've been to a couple races this year, watching my brother and sister race. So.
Yeah, we've seen CJ at quite a few races this year. He's been doing a really nice job. He did good today also.
Yeah, it's been
far.
so much fun to watch him kind of, grow into his shoes and become the racer that we're proud of.
And he's doing a fantastic job. And now we got a battle for the race lead as they make their way into the FXR corner. Lawson Sterry on the 222, going high on the outside, making the pass on Tucker Halla. So it's going to be Sterry, Halla, and Berry, 1, 2, and 3 at the checkered flags. The rest of the field going to make their way around for the finish. Comes the 104 of Anthony Philippus the 4th, finishing this race out. 5th spot will go to Reese Bowman, then Aiden Leonard will take 6th. We got Connor Johnson and Grady Gatsky. Up next, we've got heat number 3, a whole bunch of 120 champ riders out here today. Looks like they're getting pulled up to the line. Let's line them up.
Okay, we have the 800 of Sophia Halsey, 303 of Trevor Hansen, 313 of Tanner Johnson, 240 Logan Schlotterhoff, 850 Cody Coach, 310 Peyton Poker, and 136 Tyler Martinson.
like we're going under starters or to see the riders kind of leaning over their sleds. I think. There we go. Off and running. I think, oh, there's our start guy. He's kind of out of our camera view. Riders making their way around into the first corner. To pick out who that sled is out in front. It might be Sophia Halsey, your early race leader on the 800 sled. She's riding out of Belvedere, Illinois.
I don't know about you, but I always love to see girls out front.
I don't blame you. And Sophia, she's a pretty kick-butt rider there on that 800 sled. Showing the boys how to ride here in the 120 champ class. We got Tyler Martinson there in second. We got Peyton Poker, Logan Schlotteroff, another one of our fast girl riders. And we've got Tanner Johnson, Brady Freeland out there. Lots of siblings in this class. But you know all about racing with your sister.
Oh, yeah. She's my best friend, but she can be one of my biggest enemies on the track.
White flag out for Sophia Halsey. She's got one lap left to go to take it home, but look at Tyler Martinson. He was going to try to make a pass, but gets kind of knocked up there in the rhythm section. He's okay. Obviously, he's not too pleased with himself, but he's got to get back on the sled and get it refired. So tough break for Tyler Martinson. Let's take a look back. There you see Sophia Halsey, your race leader, and it just looked like he kind of hit something wrong, got up on one ski and sent him flying. So heartbreaking for Tyler Martinson, running a good race. But we got round 2 of qualifying still coming up, so still could finish out all right. One corner left to go for Sophia Halsey as the checkered flags are going to fly. She's going to take the win.
In second place, we have Tanner Johnson. Third place, 136. Oh, third place is actually 124 of Logan Schlotterhoff. And then rounding out the rest of the pack is Peyton Poker, Cody Koch, and Tyler Martinson.
That'll be it for round number 1 of qualifying. So up next, we've got our Pro-Am women class. This is race number 45 of the day. We have 2 heats of Pro-Am women, so let's line up the field. It looks like we are lining up our Pro-Am women, so we are going to quick throw it down to the pits with Carly. She's got Ryan Springer.
I'm in the trailer with Ryan Springer. You are leading in points right now. When you were out watching the pros ride the track yesterday, what did you learn from watching?
Yeah, I was watching how the track develops, what lines they were taking, how snow moves so fast. So, I picked up on some key points. I talked to a lot of riders and what they were seeing, so I'm definitely going to take that into consideration, going on for practice, search lines, ride those edges, try every advantage I can to get a good lap time.
What advice were you hearing from the pros?
Just be smooth, be smart, you got to be careful coming down them hills. You don't want to be push it too far. I'm in a good points position where I'm comfortable lead, so, I just got to ride smooth, ride smart, and just keep doing what I'm doing.
How hard is it to ride smooth on a track like this when the weather is in the 50s and 60s?
The snow is a lot different. You get on your brakes, it packs really hard, so you don't really stop. It sticks to your goggles, it sticks to your clothes, it's hard to see. Everything changes. It's like a whole new ball game. But, it's good. I enjoy it.
So tonight you could possibly lock up the championship in the Pro Light class. What happens then on Sunday?
Well, if that does happen, hopefully I ride with the big boys. But, we'll see. But focus right now is 100% on the championship. So that's what I'm going for.
Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Back out on track is our Pro-Am women going green. Let's find out who's out on track.
Okay, we have 553 of Janice Brown. 311 of Marika Renheim. Okay. 376 of Alexis Lynn, 31 of Megan Brodeur, 156 Jordan Schultz, 121 Jennifer Martell, 168 Sierra Breckerleg, and 415 Marika Farmer, or Marky Farmer.
So out in front right now, it looks like Marika Renheim in the second spot. Megan Brodeur in first. Now, we've seen a lot of good things out of Megan so far this season, and as you can see, she's leading the pack around. So for you, Courtney, when you were out on this starting line in this position last year, what's going through your mind? What strategies are you trying to do? What lines look good?
The biggest thing for me here was definitely getting up the hills as fast as I possibly could. Because for whatever reason for me, getting up the hills was past this point, and then I could kind of take a little bit of time coming back down, because you definitely don't realize how high up you are until you get up there. And
you're like looking over?
Yeah, you look over and like, wow, it doesn't look like this from the bottom.
It looks like Marika Renheim then was able to make the pass into the race lead over Megan Brodeur. So now they're going to make their way down the Air Force flyaway. All right, Marika Renheim coming around here to the FXR corner to take the white flag. 3-lap qualifiers here today. We'll line up the rest of the field at the white flag. So it's Marika Renheim now out in front, your new race leader. In second, Megan Brodeur on the number 31. Running in third is the 121 of Jennifer Martell. We've got Jordan Schultz, Marky Farmer rounding out your top five. Alexis Lynn, Sierra Beckerleg, and Janice Brown. Back down the hill come our race leaders. So Marika Renheim almost to the bottom of the hill, entering that Polaris uphill. She's got a pretty good gap right now between her and Megan Brodeur. Down the Air Force Flyway one more time for Marika Renheim. And here she comes around the FXR final corner. Checkered flags are out on the Amsoil finish line. Marika's going to take the win.
Okay. Second place, we have Megan Brodeur. And then coming over the finish line at third place, we have Jennifer Martell. The fourth place out, Marky Farmer. Fifth place, Jordan Schultz. Alexis Lynn. Denise Brown and Sierra Beckerleg are the rest of that class.
Heat number 2 going green up to the top of the hill. This is race number 46. Let's line them up.
Okay, we have Tony Sleds of 17. 717 of Haley Petoskey. Oh, it looks like we have a sled down on the downhill.
Looks like that was, I believe, Jackie Farmer on the 405. So she's kind of, let's take a look back and see what happened. So entering on the downhill, now she was your race leader. Kind of comes off of her sled, hits the front end, tips her forward. Just kind of going to sit for a minute. Hopefully get back up. Hope she's okay. We'll keep an eye out in that corner as they make their way through. The rest of the field, though, coming down the Air Force flyaway.
So our race leader right now is Tony Sleds. Second place, we have Miranda Schmidt. Third, Cora Hager. Fourth place is Brittany Robinson. Fifth place is Megan Campbell. We have Jessica Martell and Amanda Dutzman. And then in eighth, we have Haley Pop.
All right, we still got a yellow at the top of the hill, so all the riders going to have to slow down as they make their way all the way down to the bottom, which is kind of hard to do, you know, in this super steep downhill. It looks like they got Jackie back up on her sled, so that's good news. So we'll see if she'll finish out this heat number 2 of our pro and women class. Up after this, a whole bunch of finals coming up. We've got an amateur LCQ. Then we're going to see junior 14-15, transition adaptive, junior 16-17, and our sport LCQ all coming up next. And we'll see Pro Open come out once again for practice later on at about 5:45. So still a lot of action. Opening ceremony set to go at about 7 o'clock this evening. And make sure you're tuning in for the pre-race show. Before that, we've got all the latest on the points battles. Looks like Tony Sleds is still your race leader, but Miranda Schmidt laying down the fastest lap time of that race. So she is closing in on that number 17 Polaris as they make their way up the hill. Now I'm taking a peek from my vantage point. It looks like our flaggers are moving away, clearing that yellow. So I think the whole track now is green flag racing, which is good for the last and final lap, especially for Tony Sled. She wants to just get way ahead of Miranda Schmidt. Tony making her way back up to the top of the Polaris Hill. Tony switching to Polaris this year. She's out of St. Andrews, Manitoba, running for FXR Racing, Wallace & Wallace International, and Macau Industries. Couple corners left to go for Tony Sleds. Looks like Jackie Farmer making her way across, so good news for her. We'll probably see her back in round number 2. Checkered flag is out. Tony Sleds taking the win.
Looks like Miranda Schmidt is second. In third place, we have Cora Hager. Fourth place is Brittany Robinson. Rounding off your top 5 is Megan Campbell. Then we have Jessica Martell, Amanda Dutzman, Haley Petotsky, and Jackie Farmer.
Back row? No. A back row to 19. All right, up next we've got our amateur LCQ. Now something a little bit different here than what we have seen every single week, and we've actually got a back row in our amateur LCQ because of the number of entries. We had 6 heat of amateur riders, so we had over 40 here this weekend. So that means we get to have a back row, so more riders getting an opportunity to qualify for the final. So let's line up these 15 sleds. You ready, Courtney?
Almost. Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay, for our amateur LCQ, we have Alex Spies of 328, 226 of Patrick Hamilton, 188 Scott Van de Born, 107 Kyle Anderson, 221 Jake Slavin, 293 Seth Rother, 136 of Kyle Parsons, 399 Taylor Lightfoot, 187 of Riley Bear, 426 of Sean O'Brien, and then in our back row we have 115 of Trent Whitwer, 236 Brandon Pyen, 186 of Cody Steinhaus, 753 of Jordan Carlson, and 121 Cole Parker.
Looks like we're going under starters orders now in our Amateur 1 LCQ. Again, 5 riders out of this field of 15 will advance on to the final later on this afternoon. That is set to go at about 5:30. We'll see our amateur final. So huge field for our LCQ. Looks like everybody making it through that first corner nice and clean. And back up the Polaris corner, I'm trying to pick out the number off of that first place rider. Unfortunately, my eyes aren't that good. Everyone tells me I should get binoculars. I want to say it's Riley Bear, perhaps, it looked like, but I could be wrong. That happens a lot, especially with a big field like this. All right, here we go to take the green flag. Let's line them up. It was not Riley Bear. That's actually a
703.
There we go.
That's going to be an Anderson sled.
Got the 399 Taylor Lightfoot then in second, Slavin in third, Spice and Carlson running in the top 5. Sean O'Brien there in that bubble spot in sixth. All right, back up to the top of the hill. It still looks like Anderson is out in front. Coming down the hill, our top 2 starting to move away from the rest of the field. Now it looks like our top 6 right now, they've got a pretty good gap between 6th and 7th spot. So kind of no competition right now, except for that 6th place rider could make a move. Let's line them up once again. Right now, Kyle Anderson, Taylor Lightfoot, Jake Slavin. Your top 3 as they make their way back up the hill. Then we had Riley Baird, Jordan Carlson right now, your top 5. Alex Spice in there in that 6th spot, running pretty close to Jordan Carlson. That looks like we'll have a battle for the race lead as they come down to the bottom of the hill.
Top 5, it look like they're starting to put a little bit of distance between the rest of the field.
Looks like our leaders making their way to the top of the hill and back down the Air Force Flyaway. It's like Lightfoot, he put down the fastest lap time, so he's running really well out here. He's all over the back end of Kyle Anderson. Doesn't necessarily need to make a pass. It's only going to make him 1 pick better, but nonetheless, it's going to be Kyle Anderson taking the win. We've got Lightfoot there in the 2nd spot. He'll move on. Jake Slavin's going to move on. Jordan Carlson will move on. He's in the 4th spot. And then Riley Bear will be your 15th qualifier for our amateur final later on this evening. All right, looks like one of our GoPro cameras got taken out. Let's take a peek. Bam! Oh snap. Just keeps going. Just kept moving. Poor little GoPro.
Those things really take a beating.
Yes, they do. Just go flying. Get some cool footage, though, when they do that. Take a peek at the rest of the field. We had Alex Spice in 6th, Kyle Parsons in 7th, Cody Steinhaus in 8th, Patrick Hamilton in 9th, Trent Whitwer in 10th, Austin Sam, Brandon Pyen, Seth Rierauer, Sean O'Brien. And Cole Parker, that was your 15 riders that were out there for our amateur LCQ. Up next, we are going to get into finals action, but let's check out this 120 Fun Zone. We got riders out there making laps. Look at this huge track that they've got this time. So if you've got kiddos here and they're getting antsy, they're getting bored, or if you've got, your husband's bored, I don't know, they get bored easily. Bring them out here to the 120 Fun Zone, let them try out a 120. And then I know this kid, he has got a huge smile on his face. I can see it right underneath his helmet. Make sure you take him over to the Christian Brothers trailer out in the parking lot by the pit area and sign up to win a 120. We're giving that away later tonight. I believe they're after the 120 champ final or after the pro women final. So get signed up. The only criteria is that your child is under 10 years old. You give your phone number and that you're here at the races tonight, and you can be eligible to win a 120 from Christian Brothers Racing. So I know this kid is going to head straight to the Christian Brothers trailer and get signed up. Having a great time out here. The weather is beautiful. I actually, honestly, haven't been outside today. Is it nice out?
It's very nice out.
Okay, good. And one more replay. We just can't get enough of this shot. And here it comes. There it goes. Bam. GoPro action of the day. Just, oh man. Hanging upside down. It finally comes to a stop. They just love it. Look at them. They are all about that GoPro footage. Yeah, you. Hey, guys. Here at the Grand Geneva Resort. If you're staying here this weekend or maybe you want to come back in the future, there's a whole ton of stuff to do here. The Grand Geneva Resort and Spa is 1,300 acres of AAA 4 Diamond Resort with beautiful guest rooms and suites, delicious dining options, and an array of activities for fun and relaxation. Grand Geneva offers something for everyone, including golf on 2 championship courses and an indulgent spa services to skiing, snowboarding, and many other outdoor activities. Visit grandgeneva.com for packages and specials. And I'm looking right outside. You can see us there in those big windows. We're sitting in there. And outside from us, I see the lineup starting to form for our pro autograph session. So, you know what I mean? You don't have to buy wallpaper after you go to the autograph session. You're just gonna coat your walls. So when I was little, I went to the autograph session all the time. So my bedroom is like coated with. I have Carl Shabitsky's autograph, so that's how long I've been going to our pro autograph session. So that's still hanging on my wall back at home. I'm sure if you asked Carl really nicely, he would sign an autograph for you. I'm quite positive. We're looking like crowd is having a good time out there. The sun's out, guns out. That's what they say. That's what I've heard. If you got nice guns, you should just come right in front of the chalet and show me. Maybe not. Got all of our great vendors right behind the grandstands that you're looking at right now. We've got Nielsen Enterprises with their huge tent set up. So if you're thinking about signing on for a new sled for the 2016 season, go check out those. The Yamaha out there. We got Articat, Polaris, Skidoo. So check out what's new on those sleds. See what they can offer you. Great new features with all of them. Lots of little tweaks, color options, ways to customize your sled. So head on over to Nielsen Enterprises. They'll fill you in on everything you can get on new snowmobiles this year. We got another interview. Carly Applin down in the pits with Dave Jonas. Let's send it down to Carly. Oh, hey, Iceman.
I'm in the trailer with Dave Jonas. I want to talk about day 2 out on the track. What were your thoughts day 1 as far as track conditions, and how do you think that's going to shape up today?
The track was really good yesterday. It was nice and rough, and the downhills were unreal, and it's going to be even better today with the soft snow we got here and the warm weather, so I'm looking forward to it.
And recap the last round for you last night, obviously, and then how you're going to, take that into tonight.
I had a little incident last night. Got taken out at one of the bottom of the hills, so I'm looking to improve a lot on that today and, just ride my own race and get some good results.
You're charging an over 300-foot uphill when you come off the start line. How important is that start?
Oh, it's huge, especially, too, with the soft snow. The roost is really bad, so getting that start is key.
Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Back at the Nielsen Enterprise Grand Finale, presented by Dayco. on another beautiful, beautiful day here in Lake Geneva. We're at the Grand Geneva Resort and Spa, and you can see bright sun out. Some of the spectators as the bleachers filling now throughout the afternoon, and a lot of those people have moved from the bleachers, of course, to the line. The pro autograph session starting here in about 7 minutes, in which they will be going down to, of course, get autographs from some of their favorite race drivers. Coming up in just a couple of moments, first of some finals, and that is going to be the Junior 14-15 final. You see him pulling up to the line, the Hayes starting line, and they'll be going green here in just a little bit as racing will continue here throughout the afternoon. Want to remind people that there's all kinds of things taking place. Don't forget to, of course, get over to Christian Brothers to the drift trailer. Hey, look at Iceman's up in the stands. Iceman, you're in the wrong place, man. Tell me this guy isn't neon, huh? Look at him up there. Well, I'll tell you what, we are so happy that we get to show some of the new FXR gear this weekend. And Milt and his crew has, of course, brought down all kinds of new stuff. That is Iceman. Iceman, of course, coming from Traverse City, Michigan. And you watch him. Jake's out there. Jake's helping out on the line, so Iceman can have some fun in the stands. Let's line this up. This is the Junior 14-15 final. This is the way that they line up. Your number one qualifier, Jordan Wolf out of Montreal, Wisconsin on a Polaris. 720, Devin Malcine on an Artie Cat. He is out of Augusta, Wisconsin. From Thief River Falls, Bailey Forrest on a Polaris. Jake Weir on an Artie Cat out of Bracebridge, Ontario. From Ham Lake, Derek Jensen, the 252 Artie Cat. Then Taylor Cole out of Medina, Minnesota. Jesse Weschel on an Artie Cat. He is the number 7 qualifier, Matt Wilbert, J.J. Voldenwilder, and your number 10 qualifier, Keegan Bachra, on an Artie Cat out of Ingleside, Illinois. Back row, we find Janice Brown on an Artie Cat out of Crandon, Wisconsin. And, Brendan, that's our starting lineup for the Junior 14-15 final.
Yes, it is. It looks like there's a little bit of a jump on the starting line from the 670 sled. We are getting ready to go green. You see the riders have their elbows up in attack position.
Just about ready to go. Under starters orders, watching very closely. The Hayes starting line. Just breaking that beam. So they will pull that driver back, and we'll be ready to go here very shortly. You know, and it was interesting that we talked to some of the people, of course, Tim Tremblay last night in the AMSOIL Pro Open Final, breaking a belt, and of course drivers hate this when they've got to sit there, and of course they let their belts run a bit, and it could really score them, and of course could be detrimental later in the race. That's what they think may have happened to Tim Tremblay last night. We are green right now. Up the hill they go, making that big climb to the top of the Skidoo turn, and we'll try to set the order as they take and make that big sweeping turn and head back down this huge flyaway. Everybody looking like they're getting down the real estate in the racetrack. Look at that GoPro shot right there. And that is so neat. And, we've seen some drivers yesterday, Brendan. They come in a little deep there, or even down one of the other hills. They're off the racetrack.
Yeah, it's a very steep hill. You're not able to have that much time to check up and hit your brakes. You have to be on the side of that sled, leaning as hard as you can.
They go up the first and then down the second downhill. Looks like that being your early race leader trying to get a number. I think it's Bailey Forrest,
yes,
isn't it?
It's Bailey Forrest, the 341 Polaris.
Of course, out of Thief River Falls, Minnesota. Back down they come. They do not go up the second uphill just because of its sheer magnitude. So your race leader, Bailey Forrest, Derek Jensen, Devin Malcine, Jordan Wolf, Jake Weir. Those are your top 5. Then it's Cole and Wilbert. Meanwhile, racing continuing as they go up the hill for the second time around here. You can see the clear blue skies here in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. As this, of course, a lot of drivers' favorite racetrack. It is a scary racetrack, but yet they just thoroughly enjoy racing with the exhilaration of the uphill and the downhill. There you see Forrest coming through. Second place, Jensen. Now Wolf starting to put a little charge on Malcine. And that's going to be a battle, I think, sooner than later.
Yes, it will. As they enter the Polaris uphill now, there will be a battle going on. You can see them up in the top left. There, right there, that is Bailey Force, your leader, trying to run away from the rest of the pack, and it seems to be working out. Last time around, he just had a 2-second lead.
Fords, again, was your number 3 qualifier, sponsored by JT Construction, FXR, Dean's Diesel Repair, and Woody's, just some of his great sponsors. There you see Jake out there waving that green flag. We temporarily have lost Iceman in the crowd. I think he's socializing a little bit out there. That's good, though. Probably showing him some dance moves for later on. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the crowd wants him over there.
Oh, those guys are great. Fun to be with. Still, Forrest out front. Boy, what a great shot there. You see what kind of air. And, of course, you know, these are guys here, junior 14, 15. As we get up into some of the bigger classes, these guys just really air it out down that first downhill. They're a little more apprehensive on the other 2 downhills. We'll see them as they go up into the Polaris area of the racetrack, kind of through the woods and through the trees there as it appears. Turn and watch them as they come back down again.
This right here is a very tricky section. You see your leader rolling everything, not able to double. They're a little too far separated to double them.
You know, the interesting thing is, like you said, it almost like he brake checked up just a bit, but on that hill, that is no place to be hitting the brakes. 2 laps left to go. Bailey out in front. Look at the interfold between him and Derek Jensen. Jensen in second now, about 4.5 seconds behind. Malsine about another 1.5 seconds behind Jensen. And then it's Wolf, Jacob Weir, and, of course, Taylor Cole in 6th place.
Here we go. We get a good view of him hitting this flyaway right here. Here's after Skidoo corner, a little bit of a tricked up section. He's going to fly further than everybody else on this racetrack. That will separate him. I believe that it looks like Jordan Wolf has fallen back a little bit, and Devin Malsine looks like he's in that 2nd place position over Derek Jansen.
Boy, that's a great shot. GoPro, be a hero, giving us some great shots as they come down the first downhill and transition into that 2nd uphill climb.
Here's your leader once again coming out of the pit. A little squirrely there.
Yeah, and fortunately he was almost to the bottom. If he would have been mid-hill there, that just really could have been disastrous for him.
Yeah, that would have been detrimental to his race right now as the white flag is out. 1 lap left to go. See him hitting his whoop section. He's going to double in.
Forrest now with about a 5-second lead over Devin Malsine, and you are correct. Derek Jensen has slotted back to 3rd place. Wolf now only about 0.7 of a second behind. So, tell you what, Jensen's got to find another gear here if he wants to get on the podium.
You know, I'm watching him go up the hill. It looks like Jordan Wolf is about ready to pass him. Wolf's on the outside. There they go one more time. That's your leader right there, Bailey Force. He is going to go on the Polaris uphill, trying to double. Not quite enough speed, though. Through the trees and everywhere on this track.
Kind of a picture-in-picture there as the camera takes a shot of the racetrack, and you see it in the Jumbotron that's on, of course, out in the middle of this racetrack. Down they come, Force still holding on to the lead. There you see that very sharp turn. Now they've got a transition area. In the past, we've seen the ability to pass back there, but he doesn't need to worry about it. He's coming on to take the win. Your winner, Bailey Forrest, a big win for him as your number 3 qualifier. 2nd place is going to go to Devin Malsine. Derek Jensen able to hold on to 3rd, so a big finish for him. Then we'll see, Jordan Wolf moving up into 3rd place. As we've had a correction in our scoring here. So Forrest, Malsine, Wolf, Jensen falls off the podium and will end up in 4th. Then it's Weir, Cole, Wilbert, Wenchel, Bachrach, Vollenweiler, and Brown. So we'll get the winners up here to winner's circle, and in just a couple of moments, Chelsea will have an opportunity to ask these guys some questions. Congratulations going out, Bailey Forrest from Thief River Falls. Big win in the junior 14-15 class. You know, it's a great day to be in the pits. Carly, why don't you let us know what people need to do to get into those pits?
Snowcross fans, we want you to join us at the Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale presented by Dayco. And while you're here, make sure to check out the pits. For just $10, you get inside all of the action. Maybe meet some of your favorite riders, check out their sleds, and even their trailers. So get down here, just $10, pick up your pit pass.
Thanks, Carly. You can tell that she's enjoying the sunshine out there, and believe that our drivers are getting organized. I see one of them, maybe two of them. I think all three of them. So let's hand out some hardware here for the junior 14-15 class. In third place, out of Montreal, Wisconsin, racing for South Shore Oil Company, Polaris, Cloverland Motorsports, and Four Season Forestry Products. On the number 857 Polaris, Jordan Wolf. Your second place finisher, well, he qualified second. Eon and Arctic Cat, sponsored by Woody's Fly Racing, EVS, and Wausau Harley. On the number 720 ride, Devin Malseed. And your winner, out of Thief River Falls, Minnesota, racing for JT Construction, FXR, Dean's Diesel Repair, and Woody's, on the number 341 Polaris, Bailey Forrest. That's a big smile. He's wanted that one for a long time. Let's go down to winner's circle and Chelsea starts. She's waiting for... I thought maybe you could just holler at everyone out there. Oh, we're going to read sign language here. Chelsea waiting for a microphone. So we'll talk here just a second. That was kind of a fun race to watch.
Yeah, well, it's a very interesting race. Looked like a lot of older people out there racing. Almost looked like a sport class.
I should say that Bailey got a good jump out front, got out in the lead, and of course he was able to keep that lead until the finish of the checkered flags, and of course is on top of the podium. And let's hear more. Let's go down to Chelsea.
All right, guys, I got our top three here in junior 14-15. In the third spot, Jordan Wolf. You've been racing a whole bunch this morning. Has the track changed at all?
Oh, yeah, it's changing every lap. No lines are ever the same. It's really rough, but it's fun track.
Absolutely. And who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom and dad and sister, all my sponsors, South Shore Oil, Chubb and Sandy's, Cloverland, Four Seasons Forest Products, Dullback Logging, Brad and Ben and Junior in the trailer, Polaris, Move My Sled, and Fly Racing, and Stubboy.
Congratulations, Jordan. Over here in our second spot, we got Devin Malseed. I know your mom is excited. Are you going to give her a little kiss this time?
No.
Come on, man. Who do you want to thank today?
Arctic Cat, Wausau Harley, Fly, 32 boots, 100%, EVS. That's it. Mom and Dad.
Of course. Congratulations, Devin. And on top of the box, now tell me, Bailey, all season long you've been up here riding consistently. What's the secret to your success?
Just go fast and focus on the track. And I'd like to thank Stephanie Schlotterhoff, Tim Schlotterhoff, Schlotterhoff Racing, FXR, Revolutions Power Sports, and my mom and dad.
Congratulations, Bailey. That's your top three. We got more finals coming up next. I'm sending it back to the booth.
Thanks, Chelsea. And congratulations to those guys. A great run on a very demanding racetrack. You see three happy drivers up there in the junior 14-15. Coming up next is going to be the final in the transition 8 to 12-year-old class. And you may be saying to yourself, a lot of these sleds all looking like they Arctic Cats. Of course, the class basically designed around a 500cc class or cc motor. And, of course, that is what Artie Cadd did, is built a sled for these drivers to race here. Let's go through the lineup. Your number 1 qualifier, Drew Freeland, out of St. Paul on his sled, the number 821 ride. Anson Shield on an Artie Cadd out of North Branch, Minnesota, racing for Thomas Snow Sports. Benjamin Wilbert. Then you got Maverick Wolke on the 117 ride. Number 5 qualifier, Caleb Kinsvatter. Hayden Meyer, Matt Lamore, CJ Petowski, Kyle Tomey, and Frank Racer. Those are your front row drivers. Back row, we find the 318 of Logan Fratellone, Kane Hartster, Riley Hansnack, Afton Sterry, and Cale Firth. 15 drivers.
A lot of transition riders out here this weekend. There's an LCQ, and I believe there was about 4 heats of these guys.
Watch them as they get ready to go green. Warming their sleds up, just waiting to get under starters' orders. You see the course line that they use as a guide for these guys to pull up and stage. And in a couple of moments, they'll pull. Look at him. He's meditating up there. The Iceman cometh.
How do you get up there so fast?
Knowing him, he ran.
Yeah.
He ran all the way to the top. Notice he goes nowhere without his cell phone. I know that's not true, though, because he was with us one weekend and he forgot it and it was like he was lost.
Right.
Catching some rays. Here we go, just about ready to go green. Transition 8 to 12, final. Everybody up on the bars, they're green. Here we go, charging hard up the hill.
That looks like Freeland on the 821.
821, Freeland, a big, strong rider. It's interesting that he's still racing Champ 120s, and he is just mammoth on that sled, but doing a great job powering around here. Of course, on these 500cc sleds in transition 8 to 12. Boy, just about bar to bar in the downhill. You know, younger drivers, this would be where they would probably have a tendency to want to check up a bit. What a great shot from the GoPro corner. Everybody making it through the first part of the racetrack safely. They're on that second ascent. And again, we'll try to keep an eye out on the plates to get a name and a number for you. This class is even more difficult to find out who's leading because they're all in the same kind of snowmobile.
They all look the same. They all have the same snowmobile, but I believe Freeland is still out front as your leader. Very recognizable. He has one of the 600 sleds converted down to a 300cc. Looks like Kinsvatter might be right behind him. Maybe that's Kinsvatter.
Well, we're going to know for sure here in just a couple of moments as they're going to come across, of course, our timing loop, and then we will know. Yeah, it is Freeland. Then it's Anson Shield, along with Wolke in third, then Wilbert, Sterry, Petowski, Meyer, Fratellone, Tone, and Lamore. Those are your top 10 drivers. So Freeland leading the field here as they go back up to the top part of the hill.
There they go around. They're both going to choose the outside line. Let's see if they come across. Looks like the inside line's quite faster for these smaller sleds.
Well, they don't carry quite as much speed in them, so, you know, it's really kind of a decision what's going to work best for you. There's Leroy. He'll keep an eye on him. Oh, hold on there, Drew. Drew kind of had to work his body weight around a little bit to keep that thing from falling over.
Well, you see him sitting on the 120. He's such a big kid. He's able to lean so much easier, but when he gets out on these a bigger sled, a bigger chassis, it's probably a lot harder for him to lean.
Yeah, body weight's important, and, you know, some of these guys are really relatively, you know, small in stature yet. We talked about 8 to 12 years old, so they're in that phase of growth where they're getting bigger and heavier and stronger in that. But Freeland out now, still leading the field around here. Shield in second. Wolke was sitting in third, and Wilbert in fourth.
You see his pit crew right there cheering him on as the green flag is still out. Once again, he's going to enter the rhythm section, just pounding through. The holes are really deep out there right now.
Just about a 2-second lead over the rest of the field. There he is, the 821. back uphill again. Still stays to the outside. That seems to be the best line for these guys. You know, especially the guys up front. They're carrying a little more speed. They're in that camera shot. You can see somebody going inside and outside, but these guys seem to be working around the outside a little bit better.
They do.
Here's going to be a battle. Watch them come down here. Brendan, that, of course, would be Wilbert and Patowski. And Patowski still sitting in 4th place as Wilkie had a problem that last lap and fell back down into 5th place.
Not usual for him. He was very good in qualifying, maybe not so good in his second round or his first round. But CJ Patowski, I believe, actually did bump up into that 3rd place position. There's your leader, though, Drew Freeland. He is going to continue to take this FXR turn, and the 2 flags left to go are out. He's just waiting for, as soon as you get out front, this big track like this, you're just waiting for that white flag to come out so you can get off the track.
Boy, he's really put some distance between himself and the rest of the field now. You see that sled right behind him, and I do not think that's Aaron Shield. I think Shield is even back further.
And I'm not too sure who that one is. There is your leader, though. Freeland right there is 2nd place. Freeland is going on the downhill now, choosing to take the outside line. Must be a bit smoother for these smaller riders. Very difficult going down that hill. And they go around the corner. You can see him kind of sitting on the sled a little bit. Not really leaning too much. They go, there's Wilbert. He is in your 4th place position. A lot of riders trying to get off the side of the sled right there. And here he goes around the Arctic Cat downhill. Very difficult, very different from the downhill we had here last year. Last year was more of a set of a rhythm section. Now it's just set of who can roll it faster. So it looks like 2nd place is now right on Drew Freeland. As the white flag is out, this is the flag that Freeland's been looking for all race long. He's finally now getting it, and now he's getting pressure.
He is. You know, we had a little glitch in our scoring here. I thought that Anson was actually back farther, but he is right and all over Drew Freeland. Now just about 0.6 of a second, and I think that the guy that's on the edge of the racetrack is Anson's dad, Aaron Shield, a longtime snowcross and cross-country racer for Artie Cat. You know, cheering him on, telling him, hey, it's do or die. You're working the last circuit here. Up to the top side they go. Anson takes a peek over his corner, over his shoulder rather, see if he's got any competition. He really doesn't, as he's about 6 7/10 of a second ahead of anyone else. This is where it's going to be made or broken, right here on the bottom and on the next uphill.
Yes, it is, and right now it's all about who can hold it down the longest going through the corners. Yeah, you always got to hold it down 3 seconds longer than what you think you want to let off.
Drew looked like he was able to pull Anson up to the top. We'll see if Anson has anything for him on the downhill. That's Freeland right there.
One last time, he's going to try and hold off Anson's Shield. Anson right on his tail, though.
Yeah, Anson just, I think, is running out of real estate. Just didn't push it quite hard enough, and that's going to give the win to Drew Freeland. A nice run for the driver out of St. Paul, Minnesota. Anson Shields going to come across in 2nd place. Waiting for the rest of the field to clear and come across. CJ Patowski making the podium from that 8th qualifying position. A nice run there. And then we find Wilbert, Sterry, and Fratellone in 6th. Then it would be Lamore, Woki, Kinsvetter, and Tomey. Those are the way that they end up. You see a live picture right there in the autograph tent. Looking over the shoulder of some of the pro drivers. The 168 of course, Broberg there signing. See Corin Todd, the Renheims, Adam, and of course his sister. Hey, Corin, say hi. Wave to everybody. Cody Camp. How's it going, Cody? Cody's busy. He's signing autographs. They can hear us in there, so that's great. If we go down, let's see here. Mike Bauer signing autographs. Hey, Brett Turcott. Say hi. Hey, Brett. Let's see here. Who else have we got down the line? We're running into John Stenberg, all the way from Sweden. Next to him, the big Canadian driver, Tim Tremblay. How you doing, Tim? He had some tough luck. Ross Martin looks pretty serious, though. Watch him. He's going to get scared here. All of a sudden, he'll turn and he'll see that camera. Our camera people having fun down. And, of course, there you see all of Team Lavallee taking up a whole table. Wow, a lot of folks. Look at Levi posing for pictures. Yeah, gotta have a few shots. Thanks for those great shots. Again, the autograph session taking place. See the line out in front. That will go until about 4:30 this afternoon. Drivers still got one more pro round of practice, so they will want to come out and get ready for that to make sure that they are ready to go. I think our drivers are ready to go. Let's do the podium here for the transition 8 to 12 at the Nielsen Enterprise Grand Finale, powered by Dayco. Here's the way they end up. In third place on the 714 Artie Cat out of Musine, Michigan. Racing for Artie Cat, 509 Woody's, and of course Mom and Gas on the 714 sled, C.J. Petowski. In second place, out of North Branch, Minnesota, racing for Artie Cat, Thomas Snow Sports, Ziegler Caterpillar, and also for Speedworks, the 144 Artie Cat of Hanson Shield. And your winner from St. Paul, Minnesota, racing for Bath Fitter, FXR Fly Racing, the number 821 sled of Drew Freeland. Hopefully she's got a microphone. We'll head back down this time to Chelsea.
I've got our transition 8 to 12 top three. In third spot, CJ Petowski. I had Courtney up in the booth with me. You were talking about how great of a rider you're becoming. Who do you want to thank today?
I'd like to thank KC Motorsports, Artie Cat, 509 Woody's, and Ziggy.
And your sisters, right? Okay. So that's your third spot. In second place, Anson Shield. Now your dad was a former racer. What's the best advice he's given you?
You know, I would keep momentum in the turns, probably.
And who do you want to thank today?
Thomas Snow Sports, Explode Sport Training, Artie Cat, the Christian Brothers for letting me go out of their trailer, and Paragon Excavating, and my mom and dad.
Congratulations. And on top of the box, Drew Freeland. Now, Anson was on your tail the whole entire race. How did you hold him off?
Just keep going.
And who do you want to thank today?
Mom, Dad, Artie Cat, Besters, Fratellon for letting me stay in their trailer, FXR, Fly, Bristow's, Frontier, Fox, Rocks, Fox, and just everyone else. Thanks.
Congratulations, Drew. That's our top three. I'm going to send it back to the booth.
Thank you very much. Congratulations again to the top three finishers, Drew Freeland, Hanson Shield, and C.J. Petowski. Transition 8 to 12 in the books. We've got a couple of other finals coming up. One of those in just a couple of moments is the adaptive final, and then also the final in the junior 16-17. So that's where we're at right now. Oh, look at that. For later here. Little snack, right? And they will wrap up down there as soon as we make sure that those folks are safe out of that area. We will proceed with, of course, the adaptive class. Just 3 drivers racing here in adaptive this weekend. Good to see them on the racetrack, and I'll tell you what, this has got to be a very, very challenging track for these drivers. great that we're able to give them an opportunity and a place to race, to show their stuff. Jim Wasney is going to be your number one qualifier, racing for Fox Shocks, Woody's, Polaris, HMK, Fly Racing, also racing for, of course, CTI and CNA Pro Ski. And it'll be Garrett Goodwin and Chris Hepding, your number 3 qualifier. That final coming up in a bit, the adaptive final. We're going to take a quick break, though. We'll be back. More racing coming your way from the Nielsen Enterprise Grand Finale. Catching some raids. We'll be right back.
Time is running out, guys. 6 laps this time by. Here comes Cammy inside.
Oh, boy, here we go, guys.
Well, here we go once again. The man is adding to history.
Why not drive for a company that you own? Employee-owned long-haul trucking, each mile on the road means more money in your pocket. Award-winning Long Haul is looking for hard-working owner-operators and company drivers ready for a high-paying career with quality home time. Long Haul invests in you with top pay and benefits and is backed up by a big-time support system. Log on to longhaultrucking.com for details. Running on the power of promises kept. That's Long Haul Trucking.
My style, my profile. C&A has a ski that fits every rider in every condition. Whether you're in the backcountry of Colorado, the northern trails of Wisconsin, or racing the ISOC Snowcross Series, the ski of choice is C&A. Racer tested, rider approved. My style, my profile. C&A Pro Skis.
Today's advanced two-stroke engines deliver more power and run hotter. In these conditions, exhaust power valve deposits can form, reducing performance. In severe dyno testing designed to replicate an entire riding season, AMSOIL Interceptor completely prevented exhaust power valve sticking in the highly specialized Ski-Doo E-Tech engine, despite intense operating conditions and devastating heat. AMSOIL Interceptor.
Here's to the man who truly is the best of us.
Who really has the key to the city? With best-in-class payload and best-in-class cargo capacity and an unsurpassed powertrain warranty, you run the town. The all-new Ram ProMaster. Guts, glory, Ram.
When I was a kid, I wanted to touch the skies.
I wanted to invent things. I wanted to protect others.
I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to make a difference.
I knew that one day I would be the difference. I am a special missions aviator.
Clinical nurse.
Pararescueman.
I'm Captain Chris Niels, and we are American Airmen.
See more at airforce.com.
From snowmobile and power sports to motorcycles and mountain bikes, Hayes knows you're only as fast as your ability to control your speed. Race bred, intelligent design, precision engineered, high performance braking from Hayes Performance Systems.
We are back. The Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale in Grand Geneva, Wisconsin. coming for you in Grand Geneva Resort. We are getting ready for the grand finale adaptive class. We have 3 riders. Jim Wozni, your number 1 qualifier on the 767, followed by Garrett Goodwin on the 333 Skidoo. He is your 2nd qualifier, and Chris Hepting on the 441 Arctic Cat.
And it's interesting when you talk about these guys being, of course, adaptive riders. Of course, Jim Wozni, I believe, lost a lower leg such as Mike Schultz did. And, of course, Mike has been working with them and, of course, doing a great job in making prosthetics, high-performance, athletic performance prosthetics for people to do what we're seeing right here. Then you see Garrett Goodwin come up. Garrett, of course, on that Skidoo that's kind of got the cage. He is a paraplegic, so he's kind of strapped in that sled, and thus that's why they have that, of course, roll cage around it. And I'm not quite sure about Chris Hepting. It'll be interesting to see how he moves around on the sled, but again, kudos to all of these adaptive drivers for what they do on the racetrack. It's amazing that they, of course, because of an unfortunate accident, and of course this class being here, are able to continue with a passion that they have in that snowcross racing. Green we go, here they come, up the hill. Garrett Goodwin, of course, raced in the X game. I believe Wozni did it too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And they had a lot of fun up there. A couple of the drivers staying down low. And down the hill they come. I believe Wozni out front, Garrett Goodwin 2nd, and Hepting is sitting there in 3rd. Like I said, this is a challenge, especially for Goodwin. This track demands a lot of moving your weight around to keep that sled, you know, in an upright position in that. So he's got to really be on his game. Wozni out front, Goodwin in 2nd, and Hepting in 3rd.
And they come to the tricky part of the downhill. It's very difficult for Garrett Goodwin, only able to sit down on the sled. He just gasses it more than anybody. His corners have to be the best probably out here out of all the adaptive riders and some of the other riders on the track.
Have you seen Wozni really check up there too? Jim, you know, making sure that he's going to be safe on the downhill.
Yeah.
You know, sport is so lucky to have somebody like Monster Mike Schultz that, of course, has now made it a passion of his to continue to work on developing prosthetics for athletes in different sports. I'll never forget when he first lost his limb and then, you know, basically said, this isn't going to affect me. I'm going to make it a positive. And went to work, and the story that Ricky Strobel from Fox Docs talks about, there's our GoPro camera shot down below. That is so cool.
Yes, this is a great shot of the snow. You can see how packy the snow was, really sticky, really grippy.
And, you know, Ricky Strobel talked about how Mike came to talk to him and said, I need a shock. Well, you know, they're used to making shocks for snowmobiles and bikes and cars and whatever and trucks. And he says, no, I need a shock for my prosthetic. And, you know, Fox did a lot of R&D for him, too. And, of course, that's what Mike made, is he made a prosthetic that actually allows the athlete to fine-tune it to his skill level and his comfort and needs. So that's really cool. Here comes Wozni. And I'll tell you what, Garrett Goodwin not letting him get away.
No, he's not. And Garrett actually did take the gold at last X Games. He's added all 3 to his collections now. He's right on Wozni, not letting him go.
Boy, I tell you what, Wozni giving him a face full of roost, though. He was trying to follow Wozny's line and opted for being more outside here as they go to the top. But both these guys, as they've gotten to the top of the hill, have stayed inside pretty much the entire race.
Yes, they have. Maybe it's a bit faster for them as they're not going to be doing the bigger doubles that some of the other riders are doing in the bigger classes.
Down into the GoPro corner, you'll see him make the transition and then back uphill. And, you know, you'll see Wozni. Wozni is a stand-up rider. He'll sit down once in a while, but, you know, there you see him riding, standing up. That prosthetic, of course, taking a lot of the shock, just like his normal leg. And that's what he's able to do with the new prosthetic devices, and set it up to the way that he rides.
Yeah, and it's very technical with everything. It's great for him, great for everybody who has prosthetic legs. They're able to ride now. They're able to race, do more things.
Back through the back part. Last time, Goodwin was about a second behind, and now he is all over the back of Wozniak's sled. 2 laps left to go. Wozniak was hoping to see whites or checkers. I can guarantee you that.
As soon as he got out front, where's that white flag at? I mean, now he's going to cut right in front of Goodwin.
I took that line away, you bet. It's smart racing right there, boy. Take the line away and give him a face full of ruse.
Especially with them being on mods right now.
Through the Skidoo corner. That's up at the top part. That's one of the higher elevated parts of this racetrack.
And they go into the Polaris corner. A good GoPro shot right there. It's Goodwin now drawing back a little bit, but he tends to do this. Then he tends to catch up after a little bit through the back part of the racetrack.
I think he's been a little faster on that last downhill. We'll kind of keep an eye on it here as they go around this next time. But like you said, Brendan, Wozniak put a little distance between them, but this is where I think that Garrett just a bit faster.
Yeah, it is. Maybe sitting down his way to go down this downhill is none of the riders can seem to figure it out.
Yeah, there he is. Goodwin's right there again. Then he finds a big burst of energy into the corner, tries to come underneath, white flag out, and again, Wozniak takes the line. Oh, not that time.
This should be
Here's the drag race. Adaptive drivers, look at Wozniak trying to creep outside.
Get out there. Let's see. It'll be a drag race up the hill.
Oh, now who's got the setup? Who's got the setup?
Great racing going on right now as Goodwin is now your new leader.
I don't think this is over yet, though. Look at Wozniak. He's trying to find that inside to get around Garrett Goodwin, and now Goodwin's got a hand up here as they come down the hill.
Here, everybody cheering Garrett Goodwin on from the stands.
I think they're cheering them all on. That's just good racing. That third place driver, that's Chris Hepting, still out on the racetrack, but this is your battle right here. It is Garrett Goodwin out in front of Jim Wozniak. Goodwin from Zion, Illinois. Of course, his dad, long time twin track and Formula One and oval racer.
Garrett
put some distance there.
Like Garrett Goodwin just showing everyone that he can do anything he wants to right now.
Out of the FXR corner, they're going to come across the AMSO finish line. Garrett Goodwin taking the win. Boy, I tell you what, listen to the people applaud for these guys. And Jim Wozniak coming across in second. Jim with a great run. He had the lead until just about the last lap. Goodwin got around him, and of course, Goodwin takes the win. We still got one racer out there. Here was the pass right here.
Actually, that was when
this is where he took the line away, right? So they went up the hill there. Here is where he's setting him up. Comes back down. They will go up the hill, and then this is coming around the last lap. Goodwin just found more speed around the outside. When he did that, he was able to make the pass, come across, and Garrett Goodwin comes across to take the win. So they will bring these sleds down, and of course our camera guys will go out in front. And Garrett says, "You move. I want to go in by the winner's circle." He's going to turn around and come back. I know last year they met right out on the return lane, but Garrett going around to turn around and come back. There's Jim Wozniak. Right behind him, Chris Hepting. And in just a couple of moments, we'll give those guys an opportunity to take their helmets off. And we will, of course, congratulate them. Oh, here's what Garrett's going to do. Garrett, he wanted to drive in there, you bet.
Very happy for him. Very good that he took a great win. Such a big guy.
He is. He's shaking more hands and giving me time to take my helmet off here. And we'll wait for Jim to walk up. There is Jim Wozniak coming. Chris Hepting right behind him, I believe. And as soon as we get the okay from our producers down in the winner's circle area, we'll move forward and hand out some hardware. Just about ready to go. Hey, you know what? Easter coming up quick. We want to remind people to make your plans for Easter brunch at the Geneva Chop House, Sunday, April 5th from 10 until 3. Enjoy all your Easter favorites and more. Complimentary champagne. That's the Chop House at the Grand Geneva Resort and Spa. All right, let's hand out some hardware for the Adaptive Final. In third place out of Elgin, Minnesota, racing for Artie Cat, FXR, Moto Pros, and Ridge Road Outdoors. On the 414 Artie Cat, Chris Hepting. In second place, out of Merrill, Minnesota, or rather Merrill, Michigan, racing for Fox Shocks, Woody's, Polaris, HMK, Fly Racing, and CTI. That's Jim Woznia. And your winner with a nice move that last lap to get around Jim and take the win. Sponsored by Goodwin Performance, DoTalk.com, Skidoo, Studboy, SSI Decal, and Fox Shocks on the 333 Skidoo, Garrett Goodwin. So let's send it down to Chelsea and see what these guys have to say.
All right, I got our top three here in the adaptive class. In third, we've got Mr. Chris Hepting. Now, what have you been doing since we saw you last?
Eating pizza.
So training hard, I see.
Oh, after X Games, just kind of let down a little. I think I probably put on 10 pounds. We rode a lot, though, between now and then, but if you're not really training and you're eating pizza and ice cream, it doesn't work so well.
So who do you want to thank?
I need to really thank Artie Cat, FXR, Ridge Road Outdoors, Moto Pros, Speedworks, and especially my son and daughter, DJ and Danica. I'm sure they're watching at home on Ustream, so hi, guys.
Well, congratulations. Nice job today. I'm going to move over to the backside. We've got Jim Wozny here in second. Now, you guys had an intense battle. What happened there on that last lap?
Well, I'm riding with my wrist, not in the greatest shape from X Games. I probably really shouldn't have been out there, but I gave it my all, and to be honest with you, I knew he was there, and I was hoping he was going to pass me sooner so I could slow down because it hurt so bad.
So who do you want to thank today?
Man, first off, I got to thank my buddy Bob at Houghton Lake, Michigan, Hardcore Performance, for getting the sled. I think I was 3 for 3 on my starts. That thing is actually too fast for me because I can't hang on with the right hand, so it's a handful. But guys at Polaris, Rich and Bob, and Mr. Titus over at Fly for hooking me up, making me look good even when I go slow. And guys at Woody's, and I mean, all my sponsors, I couldn't be there. And got to give a shout out to Flying Colors for making this lid look really, really sick. So, absolutely.
Well, congratulations. And in third spot, Garrett, it's been a big season for you. Big win here in Geneva. You had a big win at X Games. Tell us about that experience.
X Games was one of the tougher races I can always remember. Doug Henry was right there, pressuring me the whole way, but was able to keep strong and pull out for the win.
And who do you want to thank today?
Big thanks to my dad, everyone at Goodwin Performance, all the guys from Skidoo, and everyone from American Metalcraft, Crystal Wallen Photography, SSI Decals. Big thanks to everyone at Fly and 999, Fox, just everyone I'm forgetting right now. All the guys at Studboy, great family, and appreciate everyone's support, so thanks.
Congratulations, Garrett. Well, Chris brought the pizza and ice cream, so we're going to hang out down here. I'll send it back to you guys in the booth.
Snack time for the staff. There we go. Congratulations, guys. I'll tell you what, we are all very proud of you for your accomplishments on the racetrack, and we're just excited that we give you an opportunity to still show your skills out here in this racetrack. Congratulations again, Garrett Goodwin, Woznia, and of course your third place drivers there, all having a great time on the racetrack. Well, we got another final coming up here in just a couple of moments. That will be the Junior 16-17, which is always exciting when you watch these guys bump and bang around the racetrack. You see them on the starting grid. Here's the way they line up. Devin Katzman, your number one qualifier. Bailey Forrest, Jake Weir, Devin Malsine, Zachary Howcraft, Jordan Wolf, Taylor Cole is number 7 qualifier, Seth Rothauer, Keegan Bakra, Derek Jensen. Then you've got it would be Matt Wilbert, Jesse Wenchel, Megan Brodeur racing here in Junior 16-17, and J.J. Woldenweiler. Those are your 14 sleds that will be racing here in the final. That coming up in just a couple of moments. They're waiting to, of course, get our sleds out of the area of a winner's circle so it's safe for everyone as they go around this crazy racetrack. You still see, of course, a line outside. There's Tucker Hibbert signing some autographs. Hey, Tucker, how you doing? You get signing a hat. What we got here? This is somebody different using a silver Sharpie. There they are. Levi and his crew having a good time. Ross Martin. Hey, Levi. Yeah, there's Tucker again. Yeah. So, again, if you want to get in a course line, that goes for about another 15 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. You can go down and, of course, get an autograph from your favorite race driver. Number 168, Justin Broberg. Broberg qualifying well yesterday. Jackie Farmer, some of the female drivers that race in the Pro-Am class, Pro-Am women's class. Darren Meads out of Boss Racing. Well, we want to invite you also to, of course, follow ISOC on the internet and social media mediums. Join us at www.snowcross.com. That's www.nsocross.com. And, of course, we're on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. Make sure to check out ISOC and everything that's happening on social media. Just about ready to go. Green on the Hayes starting line. Oh, that's not a good way to get started. So we'll back him up, and they're going to give him an opportunity to get back in line. 14 sleds, Junior 16-17.
Another one up. That is Dylan Jansen on the outside over there.
And he looks like he's
Derek
Jansen, maybe just a bit ahead.
Oh, where'd he go?
Yeah, the sun went under a cloud. Don't worry, it's going to be back
shortly. Give it a second.
Might be more than just a second, but it isn't going to be long. I can guarantee you that. Look at our people. They're even looking up. What happened? Where'd the light go?
Turn off the lights. We are getting ready. Elbows up over the bars.
Patience now.
Nope.
Let's go Evergreen. Up the hill they go. Watch them closely. Everybody trying to find a line. Big charge to the top of the hill. A Polaris out in front going to the inside. You see a couple of drivers ramping around the outside of the racetrack. Back down in front they come.
That might be Devin Katzman out front.
Is it Katzman? And it looked like, I want to say one of the Polaris is Bailey Forrest, I believe, in that mix up front too. And of course Bailey came off a win just a little bit ago. Everybody making it down the first downhill through that GoPro camera area and back uphill. So they will take and make the ascent, then they make a left-hand turn and come down that U.S. Air Force flyaway.
We'll give you the running order here in just a second.
Right, and of course they don't go up the uphill, that last one, so through the FXR corner, and we'll have an order here in just a second.
Bailey Force right now is your leader, the 341, followed by...
That's Devin Malsine, and then of course Zach Howcroft, Jordan Wolf, Seth Ruhauer, and Keegan Bakra sitting in 6th place. Well, these guys still working on each other. 4 laps left to go in this 5-lap final.
There's your leader, Bailey Force, followed by Devin Katzman in the 2nd place position right there. Force not able to pull away quite yet. He was not your number 1 qualifier. He went 2-2, while Devin Katzman went 1-1. Let's see how this ends up. There's still a lot of racing left.
Right, Katzman went to the outside in the top part of the race hill. And, you know, we've talked about some guys have been successful inside, some guys outside. Bailey was able to, of course, just kind of rail around on the inside, found a good line. Katzman seemed to have lost a little distance, and we'll watch him as they come down the hill. He's still right there, still within striking distance, and now has even picked up a little more ground. Oh, forced!
Off his sled.
Off he came, and he fell right in front of Katzman. So Katzman had to check up. Let's see if Katzman is out front. No, it's not.
Jordan Wolf is.
Watch what happened here as they came down.
Got a little squirrely.
Putting some pressure on him and got squirrely. Off he came. And, of course, then Katzman had no place to go.
Yeah, tough break for both of them, but Katzman's not too far out of the lead. Maybe just a second now. But he is catching up to Jordan Wolf and going to try and make a pass. He takes the inside.
Down the hill they come. There you see your race leader, Jordan Wolf, on the 837 Polaris. Jordan was, of course, on the podium here just a bit ago, too. Looks over his shoulder, try to see exactly how far behind him Devin Katzman is. And you've got the third sled of Renhauer and Howcroft chasing him up the hill.
There's a good view of the GoPro, but now we are focused on the downhill, the Arctic Cat stretch right there.
Boy, there's some bumping and banging going on here again. You've got Wolf and Katzman.
Katzman made a pass.
He did. He was able to take, and I think he was able to park Wolf. Wolf wasn't able to take the line, ran out of real estate, and now you've got another new leader. This is Devin Katzman out front, and right behind him, Jordan Wolf. It's still Renhart in third place, and then it would be Zachary Howcroft has got a route runner, so Howcroft now in third. Boy, they all bunched up there.
Yeah. All right, there is your leader, though. Devin Katzman continuing to pull away from Jordan Wolf. They both have separated themselves from the pack about 10 seconds from third place. That's very good for Jordan Wolf. That means he will not have any pressure to play a big factor in how this race ends up.
There you see the differential between, of course, your first two places and the rest of the field as they make it through and down the first downhill. But that battle up front between Katzman and Wolf, that is not over. They work their way to the top of that uphill, and here they come downhill again. Now, Katzman out in front a bit. Last time Wolf was charging more, but he has lost some distance there as they go through that back part of the racetrack. It'll be through the FXR corner, and as they come around, Iceman's got the white flag out. 1 lap left to go for Devin Katzman. Wolf sitting in second, then it's going to be Howcroft in third. Boy, really getting rutted out. It's like a minefield down there. Call it the old oak tree portion of the racetrack, and trust me, that's collected many, many, many people over the past years that we've been racing here.
Yeah, it's a very tricky part of the racetrack, the mines, the holes down there, the whoop section, whatever you want to call them. They get really deep, and they get really technical and difficult, especially when you're in a sled where you're still on a throttle block, but you're almost fast enough to double through everything, but not quite. We have to carry more speed, more momentum, and sometimes it doesn't work out.
Back through the back portion. There you see as they pull away the Jumbotron that many people in the bleachers here watching as these drivers make their way around this racetrack. Your race leader coming down. Makes that right-hand turn through the back part of the racetrack. It's still going to be Katzman out front. Iceman's got the double checkers ready to go. Katzman, your #1 qualifier, and Devin Katzman will take the win. Second place is going to go to the sled of Jordan Wolf. And then right behind Jordan Wolf will be, I believe, Zachary Howcroft. It is. So Howcroft, your #5 qualifier, gets on the podium. Tough break for Bailey Forrest. Of course, Bailey was out front early on, had an incident, came off, and Bailey will end up in 4th place. So your running order again: Katzman, Wolf, Howcroft, Forrest, Malsine, Renhauer in 6th, and it's Weir, Bachrach, Cole in 9th, and Derek Jensen in 10th place. Those are your top 10 finishers here in Junior 16-17 finals. These guys will make their way up to the winner's circle area, and in a couple of moments we'll go down and, of course, pose some very interesting questions to them. Coming up next as we go through at 4:30, it's going to be the FXR Sport 1 LCQ. Champ Round 2 is going to be on the track about 4:40. Pro Light will run their first round. That will be at about 4:50 this afternoon. All kinds of things. Pro Open, their second round of practice, about 5:45. Don't forget, the opening ceremonies tonight at 7 o'clock. And then we go right into Pro Open qualifying. What a great crowd. Sun out, bright, warm. Just a little bit more of a breeze today, which takes a little of that heat away from the sun. But yet, what a great weekend here at, of course, the Grand Geneva Resort and Spa. The Nielsen Enterprise Grand Finale presented by Dayco. Just about ready to go. There you see, of course, the AMSOIL Championship Snowcross powered by Ram logo. And the Nielsen Enterprise Grand Finale winner circle, of course, powered by Dayco. And our drivers are ready to go. Let's introduce to you the top 3 drivers here in the Junior 16-17. In third place, out of Caledonia, Ontario, racing for Peel Landscaping and Arthur's Fuel on the number 810 Polaris, that's Zachary Howcroft. In second place, out of Montreal, Wisconsin, for South Shore Oil Company, Polaris Racing, Cloverland Motorsports, and also for Fly Racing, on the number 857 Polaris, Jordan Wolf. And your winner from Franklin, Wisconsin, the Eagle Disposal Incorporated, CNA Pro Ski, Studboy FXR, High Performance Engineering, on the number 829 Polaris, Devin Katzman. Let's go down to winner's circle with Chelsea.
Hey guys, this is our Junior 16-17 top 3. In third spot, we've got Zachary Hallcraft. Now, it's your second race of this season and your first national podium. How does it feel to be up on the box in Geneva?
It feels amazing. It was a lot of fun.
And who do you want to thank today?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, my pit crew, Neil and Jeff. I'd like to thank Peel Landscaping and Arthur's Fuel.
Well, congratulations. We'll see you more next year, right?
I think so.
Perfect. In second spot, we've got Jordan Wolf. Now, Jordan, you raced 14-15, and now you're up on the box again. How do you prepare for a track as big as this and running multiple classes?
I just go and rest in the pits for a little bit, keep my mind on racing, and see how it works out on the track, I guess.
And who do you want to thank today?
I'd like to thank my mom and dad, my sister, Blake, for coming to watch, Polaris, Brad, Ben, Junior, South Shore Oil, Four Seasons Forest Products, Cloverland Motorsports, Chubb and Sandy's, Delback Logging, MoveMySled.com, Fly Racing, Studboy, and all the fans for coming to watch. And if anyone in the crowd's looking for a good sled, mine's for sale.
Well, congratulations, Jordan. And on top of the box, Devin Katzman. Now, Bailey Force came off right in front of you. How did you avoid getting into a wreck?
Well, I mean, I got into him and my ski was tangled up in his ski in his track, and he ended up going sideways off the jump, caught an edge, flipped off, and he was actually stuck under my sled, so I had to sit there and wait, and Jordan went past me right there, and I luckily got back around Jordan. I just want to say sorry to Bailey, and I hope he's all right.
Well, nice race for you. Who do you want to thank today?
I want to thank Polaris, FXR, Kendor Marine, Eagle Disposal, Goodwin Performance, and anybody else that's helped me along the way. Thanks.
Well, congratulations. That's your top 3. I think I'm going to make my way back up to the booth.
Thanks, Chelsea. And again, congratulations, guys. Some nice racing out there. And again, we talked about Bailey Forrest, who offloaded and kind of got tangled up there. He did end up in 4th place. So congratulations to Bailey also. So, coming up, FXR Sport 1 LCQ. The front row is set. All we need to do is find the 5 drivers that will make up the back row, and we'll have a final ready to go here very shortly. That's coming up here momentarily. So, hey, there's people in the audience. How you doing, guys? Everybody waving? You bet. Waving yourself.
No, we don't want to wave at that. We don't want to wave at that.
No. Ouch, that hurt. And my eyes are burning.
Next camera.
My eyes are burning. So, a lot of things taking place. Still lined up for autographs. Those guys are going to be wrapping up here very shortly. I'm going to do this right now because they said do it in an hour. I have no idea where they're lined up or where they're sitting or anything like that. But here's a note. Many of you traveled many, many miles to be here. Well, here's a group that came from northern Wisconsin. They're about 2.5 hours away. They came here to the races specifically to celebrate their best friend's bachelor party. His name is Nathan. I believe it's Heidi. And he's getting married on May 9th. Matt, Aaron, Steve, Kyle, and Champ are his closest friends, and they're all here to show him a good time. So, again, congratulations going out to Nathan Heidi, who's getting married on May 9th this year. And you guys have fun. Be safe, though, all right? We want to see you here again tomorrow for another round of racing. So let's moving up to the Hayes starting line. This, again, the FXR Sport 1 LCQ. Their final, of course, will be a little later this evening. Matter of fact, it'll be running about 9:15 tonight. I believe Cole Coutu won both of his heats in the first round of qualifying, as did Jacob Yerk.
Yes.
So one of those two guys is going to be the number 1 qualifier, and of course one is first. Cole is first in points, Jacob in second. So those two guys are, yeah, it does. They're right on each other, and they're both doing what they need to do. So it'll be interesting to see how that shakes out here tonight.
Even with Montana just back this weekend, he took a first and I believe a second in his first heat and a first in his second heat. So it makes up. He might be the difference between Cole Coutu and Jacob Yerk in these points battle.
And of course, good to see, as you said, Montana just back. Montana having a serious injury at one of our earlier races, and of course, he was hospitalized for a period of time. Back together, and of course, hopefully in good shape. Looks that way, and good to have him back on the racetrack here.
Yeah, he's looking very good today as we are getting ready to go with the Sport 1 FXR LCQ. 5 riders get to go into the back row of the final.
Looks like somebody on both sides just a tad bit ahead, so they will take and pull them back, get those folks squared away.
Looks like Will Stern showing up.
That's kind of unusual to see Nick Lorenz in an LCQ here. Yesterday, of course, he had a big win in the affiliated races. Nick with a 6th and a 1st in his qualifying, which goes to show with the field, of course, of FXR Sport drivers, you almost needed to be 1-5, 1-4 to make the field here. Of course, Nicholas not doing well in his first round, ended up with a 6th place, and that, of course, pushes him into the LCQ. FXR Sport 1 LCQ ready to go. Everybody focused. Starters orders.
Oh, looked like that was the Freddie Grove jumping forward a little bit. They're going to try and push him.
I wonder if Freddie isn't going to get a little the ruler across the knuckles, we may say, and is going to be forced to go to a back row here.
Looks like there's already someone in the back row.
That could be the alternate, the 211 sled of Lake Taylor. Yep, Freddie got moved to the back row, so now he's got to line up behind someone. He can't have a flirt. He's going to line up. He can't have a straight shot to the start there.
Very interesting choice. I mean, Bauer, one of those selections, I would not choose to go by the pole with such snow dust. You might not be able to see. He might actually hit that pole. All right, we are under starters orders, elbows up.
Just about ready to go. All they got to do is wait for him to push the button, and we're green. Up the hill they will go. Watch them as they take and climb up to the top of that hill.
All right, we will get a number on your leader.
Inside and outside. So they're using the entire racetrack. Again, out of these 11 drivers, 5 move on. 6 are done for today.
That looks like Jay Laura, your early leader in the LCQ.
Laura, of course, on the 217 Arctic Cat out of Howley, Minnesota. You see them as they make their way through the back part, up through that turn, and then they come down the second of the big downhills. Checking up just a bit, rolling through that part of the racetrack, making sure he knows where the rest of the competition is, and of course, they only do the 2 uphills. So they come back down through the FXR corner, and now we'll really be able to set up an order for you. As your race leader will be Jay Laura, then it'll be Jeff Jason, Nicholas Lorenz in 3rd, Tyler Ullman in 4th, and Freddie Grove in 5th place. Right behind, shuffled them up just a bit. Jensen, Loretz, Logan Davies in 4th, Ullman in 5th, and then it would be Freddie Grove on the bubble trying to get in.
Yes, and it looks like your leader, Jay Laura, trying to run away a little bit from Jeff Jason. It seems to be working, as Jason, though, is getting some tension from Nicholas Lorenz. Lorenz not able to get around him, though. That might play a good factor for Jay Laura, as long as those guys battle behind him, they will not be able to catch up to him.
There you see Laura on his Arctic Cat. Again, racing for KC Motorsports, Arctic Cat, State Agency of Hawley. Your leader, just trying to run good lines right now. If he finished where he is right here, he'd be your number 11 qualifier in the FXR Sport 1 final. That coming up later this evening. White flag out, 1 lap left to go. So it's Laura, Jensen still in 2nd, Lorenz waiting for the rest of the field, Logan Davies and Ullman still in 5th. So Freddie Grove, who's on the bubble, is about a half a second behind Tyler Ullman.
That's the battle right there.
Yes, it is. Now it's do or die here, and we go back up top.
Either race or pack up your bags for the night, and you go back to the trailer and think about how you can do better the next day. Look like Jason is taking a big hit right there at downhill. Everybody's coming so squirrely down there. There's your leader, Laura. He's going to enter that Polaris corner now, taking a left-hander back up the hill.
So he's really got one big, tough part of the race course here left to hold on to, of course, move into the final. And that's this last U.S. Air Force flyaway downhill. Makes the turn here. We'll have to go through the FXR corner, and he should move on as your number 11 qualifier. Double checkered flags out. He is going to move on as your number 11 qualifier. Then it will be Jeff Jason, the number 12 qualifier, Nicholas Lorenz, Logan Davies, and your 5th and last qualifier to move on into the final, Tyler Ullman. Freddie Groves is in 6th. Peterson in 7th, and it's Manning, Taylor, and Lightfoot in 10th. So your final is set for the FXR Sport 1 final. Again, that coming up this evening, and that should be about 9:15. So that'll be fun racing. You know, it's a long time for these guys to go back. They've got about 5 hours to go back, sit in the trailer, and think about what's happening.
Yeah, and especially for the riders that didn't even have to go to the LCQ, they've got even longer time. And you just
got till tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know, last night, of course, we crowned a new champion in the Pro-Am 30-plus class. And Carly Applin is with that champion. Carly?
I'm with Kurt Bowerly. First, a congratulations for the championship on the Pro-Am Plus 30. How did it feel to wrap that up last night?
It was awesome. Yesterday was just a fun day. It's been a fun year altogether, and to wrap it up with a win and take the season championship just was good, and it was my birthday this week too, so it was kind of a good ending for that too.
And we have to ask you, what's next? Because there is something on the docket for you tonight.
Yeah, kind of all season, my brothers and the team have been trying to get me to run Pro Light, and I've kind of stepped away just helping the team out and stuff, but things wrapped up so well that I decided to jump into the Pro Light today and mix it up with those guys, so it should be fun.
What are your thoughts on this track and then the competition in that Pro Light class tonight?
Pro Light is so stacked, and the competition is gnarly, so it's going to be intense for sure, and I'm going to have to ride my butt off. But this track, it's a lot of fun. The hills are fun. It's so much more high speed than the other tracks. The snow is real soft, and the weather's warm, but it's a lot of fun.
Good luck out there.
Thanks.
We are back in racing with your 120 6-12 recreational motorsports. 8 riders in this heat: Cameron Cole, Trevor Hansen, Nick Brevick, Carson Berry, Grady Gotsky, Kellen Shepard, Connor Johnson, and Drew Freeland on the 821. Looks like Freeland right now in second place, not able to get a number though on the first place rider.
That would be the 254. That, of course, is the machine of Kellen Chaprin. So Chaprin, your race leader, then Freeland, Cameron Cole, and Carson Berry sitting in fourth.
Oh, Cameron Cole almost dropped back in position as That'll open up the door for Carson Berry now. Drew Freeland coming back off a big win in the transition class. Now trying to do the same in the champ. There they go around the corner. Last time you can see a lot of those riders choosing that inside line.
1 lap left to go. White flag out. Still going to be Chaprin out in front. Freeland, Cole. Nothing really changing there. Berry still in fourth. And of course these guys have got a little distance on the rest of the field as Getsky comes across in fifth place. But there's your race leader.
Kellen Shepard trying to pull away from Drew Freeland. It looks like it's working quite a bit as he's got the sled dialed in and he is pinning it as hard as he can, trying to keep Drew Freeland off of his tail. Freeland, a very, very strong 120 rider, as they're obviously pulling away from Cameron Cole and Berry, who are battling it out for the third place position. Looks like your leader, though, Kellen Shepard's going to come around to take the double checkered flags and an unusual second place for Drew Freeland, followed by Cameron Cole in third place and Carson Berry in fourth. Let's wait for the rest of the pack to come back around. We have sitting in the fifth place position will be Grady Gotsky. Connor Johnson will come across in sixth and Nick Brevick in seventh.
Good run for Chaprin. Of course, Drew Freeland kind of the odds-on favorite of winning here. He's been very strong in the recreational motorsport champ 120 class, so that's a big win for Kellen Chaprin. Kellen, of course, out of Edina, Minnesota, racing for Moto Primo Motorsports, HDS Security, City's Edge Motorsports, FXR, just some of his great sponsors.
Looks like we have another heat actually of 120. We have Logan Slaughterhoff, Cody, Peyton Poker, Anthony Philippus, Caleb Christensen, Cameron Millerose, Tyler Martinson, and Tanner Johnson.
Martinson takes an early hole shot here, leads the field around as they go through that corner. So Martinson, and it looked like, I'm not going to speculate. It's
Logan Slaughterhoff, I believe.
Slaughterhoff behind,
yes.
right.
All right, around the FXR corner.
Green flag continuing to fly. Still going to be Martinson, Slaughterhoff, Poker in third. Then it's Tanner, Phillips, Melrose, Cook, and Caleb Christensen.
There, your leader is 136 of Tyler Martinson, going to enter that CBS Sports Network corner. Into the Polaris, they got like a little S-turn going on. They go one way, then right back on the other into a straightaway. Up a big hill for these 120s. All right, here they go. White flag is out for your leader. That is still the 136 of Tyler Martinson. In second is Logan Schlotterhoff, followed by Tanner Johnson. Peyton Poker and Anthony Philippus will round out your top 5.
Working on the final circuit here as that white flag waves for the rest of the field. Where these guys been working on each other. Martinson with about a second and a half, almost a 2-second lead. Martinson got the whole shot right from the get-go and has been able to hold on to first place. Look at him look over his shoulder. He wanted to see where Schlotterhoff was. You got to be worried about what's in front of you, buddy.
Yeah.
That's the important stuff.
Always look ahead.
Checkered flag out, and Martinson takes the win. Schlotterhoff in second. Third place is going to go to Tanner Johnson. Then it'll be Poker in fourth. That's the way the top 4 end up here in heat number 2. Round true, the recreational motorsport champ 120 class.
There we go. You see everybody getting high fives down there. As we are going to move on to a next round, or next heat, I should say, of 120 recreational motorsports. We have Autumn Schlotterhoff on the 340, Tucker Howell on 215, Aiden Leonard on the 109, Brady Freeman on the 831, Reese Bowman on the 4, Boston Sterry on 222, and Sophia Holsey on the 800. And we have another announcer up here.
Who is it?
Chelsea.
Oh, it's me. I'm back. Just in time for our 120 riders.
Yes. No more finals. How was it outside today?
Oh my God, it is so gorgeous. That wind is deceiving. I was getting nervous. I'm like, I'm gonna get cold. I'm gonna get so cold. No, it's beautiful.
It is amazing out today. Great day for racing. Great visibility out on the track, surprisingly. As we talked about earlier, there has been a lot of overcast and many other races.
Looks like we got a hood up on the start line.
2 of them.
So I bet you we're on a 2-minute hold right now. So while we're on this 2-minute hold, let's send it down to Carly Applin in the pits.
Joining me is Logan Christian. Talk about how important it is to end the season top 5 in points.
It's really important. We got a pretty good cover on it right now in top 5, but us 2 through 5 are pretty close. So hopefully we can move up in points these next couple days.
How are you going to be successful on this track? Because there's a lot of challenges out there.
Yeah, there is. Those downhills are tricky, especially for me coming from the flatlands and used to our flat tracks and stuff. But something we got to conquer. We're in the pro class, and that's why they call us pros. So I got to try to figure it out today, and hopefully we can get her done and get on that podium again tonight.
How is the weather a factor in these track conditions? Because even when you groom it, it looks really rough out there.
Yeah, it is. The snow chunks are kind of just dissipate, but they still stick to the groomer blade. So some spots look weird and kind of sketchy, but then they just blow through on the sled. But it gets really different and pretty steep and peaky out there. It's tough to ride on, but we've been practicing, and the practice track's been similar, so I think we're ready for it.
If you finish not only top 5, but move into one of those top spots, the second or third, is this going to be the best season you've had in the Pro Open class?
Yeah, for sure. Last year I think I ended up 6th, and I was right on the bubble for 5th, so now I'm pretty comfortable where I'm at, and hopefully we can move up. Top 3 was the goal coming into the season, and we're fairly close to it, so hopefully we can get there, and that'll be awesome.
Good luck the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
That was Logan Christian, 5th in points. He's got that all gathered up right now as we are waiting for the 120 champ class to get going. You can see that is the number 4 of Reese Ballman on the very far inside. We got a hood up. We got 2 of them. Looks like Sophia Holsey's on the left. Not able to put a name on the one who's on the right. Maybe that one looks like it's actually Brady Freeland. Right there as they're trying to get the sled started. Another moment or so and we will be back to racing. Track conditions are very different out there today. Everything is so mushy. It almost seems like the track is very sloppy, but it is not. Track workers and the groomers doing everything they can to keep this track safe for everybody, but the racers they don't like that apparently, as they're building bigger and bigger holes, especially through those whoops. They're starting to get really peaky, and it does play a different role in how riders are able to hit those whoops.
All right, are all the sleds fired up? It looks like we're getting into starting position.
Over the bars, riders, every single person looking at that light, they take off. Looks like that 340 Autumn Clutteroff up to a really big start. Pulling ahead from everybody looks like the 800 Sophia Holsey out there too. Then there's Tucker Holla. Tucker Holla in the third place. Not able to put a number on everyone else. We'll get that as soon as they come around.
Ladies dominating the second heat of our Champ 120 class. Green flag flying on the Amsoil finish line. Line them up as they come by.
All right, we have Autumn Schlotteroff on the 340 in first. Sophia Holsey in second. Tucker Holla in third. Aiden Leonard in fourth. Reese Bowman in fifth. That will round up the pack.
So Autumn Schlotteroff.
Brady Freeland in fifth.
There we go. Huge race lead right now for Autumn Schlotteroff. She's spacing herself out from the rest of the field, so that's going to put all the pressure on Sophia Halsey there in second. You can see Tucker Holla trying to move in beside Sophia Halsey. Aiden Leonard in there as well, right behind Tucker. Aiden riding that 109 sled, running in fourth. So, Autumn Schlotteroff now making her way around. She's peeking back, seeing Sophia in second spot. White flag is going to fly this time by for Autumn Schlotteroff. She makes her way down the front stretch. Sophia now putting some distance between her and the third place rider of Tucker Holla. Let's see if she can hold off for one more lap.
You see her teammates cheering her on right there, telling her to keep on going. You've got the race just a little bit longer, you know. There she goes in that little double section right there for the bigger riders, as they will hit an S-turn, not going up any of the hills. And it seems like Sophia Holsey has put a little bit of a gap between her and Tucker Holla. Tucker Holla falling about 3 set lengths behind Sophia Holsey. That will play a big factor in this race. But now for Autumn Schlotteroff, she takes a quick peek back once again to see that she will take the win easily. Followed by Sophia Holsey in second, Tucker Holla in third, Aiden Leonard in fourth, Brady Freeland in fifth, and Reese Bowman in sixth. That will do it for the 120 races. That was round 2, heat 3. That will end everything. The 120s till later tonight when they have their final. There's a good look. The starting line, all the pit crew down there. There will be actually a 120 LCQ later on tonight after Pro Open practice. Before opening ceremonies, that'll be very interesting. That just goes to show how many 120 riders there are out in this class.
Up next, you see our Pro Light riders making their way back to the line. We are getting ready to head into round 1, heat 1 of our Pro Light class. A lot of points on the line here in our Pro Light division. Ryan Stringer right now, your points leader. We'll see him right away in the first heat. So we're going to let these riders get back to their sleds, get lined up, and we'll come back to racing Pro Light.
It's enjoyable. It's freedom. It's what it's about. You just can't get enough of it.
When you come out here, there's no rules, there's no limits. The mountain is what you make it. You're only limited by your imagination.
Just like the view and what Mother Nature has to offer out here, I think it's pretty sick.
The way we see it, you don't build the best racing shocks on the planet without getting a little dirty. Fox shocks are engineered with one thing in mind: winning. Now, this race-proven performance is available as a direct bolt-on replacement shock for stock or lifted trucks and SUVs. Because where you're going, it's all about the ride. For race performance and a guaranteed factory fit, ride Fox.
we are back at Grand Geneva, the final, sponsored by Nielsen Enterprises, grand finale. We are getting ready to go green with Pro Light, round 1, heat 1.
And let's line them up in race number 56. We've got Tyler Adams, Steven Turchanek, Shane Sewell, Tyler Kinney, Brady Love, Ryan Springer, and Travis Muller.
All right, you see your riders. Ryan Springer, that far inside. Leave Travis Muller on the far outside. Ryan Springer pointing. No, that guy jumped ahead of the line. Now, hopefully we will be able to a clean start after this time around. See Ryan getting ready. Everybody elbows up over the bars. Not too sure what happened there. I saw a couple people. I saw Tyler Adams and Tyler Kinney, Steven Turchanek, and I believe Brady Love. Everybody kind of in forward, but Steven Turchanek, everybody, Tyler Adams started to jump forward. Tyler got to jump forward a little bit and triggered everybody else off, and Turchanek went for furthest. Now, I don't know if they're going to have enough room to put everybody in the back. Should be interesting on what they do.
Huh. Interesting.
Not a very good sign saying there's not enough people in the back.
Well, we'll let these guys get themselves sorted out once again. Got 3 heats of Pro Light today, so a big field once again. And I think we've got a special rider coming out today in Pro Light.
Kurt Bowerly.
It is. We'll see him on
And they get to go up. They get to go up the Air Force Hill and down the Ram downhill.
Now, Kurt Bowerly has a little bit of an advantage over the rest of these riders because he was up here racing yesterday when they've been out practicing today, but he's definitely had track time out there.
Yes, he has, and he's able to figure out what it's like to race actually on the track rather than go out and practice. There's a little bit of confusion going on the starting line. You can see Tyler Kinney on the far left next to Brady Love in the back row. Might as well just put them all in the back behind the starting line.
But just to have them pop their tethers out, do a Le Mans start, have them start back by the grandstands there and just run out their sleds. Try that.
Might work.
We had our regional banquet last weekend, and one of my favorite things about year-end races is the mechanics race. Did you guys do that?
Yes, we did.
It's my favorite thing. So we had them. We had like 18 people out there racing, and we had them all do a Le Mans start. So I had to get that fired up and ready to go. So it was fun to watch. It sounds like we got sleds fired up, so hopefully everything's sorted out. And we are good to go racing. So it's going to give an advantage definitely to those 3 riders on the front row. But even so, the guys in the back row, since there isn't a big, wall of sleds, they can still kind of sort themselves out and shoot forward if they've got the speed right out of the hole.
All right, looks like your early race leader is, that looks like Ryan Springer and Travis Muller battling it out, I should say, as I believe Muller has the early lead. Not too sure, they both have that FXR gear on, I believe. There's a good GoPro camera shot.
Back up and running. Good to see that got taken out earlier today. And back up to the top of the hill. It looks like a battle between Travis Muller and Ryan Springer. So Muller right now on the 436 out in front. Springer there in second. And back up to the huge top of the hill they go.
This is where you might need to learn a little bit here.
You need a good set of Hayes brakes is what you need.
Yes, you do.
And here we go. It's Travis Muller out in front, green flag, going to fly. We'll line up the field as they make their way across for their very first lap. It's Travis Muller, Ryan Springer. He looked to me like he came up it looked like he came short on the double. Or is that just me?
I'm not able to see. I was not paying attention. I was looking at the racetrack.
We had Tyler Adams in third, Shane Sewell in the fourth spot, Brady Love in fifth, Stephen Chuchanik and Tyler Kinney rounding out the field. Leaders back up at the top of the hill. No doubt in my mind that there's going to be a battle for the race lead coming out here soon.
Yeah, Ryan Springer is a very, very quick rider. Ooh, almost getting underneath. That could have been bad for both the riders. Mainly Springer, though, as Springer would have had a different line and might have gotten his skis taken out right through there, and it would not have been Travis Muller's fault.
And it looks like, though, that up the hill and through the Polaris section, Ryan Springer has made the path into the race lead. So Springer, your points leader, now your new race leader in heat number 1 of Pro Light qualifying. Muller right behind him in second. And look at these two. They're in a race of their own right now over the rest of the field.
You know, and it kind of looking at that ramp downhill, it almost looks like it's flat. There's a couple bumps here and there, yeah, but it almost looks like it's flat until you get to that last one. They must have changed it. Someone must have said, you know, it's getting a little dangerous out there, and looks like it's just pretty flat. Not to our likings, you know, you want to see them jumping. We want to see them flying down that hill. More interesting that way.
Well, here we go. These two making their way around again. Let's look at some lap times. Ryan Springer that time by 1:18. So he is last time by 2 seconds faster than the rest of the field. So Springer's got the speed under his hood. And between Muller and Adams, it's about a 4-second gap. So there you see Adams making his way through right now as our other two riders almost to the top of the Polaris Hill already. Watch Springer try to increase his gap, but Muller really this last half of the season been making a name for himself here in the Pro Light class. Up on the podium with this Skidoo Motorsports ride. So he's been having a really great last part of the season as well.
There's your leader, Ryan Springer on the 541. Polaris coming out of the Carlson Motorsports trailer. He is still taking over that first place position. He is trying to handle it. You can see Travis Muller's picker cheering him on. Let's go, come on. You gotta catch him. Ryan Springer is still the points leader, correct?
Yes.
But he wasn't not able to see the red number plates of how bright the sun is today. Almost saying that like a bad thing. I don't know why.
Send you down to the sunglasses shop and get your name engraved in those. We put yard sale on your sunglasses. I think your dad would like them.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe we could get him a special pair. What do you think?
All right, there they go on the uphill. Ooh, Travis Muller coming up. Let's see, the white flag was out last lap. There is about half lap to go, I should say, for these riders. They're going to hit one more uphill and one more downhill.
Yeah, Muller really closed in there through that Polaris section. But Ryan Springer, you can tell he knows he's there. He's putting the hammer down. You know, on this last lap, sometimes you feel like, okay, I've got a decent gap. I don't need to ride too hard. Holy, almost coming off the side of the track. Springer going huge, but able to bounce off the berm, maintain that lead. And here he comes down the FXR final corner. He's going to take the race win here in heat number 1. Second spot will go to Travis Muller.
Good race between those two riders. Ryan Springer, obviously a points leader. His first year in Pro Light. Along with Tyler Adams, his also first year in Pro Light. He will take third place. Shane Sewell in fourth. Brady Love in fifth. Stephen Chuchanik will come across in sixth. And Tyler Kenny in seventh. As we wait for those riders to come around, we have another heat. This is round 1, heat 2. We have Trevor Layton on the number 3 Polaris, Chase Rosemeyer on the 675, Corbin Anderson on the 179, Jake Angolf, good to see him back on the 177, Maxime Teifer on the 144, Elias Isul on the 200, and Matt Pickner on the 193. All right, let's see who it is at the very top of the hill. Good to see Jake Angolf back after out on injury at Canterbury.
Yeah, a tough season for that race team.
There he is. He's actually in second place. All three of them have been out. Giesman, I just talked to Giesman today, and Luke Wallenberg, he is out, and Angles. That's very tough for that team.
It looked like Elias Usul making his way up to the front of the pack. And indeed it is. They're on that 200 sled, peeking through the trees.
Wearing a jersey today.
I was going to say, he's had some different riding. At first I didn't recognize him.
I was say the same thing. I'm wondering who is out front on Elias' sled. There he goes. He is coming downhill. It's such a crazy rider out there. You don't know what he's going to do when he's next to you. That's what makes him so interesting to watch. He is so fast, but yet he's not that smooth. He just makes going pounding fast. Here comes Trevor Layton, though. He's in that second spot. Maybe not for long, though, as he's going to put a hard charge on Elias Usul.
The one thing about the riders from overseas in Sweden, Norway, Finland, you know, the tracks like this are more of what they're used to. They're used to the longer tracks, a lot rougher, like a cross-country style track is what they race on over there for their snowcross. So a rider like Elias or Adam Renheim, for example, Marika, you know, this is kind of what they're used to. And this is the element that they're really going to excel in. See Elias Usul up there making his way up the top of the hill. But Trevor Layton, his big thing is getting the big air.
Yes, so that's what he's here to do.
We're going to have to make sure to watch him on that Skidoo Hill. I think it was him last year, just like taking everybody's breath away when he goes down that hill.
Yeah, he just likes to hit the throttle.
Yeah, he does. That's one way to say it.
Yes, he does.
Loves
I mean,
that.
He's doing everything, a lot of stuff that riders aren't doing, and it's very fun to go fast when you're hitting jumps. And there goes Elias Usul. He's just somehow, I don't know if you can call it playing it safe, that's just how he rides a little bit slower. He is still your leader, carving a little bit. He's going to come around the FXR turn one more time, getting really pulled out right there. Is struggling a little bit through there. All the riders are. Trevor Layton hitting the big triple on the finish line. Right there is your leader, Usul, trying to pull away, but in third place we have Maxime Teifer, followed by Jake Angove, Matt Pickner, Corbin Anderson, and Chase Rosemeyer.
Elias Usul running 1:16. That's a couple seconds faster than the rest of the field. And if my memory serves me correct, that's a little bit faster than the fastest lap time in heat number 1. There's that GoPro shot once again. You see Elias Usul railing around the outside. Trevor Layton following in suit. Drop it back just a little bit right now as the rest of our field sorting themselves out in position. Coming around and back up the Polaris Hill. Getting a little snow, a little roost there. You can see how it's sticking even on the
Yes,
GoPro
it is.
screen.
Wow.
So imagine, you know, that's just a little baby screen. Imagine the big, you know, the goggles that you're getting. Well, you know all about it,
Yes,
Brendan.
the goggles are very tough. Even when you're out front, you get snow that will pop up in your face that you tend to pop up. And going to the whoops when you pound through it. Not for these riders, but when you're in a smaller sled, a smaller class, if you're out front and you pop up some snow in your goggles, it's very difficult to see. It's almost worse than getting roosted. There's Trevor Layton. Look at him trying to put a charge on, but he is not going to be able to catch Elias Usul. Elias is setting the fastest lap time out here with a 1:16. That may seem slow, but this track is very rough. That is very fast for how far up the hill they are also going, too. They're going up an extra uphill.
About a 6-second gap that time by between Elias and Trevor. There you see Elias now making his way once again up to the top of the Polaris Hill around the Arctic Cat corner. We'll see him entering the Air Force flyaway right about 3, 2, 1. Oh, yep. Look at that.
Arctic. There we
Am I
go.
good or what?
Good job.
So here comes Elias making his way down the hill. Huge commanding race lead.
Just feeling comfortable out there. Riding a bit smoother than before. He's riding a little bit slower. He doesn't have to go so fast and so crazy. Very fast rider. Never know what he's going to do. And right now we knew what he's going to do from the very start. We knew he was going to win. As he's going to take the double checkered flags. Elias Usul is your winner. Round 1, Heat 2 of the Nelson Enterprises Grand Finale Pro Light 1. Followed by Trevor Layton in second, Maxime Teifer in third, Jake Angove in fourth, Great to see him back after a big injury. Matt Fichtner in 5th. We got a drag race down to the finish. It will be Corbin Anderson, followed by Chase Rosemeyer. We are already off with the next round, with the next heat, I should say, of Pro Light. Why don't you line them up for us?
Absolutely. We've got Kurt Bowerly on the 318, Nick Patton on the 98 sled, Andrew Carlson on the 151, Kyle Rao on the number 25, Kevin Wallenstein is riding the 122, Travis Kern on the 201, and James Johnstead on the 154.
Johnson not off to a great start. He's in last place right now, but Carlson obviously taking over the lead. He is your number one rider right now. Kurt Bowerly, your number one pick. Let's see what he can do out here as he is coming up from the Pro-Am 30 plus. He was your points leader, had it all in the books, able to wrap it up this weekend and jump into another one with Pro Light. Should be interesting to see how he rides. Is in second place, looks like the 201 of Travis Kern, followed by, I believe that was Kyle Rouse sitting in third.
Here they come across for the first lap. It's the 151 of Andrew Carlson in front. Travis Kern, another rider that's been out for a lot of this season, back up and running in second spot. Good start for Travis Kern. We got Kyle Rao, Kevin Wallenstein, Kurt Bowerly rounding out your top 5. James Johnstead and Nick Patton. That's how they run on the very first lap of this race.
There goes Carlson trying to get that sled to the outside line. Trying to find a smooth line, but when everybody else sees that, that line's not going to be so smooth anymore. As everyone's going to be taking, it's going to get really rough, really bumpy. That makes that racing tough as there was a pass. Looks like Kevin Wallenstein's going to move ahead of Kyle Rao. Not too sure where James Johnstead is, but did you look at that? Kurt Bowerly sitting in 5th place position. Last time around, now they go up that uphill. Once again, Andrew Carlson, last uphill, entering the Ram downhill.
Let's just talk about this gap that Andrew Carlson already has over Travis Kern. We saw Ryan Springer get a pretty okay gap over Travis Muller. Travis was kind of right on him. Elias in the last race, made a big gap between Leighton, but that was, a few laps in. Andrew Carlson already, let's look at the time when Travis Kern comes by, already at 5 seconds, and it's only lap number 2. So definitely in that Carlson Motorsports trailer, they've got their sleds tuned up and ready to go for this race here in Lake Geneva. Their goal, I think, for the weekend, getting 1 and 2 in Pro Light points for the end of the year. Carlson, I believe, right now in 3rd in points. So,
well, if Carlson does move up, if Carlson does take 3rd place and points are higher, he will be moving up into the Pro Open as he's taken 3rd place 3 years in a row, the top 3 years in a row. That will bump him up in the Pro Open. Ryan Springer, not too sure what he's going to do. If he does win points, it'll be his first year in Pro Light. Different rider, not so adjusted to this faster sled and everything with the Pro Open. Let's see what he does if he does win points. Now entering the Ram downhill. Now, you do have to talk about guts going down this hill. Very steep hill, almost flat now. Oh, I would rather have it a little bit bumpier as you go down there. Travis Kern, though, jumping way down the hill.
White playing out, 1 lap left to go now for the 151 sled of Andrew Carlson. He's coming out of Big Lake, Minnesota for Polaris Racing, Sportech, Best Western, and Amsoil. Now it looks like our 3rd place rider, Kevin Wallenstein, making up some time on Travis Kern. They will see a battle for 2nd as they make their way up the hill, but Andrew Carlson right now in a zip code all his own here at the track in Lake Geneva. There he goes down the hill, making his way back into the Polaris section. And here's that battle we were talking about. We'll watch him here on this GoPro footage. There you see Kern, but Wallenstein right now in that 3rd spot, looking pretty fast as they enter the uphill. Wallenstein's been riding every single weekend here with us, and Kern being out for a few weeks, that could play a factor here, especially at a track as huge as Lake Geneva.
Yes, it's very big, very technical, especially on this downhill. Now watch Carlson. What he does, he's just going to kind of jump off, Now, if you can see Curran, not too sure if you are able to, he jumped a little bit further than everybody else on that downhill. Wallenstein, though, going big. He wants to catch up to Curran.
Checkered flag out. Race win is going to go to Andrew Carlson on the 151. In second on the 201 sled is Travis Curran. Taking third will be Kevin Wallenstein. The rest of the field making their way around. We got James Johnstead running in fourth. Fifth spot will go to Kurt Bowerly. Taking sixth will be Kyle Rao, and Nick Patton will round out the field in seventh. Up next, we are going to get into our Pro-Am women race, already going green here. So let's line up the field. Courtney, got you back in the booth. We just saw CJ out on the podium. Now we've got Haley out here racing. Why don't you line up the field?
Okay, well, we have number 717, Haley Petoskey, 121, Jennifer Martell, 547, Amanda Dutzman, 300 of Cora Hager, 223 of Miranda Schmidt, 553 of Janice Brown, 376, Alex Lind, 17, Tony Sleds, and 905 of Jessica Martell.
Making their way down the Air Force flyaway. Trying to pick out who that race leader is. Looks like we got a battle for the race lead right away in the early parts of this race, and a rider down there at the exit of the Air Force flyaway. So lots going on here in the early parts of this race. Let's line them up as they come by. That's a 223 of Miranda Schmidt, Cora Hager right on her tail in second. Then we got Jennifer Martell in third. Fourth spot, Alexis Lind, Jessica Martell rounding out your top five. We got Tony Sled, Amanda Dutzman, Denise Brown.
And it must be my sister that's down.
Process of elimination.
Yeah.
For some reason I thought it was the Polaris that went on, but maybe not. Back down the hill comes our race leader, Miranda Schmidt. Looks like she's put a little bit of a gap between her and the second place rider of Cora Hager. So Miranda on that 223 Otter Cat from Fond du Lac, Wisconsin for U.S. Chrome Arctic Cat FXR Racing, and Schmidt Custom Klingenegg leading this field around here in heat number one. This is round two of qualifying for our Pro-Am women. Need the team communication on too. Where'd she go?
Yeah, I'm trying to find her and I don't see her.
White flag out, one lap left to go now for Miranda Schmidt.
3 of Cora Hager. Or second place is Cora Hager and third is Jennifer Martell. And I think I finally spotted my sister.
Back up and running?
Yep.
Perfect. That's what we like to hear. So Haley back on track. Your leaders coming around once again down the Ziegler Cat downhill. And we got Pro-Am women out on track, 2 heats of our ladies. And then after that, we're going to have a final with our amateur class. So we'll see Pro Open hit the track for practice once again, Champ 120 and Pro-Am women LCQ. That is all happening before we go into our pre-race show and opening ceremony. So still a ton of racing left to come here in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. This is day 2. The AMSO Championship Snowcross powered by Ram.
It looks like the top of those hills are going to be pretty windy tonight.
Yeah, it is. Now, when you're down, like in the ground level, it's not so bad, but you can just see those flakes whipping right on top of that Ram downhill. So a little chilly up there, I would imagine.
Okay, and still in first place, we have 223 of Miranda Schmidt. Coming across the finish line in second, we've still got Cora Hager. In third, Jennifer Martell. Jessica Martell and Tony Sledge are going to round out your top 5. Then we have Amanda Dutzman, Haley Petoskey, Alexis Lynn, and Janice Brown are the rest of your field.
That's how they'll finish out there in heat number 1. Up on the line, we got heat number 2 getting ready to go green. This is race number 59 of the day. Lots of races here today. Let's line up our field.
Okay, we have 168 of Sierra Beckerleg, 563 Megan Campbell, 133 Marika Renheim, 31 of Megan Brodeur, 156 Jordan Schultz, 222 Brittany Robinson, 405 Jackie Farmer, and 415 Marky Farmer. So we've got a couple of sisters in this race also.
Looks like we got almost everybody to the line. Now make sure you keep an eye on that 31 set of Megan Brodeur. She is about the second one in if you're looking at the screen on the right side on that Skidoo. Now last time out in heat number 1 or round number 1 of qualifying, she was leading this race around over Marika Renheim before Marika made the pass. So we'll see what Megan's got up her sleeve now for round number 2. Sounds like the sleds are turned up and ready to go.
Now hopefully it's not too bad right now, but I know one of the biggest problems with the uphill is when the sun starts to go down. And when the sun starts to go down, you definitely have a blind spot kind of when you're going over the hill.
Just hoping for the best. Yep. Make your way over. It's a good point because right now in the booth we definitely have a lot of blind spots.
Oh yeah.
Looks like we're off and running. Nice clean start. Powering up to the top of the hill they go. Yeah, looks like we got almost looked like a Polaris, but I'm not positive on that one. Got lots of sleds running through.
Oh, we got 2 Skidoos out front actually now.
It looked like Megan Brodeur must have had that early race lead, but now Marika Renheim, you see her now going up the Polaris Hill out in front. Looks like Jackie Farmer slotting in a third. If you remember Jackie's race in round number 1, huge off on the downhill, so good to see her back up, and she's running up in third, so everything must be okay with Jackie Farmer.
Looks like in first place we've got 311 of Marika Renheim. And then following her is the 31 of Megan Brodeur. In third place, Jackie Farmer.
Rest of the field making their way down the front stretch. We got Megan Campbell, Marky Farmer, Brittany Robinson, Jordan Schultz, and Sierra Beckerleg.
Looks like Renheim's starting to put a little bit of distance between her and second place. And still in first place, we have Marika Renheim. In second, we have Megan Brodeur. third place, we still have Jackie Farmer making her way through the front stretch.
Got the white flag out, 1 lap left to go for our race leader, Marika Renheim.
As of right now, we have Megan Campbell in 4th place, Marky Farmer in 5th, Brittany Robinson in 6th, Jordan Schultz in 7th, and Sierra Breckerleg in 8th.
One more time down the Air Force flyaway goes Marika Renheim, setting herself up for a good qualifying position for our final later on tonight. Checkered flag is going to fly on the Amsoil finish line. Marika Renheim will take the win.
Coming across in second, we've got Megan Brodeur. And it looks like we've got our 3rd place, making it around that last corner there. And that is the 405 of Jackie Farmer. Megan Campbell, Marky Farmer,
Like Marika still wants to keep racing. Just can't have enough. Can't get enough racing. She's still powering around this track, so not sure if you didn't see the flags or what exactly happened, but she's going to make another extra practice lap.
My first race here, I believe it was probably 6 years ago, I did the same exact thing.
So I'm going to keep on going. And one more time for Marika Renheim. She will definitely take the win in case there was any question. Well, if I am not mistaken, we have got a final coming up next, so that means I'm going to turn over the mic to, I believe we got Chris Hockey here behind me, getting ready to take over. Exciting amateur final. We had a huge class today, so it'll be fun to watch them battle it out. Groomer out on track, getting the track prepped and ready. So I will see you guys down at the podium. I'm going to hand over the mic to Mr. Chris Hockey.
I was telling those guys I got out.
We are just getting ready for the Amateur 1 final. 15 riders in this final. We're going to take a quick break, then we'll be back with Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale Amateur 1 final.
Hey, race fans! Want to win a trip for 2 on the Adventurefield Amsoil America Adventure? Visit the Amsoil booth to register for your chance to win. Or register via the Amsoil Facebook page or at amsoil.com/adventure.
Since 1969, Nielsen Enterprises has provided a ride for every rider. Motorcycles, snowmobiles, ATVs, UTVs, boats, pontoons, and personal watercraft. Nielsen carries all the major brands: Arctic Cat, BRP, Honda, Kawasaki, Polaris, Suzuki, and Yamaha. Snow, water, road, or dirt, Nielsen has a factory-trained, all-pro staff ready to answer any question. Nielsen Enterprises of Lake Villa, Illinois. A ride for every rider.
From snowmobile and power sports to motorcycles and mountain bikes, Hayes knows you're only as fast as your ability to control your speed. Race bred, intelligent design, precision engineered, high performance braking. From Hayes Performance Systems.
We are back at Nelson Enterprises Grand Finale and in Geneva, Wisconsin. We are getting ready for the Amateur 1 Final. We have 15 riders in this lineup. We have Mitchell Thielen on the 239, Adam Peterson on the 113 out of Medford, Wisconsin, your number 2 qualifier. Devin Katzman out of Franklin, Wisconsin on this Polaris, your number 3 qualifier on the 829. Brian Peterson, your number 4 qualifier on the 112 Skidoo out of McHenry, Illinois. Colton Lugert on the 160 Skidoo out of Otsego, Minnesota on the 160. And on the 777 Polaris, that is Fast Freddie Grove out of Eagle, Michigan. He's qualifying 6th place. Colin Kearns on the 810 Arctic Cat. Coming in your 7th qualifier. 8th qualifier will be the 828 of Logan Davies riding a Polaris out of Oregon, Ohio. Tyler Billings on the 779 out of Barrie, Ontario will be your 9th qualifier. Steve Walter on the 112 will be number 10. He is out of Pillager, Minnesota. And that will line up your front row. Now we are moving on to the back row. We have Kyle Anderson out of Armada, Michigan. He's your 11th qualifier on the 703 Skidoo. Taylor Lightfort on the 399 Arctic Cat out of Dashwood, Ontario. He's your number 12 qualifier, followed by Jake Slavin on 221 out of Wind Lake, Wisconsin. On his Skidoo, he is the number 13th qualifier. Jordan Carlson, 753 Polaris out of Manistee, Michigan, your 14th qualifier. Riley Bear on the 187 on his Skidoo out of Seven Sisters, Manitoba. He is your 15th qualifier.
Brendan, we're ready to go racing. I do believe this is for all the marbles. Let me tell you about something here. The grand finale means the big trophies are on the line. And again, this is the amateur number 1 final. 15 sleds about to go up the hill together to see who comes away with all of the hardware. Quite a racetrack out here today, Brendan.
Yes, it is. It's a very big, very mushy. The snow's sticky out here. It plays for a difficult racing.
It's in the starter's hands. This is a final, ladies and gentlemen. And we are green in Geneva. Up the hill they go.
Kyle Anderson looks like he is on that far inside, off to an early start.
Kyle's been very fast at every stop on the schedule all year. Let's see if he leads them as they come down the hill. I believe Kyle did get that stud boy hole shot.
Not in the lead?
But not in the lead right now. I think you're right. What a great shot of this GoPro camera right here, by the way. Love that position, showing you just banging elbows as they head back up that hill.
I believe out front right now is Devin Katzman. He's a very fast rider. He just won in the Junior 16-17. He's on the 829 Polaris.
A track this big, racing to multiple classes, Brendan, that's got to wear you out. And obviously not affecting him at all right now.
No, it's not, as he is strong out there, putting out a great start. Always important He did not get the whole shot, but he pulled around after the first corner, came off with the lead.
Out of the FXR turn and towards that AMSOIL finish line. Let's set the field for you now. Again, as we said, Devin Katzman is your leader, followed by Colin Kearns. Freddie Grove up to third. Colton Lugan is in fourth. Brian Peterson. That's right, Colin Kearns in third. You're right, and then Freddie Grove in fourth, and Colton Lugan in fifth. That's your top five right now, again, in this Amateur 1 final. Two distinct lines at the very top of the hill. They'll make that hard left and come back down.
There's your leader, Devin Katzman. He is starting to pull away from Kyle Anderson.
Again, Devin Katzman out of Franklin, Wisconsin for Eagle Disposal Inc. and CNA Pro Skis and Stud Boy, lengthening his lead right now. As you get a great shot at just how thick that snow is down at the bottom of that hill down there. One thing you can say about the best show on the snow, the battles continue to rage from first all the way back to 15th in these finals. We try to bring you all the action on the racetrack. Right now, it's nothing but clean sailing for your leader, though. Devin Katzman with a big lead out front. He'll go through that FXR turn once again. You see the Iceman with the flag in the air. Devin looks over his left shoulder, checks out how far ahead he is, puts another lap in the books over that AMSOIL finish line.
4 laps left to go for your leader. Next time around, he'll get the halfway flags. You see already pushing Kyle Anderson on as Colin Kearns might be giving him a run for his money here soon.
Katzman, Anderson, Kearns, 1, 2, 3 right now. You see the two lines at the top of the hill there, and that's Skidoo turn. This track will change as the sun goes down. That GoPro turn once again there at the bottom of the hill. Oh. Just holding on to that was that 160 sled that time.
That was Colton Lugert.
Out of Otsego, Minnesota. I gotta believe coming down that hill, Brendan, that at some point you're just holding on till you get to the bottom.
Yeah, you're just trying to stay on the sled. You almost want to check up, but you know you can't when there's someone behind you and you might get past.
Not a good idea to be on the brakes right then either, probably. Huh?
No, it's not. You're going to slide a little bit sideways, too.
Into that FXR turn once again. This will be lap number 3 in the books as Devin Katzman comes out of the turn over the AMSOIL finish line over what is now a set of doubles as opposed to a big tabletop.
Yeah, he looked very smooth on that.
He did. Oh, look at the battle about to happen here. The battle for second with Anderson and Lugan right there, and Colin Kearns about getting involved as well with Brian Peterson. The battle for the top 5 is by no means settled as they come back down the hill.
There is your leader, Devin Katzman. Once again, he's just going to kind of fall off, it looks like. Well, when you're up there, it looks like you're going to fall off the edge of the earth because you're walking down. You don't know where you're going to land. That makes it truly tough.
Look at this battle for second to the inside. It's Lugan and Anderson up the hill. It's a drag race. Making their way back to the top of the hill. They'll make that hard left, a bit of a short straight, and then back down the hill they will come.
Anderson still is in that second place position, trying to hold off a hard and charging Colton Lugert. Not able to do it, though. This will give Colton Lugert a big advantage right here, though. He will not be getting any roost by Kyle Anderson through a couple parts of the racetrack. That will help him a little bit, as roost does affect how you can see in your visibility.
The leader over the AMSOIL finish line, there's second place, Kyle Anderson. There's Colton Lugert, who will double and make up more space on Kyle Anderson right there. But don't forget, Colin Kearns right there as well. That, again, on your screen is the battle for second. We are now 4 laps into this Amateur 1 final at the Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale, presented by Dayco.
There is Colton Lugert. He's coming on once again, hard and charging on Kyle Anderson. He was so close to it. There's a yellow flag up at the top of the hill. Someone had crashed. Unable to see who that was.
For those of you new to the sport, if the yellow flag is out, you've got to keep the sled on the ground. There'll be no jumping or advancing of position under yellow, and they will black flag you if you do something like that. So it definitely slows your momentum, doesn't it, Brendan?
Yes, and it did. And actually, that was a 8:10 of Colin Kearns, I believe, who went off. Yes, I believe it was. I was not able to see him come around the rest of the track.
He was running fourth at the time. But again, that's your battle on the screen for second. Kyle Anderson, Colton Lugert, 1 and 2 right now. as your leader's about, I believe, to make his way around and head over that Amsoil finish line. There he goes. White flag in the air for Devin Katzman. Didn't get the whole shot, but he's led since then. And now the battle begins to heat once again as the doubles help Colton Lugert reel in Kyle Anderson.
Oh, here he goes. I think he got him.
He got him. I believe we have a new second-place racer as they head up the hill in Colton Lugert.
Wow, such a great lead for rider off. Right, that looks like
two riders
Anderson
maybe
and Thielen.
Anderson and Thielen both off their sleds, and I believe it looked like Anderson might have gotten on his sled in time to assume his position and stay in third. Again, this is your final lap.
Wow, tough break.
Terrible break. This late in the race. Katzman still your leader as he heads back up the hill with less than half a lap to go in this Amateur 1 final. Down the Air Force flyaway. Great shot of that right there.
All right, here he comes. Last time around this section, he'll be getting the double checkered flags as he comes around.
Devin Katzman into the FXR final turn for the final time. And out of the final turn, over the Amsoil finish line, Devin Katzman for the win. Second place will be Colton Lugert. And who will come around and hang on for the third spot? It's going to be a battle to the last second. They
Davies!
And down the stretch they come for third. Logan Davies will take third. Kyle Anderson ends up fourth. And again, if you remember, no, they switched that. You're right. That's right. So actually the official finish is going to be Kyle Anderson coming across in third and Logan Davies coming across in fourth. Freddie Grove does hold on for fifth. So Katzman, Lugert, and Anderson will sit on the podium after that finale of the Amateur 1. And that final spot on the podium came down to the last turn, Brendan.
Yes, it did. It was a great charge by Logan Davies, but Kyle Anderson comes back, gives him a little nudge in the corner, and ducks underneath him.
You'd call that a nudge?
Yeah.
Is that what you would call that?
A little bit.
Little bit of it.
Davies left the door open right around for Kyle Anderson to come around, and it's a simple mistake. And, Logan Davies probably learned next time not to do that.
Can't leave the door open. Again, Devin Katzman with the win. Colton Lugert did come across in second. And third place did go to Kyle Anderson. Had to scramble not only to make it into the final, but also to make it onto the podium. Kyle Anderson came from the LCQ and ends up third and on the podium here at the Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale. That amateur class always brings us great action. That time, of course, no exception. As everybody gets off their sleds, takes off their helmets, and gathers their teams, we'll wait for them to assume the positions over at the Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale podium and hand out their hardware momentarily here. Thanks again, everybody. What a great crowd on hand already. Having a great evening, and we are just getting things started here at round 16 of Amsoil Championship Snowcross, powered by Ram. The Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale presented by Dayco here at Grand Geneva Resort and Spa. This is Lake Geneva, Wisconsin for all of you watching all over the world on the World Wide Web. A great day. Must be 60 degrees out there.
Yeah, it's very warm outside.
I saw Mike Schroeder. He's actually suntanning in a Speedo up at the top of the hill over there, which is incredible. And the sun just shining down. I believe it's time to hand out some hardware. Let's do this, shall we? Coming across in third, transferring in from the LCQ, starting 11th and coming across third. Out of Armada, Michigan, on a Skidoo Stud Boy Fly D's Marine Skidoo, the 703, Kyle Anderson. Our second place rider is from Otsego, Minnesota for Cowboy Jacks, John's Auto Electric Fly Racing Stud Boy, and Rots Septic, the Skidoo of 160, Colton Lugert. And our winner rides for Eagle Disposal and CNA Pro Ski Stud Boy and FXR out of Franklin, Wisconsin, the 829 Polaris of Devin Katzman. Let's send it down to Chelsea at the podium. Chelsea.
Hey there, I got our top three here in our amateur class. Now, our third place rider, Kyle, you had in a very intense race. Tell us about that last and final lap.
The last and final lap, I actually crashed at the top of the hill, and the fourth placeman actually fell off right next to me. So I looked back, and nobody was coming up the hill. So I ran back to my sled as fast as I could, get it started, and it just worked out.
And who do you want to thank today?
I want to thank the whole Anderson Racing team for letting me run out of the trailer. I'd like to thank my mom and dad. I'd like to thank God. I'd like to thank my sister and girlfriend for always being there for me, and my friend Frankie over there. And Fly, Skidoo, everybody else I forgot. Thank you.
Well, congratulations. Good job, Anderson Racing, this weekend. In second spot, Colton Lugert. I'd say you've been paying your dues all season long. How does it feel to be up on the podium in Geneva?
It feels great. Great way to end the season.
And who do you want to thank today?
I want to thank Skidoo, Cowboy Jacks, Fly, Rock Speed Effects, Stud Boy, Leot, 100%, John's Auto Electric, my mom and dad, my brother and sister, my girlfriend for coming out, and then Team Bowerly for helping us out.
Well, congratulations. And up on top of the box, Devin Katzman. Tell me, how important is it to get a good start on a track like this?
Well, this track especially because there's some spots that are kind of one-lined and stuff like that. So I knew the whole shot was going to be key. And when I came around the first corner and I knew I was in front, I just knew I had to put in laps and then try to check out if I can and just take it easy from there.
And who do you want to thank today?
I want to thank Polaris, FXR, Eagle Disposal, Kendor Marine, TNA Pro Skis, and anybody else. Thank you.
Well, congratulations. That's your top three in amateur. I'm going to head back up to the booth.
Thank you, Chelsea. Great job, and congratulations to our top three and all of our competitors in that great amateur final. Again, it's round 16 of AMSOIL Championship Snowcross, powered by Ram, the best show on the snow, about to get serious 2 days in and about to go for the third day tomorrow as well, as we have big racing all day tomorrow as well. Up next will be the Pro Open Practice, the best racers in the world about to take the track, and there's the man himself. Tucker Hibbert was dominant last night in round 15, and he is on the track right now. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to watch the best racers in the world attract this giant racetrack here in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin.
Corey Watkinson bumping up into the Pro Open. He's going to try it out. Looked like he had points in the bag or something. He's the 173 Arctic Cat to the right of Ross Martin. There he is. Kind of.
Great perspective of just how far they're going up that hill.
Yeah, it's a very long uphill. I mean, these sleds don't make it seem like it, though, because they're going so fast.
So fast. These modified sleds will get you from 0 to 60 in the snap of the fingers.
Yes. Especially going down that Ram downhill.
A lot of interesting storylines last night with Tim Tremblay having issues in the final after having a good night. Ross Martin coming back and getting a podium. Kyle Pauline had some issues but had a decent night as well. Lots of great storylines. Cody Thompson, a very, very good night last night in Pro Open as well. But there he is. You saw him just for a second. That's Cody Thompson, as I was just speaking of, who had just a great night last night. But for a moment, we saw Cody Cam as well. Cody Cam hasn't been with us. Well, I shouldn't say it that way. He's been with us on the tour for the entire season, but he's not been racing because of injury. And to see him come out last night and be so fast, that was really great to see, and I know his team very excited to get him back on the racetrack. And for you, the race fans, I'm sure you're excited about it as well.
He's a very fast rider. While we're doing this, we'd like to give a shout out to our friends who are actually in China now. They used to be racing out here at the National Ice Hockey, and they wanted to watch the naps out in China.
No kidding.
Yes, they give them a quick plug out there as they're watching and getting ready to see some good racing.
Absolutely. Hello to everybody all across the world. Appreciate you tuning in. And don't forget, for those of you on hand, there's a bunch of you out here. If I could give you just a smidge of advice, as I also say thank you to come out today, go get yourself a pit pass. Only $10 to get into the pits. Gives you access all afternoon to the best teams in the world in our sport. And you will not, we got some snow on the GoPro, but you will not believe the access you will have to these racers, these trailers, and these teams. And everybody's invited. Only $10 a person to get into the pits. It's the best value in the business. These rigs are on par with anything you'll see on the NASCAR circuit or anywhere else on any circuit in the world. And you get a chance to go check them out for only $10. Buy a pit pass. Do it today.
A lot of riders getting their lines down. You know, we're not racing out here. We're just practicing. There goes Tucker Hibbert. They did race here last night, of course, but they did change the track. Tucker Hibbert winning.
Brendan, you look a little sore. You okay?
I'm fine.
Yeah, you look like you need you know what? I got an idea for you.
All right.
Renew yourself at Well Spa and Salon this spring, okay? At Well Spa, they focus on nurturing guests from the inside and out. They have a soothing atmosphere. How great does this sound? Listen, a soothing atmosphere, an array of indulgent services that will leave you renewed and refreshed after a long season of racing. Take the time. Take care of yourself for a healthy mind and a healthy body. Just visit GrandGeneva.com for a full listing of the spa services and seasonal treatments, or to go ahead and book your appointments. Lots of great things here at the Grand Geneva Resort and Spa. And since you're here, you might as well take advantage of them, or at least make your appointment to come on back.
There's a view of how high up they are and how far down they are actually hitting that jump. And that's just crazy. Going down those huge hills, very, very difficult.
Spending some time with some of the racers today, not mentioning any names, but there are a lot of these drivers who admitted they're pretty intimidated by this racetrack. I mean, especially this ram downhill right here. And talking to Levi Lavallee about it last night, and that's Kyle Pauline, one of his riders, Levi couldn't say enough about just how intimidating that part of this racetrack is.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if people just think way too much, I'm pretty sure I would, even if I was going down that, you know. You can't think about that type of stuff. It's just like the Skidoo Hill, you know. You just have to hit it full throttle going down the hill.
Ross Martin with big air over those AMSOIL finish line doubles. That's Tucker Hibbert with big air as well right there. Again, different on the racetrack right here from last night, Brendan, right there. They made that a big set of doubles.
Yeah, they did. They kind of changed it a little bit safer for the racetrack, too. The finish line is getting a little steep, and some people are starting to endo, and that's very dangerous.
You know what? Let's take a break, everybody. Thanks some of our wonderful sponsors like the people of AMSOIL and Ram Truck and the great people of Nielsen Enterprises and Daco and Grand Geneva Resort and Spa. We'll be right back and get right back to the racing as the Pro Open practice continues here in round 16 of AMSOIL Championship Snowcross powered by Ram.
Since 1969, Nielsen Enterprises has provided a ride for every rider. Motorcycles, snowmobiles, ATVs, UTVs, boats, pontoons, and personal watercraft. Nielsen carries all the major brands: Arctic Cat, BRP, Honda, Kawasaki, Polaris, Suzuki, and Yamaha. Snow, water, road, or dirt, Nielsen has a factory-trained, all-pro staff ready to answer any question. Nielsen Enterprises of Lake Villa, Illinois. A ride for every rider.
The XPH-07M is the new king of the hammer driver drill category. And to celebrate Makita's 100 years of innovation, for a limited time, you can get a free 18-volt lithium-ion 4-amp-hour battery with a qualified purchase. Also, as part of our anniversary, you can receive a free 3-amp-hour battery with the purchase of the X260 Combo Kit.
From snowmobile and power sports to motorcycles and mountain bikes, Hayes knows you're only as fast as your ability to control your speed. Race bred, intelligent design, precision engineered, high performance braking. From Hayes Performance Systems.
We're built on passion. We're built on engineering. We're built on technology. We're built on manufacturing. We're built on service. We're built on fun. We're built to go harder, faster, longer. We're built to ride more. Arctic Cat, share our passion.
Oh, what?
You climb. We invent. You carve. We refine. You side hill steeper mountains. We develop more responsive technology. You never stop. We never stop. The 2015 Ski-Doo Summit. Learn more at skidoo.com.
My name is Chris Brandt. I've been working with Fox for over 10 years now, working and testing with the Fox engineer crew. They come out to my place 2 times a year. We work on calibration, and then I get to beat and bang and test the living crap out of this stuff. It's been really cool working with Fox over the last few years, developing the Brandt Signature Series, and this year we've taken it to a whole new level with the Evil R shock and the Evil RC2. We've got 2 different shock packages that will address each and every mountain rider's needs. For the guy who's super technical, weight conscious person, the Evil R's will get the job done. For the big hucker or jumper, the RC2s with the infinite amount of adjustability, that's the shock for them. I think the best part about working with Fox is their commitment to being the best and making the best product. I'm Chris Brandt, and I ride Fox.
Snowcross is just an awesome experience. It's all about the people.
Oh, it's a blast to be here. You look around, you look at the temperatures. It's a little intimidating for some, but you got some die-hard fans. When you have a tower toy as big as a snowmobile. You need a hauler that's going to be able to pull it around and be just as durable in the snow and be able to get you safely where you need to be.
We started talking about getting into this sport. We couldn't have thought of a better guy than Tucker Hibbert.
Tucker Hibbert into the lead.
Tucker's a classic Ram guy. He's actually owned Ram trucks his entire life. You get him on the course, he's unstoppable.
He goes in there, he just goes all out. He's dominant, he's dedicated.
You know, he continues to dominate on the course, and that's kind of what Ram trucks is all about.
At an ISOC race, the greatest snowcross racers on the planet put on a one-of-a-kind show. But creating the stage they compete on is a world-class challenge. The assignment to design and build the track comes down to a few select folks, the ISOC groomer operators.
You got to be able to build a safe track for them. Just create a fun, safe environment.
It's like a big sandbox with a big toy I get to play with.
And the tool of choice is a beast known as Bison X, built by Prenon. The Bison X rumbles with a turbo and 350 horses. Plenty of power to push tons of snow.
Prenon is just the elite groomer out there right now, and the most advanced machine on the market right now. They changed the driver ergonomics a lot. Now the driver sits in the center of the cab, giving it so you can see your blade a lot better and have a lot more control over the machine.
Josh Pauline comes from a snowcross family. His brother Kyle's an ISOC racer. It takes Josh and the crew about a week to shape a track from a giant pile of snow. There isn't a school for this craft. The groomer ops simply share the tricks of the trade.
Just over time, learning from friends, just being around the snowmobiling, started there racing, and then just seeing the tracks, learning as I go, learning from friends, working with friends that have taught me, and that's where I kind of picked it up from.
And with today's high-tech machines, it helps to have spent a little time with a video game.
Over here, your two sticks drive your tracks. You have forward, neutral, and reverse. Then there's several buttons around on the joystick here that allows us to move our blade left, right, up, down, our wings on our blade, and curl it forward and back.
They've created tracks just about anywhere, from a baseball park, ski hill, even indoors at the Silverdome. The transformation requires patience along with a powerful machine, from the start to the berms, to the tabletop, and the whoosh section.
Basically, you start forming up a little pile of snow and you keep driving back and forth through it, pushing the pile up a little bit more each time you go over it, and then you go back and level up the tops to round them off so they're safe for the rider, eventually turn into a whoop section.
It's a small select group who've mastered the science of snow and design. For these few, the quest for a perfect track goes on and on. Grooming is simply what they love to do.
Just being able to create something out of nothing. The snow is really easy to work with, along with the abilities of these machines. You know, really lets you create just about anything you can dream up. Another shift begins. Back at her, getting ready for tomorrow's racing. Here we go.
The best part about our stay at Grand Geneva? We controlled our own pace. Whether we were out and about exploring or just lounging by the pool, it was all up to us. Daily distractions were miles away. The only deadline we had was to wake up in time to see the beautiful sunrise over the Wisconsin countryside. In such a serene setting, relaxing just came so naturally. After a soothing massage at the spa, a laid-back dinner outdoors, and a casual fireside cocktail, we were totally at ease. Mind, body, and soul.
At Grand Geneva Resort and Spa, our top priority is your comfort and relaxation, which is why our services and amenities are designed for your enjoyment and delivered at your convenience. At the very heart of our grand hospitality is Well Spa and Salon, the Midwest's premier place to be pampered. Enjoy a soothing environment with a wide selection of revitalizing treatments performed to your well-being. From invigorating massages to perfect pedicures, Well Spa and Salon is your destination for some much-needed me time. For a taste of Lake Geneva's finest food, discover delightful dining at our signature restaurants, each with its own unique style. Reserve a table at Ristorante Brissago for authentic Italian cuisine, tastefully crafted with fresh ingredients. Or indulge in a mouth-watering steak and seafood experience at Geneva Chop House, a true culinary treat. Discover more of our exquisite amenities when you upgrade your stay with the Geneva Club, an exclusive luxury experience. Members have private access to a comfortable upscale living room setting, snacks and beverages throughout the day, accompanied by a high level of quality personal service. Visit Grand Geneva Resort and Spa for the relaxing resort experience you know you deserve.
We're built on passion. We're built on engineering. We're built on technology. We're built on manufacturing. We're built on service. We're built on fun. We're built to go harder, faster, longer. We're built to ride more. Arctic Cat, share our passion.
You climb. We invent. You carve. We refine. You side hill steeper mountains. We develop more responsive technology. You never stop. We never stop. The 2015 Ski-Doo Summit. Learn more at skidoo.com.
Rockspeed FX has been designing, engineering, and manufacturing high-quality, innovative products since 1999, including their patented pivoting risers and patented height-adjustable risers. Whether it's your ATV, ADV, dual sport, street cruiser, or snowmobile, our goal is improving your riding experience through products that provide you personal comfort, increased vehicle control, and newfound confidence. Innovative solutions designed for today's active rider. For more information, log on to rockspeedfx.com.
This is Logan Christian, driver of the number 43 Doc 360 Arctic on the ISOC series, and this winter Doc 360 is giving you the chance to win my ride. You can win my 2015 Arctic Snow Pro by grabbing a Doc 360. Just look under the cap or inside the pack to find your code. Then enter the code at drinkdoc360.com for your chance to win my ride along with team gear and many other cool prizes. I'm Logan Christian, and this winter Doc 360 is putting my ride up for grabs. It's your move.
We are back at the Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale, and we are just getting underway with 120 champ 6-12 Recreational Motorsports LCQ. 10 riders, only 5 get to move on to go to the final later on tonight. But in this LCQ, we have Peyton Poker on the 310. Anthony Philippus on the 104. Aim Leonard on the 109. Reese Bowman on the 4. Cameron Monrose on the 511. Cody Coop on the 850. Brady Goix on the 842. Connor Johnson on the 127. Nick Brevik on the 555. And Caleb Christensen on the 850. Riders choosing to go the inside. They are not going to be going all the way up the hill today. Not this year, not until they get on some bigger sleds. Up in transition they will. They're going to cut across the middle of the track 2 times, as they will not be going any hills. And they will be going across the finish line and the whoop section. You can see the captain groomer up top going down the ramp downhill. You're able to see that right now from the grandstands. Very steep downhill. Should be interesting watching him go down there.
I don't think I've ever been to the top of the hill before.
Well, I was in the groomer there earlier, and just pushing snow towards the side of it was very weird.
All right, green flag out. It looks like Aiden Leonard powering out to the early race lead. He's on that 109. Then we've got Lawson Sterry tucking in right behind him on the 222. Rest of the field making their way around. We'll line them up as they come by. We are going to pull 5 from this LCQ to move on to the final later on today. Green flag out. Lawson Sterry out in front. Aiden Leonard in second. Reese Bowman in third. Anthony Philippus the fourth. In fourth spot. Then we've got Nick Brevik in fifth. And then Cameron Melrose in the sixth spot, right on the bubble there to transfer on to this 120 champ final later on tonight. Peyton Poker, Connor Johnson, Grady Getsky, and Cody Cook. Those are your top riders out there right now in our 120 champ LCQ.
Someone was not shown his Lawson Sterry was not on our sheet. Wondering if something happened. And he's able to get in the back now. That'll give him a great chance, and I believe that. Caleb Christensen not out there. He is not out there. Maybe that's why Lawson Sterry's in.
Certainly could be in as an alternate, but Lawson Sterry now way out in front. In first right now, the white flag is going to fly. There's 1 lap left to go. Let's go over our top 5 one more time. We got Lawson Sterry, Aiden Leonard, Reese Bowman, Anthony Philippus the fourth, Nick Brevik. As it stands right now with the white flag, those are the 5 that would move on. We've got Cameron Melrose still with that chance to get into this final later on this afternoon. He's in that 6th position. We'll see if he's got enough time left to try to make a move on Nick Brevik. Looks like our race leaders coming down and around the FXR final corner.
Going to take the double checkered flags for the win. Lawson Sterry, followed by A. Leonard in second place. Battle out for third between Reese Bowman and Anthony Philippus. Reese Bowman will come across in third, Anthony in fourth. As we wait for 5th place to come around, it will end up being a 5:55 of Nick Brevik. That will round out your top 5. Those are the 5 riders that are moving on. We got Lawson Sterry, Aiden Leonard, Reese Bowman, Anthony Philippus, and Nick Brevik. Rounding out the rest of the pack will be Cameron, Grady, Cody, Peyton Poker, and Connor Johnson.
Glasser Field up next. We still have our Pro-Am Women LCQ. So 5 of our ladies going to move on to the final later on tonight. We've got Jessica Martell, Jackie Farmer, Jordan Schultz, Alexis Flynn, Amanda Newsman, Sierra Beckerlich, and Denise Brown. I believe those are 7 riders getting ready to try to take those 5 spots. Like everybody ready to go on the line. I see 6 down there. Am I counting right?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, you
Looks
are.
like we got 601 didn't come to the show. So that's going to mean one of the ladies out on the track right now is going to head home later on this evening in our Pro-Am Women class.
All right, out front, it looks like Amanda Dutzman off to your early lead on the inside of the racetrack.
We had Courtney Petoskey up here with me announcing our pro and women all afternoon long, and she was talking about on that uphill, the worst part of the day is when the sun starts to go down behind the hill and you pop over the top and then you can't see, you're blinded because of that sun. So I think right now, just from that camera shot, it looks like that's about what's happening right now. So in some ways, kind of a good time that we're going to have a little bit of a break. Now we'll let that sun tuck behind before we get the rest of our riders out there, but making it difficult for our pro and women when they go up the hill.
Yes, definitely, and a lot for other riders too, but I believe this is last race before opening ceremonies later on at 7 o'clock tonight.
Yeah,
All right.
So we got a good amount of time. The sun will probably be down by the time pro opens the field at about 7:20 this evening.
That's not affecting Amanda Dutzman, though. She's out front, your early leader. She was 5th place in the qualifying session into this LCQ. She took an 8th and a 7th. Now she's going to take a first almost. She can hold off Jessica Martel who's in second for a little bit longer. Now in the pack, though, Amanda Dutzman, Jessica Martel, Alexis Lynn, Jordan Schultz, and Sierra Beckerleg. Those are the people moving on. Denise Brown not able to unless she can catch up. She is 9 seconds behind Sierra.
There's our race leader. That is Amanda Dutzman. She's out of Elk River, Minnesota, running for Playset Companies, FXR Fox Racing Shocks, and ERX Motor Park. I believe she took our Pro Women Champion on the regional level last weekend. ERX being her home track out there in Elk River, Minnesota. Lots of practice time for Amanda. She also has her brother Matt racing. So family of riders. Amanda making her way down the Air Force Flyaway. So here she comes around the FXR corner. The white flag is going to fly. 1 lap left to go now for Amanda Dutzman. She's got a really good race lead right now over the rest of the field. So she just needs to take it easy because no matter what, she is going to transfer on unless, of course, she were to not finish this race. So 6 riders out there. Still Jessica Martel, Jordan Schultz, Alexis Lynn, and the top 4. And it looks like Sierra Beckerleg still in that 5th spot. So right now, those are the top 5 that are trying to move on to our Pro-Am Women final. Got lots of stuff going on later tonight. We are going to have our 120 giveaway. So if you haven't done so yet, take your son, daughter, niece, nephew, granddaughter, grandson, whoever it may be that's under the age of 10. Head over to the Christian Brothers apparel booth out by the pit area and sign them up for that 120 giveaway. The only qualifications are you're under 10, you're here at the track, and you give us your phone number. Those are the 3 things that we need. And who knows, you could be walking home with a new 120 courtesy of Christian Brothers Racing. So make sure you get signed up for that. It's a fun giveaway, and that'll happen later on tonight.
Amanda Dutzman, still your leader. She is now entering that FXR turn right before the Amsoil finish line. She will take the win in this LCQ. Yes, she does. Amanda Dutzman, winner of the LCQ of Pro-Am Woman. She's going to move on to your 11th qualifier. Your 12th qualifier will be Jessica Martel on the 9:05. There's now 156 of Jordan Schultz to move on. 13th qualifier. Now your 14th qualifier is Alexis Lynn. Now as your 15th qualifier will be Sierra Beckerleg. She will move on to the final. Also, Amanda Dutzman, Jessica Martel, Jordan Schultz, Alexis Lynn, Sierra Beckerleg, and Janice Brown will now move on.
So that is it for our racing so far this morning. Make sure you stay tuned, though. We're about to get into our pre-race show. Lots of things going on. We're going to talk about Pro Open, the Pro Light Points battle hitting the track tonight. So make sure you stay tuned. Pre-race show coming up next. And then, of course, opening ceremonies set to hit at 7 o'clock this evening. So don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Those of you that are here at the track, keep enjoying this fabulous weather. Check out some of the vendors. Grab some of your favorite adult beverages and sit back and relax for a fun evening here in Lake Geneva. All right, so there you see the groomers starting to do some work. We got a little bit of an extended break before we won our first round of Pro Open here later on this evening. Going to clean up the track, take a quick track break for our workers, and we'll be back with action. Stay tuned, pre-race show coming up next.
Modern snowmobile engines are highly advanced. They deliver more power using less oil. Advanced wear protection is critical. Without it, harmful piston scuffing can set in. In severe dyno testing designed to replicate an entire riding season, AMSOIL Interceptor completely prevented piston scuffing in the highly specialized Ski-Doo E-Tech engine, despite intense friction and devastating heat. AMSOIL Interceptor.
The powerful and efficient 5.7-liter ME V8 with 22 highway miles per gallon and 395 horsepower.
Come with me now. Come with me now.
How far you take it is entirely up to you. Guts, glory, Ram.
We have broken the sound barrier and pioneered new paths to space. But where is that new frontier? What barriers will we break next? Every day, we are given the opportunity to sign our name to history. Just close your eyes and look inside. You are that new frontier. I'm General Mark Welch. These are my heroes, and we are American Airmen.
Time is running out, guys. 6 laps this time by.
Look at Cam. Here comes Camry inside.
Oh, boy, here we go, guys. Well, here we go once again. The man is adding to history.
Why not drive for a company that you own? Employee-owned long-haul trucking. Each mile on the road means more money in your pocket. Award-winning Long Haul is looking for hard-working owner-operators and company drivers ready for a high-paying career with quality home time. Long Haul invests in you with top pay and benefits and is backed up by a big-time support system. Log on to longhaultrucking.com for details. Running on the power of promises kept. That's Long Haul Trucking.
My style, my profile. C&A has a ski that fits every rider in every condition. Whether you're in the backcountry of Colorado, the northern trails of Wisconsin, or racing the ISOC Snowcross Series, the ski of choice is C&A. Racer tested, rider approved. My style, my profile. C&A Pro Skis.
Since 1969, Nielsen Enterprises has provided a ride for every rider. Motorcycles, snowmobiles, ATVs, UTVs, boats, pontoons, and personal watercraft. Nielsen carries all the major brands: Arctic Cat, BRP, Honda, Kawasaki, Polaris, Suzuki, and Yamaha. Snow, water, road, or dirt, Nielsen has a factory-trained, all-pro staff ready to answer any question. Nielsen Enterprises of Lake Villa, Illinois. A ride for every rider.
The XPH-07M is the new king of the hammer driver drill category. And to celebrate Makita's 100 years of innovation, for a limited time, you can get a free 18-volt lithium-ion 4 amp-hour battery with a qualified purchase. Also, as part of our anniversary, you can receive a free 3 amp-hour battery with the purchase of the X260 combo kit.
Hey guys, I'm here with John from Hayes Brakes. Now we're talking brakes, we're talking product. Now you're a new sponsorship this year with us on ISOC, and what makes it such a great fit for Hayes Brakes and ISOC?
First off, just like to say we're glad to be here. I think it's a great fit for us. We've been an OEM supplier for some of the main brands out there on the snowmobiles, and we just basically want to bring it out there and kind of get our name out there, and also in light show that we also make more than just snowmobile brakes as well.
So you say you make more than just snowmobile brakes that we've been looking at. What are some of the other products that Hayes provides brakes for?
We're one of the top suppliers on the mountain bike side, also motorcycle side as well, from power sports to bicycle. We basically do all the way to specialty products as far as like John Deere and everything as well. So basically from far and few between, we cover them.
Now I'm looking at your display here, and it's not showing just brakes. What are some of the other products that Hayes provides?
Hayes is the manufacturer of 5 different brands on the bicycle side. So not only just make Hayes brakes for bicycles, we also make suspension, handlebars, and wheels for the bicycle as well. So our brands are Answer, Sun Ringley, Manitou, and Wheelsmith as well. We actually manufacture in-house in Milwaukee a spoke for bicycles.
So a pretty diverse company. You would say that'd be a good term to describe it?
Definitely diverse. We, from one range to the other, we're definitely handle any brake situation. So.
Absolutely. Now let's turn it back to racing here. Last race, grand finale here in Lake Geneva. Who are you going to be cheering for tonight?
I'd always like to go with the local guy, which is Ross Martin.
All right. And where can the fans here at Geneva find you?
We're here by the chalet, by the Amsoil finish line.
All right, make sure you stop by, talk to John, ask him about brakes and what they can do for you.
Welcome to Amsoil Championship Snowcross powered by Ram. This is a look at beautiful Milwaukee, which is just 1 hour south of where we are now in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. This is the Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale presented by Dayco. And look at that shot of the crowd, the shot of the track. An amazing track, a long track, and a very, very tough track. I'm Carly Applin, joined by Chelsea Scorch. You've been watching racing out there all day. What have you seen so far?
Well, you know what? The track, like you were saying, big, huge, and it's getting kind of rough out there. The sun has been beating on it all day. Yesterday, obviously, it was nice and warm. So it's getting a little bit holed out. It's really racy, so that's what we're seeing. A lot of good action, a lot of good racing here tonight in Lake Geneva.
The big story last night, Tucker Hibbert locked up his 9th Pro National Championship. He was so excited to do that. 2 races left for the year. Of course, he is number 1 in points, locked that up. Tim Tremblay holding in 2nd place in points. Kyle Pauline coming up in 3rd. Kyle Pauline finishing 3rd last year. He really wants that 2nd points spot right now. Logan Christian in 4th and Ross Martin in 5th right now. Both of them in the last 4th and 5th spot, really itching to move up. We want to take a look back, though, at the action from last night, which was a lot on this amazing track.
And we are green in Lake Geneva. Up the hill they go. Down the hill with plenty of air. The 53 sled trying already to hold off Tucker Hibbert. He's got 3 sleds on the T-train already. This is the battle everyone's been talking about in the pits all day long. Can Cody Camp continue to be as fast as he had been in practice? He was fast in his first heat, a little slower in his second, and right now he's got 6 sleds on Tucker Hibbert.
Tucker is still trying to wrap up that championship. So Tucker is just going to ride smooth out there, and Cody is going to absolutely hang it out, go for the win.
There's the battle for the lead. Here comes Tucker Hibbert. Cody Cam on the 53 out front, but somehow Tucker reeled him in. The battle has begun, Levi. We'll see now that Tucker goes to the inside, makes the move. What a bonsai move from Tucker Hibbert, and we've got a new leader. Where did that come from? He'll try the inside. Can he take the lead back? Here comes Cody Cam. He's fast, he's physical, he's calculated, and he's patient. He's the T-Train. Tucker Hibbert again to the lead here at the Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale. Into the FXR final turn for the final time, and down the stretch over the Amsoil finish line for the win. Tucker Hibbert has done it again in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin.
Joining me from the United States Air Force, Sergeant Mike Matthew. First of all, thank you so much for being a sponsor of Snowcross. And you said this is your first race, and you come from Kansas City where they don't have as many snowmobiles.
That's right. This is my first race. It's pretty neat being here. It's pretty cool seeing the snow, even though it's been so warm outside. It's kind of funny that we had all that snow and then now it's gone, and we have all this man-made snow for this race. It's pretty neat. It's neat to see. I've seen a lot of dirt biking, motocross, snow or supercross. So it's kind of cool to see the snowmobiles out there on the snow.
Well, now we brought you to the snow, and I think you brought the warm weather, so thank you so much. Let's talk about the Air Force and the opportunities there, specifically special operations.
Yeah, our special operations in the Air Force is it's a great career field. It's one of our top elite programs in the Air Force. We have anything from our pararescue men to special ops weather team, our explosive ordnance disposal, tactical air control party. They're actually embedded with a lot of fire teams, calling in airstrikes and really doing the mission for the special forces, for our ground forces out there with those teams. It's pretty neat. Yeah, pretty elite career field.
Another huge opportunity, the mechanics program. This is a program you went through, I understand.
Yes.
Also a program many of our fans might be interested in getting involved in.
Absolutely. Our mechanical field in the Air Force is huge. Working on airplanes, working on vehicles, four-wheelers. We don't necessarily have snowmobiles, but we have all kinds of mechanical opportunities in the Air Force. Those airplanes don't fly without those crew chiefs and without those maintenance technicians, keeping those airplanes flying. It kind of relates to the snowcross teams that we have here tonight, and keeping those snowmobiles racing. It's basically really, really comparable to what we do as a mission in the Air Force.
Well, quickly, we will see something very special tonight on the tabletop. You have a lot of men and women here who are going to take the oath of enlistment. Tell us quickly about that.
Yeah, the oath of enlistment is it's a big deal. It's a big deal for these young people that gave that commitment to join the Air Force. They're just waiting basic training. They're waiting to put on that uniform and represent their country in the Air Force. So it's kind of cool that they let us come out here and have their family and friends come see them take the oath in front of all these people and represent the Air Force. It's really neat. It's cool to see.
Well, Sergeant Mike Matthew and the U.S. Air Force, thank you so much. Lots more to come. We'll be back right after this.
Since 1969, Nielsen Enterprises has provided a ride for every rider. Motorcycles, snowmobiles, ATVs, UTVs, boats, pontoons, and personal watercraft. Nielsen carries all the major brands: Arctic Cat, BRP, Honda, Kawasaki, Polaris, Suzuki, and Yamaha. Snow, water, road, or dirt, Nielsen has a factory-trained, all-pro staff ready to answer any question. Nielsen Enterprises of Lake Villa, Illinois. A ride for every rider.
Welcome back to Lake Geneva. This is home of many families families who like to come here to visit, one of them being the Wrigley family from Chicago, of course from Wrigley Field, the chewing gum, we all know them so well. Home to so many people, a great place to visit, and home to ISOC this weekend and the races here. Snowcross, all the action on that track you're seeing right now. Welcome back. Joining me right now, Brian Wheeler, the marketing manager for Dayco. You just saw Dayco in action. Let's first tell everybody what Dayco is all about.
Yeah, well, first off, thanks for having us. We're very excited to be here this year. Dayco is a belt manufacturer. We've been around for about 110 years. We've been manufacturing snowmobile and ATV belts for many decades, so we know a little bit about snowcross racing, but again, we're excited to be here this weekend.
Well, we love having you as the presenting sponsor. It makes so much sense because you sponsor a lot of the riders out here.
Yeah, well, we do sponsor many snowcross racers in the United States and Canada. And working with these folks, I mean, this is the best feedback we can get. I mean, we can do our own research and development, of course, but getting our belts out on the track in the most extreme conditions, especially a track such as this, it really tells us a lot about the product.
I understand one of those products you actually have with you right here in your hands, and that came from all of that research and development.
Yeah, that's correct. The Dayco XTX belt, it is our top-of-the-line belt, and, you know, this was really developed at the track with the input from racers, especially in the Canadian Snowcross Racing Association. It really told us a lot about what we needed to do in order to provide the best belt for everyone out there using it. So,
well, you absolutely do. Talk about where people can find more information as well.
Well, you can. Anyone can go to daycoproducts.com. We have plenty of information on our website. We do work with many distributors in the United States and Canada who do sell our belts. So, if you can't find the information from one of them, you can definitely find it at daycoproducts.com.
And quickly, we talked about the racers you sponsor, but these belts are for the everyday rider as well. And so many fans out there have their own snowmobiles. So let's tell them what you have to offer.
Well, yeah, not everyone has the luxury to be a pro snowcross racer, of course. Don't we all wish we could, though?
Absolutely.
But yes, this, like again, the XTX belt, the HPX, even the HP, we do have a belt for anyone and everyone out there that's riding.
Well, Brian Wheeler, thank you so much. And again, thank you for being the presenting sponsor. We love having you here. Stick around for all the action tonight. We're going to see you out there.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Now we're going to see some action from a few races ago. That was Tucker Hibbert taking his 100th win. Let's take a look. Welcome back. I'm Carly Applin, joined again by my co-host Chelsea Scorridge. Let's talk about the Pro Light Battle. One we said over and over again was going to come down to Lake Geneva. So much action in this class. One that we love to see out there every single race. The top 5 right now battling for every single point because we could see a mix-up in those top spots.
Absolutely. We saw them racing out there earlier today. Ryan Springer, again, your points leader. He took a win in his first final today. Trevor Layton still in second. Andrew Carlson looking really, really good out there today. He took a win in his respective heat race. Then we had Travis Muller and Elias Easel also taking a win. But all of these top 5 right now in their heat races were 1 and 2. They're either they won it or they were in second spot.
And Ryan Springer, Andrew Carlson, as we mentioned before, teammates. And so it's interesting to see them battle. They said, you know, they pretty respectful of each other out there. They won't necessarily bump and grind as much as some of the others, but they will go head-to-head because they want that number 1 in points when it comes down to it, the championship. You know, let's take a look at what these riders see on the track. We use GoPro. We love GoPro. It shows us all the action on the track. Let's take a look at what these riders see.
All right, here we go. It looks like we got Ryan Springer, the 541 out of Carlson Motorsports. You see the team getting him set and ready to go during his practice session. Got those red plates on the sled, means he's the points leader. Looking to start some, do some practice starts and up this huge uphill. Right now, that sun in the practice today wasn't so bad, but as we get into the later in the evening, when it's starting to set, going to be right in their eyes. But Ryan Springer now making his way down this downhill. Now, this is a place that if you're a little hesitant, not quite sure, maybe get into a hole, hit somewhere wrong, it's going to be pretty gnarly on the way down if you crash. But Springer making it through nice and clean, railing it around the outside and back up into the Polaris uphill, doubling through into the Arctic Cat corner. And now he's going to go up the hill a little bit more, and now right back down. So up and down, up and down. It's like a roller coaster here in Lake Geneva through this Air Force flyaway section. Now they are going to do a tight corner. We've seen some guys almost jump over the berm here in this corner as they turn back around, go right back up into the Ram downhill. Now this is a big tricky one. It's a little bit smoother than it was yesterday, so a little bit more speed but a little bit more control as they head down, making their way into the FXR final corner and over the Amsoil finish line. That is a lap of the day with Ryan Springer.
It is hard for us to explain just how massive this track is, just how technical it is. There you saw it right in that GoPro lap of the day. We have so much to go tonight, so many amazing races. Follow us online all night. Go to snowcross.com. Also, like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and check out our videos on YouTube. You'll see more of those GoPro videos right there on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe to us. ISOC Racing tonight. Use the hashtag Snowcross. So much to come, including opening ceremonies at 7 p.m. and all of the action on the snow. Thanks for watching. We'll see you in a little bit.
Since 1969, Nielsen Enterprises has provided a ride for every rider. Motorcycles, snowmobiles, ATVs, UTVs, boats, pontoons, and personal watercraft. Nielsen carries all the major brands: Arctic Cat, BRP, Honda, Kawasaki, Polaris, Suzuki, and Yamaha. Snow, water, road, or dirt, Nielsen has a factory-trained, all-pro staff ready to answer any question. Nielsen Enterprises of Lake Villa, Illinois. A ride for every rider.
Today's sophisticated snowmobile engines demand more of oil. They direct less oil to critical components through narrower passages and for longer distances. The bar for cold temperature oil performance has been raised. Even at 40 below zero, AMSOIL Interceptor remains fluid. It reaches critical components in the coldest weather, keeping your engine protected. AMSOIL Interceptor.
Some question physics. Some question gravity. And some even have the audacity to question improbability. These are some of the bold new Ram commercial trucks, built to blow your imagination. Guts, glory, Ram.
America's future will be determined by your dreams and your visions.
Some of you will fly the fastest planes that have ever been built, reach the highest altitude that man has ever gone to.
Whether you serve in the skies above or on the ground below, each of you has stepped forward to defend your country.
The American people support you, and they believe you truly do represent the best of America.
What you gonna do? Lift up your head and keep moving. Or let the paranoia haunt you. Peace to fashion police, I wear my heart on my sleeve, let the runway start. You know the miserable do love company. What do you want from me and my scars? Everybody lack confident, everybody lack confident. How many times my potential was anonymous? How many times the city making me promises? So I promise this. I love myself. The world is a ghetto, big guns and dicky signs. I love myself. But they can do what they want whenever they want, I don't mind. I love myself. You said I gotta get up, life is more than suicide. I love myself. One day at a time, sun go shine.
All right. Yeah. Well, I must admit, I can't explain any of these thoughts racing through my brain. It's true. Baby, I'm howling for you. All right. There's something wrong with this plot. The actors here have not got a clue. Baby, I'm howling for you. Mockingbird, can't you see? Little girl got a hold on me like glue. Baby, I'm howling for you. Yeah. Throw the ball to the stick, swing and miss and catcher's mid-strike too. Baby, I'm howling for you.
Let's go. Make no excuses now. I'm talking here and now. I'm talking here and now. Let's go. Your time is running out. I'm talking here and now. I'm talking here and now. It's not about what you've done. It's about what you do. It's all about where you going, no matter where you've been. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. let's make it happen. Ooh, let's make it happen tonight. Let's make it happen. Ooh, let's make it happen tonight. Let's make it happen. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. It's now or never. Let's go. Tomorrow's good, tonight is better. Let's go.
gentlemen of Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, are you ready for the best show on the snow? The world is watching all over the place on the World Wide Web. Put your hands in the air and let them know you are here, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to go racing. It's round 16 of AMSOIL Championship Snowcross, powered by Ram. The Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale, presented by Dayco. And we are about to go green. Let's go down to the tabletop. Carly Applin.
Thanks, Hockey. Okay, everyone, I want to hear you make some noise because we are going to see some of the best racing in the world tonight, and this is the best crowd in the whole world tonight. So if you guys want to get up, make some noise, please. We are going to get started very, very soon. And I would like to kick this off by introducing Jake Veneta from Fellowship of Christian Athletes to lead us in a prayer. Jake?
Thanks, Carly. On behalf of FCA all across the country and here in Wisconsin, it's my honor to open tonight in a word of prayer. Let's pray. Father God, thank you for tonight right here at the Nielsen Grand Finale Snowcross races. God, it's so incredible that we have so many great sponsors all year. So thank you for AMSOIL and Ram and Hayes at the start line, God. There's so many awesome sponsors. Without them, we wouldn't be here. Tonight, God, we're going to see a great show. And I pray, God, as we see this amazing awesome power displayed here tonight in these two-stroke sleds. God, two-stroke horsepower is incredible. It's off the hook. Lord, I pray that tonight would be so much fun for all that are here. I pray for safety. God, you're an amazing God. You're an awesome God, and you are a powerful God. I pray this in the awesome and powerful and kick-butt name of Jesus. Amen.
Thank you, Jake. And speaking of our sponsors, I am proud to introduce Brian Wheeler from Dayco, who's going to give us a big Dayco welcome up here on the tabletop.
Thanks, Carly. Yeah, we're very excited to be here at the Grand Finale, ISOC Grand Finale. What a crowd. This is unbelievable. Thanks to all of you for coming out.
And now let's head over to Mike Schroeder, who's going to introduce us to the men and women who are joining us on the tabletop.
Thank you so much, Carly. We welcome everybody, and of course, our affiliation with the United States Air Force goes way back. We've had a great relationship with them, and before we do that, I want anyone that's in the stands, whether you're sitting, standing, whatever, if you served or have served in any of our military organizations, please raise your hands high in the air or stand up so that we can recognize you for providing us the freedom and the blanket of security that we enjoy in this great country. Veterans, we thank you so very, very much. We're fortunate enough to have with us this evening members of the 347th Recruiting Squadron out of Oak Creek, Wisconsin. I had an opportunity to work with these individuals just a few weeks ago as we did our race at Route 66 Raceway just outside of Chicago, and it's a pleasure to work with them again. A couple of quick introductions. First of all, Master Sergeant Maines down here on the end, and we'd also like to welcome Staff Sergeant Matthews, who are on the tabletop. And, of course, with me this evening, Lieutenant Colonel Travis Braybeck. It's a pleasure to work with you again, sir.
Very pleasure to be here again tonight, Mike, and certainly a big honor and privilege that the Air Force can be part of this great event.
Just a tad bit warmer. Don't need to wear those winter clothes anymore.
That's absolutely right.
You know, we talk about the DEP swearing program, and behind us, I believe, are 15 young men and women in just a couple of moments that are going to take a huge step to, of course, enter the U.S. Air Force. Could you briefly describe what the DEP program really is?
And these young men and women behind me are entering the Delayed Entry Program, which is a program which they have pledged to and volunteered to join the service, and they're waiting to go to basic military training. Once they ship off, which will be shortly after the swear-in, they will enter one of 130 different career fields across the Air Force.
And, you know, you talked about 130 different career fields. So many times people hear the Air Force and they think, I don't really want to work with airplanes. I don't want to be a pilot. I don't want to fix airplanes. I'll tell you what, there's so many opportunities. It is just enormous what they can do in the Air Force.
Tremendous amount of opportunities. Certainly aviation is a very large part of that, but our experiences range from special operations to mechanical fields, electrical fields, computer science fields, nuclear weapon mechanics, and things like that. So a broad spectrum of fields available for men and women to serve.
And, of course, if they want to get any more information, they can stop at the booth here. Or why don't you give us a website that they can check?
We invite people to visit airforce.com to find their nearest local recruiter.
Very good. These people are a little nervous, if you may say. Sir, if you'd be so kind, let's induct the newest members into the U.S. Air Force.
Thank you, sir. Attention orders! Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I state your full name. Do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. And that I will obey the orders of the President of the United States. And the orders of the officers appointed over me. According to the regulations and Uniform Code of Military Justice. So help me God. Congratulations.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the newest members of the United States Air Force. Thank you so very much. Best of luck to all of you. Carly?
Another huge congratulations. And now I want to introduce Reese, who is back on the tabletop. Her sister sang the national anthem last night, and tonight she's going to lead us. So if everybody could please stand, remove your caps, and direct your attention to the flag. Reese?
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave for the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Every day, all around the world, the men and women of the United States Air Force bring to bear an awesome skill, dedication, and fighting power. It's this fighting spirit and our domination of air, space, and cyberspace that enable us to maintain our title as the most powerful Air Force on the planet. Join us as we travel around the globe to see the many amazing things our 500,000 airmen are doing every day. The Air Force controls the skies, and nobody on this planet can match the sheer force and effect of our attacks from above. No matter how far, how massive, or how difficult the mission, the Air Force delivers critical materials and equipment where no one else can. No matter how dire or dangerous the situation, the Air Force operates anytime and anywhere to deliver the help that's needed.
The opening ceremonies are in the books, and it is about time to go racing. You are on camera to the world, Grand Geneva. Let's see your hands in the air and see how excited you are for the best show on the snow. A great crowd on hand. I see a Tucker Hibbert sign down there on the left-hand side. I see a Whalers jersey right there. And fix our gear all over the place. We are about to go racing here in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Levi Lavallee, Chris Hockey, we're here to bring you all the action. Mike Schroeder making his way back up here, and I think it's almost time to introduce to you our top 5 in the points heading into this round. Let's meet them. Ladies and gentlemen, our number 5 racer is from Burlington, Wisconsin. He rides a Polaris for Amsoil, Exalta, and Jack Link's Beef Jerky. The number 837 is Ross Martin.
Martin, tell fans how these snow conditions differ from any other track we have during the season.
The snow is just so wet and watery. It's actually really slippery coming down the hills, but it's fun. You know, it's better when you get a hole shot than when you're behind and get soaking wet right away. But no, it should be some good racing tonight, and we'll do the best.
Good luck tonight.
Thanks a lot.
Ludacris going in on the verse because I've never been defeated and I won't stop now.
Our number 4 racer is from Fertile, Minnesota, riding the DOT 360 Drift Arctic Cat for Christian Brothers Racing. The number 43, Logan Christian.
Logan Christian, these downhills are massive. What are your thoughts when you're up top looking down?
Just getting prepared and ready to come down the hill. I mean, they're tough, they're gnarly, they're sketchy, so you got to be on your tiptoes and be ready for anything.
Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we seem to have misplaced our 3rd place rider. Please look around you and see if you see Kyle Pauline anywhere. Kyle Pauline, tall, a smile on his face. I believe he's amidst you in the crowd. From Ironwood, Michigan, he races a Polaris for Mystic Lubricants, Loctite, and Lavallee Racing. The 324 is Kyle Pauline.
Kyle Pauline, tell fans what is going to be the key to a win on this track tonight.
It's going to be, you got to be smooth and stay on. I mean, this track is gnarly, as we have seen. It's bitten guys, all last night and stuff. So got me yesterday a little bit. So I'm just looking to improve and stay smooth and ride strong.
Good luck out there.
Thank you.
I think with my heart and I move with my head. I open my mouth and it's something I feel. Stood at the door.
Our second place rider is from Quebec, Canada. He rides for Amsoil Synthetic Lubricants, the U.S. Air Force, and Ford Trucks. The number 11 Skidoo, Tim Tremblay.
Look, if you had one shot, one opportunity.
Tim Tremblay, after a difficult night last night, how do you forget about that and move on into the finals tonight?
You know, just gotta move on. Even if I think about it all weekend, it's not gonna change anything. So yesterday was a bad day, and today is a new day. So hopefully it goes good.
Good luck out there.
Thank you.
Mom spaghetti, he's nervous, but on the surface he looks calm and ready to drop bombs.
And now, let's meet the man who clinched our season championship here in Lake Geneva last night. Racing out of Pelican Rapids, Minnesota for Monster Energy, Arctic Cat, and Ram Truck. The winningest rider in Amsoil Championship Snowcross history, the T-Train, number 68, Tucker Hibbert.
Tucker Hibbert, Hunter has a question for you. What is that question, Hunter?
What is your favorite part of the track?
Your favorite part of the track?
My favorite part's probably the big downhill right before the finish line. It's really steep and it's a little bit scary, but it's a lot of fun.
Good luck out there. Do you want to say good luck?
Good luck.
Awesome. Have fun, Tucker.
Get ready for the Pro Open, the world's greatest snowcross racers on heavily modified sleds built for maximum speed and performance. The Pro Open is the ultimate test of man and machine. There are none faster and none cooler. These racers train year-round as their teams refine the sleds with the latest in technology. The Pro Open class is the best of the best, and a one-of-a-kind racing show is about to commence. Lake Geneva, here we go. The racers are making their way to the starting line. Get out of your seats. It's time to go racing here in Lake Geneva. Round 16 of Amsoil Championship Snowcross powered by Ram is about to begin. Thank you all for coming out to the Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale presented by Dayco. The Hayes Break starting line is set and ready to go. Levi Lavallee, Mike Schroeder, Chris Hockey, Carly Applin, all of us ready to bring you the broadcast here tonight. Levi, this track is even more gnarly than it was last night.
This track is absolutely insane. You know, this is incredible. You know, with these huge downhills and the rhythm sections coming down, these guys are in for a treat when they get on the course.
Mike, it's a heck of a qualifier lineup.
Of course, your current champion for 2014-2015, right in the center of that, Tucker Hibbert. But look at that, Ron Smart, you've got Kyle Boline, you've got, of course, Adam Renheim. There's a lot of people, a lot of places to be figured out between second, third, and fourth, and fifth. So it's going to be some great racing. It's important to get as many points as you possibly can in your qualifiers.
Tucker Hibbert, as we mentioned in this first heat, has won 5 features in a row here at Lake Geneva. He's the man to beat. He won the season championship by winning the feature here last night, and these fine people came here to see him try to do it again. A great crowd on hand. It's literally standing room only here in front of the broadcast booth. And that's Ross Martin's wife right there in the middle. Hello, Mrs. Martin. How are you?
I think she's here to see Ross do well to try to stay in that fourth position.
I'm just going to ask you, as you're looking at the camera, is Ross Martin going to win this race tonight? Is that who's going to win? Can you hear me? Is Ross going to win tonight? Is this the night? They turned away from her. I think I embarrassed her, gentlemen. I don't think I can embarrass these folks right here. You guys are not easily embarrassed, are you? Put your hands in the air once again. Show everybody around the world that you're here to have a good time tonight. Look at these people down here. There you are. Look at that. That's a fantastic goatee, mister. Let me just tell you right now. That's the 62 of Cody Thompson. Had a great night last night.
You know, I talked to Cody last night, and I, of course, talked to Cody this afternoon. He was really pleased with the performance he put out last night. I said, have you got another one in you? He says, I think I do. So let's watch. It could be interesting to see how the number 62 Artie Cat does on the racetrack.
Yeah, you know, it's a lot warmer out here, obviously, tonight, even more so than last night. We've been some places where it's been absolutely freezing this season. Levi, how does that change how you dress for the race?
You know, as you can see, a lot of these guys are running dirt bike jerseys, different things like that. I mean, because basically we're in summer conditions, you know. It's 50-plus degrees. These guys are trying to keep cool. Although they're running on snow, it gets extremely hot out there. So the guys are running lightweight stuff, and it helps them to last for those long races.
And they're going to be dry for about 10 seconds. Right, because they're going to be caked with water and snow.
That's exactly it. You know, the snow, although it's snow, it is extremely wet. So it's basically like getting hit with a fire hose when you're behind the other riders.
And, of course, the important thing, too, you know, these guys got 2 rounds of qualifying and then either an LCQ or a final. It's important that they stay hydrated, too, and drink plenty of fluids.
Carly Applin's been drinking plenty of fluid. She's hydrated. She's ready for a great race tonight. Carly?
Hey, guys, you know, the top 5 guys that are going to line up behind me, Kyle Pauline said you want to qualify so you have one of these picks because, as they said, a smooth ride and a good start are going to be keys to a win out here. They want a good hold shot, so they're going to want one of these 5 spots. Back to you as we get ready to go green.
Thank you, Carly. Carly was telling me earlier, Levi, that the racers really want the inside, one of the inside 5 spots as they go up the hill. Why is that?
You know, when you're on the inside, what it does is it keeps you, it sets you up for that top turn so you're able to push the guys out. And, you know, with this warm weather, 48 degrees, if you're behind any of the other guys, especially going to that first turn, you're getting roosted with all that wet, heavy snow. So, I mean, it's really key to get a good start and get through that first turn clean.
It says 48 degrees. That's at the starting line, the Hayes Break starting line. You're going about 9 miles up a hill. Is it colder at the top of the hill up there? It seems like it might be. There's Tucker Hibbert right there, by the way. He won the championship last night, Levi.
He sure did. You know, he looked phenomenal last night. We'll see if he's able to keep that going. Been riding strong all year. Now he doesn't have any pressure on him with the championship, so we'll see if he's able to just go out there and ride smooth.
Interesting thing is, though, he does the same routine each and every time, just like every one of these drivers does.
All those riders getting ready to go. 9 sleds on the starting line getting ready to go green here in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. It's round 16. It's in the starters' hands. Oh, and they are loose at Lake Geneva, but somebody jumped that start. Up the hill they go, and Tucker Hibbert to the lead. Boy, Ross Martin on the outside, though, is right there.
Martin right on the outside. Then you see Corin Todd on that Polaris. It'll be interesting to see if a black flag flies as they come down. There definitely was some people that jumped early on. We'll keep an eye out for that.
We'll let you know as soon as we know more. Meanwhile, back up front, it's the battle of the 2 veterans. Ross Martin right behind Tucker Hibbert, and the 36 is Corin Todd sitting in 3rd right now. They'll make their way through the little dog leg. Up the hill they go, and they'll make that hard left-hand turn and come towards the Air Force flyaway.
You can see as they come down this hill, this is where the downhills start getting gnarly. That section is extremely rough, rhythm section, and then once they get around this turn, that's the steep hill that everybody is dreading. You know, it is so steep, if you make the smallest mistake, you end up finding yourself at the bottom of the hill in a bad place.
That's the ramp downhill right there. Tucker said he loved it, and he went down there fast. Ross Martin right on his tail. The FXR turn and headed towards the Amsoil finish line. Let me set the scene. Tucker Hibbert is your leader. Ross Martin currently in 2nd. Corin Todd a very strong 3rd place right now, followed by Andy Leaders and Kyle Pauline, the teammates 4th and 5th. Brett Turcotte and Adam Ridheim 6th and 7th, Mike.
Yeah, and of course you see Cody Thompson there in 8th place, not having the night that he had last night. This is the first round of qualifying, and you see some people that jump back. It may be, we didn't see a black flag, it may be that they knew they jumped, they went to the back and self-corrected, so that's why we continue racing the way we are. Tucker Hibbert out front, Martin trying to catch him.
Tucker with big air over that brand new set of doubles, heading up that Polaris straightaway right there. Now down the backstretch, a great shot right there showing you what they're doing at the top of the hill before they make that hard left and come back down. There's Corin Todd on that 36. And there's a battle back there. That's the 16th of Turcotte. You got Ridheim and you got Cody Thompson. Did not get a good start in Cody Thompson. He's having to work his way through the field. That right there is your battle for 6th, 7th, and 8th place in this, the first heat of round 1 of AMSOIL Pro Open.
And Ridheim went a little high there. It looked like Thompson trying to make a move underneath. May have gotten by him, and he does. But look at Ridheim. Ridheim's a big, big, strong driver for Boss Racing. He tries to work his way back underneath. It's still Thompson that takes the play.
Carly Applin's right beside the racetrack. Carly, show me what you're talking about down there.
Tucker Hibbert flying by, is holding strong in first place. He may have wrapped up that championship, but he'll be the first to tell you that every single win matters. So he's going to charge hard out there whether or not he has that championship. Ross Martin, though, battling for the second place spot in points, so he is going to keep charging out there as he wants that second place. Guys?
Thank you, Carly. There he is. Again, very, very smooth as usual. Had a really good start this time. Wasn't always the case last night, Levi, but this time he's out front in a hurry.
He did. He had a great start, you know, and once Tucker gets up front, that's his thing. He just checks out on the guys. You can see he's already got quite a lead on Ross Martin, and, you know, he's just out there with no pressure, just going and trying to get wins now.
We talk about it time and time again. Not only is he out front, no traffic, but he's got the good visibility, too. You don't see him like a lot of these drivers at every opportunity reaching up to try to clear out their goggles. Tucker's got free sailing.
That's one of the things you'll see on a track like this with the wet snow is it starts to get separated because as you get closer to the rider, you take a couple face full of roost, and then it messes up your goggles, you drop back. So after time, it kind of gets spread out a little bit, and you see that now with Tucker and Ross, you know, having a little bit of gap over each other.
On the screen right there is Ross Martin, the A37 out of Burlington, Wisconsin, not far from where we're at right here in Lake Geneva. Currently running second, had a good, strong third-place podium finish last night. And, Mike, it wasn't an easily won podium last night. He worked his tail off.
He did. He had to work extremely hard to stay up there at his position of finish. You know, he started, of course, with backaways, worked his way through. But, you know, Ross loves his track. And, you know, we take a look at, of course, his finishes over the past 2 years. You know, his average finish over the last 5 years has been 4th place. So, you know, it shows that he's won. And, of course, he's had a couple of bad rounds here, too. But looking solid here in second place.
Again, it's Hibbert, Ross Martin in second, and Corin Todd right now holding on to third, followed by Andy Leaders and Kyle Pauline. Right there's that battle continuing for 6th between Turcotte and the Jimmy John sled of Adam Ridheim. Great battle going on back there. Every point counts in every open qualifier, doesn't it, Levi? You need every spot you can get.
That's exactly right. You know, as we wind out this season, you know, every point is so critical. You know, I mean, the points battles for second, third, and fourth are so tight, you know, so every position really counts to those riders.
And if I'm not mistaken, you won your championship probably in a qualifying round here on Sunday, correct?
I won actually in the final. We came into the weekend tied in points, and I won the final by winning the final race of the season.
White flag is out for this first AMSOIL Pro Open qualifying heat. 1 lap to go for Tucker Hibbert. As we continue to watch this battle for 6th on the track back there, Ridheim with that Jimmy John sled trying to get to the outside of Brett Turcotte and make up one more spot before the checkers fly. It's a 3-man battle in the Skidoo Hill. They drag race down the hill, and here they come.
Boy, look at on the outside. Thompson railed around the outside, tried to carry a little more speed, not able to make a move. But there is your race leader again, making his final circuit here in this first round of qualifying.
Perhaps the greatest snowcross racer of all time, putting on a display early again here tonight in round 16. Last night in round 15, he wrapped up the championship, and here this afternoon, Tucker Hibbert has won his first Pro Open qualifier. There's our second place rider. Ross Martin comes out of the FXR turn. He'll take the checkers for second place. And finally holding on for a very strong third place finish. A good way to start off his night the 36 of Corin Todd. Two teammates now looking like they're going to come across in 4th and 5th. Andy Leaders in 4th, Kyle Pauline in 5th. And it looks like Adam Renheim did get around Turcotte and will take 6th place on that Jimmy John sled. Heat 1, round 1 in the books for the AMSOIL Pro Open class, and we saw more of the same out of Tucker Hibbert, Levi.
That's right, Tucker. He did the exact same thing with rode a clean, flawless race and was able to take that heat win.
Let's go down to Carly Applin. Carly?
Congratulations, Tucker Hibbert. You may have the championship, but you want every win, and that is how you ride out there.
Yeah, that's right. I'm a racer for sure. I want to win every time I'm on the track, and I feel good right now. The track's a lot of fun. It's really technical. Snow's really sticky, but I just give it my all. You know, it's a lot of fun out there. And we got a great start and just kind of kept charging hard, found some good lines, and I'm excited for the final tonight.
Talk about how we will see this track transform throughout the night.
It gets rougher and rougher every lap, you know, and one line, you know, the fast line one lap will just totally go away, and you have to kind of switch it up, so you got to keep searching. It's challenging for us, but it's a lot of fun.
Congrats again, and good luck in the final.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Carly Applin, as Tucker starts the sled and heads back to adjust a few things on that sled before the next round of heats. That red number plate means not only was he your points leader coming in, but he wrapped up that championship last night. A great start for Tucker means he pretty much checks out, guys.
And you know what? I can guarantee you right now that Tucker will be having that red number 68 plate on his snowmobile come next to Lou, too.
I think you are correct. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go down to Carly Applin at the starting line. Carly?
Tim Tremblay lining up right behind me, looking to make a comeback tonight. In the last round, he actually came off the track with a broken belt. Steve Shurian, the team owner, said that might be because they sit on the start line when there's false starts. That's what happened in the last round. So their belts burn up. Just by chance, it happens to break when you're out on the track. Unfortunately, that happened to him, looking to make a different end to this night. Guys, back to you.
Levi, how can they keep that from happening?
It's a hard situation because any time that you get to a starting thing where they're unable to get started right away, you have a lot of things, that's when your belt gets hot and you really can't stop it.
About to go green. And they are loose in Lake Geneva. Up the hill they go. 9 sleds up the hill. And who got that stud boy hole shot? Logan Christian.
Logan Christian, but look at the Polaris on the outside. Just busted a move to get around. Welcome back, Cody Cam.
Cody Cam has not been with us for multiple weeks due to injury. He's back with us here in round 16, and he was on a rail in round 15 as well. Look at him out front right here in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin.
You know, you watched that start, and both of the sleds that, of course, out of the Henches trailer, both him and Broberg had really, really good hold shots. Cody was able to capitalize, get around Logan Christian, now starting to put some distance between he and the rest of the field.
Cody Cam right now, again, your leader, but let's look at who's in 3rd and 4th. Broberg had a great night last night, but Tim Tremblay, who did not, sitting in 3rd right now and trying to make his way back up towards the front.
You see on the top side, of course, that skidoo of the number 11 of Tim Tremblay trying to make up ground and trying to get around Logan Christian. There you see Logan Tremblay right behind him.
Over the AMSOIL finish line, the 53 is Cody Cam, and he is your leader right now, and the crowd loves it here at Lake Geneva. But the battle's about to begin between the Doc 360 sled of Logan Christian and Tim Tremblay as they head up the hill. Tremblay needs a good finish tonight, guys. You know he's hungry after what happened last night. And we just saw right there, as Cody gets a little loose headed towards the hill, that the battle is about to begin behind him. Cody rides on the edge all the time, Levi.
He is always on the edge, and that's what's so fun about Cody. When he's on the track, he is going for it. Super fun to watch, but you can see here, Tim Tremblay is sending it. He's trying to get past Logan Christian right now. He knows he needs to get as many points as he can as he holds on to that second place thing. So we're going to see if he can get by Logan Christian.
Logan Christian said earlier today this is not his favorite kind of track. In fact, he considers that down. Oh, Logan off the track almost right there, opening the door for Tim Tremblay. I was about to say, that part of the section of the track really bothers him, and you saw it got under his skin there, Levi.
Those downhills are super tricky. You know what happened to Logan there is he caught one of the bumps coming down, and he had to go a little bit too hot on that turn, parked him up on the berm. Tim Tremblay easily went underneath him.
Tremblay is fast. He is on a rail, and he's chasing down your leader. That's Tim Tremblay on that AMSOIL sled, trying to reel in Cody Cam. Mike, does he have enough laps left?
You know, he's going to have to work hard. You take a look at it. He runs just about 0.2 of a second faster than what Cody Cam is. Cody Cam really starting to range out now. About a 2.5-second lead over Tremblay. I don't think he's going to have enough time nor enough real estate, but it'll be interesting. You get this big Canadian all wound up, and he knows that he needs to have points. He knows what Kyle Pauline did in his round of qualifying. He knows what he needs to do. Even if he stays where he's at, it's a plus for Tim Tremblay.
You are exactly right. By the way, that battle right now for that spot is 18 points, and I'm talking about second place in the points. This is round 16. 2 rounds, including tonight, to go. And Tim Tremblay's battling with Kyle Pauline for second place in the points. Tim needs every point he can get, and right now he needs to get around the leader, Cody Cam. That man right there on the number 53 sled. Last round in round 15, Cody did run second, right behind Tucker Hibbert. Tonight, he's back to his old ways and out front here in this Pro Open qualifier.
You know, you watch Cody as he comes around. It'll be 2 laps to go as he comes across the AMSOIL finish line. As a rookie, he did well here. You see him racing here, and he's doing well here.
Let's go down to Carly Applin right beside the racetrack. Carly?
Not a huge fan of this track. He said it's because he trains on flatlands, very unlike this track with all of the downhills. He said those downhills very intimidating. Unfortunately, we cannot get the best of him in this round. We'll see what happens to the next team. Back to you.
And that does have a lot to do with your mental state going into each race, doesn't it, Levi?
It does. You know, if you're not used to riding these downhills, they're extremely tricky. You know, the problem is you know, as the bumps develop, they get so steep. So, I mean, you really have to land perfect on those downslopes. And, you know, for Logan, who's practiced on flat tracks, it makes it tough for him.
Meanwhile, on the other side of that coin, as we continue to look at Logan Christian, is Cody Cam, who said he adores this type of racetrack. He's kind of let's get out there and do this kind of guy.
You bet. Kind of, you know, free spirit.
Yes.
Give me a place to race. I'll be there, and I'll tell you what, I'm going to give it 110%. That's what he's doing here.
If there's one man that you would put at the top of the charts that has a shot at beating the T-Train, it's that man right there. Cody Cam is now 1 lap away from winning this first Pro Open qualifier of his for tonight here in Lake Geneva. He's been very, very fast. The lead right now over Tim Tremblay is 4.1 seconds on this white flag lap. The leading contender to take T-Train's crown is that man right there. Out of the skidoo turn, he'll take that inside line and hit the big air over this jump, and down the hill comes Cody Cam. Had a bit of an accident. It does look like Mies and Stenberg may have gone down in the middle of the racetrack. We'll get you an update on that as well. That was the battle for 5th. As we set the scene, by the way, again, that's Cody Cam right there. As you see the sleds there trying to gather him up and get back on the racetrack. Cam, Tremblay, Logan Christian, 1, 2, 3. And so far, a good heat for Justin Broberg and Corey Watkinson as well as they go 4th and 5th. Less than half a lap left for the great Cody Cam, that number 53.
Takes and rails back, goes up, of course, that big uphill by the Ram truck. He'll come back down the Ram downhill. Tell you what, just has to go a couple of more turns here. He's got this, of course, qualifier in the pocket.
Straight out of Kenosha, Wisconsin, and out of that FXR turn towards the AMSOIL finish line, your winner, Cody Cam. Cody does it again. Over the AMSOIL finish line goes the AMSOIL sled of Tim Tremblay in second, and Logan Christian on that Doc 360 sled will hold on for 3rd. Big race for Cody Cam. We'll talk to him after a short break. Right after this, this is AMSOIL Championship Snowcross, powered by Ram. Lake Geneva, up the hill they go. Cody Cam has not been with us for multiple weeks due to injury. He's back with us here in round 16, and he was on a rail in round 15 as well. Look at him out front right here as Cody gets a little loose, headed towards the hill that the battle is about to begin behind him. Straight out of Kenosha, Wisconsin, and out of that FXR turn towards the AMSOIL finish line. Your winner, Cody Cam.
Congratulations, Cody Cam. You say you enjoy racing on this track. Specifically, what is it about this track that you enjoy so much?
Definitely all the hills and terrain change. We don't get to race in any of this kind of stuff all year, so it's new and just lots of fun to be out there.
Talk about the snow conditions tonight on the track and how that affects visibility.
The snow is very wet and heavy, and just got to get a good start so you can see the whole time real good.
How important is it to take this front rhythm section as a smooth way because the lines are constantly changing?
If you mess up in this section, you got to go slow up the hill, of course, and you don't want that because it's a long straightaway and people will pass you.
Again, congratulations. Good luck in the final.
Thank you.
Guys, back to the booth.
So 2 heats in the book here at AMSOIL Pro Open. This is how they finished in that Pro Open qualifier right there. Cody Cam, again, a big win. Tim Tremblay, a second place, but a good, strong second place finish for Tim Tremblay. Logan Christian did come across in third, and Justin Broberg in fourth. Any surprises there for you, Mike?
No, not really. Well, maybe one. I would say Dave Jonas. Jonas ran really strong here mid-season, and we haven't seen any real good finishes him out for quite some time now. So that's maybe a little bit surprising. And, of course, John Stenberg getting together with Darren Mees on the top side. Stenberg's been running pretty well on his Skidoo out of the NSK trailer. That's kind of a surprise, too.
Let's take a break and come right back with the Pro Light Final. We're going to go racing seriously right after this. It's round 16 of AMSOIL Championship Snowcross, powered by Ram. We'll be right back. So we're about to get to the second round of heats for the Pro Light Division here at the Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale, presented by Dayco. Again, welcome to Grand Geneva Resort and Spa. The Hayes Break starting line filling up with those Pro Light sleds, and we've got a stacked group of people, including Kurt Bowerly, Nick Patton, Tyler Kinney, Ryan Springer in this race, Travis Muller, Jake Angove, and Tyler Adams. So a fast group of individuals on the starting line up there. You see a lot of our ops crews making sure everything's set up there at the Hayes Breaks starting line.
All of them guys all year long done a great job on the starting grid, making sure everybody getting lined up properly, staying in place. You see our starters down there. Tell you what, it's a long day on that starting line and out there on the racetrack. Hats off to all of the folks that are in the starting area, the ops people all over. These guys do just an awesome job in the racetrack.
You can see Ryan Springer there, talked to him earlier today, and he said, do I go for it today?
So,
and I told him, I said,
what's going through his head right now?
Yeah, I mean, he's in the points lead right now. He wants to wrap up the championship, but at the same time, you don't want to make a foolish mistake and take yourself out of that. So, he was talking to Kyle and I, and he said, do I go for it now or do I, play it safe? And, in my type style, I say go for it. But
and even if he goes for it, if Trevor Layton can keep pace with him, he may not clinch tonight. I mean, he's nowhere near got a 45-point lead over Trevor right now. And, of course, that's how many points are available in a round. So, like you said, where do you take and position yourself on what you want to do in the racetrack? Are you going to race safe, or are you going to go out and try to air one out?
That's exactly right. Another thing is, like, when guys check up, it almost throws them out of rhythm, and sometimes that's when they make crashes. So if you start changing the way you ride, that usually sometimes gets you in trouble.
It's almost like an LCQ, Okay, I'm in second place, I'm in, but I want to win. And that's the big thing, isn't it? Yeah.
About to go racing once again. This is the second round of heats of the Pro Light Division. Always action-packed, and they're about to go green. And we are racing in Lake Geneva, and up the hill they go. 7 sleds to the top of the mountain.
Jake Angove out front. Here is a story right here. Jake Angove was injured earlier this year, had a ruptured spleen, or rather a ruptured kidney, a torn pancreas. Spent a lot of time in the hospital, worked hard to get back in shape. Now he's out leading this race.
He's not only out leading a race, he is on a rail. Jumped out with that stud boy hole shot, and he was gone. But the battle has just begun because look who's right there beside him, Mike.
Yeah, that would be Mr. Springer. And Levi and I were talking while you were getting some paperwork in order. Ryan's saying, what do I do? Do I go for it or do I pace myself? I think he answered the question right there, Levi.
I think so. As he went by Jake Angove, Ryan, he's going for it, and that's his style. And I think, if he checks up, it's going to mess him up, and he may run into trouble. So, like in classic Springer style, he's going to go for it.
So your leader is Ryan Springer out in front. Right behind him, Jake Angove chases him down that Ram Hill into the turn. They'll come out of the FXR turn and across the Amsoil finish line, and then we will set the entire field for you here in Heat 1 of Round 2 of the Pro Light Division. Your leader, Ryan Springer. Jake Angove continues to be in second. Travis Muller across in third right now. That's the battle. Look at this shaping up right now. That's the battle for second between Jake Angove, the 177, and Travis Muller on the 436. There's a yellow at the top of the hill. Keep your sled on the ground, no advancing positions, and then get back to green as soon as you possibly can.
And you take and talk about the way that, of course, Travis Muller charging there too. You got to look at it. Muller, he's in a points battle here too, currently sitting in fourth. He can better himself with good finishes here in these next 2 rounds.
Springer to the top of the hill. Look how rough that section of the racetrack has gotten up there. It's a short stretch and then a hard left-hand turn, and down the Air Force flyaway comes the 541 of Ryan Springer. Ryan out of St. Francis, Minnesota for Carlson Motorsports, Sport Tech, and Polaris Racing.
Boy, what a transition. Down one hill, you turn around, make a U-turn, and you're going right back. There is very little time to rest here. Really, the big time to rest, Levi, is when they're in the air.
That's exactly right. And some people think because of these hills, like, well, you can take a little breather as you're wheeling up a hill or whatever, but you're gripping on so much. It's always pulling. So your arms are always getting tight. You're coming down. You're pushing. So, there's always something going on where it's taking and exhausting you. So there really is no place on this track to take a breather.
Especially when you're battling for second. Jake Angove right there is the 177. Travis Muller on the 436 is right on his tail. There continues to be a yellow at the top of the hill as we try to get that sled off the track. And they are back to racing. The outside line for Muller. The inside line for Angove. Who's going to be faster as they hit the big downhill?
Boy, Angove really picked up the pace there. Is looking very solid for a driver that hasn't run in quite some time. He's looking really impressive on this racetrack.
Tell me what's tired on him right now.
It's tough after not racing for pretty much half the season. You get worn out. You're just not in race shape. You're not used to being pressured, and with Muller right behind him, giving him all that pressure, sometimes that wears on a guy. And, your arms start tightening up and you forget to breathe. And, that's the hard thing. But right now he's doing a heck of a job out there and, actually pulling a little lead on Travis Muller.
Ryan Springer, Jake Angove, Travis Muller continue to be 1, 2, 3 with Tyler Kinney in fourth and Tyler Adams in fifth. Ryan Springer will be coming around to take the white flag here in the first heat of round 2 of the Pro Light Division. White flag in the air for Ryan Springer, but the battle's not over for second. Over that Amsoil finish line is the 177 of Jake Angove, but to the outside comes Travis Muller. It's a drag race down the front stretch.
Boy, who's got a better angle here to get up the hill? It should be Muller because he could sweep.
The 177 moves over and takes away the line, and that's how you do it. They both take the inside line at the top of the Skidoo Hill, and down the stretch they come.
Muller going to work the far outside of that line.
Angove has been quicker through that section of the track on every lap we've seen. Back up the hill they go. Again, this continues to be the battle for second. Big air up the hill they go. A bit of a bobble for Jake Angove, but he continues to pull away a little bit on Muller. You saw Springer, your leader, just for a second. They'll make their way towards that Air Force flyaway. Muller's not done with this yet. He charges hard into the golden light turn. And back up the hill they go. Meanwhile, there is the man. Ryan Springer has been fast every step of the season, and the 541 takes the FXR turn for the final time, and the win. Ryan Springer has done it again. Meanwhile, the battle for second continues over the Amsoil finish line, and Jake Angove will hold on by a 1/7 of a second. Travis Muller comes across in third.
Well, that's a good race for second and third. All these guys up front running well. Of course, Springer with the win, but you know, you got to go hats off to Angove coming back from his injury, running the way he did. And Travis Muller, you know, working hard, trying to make the pass, just didn't work out for him.
About to go green with heat number 2 of the Pro Light Division. 3 heats of Pro Light on the docket tonight. 7 sleds ready to go here in Heat 2, Round 2 of the Pro Light Division. And we are racing, and up the hill they go. 4 abreast up the mountain. And I believe that would have been the 193 of Pickner with the hole shot, but he does not come out of the turn with the lead. That is Elias Ishul right there, I believe. No. Trying to get a good look at that number plate up at the top of the hill right there, as sleds are everywhere.
It looks like the Makita Green Skidoo.
I believe it is. Yes, it was. So that was your leader. But it's not certain, because look at Trevor Layton right on his tail right there. That's the number 3 sled. So your leader is the 200 of Elias Ishul out of Norway, 16 years old, and down the hill he comes.
And right behind him, Trevor Layton. And here's the driver we talked about. For Layton to stay close to Springer, he's got to stay right where he's at. He can't. He would only lose a point here if he was to finish second in this heat. If he takes and is able to win the heat, he's going to stay even with Ryan Springer, and that takes and opens up a can of worms.
Elias Ishul joined us for the first time at Duluth in the very first race of the season and let the world know he was a contender. He's showing you what he's got here again tonight in round 15 for these racers. And I'll tell you, this kid has been fast all year long, and he has no fear of any kind, Levi.
That's exactly right. As you see him going through that rhythm section, absolutely pounding through that. You know, this kid is all about aggression. He is wide open every chance he gets. You know, whether it's getting him in trouble or going fast, he's on the gas.
You know, and sometimes you got to tame that. It was interesting. I was in, of course, Warner's trailer yesterday, and of course Tom Lawrence, of course the Warner trailer, and Tom Lawrence from Skidoo was in there, and of course he can't speak Norwegian, but he kept going like this, pointing to his head into the throttle thumb, telling him, think throttle, and he shall, yeah.
This is the battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. We're talking about Pickner, Kern, and Wallenstein, and that's quite a battle, especially right there for 4th.
And a couple of things here. Both Kern and Pickner coming back after injuries, too. And, you know, they're out there making their way around here. I talked to Matt Pickner a little while ago, and I said, how you feeling? He says, sled's running good. He says, you know, I'm not sure how my body's going to do because I haven't been riding much, but he says, we're going to go out and give it a try.
It really speaks to the importance of the Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale presented by Dayco, that all of these racers do everything they can to get healthy for this race, Levi.
That's right. I mean, it's a very demanding track, and you can see, you know, if you're not able to race for a few weekends, it's really hard to come back and give your all.
And the big thing with the 201 sled, of course, Travis Kern had mono for quite a period of time. He even may have had it in Duluth when we started. It took him a long time to get over it. Now back on the racetrack.
Yeah, he's running well. He's in 4th as we speak, as we continue to watch this great battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. 2 different lines for 3rd and 4th right now. Continues to be Pickner, Kern, and Wallenstein battling as Ishul and Trevor Layton have pulled away from this field. Down the hill they come. Again, that's Pickner on the green sled, the number 193 right there in 3rd.
That's squaring away, trying to take it back up the hill, and of course he's got the 201 of Travis Kern. Big, tall, lanky driver right behind him out of Palisade, Minnesota, racing with KC Motorsports, trying to make that pass. And then, of course, Wallenstein on the 122 Skidoo.
You saw Ishul go into your screen just for a second as he was going up the hill. That continues to be your leader, and that right there is the battle for 4th. That's the 201 of Kern right now, battling with Wallenstein. Up the hill they go. Good to see Kern back here after, as you mentioned, an illness, back out here racing with us in Lake Geneva and looking really fast in this his 2nd heat in the Pro Light Division. 3 laps in the books. The white flag is now out for your leader, Elias Ishul.
Pickner trying to find a line to stay out in front. Kern right there. It's going to be fun to watch these 2 Arctic Cat drivers this last round, Levi. They've been watching each other a lot here. You know, Kern's going to try a couple of things right here.
Kern and looking to the inside, Levi.
Yeah, he's cutting on the inside. You can see as he goes up this hill. Pickner had a little bit better drive, but he's not giving up. Look at him diving on the inside.
He takes the spot, but can he keep it? Kern to 3rd place. And down the hill comes the 201, but suddenly here comes Wallenstein. They're side by side down the hill, and Wallenstein into fourth.
Boy, he carried a lot of speed into that downhill. You know, so many times we talk about these downhills. If you carry too much speed in them, I mean, it can be nothing but a problem for you. We've seen guys many times come over, of course, those embankments and those ramps. You just got to have your brakes ready to go and check up so you got good speed.
I'll tell you, they are riding all over every inch of this racetrack and barely hanging on. But that is, again, your battle for third, fourth, and fifth right there. And Kern has moved into third, Wallenstein into fourth, and now Pickner into fifth. But around the FXR final turn, your winner, Elias Ishul, has done it again. He'll take this win here in the Heat 2 of round 2 of the Pro Light Division. Trevor Layton holds on for a very strong third place. And let's see what, our second place, I should say. Let's see what happens for third. It will be Kern, it will be Wallenstein, and it will be Pickner, third, fourth, and fifth. So that's 2 heats in the Pro Light Division. We've got 1 more heat in the Pro Light. 7 more sleds as we have 3 heats of the Pro Light Division. James Johnstead, Chase Rosemeyer, Brady Love, Andrew Carlson, Corbin Anderson, Shane Sewell, and Max Taifi ready to go green and get this thing started. You see that Hayes Brake starting line here at the Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale presented by Dayco. And a great shot of that starting line as we're ready to go green. Pro Light Heat 3 is racing, and up the hill they go.
Looks like Johnston may have gotten a hole shot to the top of the hill. Looking on the inside, that's the 179. That's Corbin Anderson. We see Corbin Anderson on the podium in Michigan. That's the first podium he's had I can recall in Pro Light.
Look at him coming down the hill. The leader is out front. That's James Johnstead, but the battle is for second right now.
Carlson takes and moves underneath, able to get around Anderson. And look at Anderson trying to counter, and a great shot from our GoPro camera down in the corner.
There's the 151. That's Andrew Carlson. And inside, a strong move from the competitor right there as the battle continues for second place.
Take no prisoners, Levi.
That's exactly right. You know, on a track like this, everyone's trying to get to the front because the roost is so terrible. If you get out front, you don't have to deal with it. And that's what Andrew Carlson's trying to do.
Up the hill they go. Again, we will set the field for you as they make their way down the hill. This is the ramp downhill. We'll tell you who's sitting where as we are now continuing with this, the third heat of round 2 in the Pro Light Division. Out of the FXR turn towards the Amsoil finish line comes your leader, James Johnstead in the lead. Andrew Carlson in second. Corbin Anderson in third. Max Taifi fourth. And Brady Love right now scored in fifth as they drag race down the front stretch. Look how rough that section has gotten.
That is crazy. That section is getting so chewed up. And the thing with these stock sleds is they're not able to get all the way over. Pro Open guys are able to get just a little bit further and dive down in them and use the downslope. These guys just have to pound their way through it.
That's the battle for third. Corbin Anderson, Max Taifi battling right now for position as they head towards that GoPro turn right there. And back up the hill they go. You see right there your leader, the 154. James Johnstead just out of the shot of the camera there, but we continue to watch this great battle for third and fourth. Corbin Anderson out of Allenton, Michigan for Team Anderson Racing and Dees Marine. Continuing to hold on to third, doing his best to hold off Max Taifi out of Quebec for Amsoil Synthetic Lubricants, the U.S. Air Force, and Ford Trucks. Cleaning those goggles off once again. We've talked about it a lot, Levi, but it's hard to get a good look once you're out there behind people.
Yeah, it's so tough with this wet snow. What happens is it actually cakes on your goggles, and sometimes you'll be completely blind, and you have to just stop, clean them off before you can go forward without crashing.
Out of the FXR turn and towards that Amsoil finish line again. Continues to be Johnstead, Carlson, Anderson, Taifi, and Love. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 here in this third heat of round 2 of Pro Light. That just looks like a workout. That shot right there really showing you what they're going through getting down that front stretch. Chase Rosemeyer up the hill. There's that battle continuing. 2 different lines as they come down the hill. And Taifi's got him for a moment, but can he hold him off?
Boy, bar to bar. But you take a look. Anderson looks like he's got the position coming down into the corner.
Out of the Polaris turn and up the hill they go once again, and Anderson takes the spot back from Ti-Fi. At the top of the hill, the battle continues. The short stretch into that hard left-hand turn, they'll hit the Air Force flyaway.
Well, it's one of the things, the way these sleds are set up now. You watch Ti-Fi come down, and you take and think of how hard you work to make the pass. You get down, and then you don't have position. You're out in front, but you know that the guy's going to be able to sneak underneath or go around you.
Yeah, it's really tough. You know, sometimes to make the pass, you got to take a different line, and it just sets them up for another pass back. And I mean, it gets tough, but you got to do everything you can to try to get by and hope that it sticks.
The white flag is out for your leader, James Johnstead. It's the Cooper Tire final lap. Over the Amsoil finish line goes Corbin Anderson and Maxime Ti-Fi, as Corbin again found his way back around Maxime, but that battle's nowhere near over as Ti-Fi tries it again. Up the hill they go. It's a drag race for third place. At the top of the hill, they both take the inside line. Ti-Fi tries to stick a nose in and can't make it work. And there is your second place rider. That's Carlson. And there's the battle for third continuing.
Carlson about 4.5 seconds behind James Johnstead. Johnstead got out front right from the beginning and has been able to take a course and lead this entire heat. Some big points that he needs in his battle.
Backed him up a little bit right there. A little bit of contact at the top of the hill, Levi.
Yeah, it is tough. When you get tight, I mean, they got together there, and then Ti-Fi actually fell back a little bit. So, I mean, it's just really hard out here with a track this brutal to make a clean pass.
The battle continues as we are less than half a lap away from the end of this, the third heat of round 2 of Pro Light. Ti-Fi doing everything he can to try to find a way around Corbin Anderson. But out front, it's smooth sailing towards the checkers for the 154 of James Johnstead. And coming out of that FXR turn, also coming across, Andrew Carlson, a good run. Oh! And Ti-Fi's off his sled. Corbin Anderson will take third. Ti-Fi tried to make a move, lost control of his sled. The sled kept going. He's lost the spot. Brady Love will come across in fourth. Let's take a look at what happened here, Levi.
As they come into this turn, Ti-Fi tries cutting underneath, and he wasn't far enough behind him to do the cut under move. And what happened is caught his ski, and it was just enough to tip him over. Unfortunately, had to chase the sled down to get back on for the finish.
Heartbreaker for the Jimmy John sled, as that'll do it for the Pro Light heats. We're going to welcome a special guest into the booth right now. How are you, dear?
I'm good. How are you
Josie
guys?
Christian, tell me exactly what's going on with Christian Brothers Racing and what you guys have going on here.
Well, in a little bit here, Christian Brothers Racing and Arctic Cat teamed up to create a 120 with all of our sponsors on it, and a little kid is going to win it.
That's so awesome. So listen, it's not too late for the kids here to register to win this, is it? Is it too late?
Yeah, they already picked the winner, and we're going to be doing it after the Pro-Am Women Final.
So let me get this straight. Somebody amongst us out here, some little child, has already won a 120 sled from Christian Brothers Racing.
Yes, that's true.
They have no idea that their birthday wish is about to come true right now.
That's exactly true.
You know what? We should say thank you to your sponsors and to you guys so much for putting this together. So a couple of people I'm sure you want to mention.
Yeah, Christian Brothers Racing, Arctic Cat, Drift, Doc, Troy Lee Designs, Virus, everyone.
It's been so great to watch the looks on the faces of these kids when they win these sleds all season long. You can literally see it's a dream come true. A couple of them just can't quite believe it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they're so excited, and it's just a good opportunity to keep the sport going.
It's wonderful, everything Christian Brothers does for this, for our sport, for the kids, for the people who come out and get involved. You guys are the actual picture of a family sport. You bring it with you every time. We say thank you so very much.
Yeah, thank you guys for putting it on.
We'll see you in 2016.
For sure.
Sounds good. Josie Christian, thank you so much. Well done. And again, we'll tell you who won that 120 champ sled in just a little bit. Meanwhile, we know you're having a good time here at round 16 of Amsoil Championship Snowcross, powered by Ram. Thank you so much for coming out here to the Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale, presented by Dayco. Grand Geneva Resort and Spa here in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Yeah, it's almost St. Patrick's Day. And I don't know if you know this or not, but it appears we have a leprechaun. And I'm not sure if he has a bucket of gold or not, sir. Did you bring your bucket of gold? Because if you did, I'm taking you down, mister. Happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody.
Touching the Irish.
Look at him, he's wearing shorts. That's all I got the Irish.
He is one happy leprechaun.
Don't touch his Lucky Charms.
You don't see every leprechaun wearing boots like that.
Those are FXR boots. That's the only boot for the leprechaun. How's that accent doing for you? Do you know which accent I'm doing?
How is mine?
I didn't. Do it one more time for me.
I touch the Irish.
I'm not sure what you're saying.
Okay, go ahead, Smarty.
I don't know how to do it. Mine turns Scottish every time.
It does. You sound like
I watched Star Trek my whole life.
I feel like I'm golfing over in Scotland or something.
Look at this. How you doing, ladies? You having a good time? You're on the TV. Everybody around the world's watching you right now. Oh my gosh, she's doing the wave. That's kind of what's happening in here?
Another new dance. I think we may have had her on last night.
Okay, hey, it's a family show, Sweet Pea.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. It's okay. It's all right.
Redeemed yourself.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah. It's his fault. I know it.
Yeah, I know it.
It's his fault.
Look hey, say hi to the guy right in front of you. Do you know the dude right in front of you? It's time we got to know each other a little bit here. Share your Hey, what's up, dude? I like the glasses on that guy. Great shot right there. And by the way, I want to make sure I mention to everybody out there, it's not too late for you to buy a pit pass and get in and meet the greatest teams in our sport. Our next race, by the way, is the Pro-Am Women Final. We have a very special guest in the studio, Mike.
You bet. How are you doing? You wish you were in this race, though, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
PJ, of course, with us. Patowski. Tell me exactly what happened to you. You got banged up, right?
Like why I stopped racing?
Yeah.
Or, actually, I was in line to try to get my PhD.
Wow.
So
well, that's a little different than racing.
Yeah. So after my third year, I kind of decided. Third year in college, I decided that I should probably stop racing for a little while and try to finish school. So this weekend's 1 year that I haven't been racing, and it's sad.
It's a tough decision, too, isn't it?
It's very tough.
You watch these ladies out there, and you just kind of wish, I know exactly where I wish I was, right?
Look at all the Ross Martin fans out here. The Levi Lavallee fans out here. Look at this.
You got to like that. So what are you getting your PhD in?
Okay, well, I was going actually for pharmacy, and then this past semester I decided to switch to marketing and advertising, which is a big difference.
I was going to say there's a bit of a switch from pharmaceutical learning skills to marketing skills, correct?
Oh, absolutely. I just decided that my heart was still in racing.
Sure.
So my main goal is to get back to the race community somehow in marketing and advertising. And
all right. Huck, I'll tell you what, why don't you line them up and we'll get a good call here. We'll get a really good inside perspective as to what these ladies are doing on the racetrack.
I think you are correct. Look, oh my goodness, the fans are going wild down there. We better get some sleds back out on the racetrack. Nice ink, dude. I hope those are tattoos. Oh my goodness. I'm really afraid of what you're doing to the gentleman beneath you right now.
Okay, the lineup for the Pro-Am Women Final. Our first qualifier is 311 Mariko Renheim, 223 Miranda Schmidt, 31 Megan Brodeur, 300 of Cora Hager, 121 Jennifer Martell, 17 Tony Sleds, 563 of Megan Campbell, 415 of Marky Farmer, 222 Brittany Robinson, 717 Haley Petoskey. And then in our back row as our 11th qualifier, we start with Amanda Dutzman, 905 Jessica Martell, 156 of Jordan Schultz, 376 of Alexis Lynn, 168 of Sierra Breckerleg, 405 of Jackie Farmer, and 553 of Janice Brown.
That's right, you're on camera. The look of a future, perhaps, podium finisher right there. We'll see as they are lined up at the Hayes Brakes starting line here in round 16 of the Amsoil Championship Snowcross powered by Ram.
So you've been watching this racetrack all afternoon. Where would you want to line up from the start?
To me, it kind of looks like, I would kind of try to stay towards the middle. And it depends on how good your hole shots are, because if your hole shots are really good, then you're not going to get pinched in.
And you've raced on this racetrack before. It's an exciting track, isn't it? Both up and downhill.
Oh, yeah. This is probably the best track. It's definitely the best track of the whole year.
It's amazing, it's the most challenging and the most risky track to race on, but it's amazing how many drivers say, yeah, this is my favorite track to race on.
This track is kind of make it or break it. You either I feel like you either really excel here or you kind of run into some rough patches that don't end up so good sometimes.
Again, for all of you watching all over the world, this is perhaps the biggest crowd of the year. Canterbury is always a giant amount of people, but we are absolutely packed and stacked here in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Look at the stands just full of people. The people packed up the hill as well, as you see on the far side of your screen. A great crowd of snowcross fans ready to watch the best show on the snow tonight. And the weather is perfect, Mike.
Courtney, when you go in front of this crowd, when they get all amped up, you can hear them actually on those sleds, can't you?
Oh, yeah. You can definitely hear the crowd. And I think the one person that my siblings and I can always hear would definitely be my mom, because she's always the one. There's like a clear path kind of all the way around her most of the time when we're racing, because she screams, and it's great we can hear
She's
her.
a little more vocal, in other words.
Yeah, but it's great.
So we are about to go green here in the Pro-Am Women Final. This for all the marbles and all the hardware. And they are racing in Lake Geneva, and up the hill they go. 17 sleds up to the top of the mountain. And the 311 with the hole shot, Marika Renheim. It's the stud boy hole shot. We'll call that one the stud girl hole shot. The 311 Jimmy John sled out front once again. She is so fast in every track, isn't she?
She absolutely is. She's just smooth and very consistent.
Into the Polaris turn and back up the hill she goes. We'll set the field for you as they come around to that Amsoil finish line. But in the meantime, out of Lima, Sweden, Marika Renheim for Jimmy Johns, Lucas Oil, and Pillars. Out front again, as she has been so many times this year. Down the hill she comes. Into that turn and headed towards that FXR final turn in just a second here. Again, we'll set the field for you as they come out of the FXR turn and over the Amsoil finish line. Marika Renheim is your leader.
Courtney, when you watch Marika go around here, what are some of the things that make her so fast and so good?
I just feel like she doesn't mess up. Of course, we all do, but she just finds a really smooth line, and, she's really consistent as to the lines she picks, which, makes it easier all around. It's not changing as much, because I feel like while watching the girls, not a lot of the girls take the same lines that she does. So I'd probably say that just taking the same lines is going to make her the fastest.
That's your battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th, and that's our friend Tony Sleds right there sitting in 5th right now. A great battle going on. Marika Renheim, Megan Brodeur, 1 and 2, Cora Hauger, Jennifer Martell, Tony Sleds. That's your top 5. Miranda Schmidt in 6th, and Brittany Robinson right now in 7th. But again, that would be your battle for 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th right there on your screen. At the top of the hill and down that short stretch. Again, Martell, Sleds, and Miranda Schmidt right now doing battle as they hit that Air Force flyaway.
And one of the things that I love, Cora Hauger is probably one of the youngest girls out there. I know that she was, I met her when she was racing freestyles, and she's also from Michigan like I am. So it's great to see that she's finally kind of grown up, and now she's kind of taken her hand at Pro-Am women.
I remember those days. You said 300 to freestyles. Of course, that was a transition class back then to go from the 120s into some of the junior classes or into the Pro-Am women's class. And now they go basically into the transition class with 500cc sleds. But it's amazing how many of these drivers made that transition through the freestyles.
Yeah, and for her, she definitely, she was racing with the boys actually for a couple of years. I want to say last year she raced with the boys.
The battle continuing for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Oh no, we've had contact at the bottom of the hill. Out of the screen for just a second. A couple of the sleds, that was the 223, that was Miranda Schmidt, and the 17 of Tony Sleds got together as they were battling for 4th and 5th right there. The battle going on strong, and it just got a little too heated between them all. And suddenly we've got a whole new race. Renheim, Brodeur, and Cora Hauger are 1, 2, and 3. With Jennifer Martell right now sitting in 4th. But from there on back, it has completely been shuffled after that accident at the bottom of the hill. Sorry to see that for our friend Tony Sledge, who came all the way from St. Andrews, Manitoba to be with us for FXR and Wallace International. Stopped by, brought us some candy, went back out onto the racetrack. She was with us in Chicago as well.
You know, we talked about that in Chicago and in Michigan. We said, do you think you're going to make, of course, Geneva? And she says, I don't know. It's quite a drive, but I'll tell you what, they're committed to racing. It's good to see her here, and unfortunately, she had that contact, that incident.
Always right in the midst of it all is our friend Tony Sledge. And now she's back on the sled and just outside of the top 10. Meanwhile, it's Renheim, Brodeur, and Hauger, 1, 2, 3. Jennifer Martell and Amanda Dutzman in the top 5 right now. There's your leader. Marika Renheim so far out in front.
She definitely has put distance between her and second place.
Into the FXR turn. Coming around to complete lap 4 of 6, which means 2 to go for Marika Renheim. Just smooth through the roughest section of the track right there, and back up the hill she goes. Getting into some lap traffic right now as it continues to be Renheim and Brodeur and Hauger, 1, 2, and 3. The lead right now is 12 seconds for Renheim over Brodeur.
6 laps on a final here for these ladies. That's quite a workout for the ladies.
Definitely is, especially because this is the biggest track that we get to see all year long. So you definitely have to really make sure that you stepped up your cardio before this race.
Renheim, Brodeur, Hauger, Martell, and Dutzman, your top 5. As that's the 311 sled. Again, that is your leader, working through some lap traffic right now.
There's Brodeur.
And there's Brodeur, your second place rider out of Cotacook, Quebec for Walls Unlimited, BRP, and Star Suspension. Megan Brodeur, also another racer who's been very, very fast at every step she's been with us this year. You've raced a lot against Megan, I would guess.
I want to say I didn't really get the chance to. I think here was really one of the only races that I actually saw her at. I did see a lot of like Jen Paré and Renheim, obviously, and also Sammy Tarnowski. She was one of the fast ones too, but I think I only really saw her here.
She's been making a name for herself all across the tour this year. She's been great. Most of the time, she's been the #1 competitor for Marika Renheim, as we are 1 lap away from the finish here of, again, what is the Pro-Am Women's Final. And at the top of the hill, your leader, and right there, second place, Megan Brodeur. 13 seconds now behind Marika Renheim. Coming down the hill for the final time, there's that 311 Jimmy John sled. Down the short stretch at the top of the hill. A hard left for the final time, and down the Air Force flyaway comes Marika Renheim. Through the Golden Light turn. Into the FXR turn for the final time. And headed for the flames. Cue the checkered flag for Marika Renheim. She's done it again here in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Fists in the air for the 311 machine. We'll set the rest of the field for you. Second place about to hit over the Amsoil finish line right now. Megan Brodeur will come in second.
And then it looks like we're going to have the 300 of Cora Hauger in third place.
Making their way out of that FXR turn and over the checkers they go over the Amsoil finish line. 17 sleds made the start here in this Pro-Am Women's Final.
Dutzman and Martell are going to round off your top 5.
See the finishers crossing the finish line there, and all of them breathing heavy. That is quite a workout. 6 laps on that track for any competitor out there. The sleds sure get heavy at the end of a race on this racetrack, I would guess.
Oh, absolutely.
So it's Renheim, Brodeur, and Hauger, 1, 2, 3. Dutzman in 4th, and Jennifer Martell rounding out your top 5. And the flag in the sky The flag of Sweden for Marika Renheim. Huge congratulations for the Jimmy John's racer. Again, thank you so much, everybody, for coming out here to round 16 of AMSOIL Championship Snowcross, powered by Ram. Lots of racing to go tonight. We are merely halfway through. That's right, you're on the TV. People all over the world, even all the way to China, tweeting us that they're watching here at snowcross.com. In fact, if you would, please tweet us at snowcross.com, at Seahawk1003, or at MC Hot Tamale as well. Let us know you're watching all across the world. Hey, look up at the screen. Yeah, you're on the TV. Let us know you're having a good time. It's time to hand out the hardware here for the Pro-Am women. Let's meet our top three. Our third place finisher hails from Boyne City, Michigan, for All Aspects Forestry and FXR. Riding an Arctic Cat and having a spectacular race as she makes her way over towards the podium. You see that Swedish flag again right there? There's our top three. Thumbs up all around and high fives and hugs. A great season for these ladies. You see the FXR booth behind them right back there, where you can see all the great new stuff from our friends at FXR. A big hug for our third place competitor, Cora Auger, back there, from some of her teammates and family. All right, ladies, let's hand out your hardware. Once again, hailing from Boyne City, Michigan, for All Aspects Forestry and FXR, the number 300 of Arctic Cat, Cora Auger. Congratulations, Cora. Our second place finisher hails from Cotacook, Quebec, for Walls Unlimited BRP and Star Suspension on a Skidoo, the number 31, Megan Brodeur. Congratulations, Megan. And our winner rides for Jimmy John's, Lucas Oil, Pillars, Motor Fist Gear, Eliab, and Lima, Skog Saber King. Out of Lima, Sweden, on a Skidoo, the number 311, Marika Renheim. Let's go down to Chelsea, who's with our top three finishers in the Pro-Am Women.
Hey guys, this is our top three here in Pro-Am Women. Exciting night tonight for Cora Auger. It's your first podium. How does it feel to be up here?
It's just amazing. This is my first year riding, and it's so cool to actually be on the podium in my first year. And like the youngest one out there, so it's just really fun.
Yeah, she really is one of the youngest. And who do you want to thank today?
My dad, Candace, my sister, Arctic Cat, but most, like, everyone who's ever helped me, basically, and most of all, my mom up in heaven for keeping me safe and never leaving my side.
Well, congratulations, Cora. We're so glad to have you up here. All right, let's move over to second spot. Megan Brodeur, tell us about the track today. How did it feel?
It was good, hard to see, but it was fun.
And who do you want to thank tonight?
I'd like to thank BRP Racing, Star Suspension, 139 Design, and the Suns team for bringing my sled, and all my family, salut tout le monde au Québec, and my dad.
Congratulations. And on top of the box, you were racing earlier today when the sun was out and bright, and now it's dark out. How does that change your riding?
Actually, it didn't felt good. I think the track was way better today than yesterday, but it was still really, really rough. But I had fun out there.
And who do you want to thank tonight?
Oh, there's so many I want to thank, but a huge thanks to Skidoo, Bus Racing, Huber Motorsport, Jimmy John's, Lucas Oil, Motor Fist Gear, Aline Shocks, and especially my mom and dad, my brother and sister, my mechanics, and all my other sponsors, and alla där hemma i Sverige som har hängt med hela säsongen. Det är så jävla kul att stå här igen. Tack.
Congratulations, Marika. That was your top three. I'm going to send it back to the booth.
Thank you, Chelsea. Congratulations to our top 3 competitors and to all our racers in the Pro-Am women. And thank you so much to Courtney Petoskey, who joined us here in the booth to cover that race. Always great to see, to get a racer's perspective. And congratulations again to our top 3 right there. Congratulations, Cora Hauger. Great run for her and her first podium, she said. A very young racer out there getting it done. I expect a great future out of that young lady. Levi Lavallee joins us back in the booth again. Levi, look at this crowd.
It's amazing. You know, Lake Geneva always has a great crowd, and the coolest thing is these people are pumped to be here and watch some great racing.
You see the guy with the 572 sweater keeps turning around to show us the back of his shirt there. Does that say Lorenz on it right there? I believe it says, I love MC Hot Tamale. I think that's what it says. Absolutely. How you doing out there, fans? Are you having a good time with us here? Look at all that FXR gear. Look at all you having a good time. Thank you so much for coming out. Let's go down to Chelsea. She's got stuff to give away, Chelsea.
Hey there, we've got our Christian Brothers 120 giveaway. I've got Josie here with me. Josie, tell us who our winner is.
His name is Brian.
All right, Brian, are you so excited for your 120?
Yes, very.
And when are you going to go ride it?
Whenever I can.
Well, hopefully the snow will stick around a little bit longer for you. What do you think?
Yes.
We'll hope for an April snowstorm for Brian. So Christian Brothers 120 giveaway. They've been with us all season long. Awesome supporters, and we'll be back next year with more 120s?
For sure.
All right, thanks, guys. He's got a huge smile on his face. I'm going to send it back to you.
I love it. Even the sponsor placement. Did you see the Monster Energy drink back there and the great shot of the Doc 360 Christian Brothers sled? Thank you so much to all the Christian Brothers team for making this possible. And our big winner right there, look at the smile on his face. Congratulations, son. We'll see you out here on the racetrack maybe next year. As we continue on with our night here at the Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale presented by Dayco. Getting ready to go racing again with the AMSOIL Pro Open. We're about to have heat 1 of round 2 of the AMSOIL Pro Open class. Great shot of that Nielsen Enterprises logo there, and thank you very much again for presenting the grand finale. And look at this brand new FXR gear. How beautiful is that? Oh, and it even works when you do a cartwheel. And look at the back of it. That's even better. What's that say? Cody Cam rocks. Go 53. We got some Cody Cam fans in the house, do we? I love it when they make their signs. Look at you out there. If you're having a good time, put your hands in the air and let us know. It's the best show on the snow.
Hey, we can celebrate a little bit, too. We want to go hats off to Marika Randheim after the points there. In that final, she is, of course, the champion, as she has 270 points. Megan Brodeur in second. Third place will go to Jackie Farner, Amanda Dutzman, and Miranda Schmidt. Those are your top 5 points finishers in the 2014-2015 Pro-Am Women's Final.
You know, I don't mind saying congratulations, and I don't mind saying we've got the best looking fans in the world out here tonight in Lake Geneva. Look at you guys. That's right, baby. You're on the TV. Say hi to everybody. A beautiful little pink FXR jacket. Look at these dudes. That's the toughest guy on the planet right there. Look at you. Are you a lumberjack, sir? Because you look like a lumberjack.
He is.
He must be. Put him up, fellas. How you feeling?
Hey, can you holler timber for us?
Hey, you know, the music. Oh, all right, put your shirt down, mister. Hey, any of you out there know how to dance? Show us your moves. Break it down, break it down, break it way down. Come on. Yeah, there you go. I see you, dude. I saw you moving your arms a little bit. Okay, I see
there
you.
Go.
Yeah, that's you. That's you right there. That's you.
Yeah, that's you. Now dance a little.
No. Now we got a dancer with an AMSOIL
We
hat
got a
on.
dancer.
Show me what you got. Show me what you got.
Go, girl.
Hey, you know what? Shake it like you don't care. That's what we want. Shake it like you just do not care. Look at those Team Lavallee signs. That's a Kyle Pauline sign right there, isn't it? I believe that's the Kyle Pauline fan club right there. Oh, and that's the Mike Schroeder fan club right there.
Hi, girls. Thanks for
ladies.
showing up. My FXR girls.
Hey, there's something behind you. Look over there. Shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it, shake it. There's about some shaking about to happen on the racetrack right there. That's Justin Broberg on that 168 sled. getting things set up on the Hayes Break starting line.
You know, you got a couple of drivers in this race that are in some pretty good points battles, and these are the updated points. Right now, Kyle Pauline trails it's easy to say. Tim Tremblay for second place by 21 points, and Ross Martin behind Logan Christian for fourth place by 4 points. So that's how important points are in this battle.
Oh my goodness, look at this heat. Ross Martin, Kyle Pauline, Tucker Hibbert, Cody Cam, all in this Pro Open qualifier. If you've got a camera on your phone, you might want to grab it and shine it at the racetrack, because we're about to go green with the big dogs of snowcross. Somebody's just inched ahead a smidge there and broke that line. We got a red light in the sky. That means somebody just broke the laser light, and you've got to stay behind it until the light goes green.
This is one of the things they talked about last night, right, Levi? That these guys sit here and, of course, let their belts engage, then they rub a little bit, and you can get a soft spot in it.
That's right. You can see Corey Watkinson bumped ahead a little bit, and it looks like they're having him. I think they're going to put him in the back row. I'm not sure.
He's turning it around there. We'll get everything set once again down at the Hayes Break starting line.
And, of course, he's got to line up behind another sled. He can't line up behind where he originally was. So he's going to get a face full of roost right from the get-go.
Again, the AMSOIL Pro Open class about to go for Heat 1 of Round 2, and this is a star-studded Pro Open qualifier. 9 sleds ready to go. Somebody jumped again. Somebody violated the light. Not sure who it was that time. Maybe just a smidge. All right, here we go. We've got them lit up. They're ready to go. I believe. Who was it that inched ahead that time?
So
was it Tucker
close.
or Ross? Again, that's exactly what we had last night with Tim Tremblay.
And one of the things I think that they can actually do, and Levi, you've been down there, really you can stay right where you're at, but if you lean out the front of your sled to transfer that weight out front like some of these drivers do when they're launching, they may push that ski down just enough that it breaks that beam.
That's right. You know, it's just tiny. Like, everyone wants to get as far ahead as they can, but at the same time, if you break that laser beam, you know, you run the risk of having to go in the back row. And we're going to see what they're going to do here. You can see they're talking with Ross Martin. I'm not sure what they're going to do. Ross doesn't look very happy, though, but they're definitely having a conversation there.
We'll get it sorted out down there. Look at Tucker making sure his goggles are clean. I would guess on a warm day like today, you can fog them up pretty quick.
That's right. You know, just because of all the moisture and whatnot, you know, your goggles start fogging up, and before you know it, you can't really see what's going on. Looks like they're making Ross go back.
Oh, no. Ross Martin will be riding angry momentarily, ladies and gentlemen. I believe they're going to make him go to the back, unless they're just going to let him set it again, but I don't think so. We shall see momentarily.
You see Tony, his mechanic over there. They're gonna move him to the back row. So he's trying to find a place where he can line up, thinking that he's got an opportunity to sneak through a couple of sleds and make a charge up that hill. Tough break for Ross Martin. And as we indicated, Ross Martin in a big points battle for that 4th and 5th points position. He's just 4 points behind Logan Christian.
All right, let's try this again. Wait, that red light is already lit. All right, everybody's behind the laser. We've got a star-studded lineup for Heat 1, Round 2 of the AMSOIL Pro Open Division. And they are loose at Lake Geneva, and up the hill they go. It's a drag race. Tucker Hibbert and Cody Cam. Kyle Pauline right to the outside. Tucker Hibbert with the stunt boy hole shot, but can he hang into it out of the turn?
Look at the Polaris' work on the inside. That's Broberg, and here comes Hibbert on the outside. Then it would be Kyle Pauline. So you got an Arctic Cat and 2 Polarises charging down the hill.
You are so right. I gave it to Cody Cam. That's Justin Broberg, his teammate, and Broberg right now is the man on point right beside Tucker Hibbert.
He ain't going to give him any space either. Look at, he's right behind Tucker, and now Cody getting in the mix too. So you've got 2 Team Hensch's sleds that are 2 and 3 trying to chase down Tucker Hibbert.
Justin Broberg told us last night he's a man on a mission this weekend, racing for a friend he lost this week, and he has been riding on top of his game all weekend, and the battle continues as Broberg and Cam chase Tucker Hibbert up the hill.
It was interesting watching Cody Cam in the downhill. Did you notice how he cut his teammates some slack? Some of the drivers, if it wasn't his teammate, he may not have been so nice.
That's exactly right. You know, when you got a teammate, you got to ride. You typically ride a little bit smoother, but you can see right now what Cody's trying to do is he's trying to get up and get tight with Tucker, see if he can pick up some lines and see if he can make a move on.
Cody Cam made a move around his teammate, and now trying to make a move on Tucker Hibbert. They drag race up the hill. Cody Cam is serving notice that this may be his night. Tucker and Cam around the turn and down the hill they come.
When you watched it when they went around the top part, you would have wondered if Cody would have went inside, if he would have had a little better opportunity to get around Tucker, but he's staying right with him. He's within range.
Tucker Hibbert continues to lead up the hill. Cody Cam on his tail as they reach the top and take that hard left. It's Hibbert, it's Cam, it's Broberg, and Kyle Pauline sitting in fourth right now, but the battle continues to rage on the Air Force flyaway. Tucker Hibbert so fast down that section of the track. Cody Cam powers out of the turn. You see that lovely Ram truck at the top of the Ram hill.
Boy, great shot from one of our GoPros up at the top of the Ram turn. Tucker off axis just a bit, able to gather it back in.
Tucker out of the FXR turn and over the Amsoil finish line. The lead's a little larger than it was the last lap, but Cody Cam is on his tail. Cody Cam waits for one bobble out of the T-train, and he will pounce. There you saw Broberg, there's Kyle Pauline, and here comes Ross Martin. Ross Martin started on the back row, and now he's moved into fifth, and he's chasing Kyle Pauline.
And that's an important battle, too. Both of these drivers need as many points as they can. Of course, Kyle trying to move up to second. Ross Martin trying to move up into fourth.
That was a power move at the top of the hill for Ross Martin, and suddenly it's a battle for fourth between Pauline and Martin. Martin on the outside. Can he make it stick? And he can. Into fourth goes Ross Martin. Pauline right back on his tail. Wow, Ross riding angry, Levi.
He is, you know, after getting a bad go on that starting line, you know, he is on a mission right now. You can see he's got some great lines coming down that first hill, and see him doubling into this, gaining on Justin Broberg. He's doing everything he can to get up front.
Martin looks to the outside of Justin Broberg. A great shot from that GoPro at the top of the hill. Right around the Ram turn and down the Ram hill they go. Ross tries the outside line, looking to carry momentum. Will it work in the FXR turn? Over the Amsoil finish line with 2 laps left. Ross Martin has him in his sights. Does he have the time to track down Justin Broberg?
Boy, he went inside there. That looked faster for Ross. Look at him on the charge up the hill. He's definitely making up some ground on Justin Broberg.
Inside line for Ross Martin.
Oh,
Can
and he goes,
make it stick?
Goes over the berm on the top part of the race course and was able to take and make up all kinds of ground on Justin Broberg.
And he will take the spot from the back row all the way to third spot. Ross, the boss Martin, has gotten around Justin Broberg.
Boy, Ross has some really good lines, you know, going up that first hill. He was tripling off of that right into a double section. You know, if you look at it, he's really got some good things going. Right here on the last lap, he was able to find a double, too, that made a lot of ground.
There's Cody Cam continuing to run second. It's a 3.5-second lead for Tucker Hibbert. As you see your leader coming down that Ram hill right there. That's Tucker. The T-train out front, out of that FXR turn. He'll get the white flag. 1 lap left to go for Tucker Hibbert. A quick clean of the goggles and back on the gas he goes. It's a 4-second lead now for the T-train over Cody Cam. You see Cody, whoa, little off camber there, Levi.
Yeah, a little crooked through there. That front straight is getting so chewed up and rough. You know, if you get a little bit crooked, it really sends you for a ride.
Down the hill comes the T-train. As smooth as he can possibly be, less than half a lap to go now before he notches another win. As I mentioned earlier, it's 5 feature wins wins in a row on this racetrack for your 2015 Series champion, Tucker Hibbert, and looking for 6 in a row tonight. There's Cody Camp. Again, his second race back on the tour after being injured for most of the season and looking really strong here this evening. Little off camber, almost off the track for Cody Camp, and he holds on to it. Back up the hill for the final time, and here comes Tucker Hibbert. Down that Ram Mountain for the last time. He'll make his way towards the FXR final turn. And towards the AMSOIL finish line. Checkers in the air once again for Tucker Hibbert. And here comes Cody Camp over the AMSOIL finish line. He'll finish second. Tucker and Cam 1 and 2. Out of that final turn comes Ross Martin. He'll take third. And across in fourth will be Broberg. Kyle Pauline comes across in fifth. Let's go down to Carly Applin. She's with our winner. Carly?
Congratulations, Tucker Hibbert. Another win for you out here, but we did see a bobble on this front stretch here. Talk about how rough that's getting.
It's getting really challenging for sure. That was not a good race for me. I made a lot of mistakes and just didn't feel real good. So I'm going to go back and regroup and hopefully come back swinging in the main event, be a little bit smoother, but I'm happy to get the win. The track is really challenging. It's going to be a good main event.
Tell us how a delay on the start can affect a race. Obviously a successful one for you, but you also said you made a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, it's kind of just a bummer when you sit on the line and wait and kind of just sit there, but it just gives me more time to think and kind of get in my zone and get prepared, so it's no big deal, I guess.
We'll see you in the final. Good luck.
Thank you.
Guys.
Again, Tucker says he didn't have his best race, but he was still pretty dominant there.
Yeah, you know, he did make a few mistakes, and for Tucker's standards, you know, he's like, I didn't ride a very good race. Still was able to have a 5-second gap on second place, but, you know, he holds himself to a high standard, and, you know, if he makes those small mistakes, he takes that information and he goes, what did I do wrong? How can I get better for the next round?
All right, let's go racing once again. It's Heat 2, Round 2 of AMSOIL Pro Open. We've got 9 more sleds ready to go green. The man to watch, the number 11 sled of Tim Tremblay. As they head up the hill, let's see who got that stud boy hole shot.
Boy, it looked like he had it, and then he got pinched.
Logan Christian.
John Stenberg.
John Stenberg will give that stud boy hole shot too. Logan Christian actually did get the stud boy hole shot, but Logan came right, and here comes Tremblay out of nowhere. Suddenly, after getting pinched, Tremblay is a man on a mission.
He was sitting back in about 4th place, and now up in the second, and it isn't going to be long. He's going to be challenging hard here. Stenberg better take and watch his lines and run the good round because Tremblay is on fire.
At the top of the hill, they make that hard left. They'll come down the Air Force flyaway. Stenberg out front, Tim Tremblay on his tail. Tremblay keeps the skis on the ground and makes up a lot of moves there.
He does. You know, Tim was, he's a really smooth rider, and he can see lines really well. And you'll see as he's behind Stenberg, he's just picking things out. You know, so he's looking at what Stenberg's doing, and he's just kind of taking readings. Like, yep, I'm making up ground, and that's how he's going to find his way up closer to him and hopefully make a pass.
Got a face full of roost there and had to take just a moment to clean his lens, and that let Stenberg get a little farther away. So let's set the scene. It's John Stenberg, it's Tim Tremblay, Logie Christian on the Doc 360 sled in third, David Jonas, Cody Thompson, and Adam Renheim are your top 6. And there again is your leader. That's Stenberg. Here comes Tremblay. John Stenberg out of Sweden on the Warner Racing Skidoo is your leader. Down at the bottom of the hill.
If you remember in round 15, John Stenberg was running extremely well. Unfortunately, you know, Kyle Pauline had it off, and John had a handful of brake, but I mean, just had no opportunity to check up and, of course, hit Kyle. I talked to Kyle before introductions, asked him how he was feeling. You could probably elaborate. Said, yeah, he's banged up a little bit, but, you know, he said John did everything he could do. There was just no way that he could have missed him, and it was a tough break for both of them.
Man, did Tim Tremblay come down that hill in a hurry.
He's got a really good line on that second downhill. He's doubling down to that turn, makes up a ton of ground. You can see how close he is to Stenberg, but the problem is he gets a big goggle full of roost, and, you know, then he has to drop back, clean his goggles. So if he's able to find a smooth line and avoid that roost, you know, it's going to be a pretty good battle.
Big error over the AMSOIL finish line. Tremblay looks to the inside of your leader, John Stenberg. Tim Tremblay, of course, that number 11 sled out of Quebec for AMSOIL Synthetic Lubricants of the U.S. Air Force. Stenberg has led almost the entire way after getting around Logan Christian after that stud boy hole shot, has stayed out front the entire time. And right now he has lengthened his lead on Tim Tremblay by quite a bit. Up the hill he goes. There's your leader in second. Tremblay with big air of those doubles right there.
Boy, he is right there too, isn't he, Levi?
He is, just watching Tim, he is just slamming into stuff so hard, but he's such a big, strong guy. He just manhandles that machine, and it's quite a sight to see when he's slamming through them bumps.
Tremblay makes up a little bit of room again down that same section of the racetrack, but a face full of roost will keep him behind Stenberg at the top of the Ram Hill. You saw Logan Christian there just for a second as well on the screen as he continues to run third. Into that FXR final turn. Over the AMSOIL finish line with 2 laps to go is John Stenberg. Great shot right there as Tremblay tries the inside. Little squirrely, but he is a man on a mission. Stenberg will try the inside line. Tremblay came in carrying a ton of momentum. He'll look to the outside. He may take the lead here. And Tremblay suddenly is your leader. Tim Tremblay has done it over the big downhill. And we've got a lead. There's Cody Thompson at 62, having some issues at the bottom of the hill there. But Tremblay out of nowhere is suddenly your leader, Levi.
Yeah, he used the inside line. What he did is he went on the inside line and drifted to the outside and actually drifted into the right lane. And it made for a nice little double. Was able to make a ton of ground on Stenberg and just carried more momentum off that top hill.
So Tremblay to the lead, Stenberg in second, and Logan Christian continuing to run third. David Jonas in fourth and Adam Renheim in fifth. They're at the top of that Ram Hill. Stenberg by no means giving this lead up easily. Oh, hang on to it, John.
He took that line last time around this lap and had the same problem where he was off axis. And he's got to really be careful there. That line has not been good to him.
White flag is out for your leader, Tim Tremblay. And suddenly Logan Christian has reeled in John Stenberg. Here comes that Doc 360 sled of Logan Christian trying to make up one more spot on this, the final lap. Stenberg will take the inside line. Christian will take the outside line. And you'll see Logan Christian double big air and case it hard right there, Levi.
Wow. That's a triple jump that he was trying to turn into a quad. But, boy, you can see Logan. He's on the gas right now trying to make this last move before the final lap is up. And you can see how
get it done. At the top of the hill, Levi, Logan Christian has reeled in Stenberg. They'll make the hard left and down the Air Force flyaway, Mike. Does he have enough race left to make up one more spot?
He does, and he's coming into a part of the racetrack that Stenberg hasn't been real comfortable with. So I think that's where Logan has made up a lot of his ground. So this last downhill, this is where, of course, Logan's got to really charge because Stenberg has not felt comfortable here at all.
Tremblay into the turn, and he'll head for the FXR final turn for the final time. And the number 11 sled heads for the AMSOIL finish line and the checkers. Tim Tremblay pulls off the win in Heat 2, Round 2 of AMSOIL Pro Open. John Stenberg will come across in second. Logan Christian, a great race. He'll come across in third. David Jonas in fourth. And the Jimmy John sled of Adam Renheim will come across in fifth. You see your winner taking off his goggles. Carly Applin getting ready to talk to him. Let him catch a breath just for a second, and we'll go down to Carly Applin with our winner. Carly?
Congratulations, Tim. How difficult was it to make a pass around John Stenberg with the roost flying in your face? We're watching you wipe the snow off of your goggles and your mask.
Yeah, it's pretty bad out there. The roost is really bad, like you said, and it's like a full face of water all the time you're following someone. So just try to stay smart and pass him, and hopefully we can have a good final tonight.
How important is it not to make a mistake on a track like this as it is constantly changing?
You know, it's like riding mud in a dirt bike. It's really slippery, and you got to stay on your toe all the time. and the track is pretty rough. So as you get tired, you don't want to take any chance and get sideways out there.
Good luck in the final.
Thank you.
Back to the booth.
Thank you, Carly. Good job as always. And you really saw on that replay, Tim Tremblay manhandle on that sled as he was coming up on those ropes, didn't he?
It's crazy. You know, Tim is such a strong guy. I mean, he literally throws that sled around. And the thing that's fun is, like, he's slamming into those bumps so hard where other guys are getting sideways and getting catapulted off the sled. He's able to hang on to that and really shows just how strong that rider is.
You know, one of the things that you said, Levi, is that he had some great moves on the top. A lot of that was just power, though, sheer strength to get that sled to go where he wanted it to go.
Exactly right.
We've got an LCQ ready to go green. This is the Pro Light Last Chance qualifier. 10 sleds head up the hill, and only 5 of them will make the final. And it all comes down to this for these racers. At the top of the hill they go. We'll set the field for you as soon as we can. That looks like it is the 705 of Tyler Adams out front. Big air down the hill for Tyler Adams. A lot of big names in this LCQ, because we had so many racers in the Pro Light division tonight. 3 heats of Pro Light racers made for a lot of guys who normally wouldn't be in the LCQ to find their way here.
Anderson right behind him. Then it would be Pickner in 3rd. And I believe that's Patton in 4th place.
Again, as they come down the Air Force Flyway, when they get to this AMSOIL finish line, we'll set the field for you and remind you one more time that only 5 of these 10 sleds will make the final. The rest will be done for the night in what is round 15 for the Pro Light guys here tonight. That's the 219 right there. That's Shane Sewell, who we've been documenting a lot his season so far, because this is his first year in snowcross racing. Came over from motocross to give this a shot.
Sewell and Chase Rosemeyer both racing out of the Bowerly Racing trailer. So a couple of drivers there that are trying to do good for Team Bowerly.
Tyler Adams, Corbin Anderson, Matt Pickner, then Nick Patton and Shane Sewell are your guys in. The man on the bubble on the outside looking in is Chase Rosemeyer in 6th.
His teammate in. He's got to take his teammate out of the final for him to get in.
That's
so
the battle right there,
they're
Mike.
Battling big time.
That 219 is Shane Sewell, and he is the man on the bubble as we speak.
Another driver that was supposed to have been in this race, Kirk Bowerly. If you remember in that last round of qualifying, we had an incident at the top of the hill. That was Kurt. I think I seen him get on his sled and drive down. Hopefully the Pro-Am Plus 30 driver champion is going to be all right.
Again, there's your 5th place racer right now. That's Shane Sewell on that 219 sled. Shane out of Westville, Indiana for Digital Inc., AMSOIL, and Fly Racing, trying to find his way into this final. Right now looking really strong. In fact, continuing to battle with Nick Patton to try to make up one more spot to set himself a little more firmly into this race. The number 98 is Nick Patton. Down the hill they come. A 3-lap race. Here comes your leader out of the FXR final turn. He'll get the white flag. The 705 of Tyler Adams. Now your leader, Corbin Anderson, comes across in 2nd. Pickner in 3rd. Nick Patton is 4th, and Shane Sewell continues to be 5th. 1 lap to go for Chase Rosemeyer to try to find a way around him.
Yeah, you can see this rhythm section is getting so chewed up. You know, with the pro guys going through that earlier, some of them were able to rhythm. Right now, none of the pro light guys are even able to get over any of them bumps.
Again, there's that battle for the 5th and final transfer spot. Shane Sewell's got a rear end full of that 575, 675 sled. Chase Rosemeyer. Look at this battle. Again, we have a half a lap left to go here, and that is the battle for the 5th and final transfer spot. A great shot from our GoPro as they head up the hill.
There's Rosemeyer in 6th.
Rosemeyer trying to find a way, but he can't make up the spot right there.
He can't make it up. And, of course, like you said, these two guys battling each other, they're teammates. You know, they both do a lot of practicing up at Quadna Mountain Park and, of course, know each other's riding styles. Right now, Shane Sewell just trying to hold on, making his way into a final. And we talk about how he's progressed throughout the year. Getting into this big final at the end here would be huge.
Here comes your leader, though, Tyler Adams, headed for that FXR turn for the final time. And for the checkers in this, the LCQ of the Pro Light, Tyler Adams will take the win and his spot in the Pro Light final. Corbin Anderson goes in, Matt Pickner, Nick Patton, and the final transfer spot will go to Shane Sewell. Chase Rosemeyer was the man on the outside looking in. He will not make the final tonight, Mike.
So Rosemeyer, Love, Kinney, Turchanik, and Rao, they'll all have one more time. That'll be in round 16, which will be tomorrow. But right now, our field is set for the Pro Light final.
Yeah, when I first saw that bikini top on her, she's popping right out of the South Georgia water. Thought, oh, good Lord, she had them long tan legs, couldn't help myself, so I walked up and said, well, baby, you a song, you make me wanna roll my way.
Let's go to break. We'll come right back with more racing. You're watching round 16 of AMSOIL Championship Snowcross, powered by Ram, the Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale, presented by Dayco.
Since 1969, Nielsen Enterprises has provided a ride for every rider. Motorcycles, snowmobiles, ATVs, UTVs, boats, pontoons, and personal watercraft. Nielsen carries all the major brands: Arctic Cat, BRP, Honda, Kawasaki, Polaris, Suzuki, and Yamaha. Snow, water, road, or dirt, Nielsen has a factory-trained, all-pro staff ready to answer any question. Nielsen Enterprises of Lake Villa, Illinois. A ride for every rider.
From snowmobile and power sports to motorcycles and mountain bikes, Hayes knows you're only as fast as your ability to control your speed. Race bred, intelligent design, precision engineered, high performance braking from Hayes Performance Systems.
Modern snowmobile engines are highly advanced. They deliver more power using less oil. Advanced wear protection is critical. Without it, harmful piston scuffing can set in. In severe dyno testing designed to replicate an entire riding season, AMSOIL Interceptor completely prevented piston scuffing in the highly specialized Ski-Doo E-Tech engine, despite intense friction and devastating heat. AMSOIL Interceptor.
The powerful and efficient 5.7-liter ME-V8 with 22 highway miles per gallon and 395 horsepower.
Come with me now. Come with me now.
How far you take it is entirely up to you. Guts, glory, Ram.
We have broken the sound barrier and pioneered new paths to space. But where is that new frontier? What barriers will we break next? Every day, we are given the opportunity to sign our name to history. Just close your eyes and look inside. You are that new frontier. I'm General Mark Welsh. These are my heroes. And we are American Airmen.
We're built on passion. We're built on engineering. We're built on technology. We're built on manufacturing. We're built on service. We're built on fun. We're built to go harder, faster, longer. We're built to ride more. Arctic Cat, share our passion.
You ride. We invent. You explore. We refine. You take bigger jumps. We create smoother landings. You never stop. We never stop. The 2015 Ski-Doo Renegade and MXC. Learn more at skidoo.com.
And welcome back to Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. This is the Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale presented by Dayco. Round 16 of AMSOIL Championship Snowcross powered by Ram. A scenic setting and a great racetrack getting ready to go green once again here at the Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale with a very special class, Mike Schroeder. The young ones are about to hit the green light here.
You bet. You take a look at the riders here. This is the Recreational Motorsport Champ 120 final. Drew Freeland has been so dominant in this class all year long. Then you got Kellen Chapman, Tucker Halla, of course, with a win, and of course a third. You see the rest of the drivers there in the front row. These guys are 6 to 12 years old. And, of course, they're racing sleds that have got a lot of power for 120cc.
This is the actual starting lineup for the 120 champ 6 to 12-year-olds. Callan Chaperon, we talked about how fast he's been. Your fast qualifier, Drew Freeland, Sophia Holsey in there. You got Lawson Sterry, Anthony Phillips, Nick Brevik. So many great racers, so many great young men and women. Let's go down to Carly, who's down at the starting line. Carly.
Thanks, guys. This may be the final race of their season, but these riders don't take any time off. A lot of their parents were saying that they ride motocross or BMX in the summer to stay in shape and hopefully come back even stronger next season. Let's see how it all shapes up tonight, though. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Carly. You saw young Sophia Holsey right back there behind him, and I tell you, these are little sleds, but it's not a little bit of money into these sleds, Levi.
Oh, you're right. I mean, a lot of these people have as much into these little 120s that they do into the big 600 race sleds and mods. I mean, it's pretty crazy. You know, they put a lot of time, a lot of effort into it, and, it costs a lot of money to do that. But, you'll see these 120s are absolutely little rockets out there.
They really get up and go, and they're about to do it. Let's get ready to go racing here at the Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale. Ladies and gentlemen, the 6 to 12-year-olds are on the starting line. Recreational Motorsports 120 champs are ready to go green. And the little ones are green at Lake Geneva, and up the hill they go.
Boy, that looked like Drew Freeland on the 821, but look at Sophia Halsey. Halsey takes and sneaks down underneath, and Halsey out in front.
Out of Belvedere, Illinois, Sophia Halsey into the lead.
Oh, they're working their way around. There were a number of drivers that got together in that one corner, but right now, Sophia Halsey, there is, of course, Drew Freeland right behind her as they work around to complete this first circuit.
That's the stud boy hole shot. I hope they don't mind. That was a stud girl hole shot for Sophia Halsey over the AMSOIL finish line, but this one's not over. Drew Freeland on the 821 takes a look to the inside.
These two guys went bar to bar. Two racers went bar to bar in an earlier qualifier. Halsey on the inside, Freeland on the outside, and the rest of the field following up.
Look at Sophia Halsey go, and suddenly Kellen Chaperon is part of the battle as well, Levi.
Wow, what a battle for the lead. You can see Sophia Halsey out front And, I mean, there's 3 guys right now battling, 3 riders battling for the lead, and it is tight.
Into the back of Sophia Halsey, but she gets away. Freeland got a little piece of her there.
There was a little bit of a nudge there. Freeland kind of got a ski into the back of Halsey. Halsey was able to gather it up, and I'll tell you what, Drew Freeland's lucky he's still on his butt.
Now she separates herself a bit. Your leader is Sophia Halsey on that 800 sled. Fans let her hear it as she makes her way down the front stretch. The crowd goes wild. Let's go down to Carly right beside the racetrack. Carly.
Watch these young racers come behind me. You can see how big these craters are in this front rhythm section. The pros even have trouble with it. These guys are almost disappearing because the craters are so big back there, but they are taking it like champs. Back to the booth.
Do we have a new leader? It looks like the battle continuing to rage up there. No, Sophia continues to lead, but Drew Freeland is all over her rear view mirror.
Here he goes. He's trying that inside line as they go down to the corner, but Halsey doing a great job to cover the line.
What a battle, Levi. Look at these top 3.
Wow, Sophia Halsey is doing a great job holding off Drew Freeland, but Drew Freeland is looking for every line, but he better watch his back because you can see Kellen Chaperone coming in hot.
We've got a lapper slowing everybody down here. Let's see how it shakes out. Freeland to the inside.
Halsey trying to carry speed around the outside, but I'll tell you what, Freeland's got the preferred line. Look at Halsey throw underneath. Oh, she may lose second place too.
Freeland took the lead. Drew Freeland into the lead. Sophia Halsey now into second. And suddenly Freeland shot out of a cannon. And we lost our third place rider. Where did Kellen Chaperone go?
Chaperone back there someplace. You know, here's Freeland as you watch him. You know, one of the bigger drivers here in the recreational motorsport 120 champ class. Levi, I got to think that lap traffic really got in the way of Sophia. She couldn't make as clean a line.
The lap traffic is oftentimes the problem, and what happened was, you know, she wasn't able to take her line. Drew Freeland was able to find his way around both of them and make the pass.
Drew Freeland is your leader out of St. Paul, Minnesota for Badfitter and FXR and Fly Racing. And Sophia Halsey right on his tail out of Belvedere, Illinois for the Adams family and for Cycle Central. These racers giving it everything they've got. 4 out of 6 lap in as we watch them take round 16 here at Grand Geneva Resort and Spa.
Freeland, he is a big rider on that 120. Coming across this finish line.
1 lap to go. Big air for Drew Freeland. Elbows up and down the stretch he comes. 1 lap left for Drew Freeland. Meanwhile, Sophia Halsey continues to trail him. Carson Berry now your third place rider. Tyler Martinson in fourth and Anthony Phillips in fifth. It's an almost 3-second lead now for Drew Freeland over Sophia Halsey.
You watch those 2 drivers, and of course going back a little bit further, Carson Berry another 11 seconds behind. So, you know, these drivers charging hard, running out of real estate. Freeland found the opportunity to pass. Looks like he's going to go on for the win.
Into that FXR final turn for the final time. And the flames shoot in the air for Drew Freeland, your winner of the Recreational Motorsports 120 Champ 6 to 12-year-old class. Let's hear it for Sophia Halsey coming across in second. And our third place rider looks like is going to be Carson Berry. Freeland throws his goggles into the crowd. We'll come right back and talk to our young winner right after a short break. This is the best show on the snow. AM's Oil Championship Snowcross, powered by Ram. Wow, how much fun is that, Levi?
That is so cool. You know, with the goggle toss, that was pretty cool. You know, just like the big guys, tossing the goggles to the fans, showing his appreciation.
Gotta love it. A giant crowd out here tonight saw Drew Freeland win. And let's hear for all our young competitors. Again, these are 6 to 12-year-olds on a rockin' racetrack out here in Lake Geneva tonight. Freeland, Halsey, and Carson Berry, your top 3. Let's hear it for everybody, though. Tyler Martinson in fourth.
You go through the rest, of course, Anthony Phillips in fifth. Schlotteroff in sixth. Then you've got Leonard in seventh. Wachsensterry in eighth. Tanner Johnson in ninth. Tucker Halla coming in 10th place. Then Nick Breivik. Cameron Cole in 12th. Reese Bowman. Adam Schlotteroff in 11th. And Kellen Chaperone, who, of course, was your number 1 qualifier, had problems early on, ending up in 15th place. This is the last race of the year in this recreational motorsport 120 champ class. I'll tell you what, they ended on a high note. What a big, big win again for Drew Freeland.
I tell you what, you said it though. I mean, Sophia had that thing and was on a rail and was running the preferred line, Levi. She was right where Drew wanted to be until they come up on lap traffic.
That's exactly right. She had the good line. What happened is she got into traffic, and the lapper was in the way, so she went to the outside. Drew Freeland saw an opportunity, went to the inside, was able to make the pass and hang on for the win.
Great racing in front of a spectacular crowd. Thank you all for coming. Are you having fun out here tonight? You're on the big screen, and people all over the world want to know, are you having a good time? Jump up and down like that man right there. You are on the screen. That's right. Show them your appreciation for the great job they just did. The music plays, the crowd begins to jump up and down, and the racing continues here at the round 16. A Springer t-shirt on the left-hand side right there, a Springer right there in the white as well. I believe we got some 541 fans here tonight, Levi.
It looks like it. You can see it. Got the Springer shirts there. You know, and all right to be, because he is on a rail right now, and maybe will win his first pro-light championship here in the next couple days.
And the little ones are green in Lake Geneva, and up the hill they go. Freeland to the inside.
Halsey trying to carry speed around the outside, but I'll tell you what, Freeland's got the preferred line. Look at Halsey trying to go underneath. Oh, she may lose second place,
Freeland
too.
took the lead into that FXR final turn for the final time, and the flames shoot in the air for Drew Freeland.
Congratulations, Drew Freeland. A huge win for you out there. Talk about the battle between you and Sophie.
Yeah, it was a hard race. She was going really fast, and I just got her through through the rhythm section.
And talk about, this is probably the best way to end your season. Could you imagine a better way to end it?
Nope.
And how proud are you, Jason Freeland, how proud of you right now are you of your son?
I'm incredibly proud of him. He's been a great racer, and he tries his best every day with a great attitude, and I just love him to death.
Talk about the passion in this sport. We see all of you trackside cheering them on. Talk about that passion.
It's an incredible passion. You know, we've tried other sports. We've tried hockey. We've tried baseball. And we went to our first race, and all of a sudden, I saw in his eyes, he looked at me and says, "Dad, we are doing this. We are doing it next week." And that was the start of it. That was 3 years ago, and I've never seen a glow in his eye and the passion that he has for the sport.
Congratulations to you, Booth. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Carly. Congratulations to all our finishers here. This is how they finished. Drew Freeland, Sophia Halsey, and Carson Berry, our top three. And again, congratulations to all of them, including 10th place Tucker Holla.
Holla coming in 10th, and of course, tough break for our number one qualifier, Kellen Chaperon, having some problems early on, ending up in 15th place.
Great racing continues. When we come back, the big dogs hit the racetrack. It's the Pro Open Final right after this. From Lake Geneva, Wisconsin, it's round 16 of AMSOIL Championship Snowcross, powered by Ram.
All right, let's take and introduce to you the top three finishers here in the recreational motorsports. Remember that these racers will not only be getting plaques, and of course they will also be receiving gift certificates from our sponsor, Recreational Motorsports. In third place, receiving a trophy and a $25 gift certificate from Recreational Motorsports, riding out of Grass Lake, Michigan for Mid-American Machining and FXR on the number 158 sled. That is Carson Berry. In second place, out of Belvedere, Illinois, racing for the Adams family, 4 Cycles Central, Goodwin Performance and Rec Motors. She receives, of course, a $50 recreational motorsports gift certificate and her trophy. Her name's Sophia Halsey. And your winner, qualified second, but went on to take the win out of St. Paul, Minnesota, racing for Bath Fitter, FXR, and Fly Racing on the 821 sled. Your winner, Drew Freeland. Let's go down to Carly Applin, where those trophies are just about, if not taller than some of the racers.
A huge congratulations to you. You have a huge smile on your face. How much fun did you have on that track?
It was really fun. It was a little rough, but it was so fun.
Well, you took it like a champ. Okay, tell us, who would you like to thank tonight?
My mom, my dad, my grandpas and grandmas, FXR, and Mid-America Machining.
Congratulations. And Sophia Halsey, you were battling out there, second on the podium tonight. Talk about this trophy. It's about the size of you. Is this exactly how you wanted to end your season?
I would like to get first, but I had a couple mistakes, and Drew got around me in the yellow, and I rode pretty hard, but I could have got first, I think.
Well, a great opportunity just to be up here on the podium. And who would you like to thank tonight?
Thank my mom, my dad. My dad put a lot of effort into it. My sister, my brother for coming out and watching. Rec Motors, Regan, Good One Performance, Four-Cycle Central, Lorenz family, Lorenz Excavating, Kennebec family, Scott Goggles for having me so I can have clear vision, and everybody else I forgot. Thank you guys so much.
And Drew on the top of the box. Is it true that you threw your goggles into the fans?
Yes, it is.
And what was it like to race in front of a crowd like this?
It's exciting and scary and all that stuff at the same time.
Well, you did a wonderful job. Who would you like to thank tonight?
Got to give it up to my buddy Callan. He would have been up here with me, but his sled broke. And I'd like to thank all my sponsors, FXR, Fly, my dad, Bristow's, Frontier, Rocks, Fox, and just everyone else. Thank you.
Congratulations to all of our Champ 120 winners. Great season for them. We're going to head back to you guys.
Well, congratulations once again. You see those big, big trophies. We want to, of course, throw it out to all the podium finishers, all the Champ 120 drivers, and a big thank you going out to Recreational Motorsports for their sponsorship of the class throughout the year. They are wonderful people to work with, and we want to thank them. So, there you see the hardware high in the air, some happy drivers, and I'll tell you what, we've got some other races coming up, Levi. We're going to see if we can make some more people happy coming up in just a couple of moments. It's going to be the FXR Sport 1 final, and of course, we've seen them guys bump and bang and race hard all year long.
The sport finals are always a great time. The riders are going so fast, and at the end of the season, everyone's going to prove a point to show everyone that, hey, I'm the guy in the sport class.
Wow, this sport class always brings the action, and you're about to see it from round 16 of Amsoil Championship Snowcross powered by Ram. Let's take a break and come right back for more of the best show on the snow.
It's enjoyable. It's freedom. It's what it's about. You just can't get enough of it.
When you come out here, there's no rules, there's no limits. The mountain is what you make it. You're only limited by your imagination. Just like the view and what Mother Nature has to offer out here, I think it's pretty sick.
The way we see it, you don't build the best racing shocks on the planet without getting a little dirty. Fox shocks are engineered with one thing in mind: winning. Now, this race-proven performance is available as a direct bolt-on replacement shock for stock or lifted trucks and SUVs. Because where you're going, it's all about the ride. For race performance and a guaranteed factory fit, ride Fox.
Time is running out, guys. 6 laps this time by. Oh, boy, here we go, guys. Well, here we go once again. The man is adding to history.
Why not drive for a company that you own? Employee-owned long-haul trucking. Each mile on the road means more money in your pocket. Award-winning Long Haul is looking for hard-working owner-operators and company drivers ready for a high-paying career with quality home time. Long Haul invests in you with top pay and benefits and is backed up by a big-time support system. Log on to longhaultrucking.com for details. Running on the power of promises kept. That's Long Haul Trucking.
Since 1969, Nielsen Enterprises has provided a ride for every rider. Motorcycles, snowmobiles, ATVs, UTVs, boats, pontoons, and personal watercraft. Nielsen carries all the major brands: Arctic Cat, BRP, Honda, Kawasaki, Polaris, Suzuki, and Yamaha. Snow, water, road, or dirt, Nielsen has a factory-trained, all-pro staff ready to answer any question. Nielsen Enterprises of Lake Villa, Illinois. A ride for every rider.
Snowmobile and power sports to motorcycles and mountain bikes, Hayes knows you're only as fast as your ability to control your speed. Race bred, intelligent design, precision engineered, high performance braking from Hayes Performance Systems.
Yeah, you're on camera. Show them how you're feeling, everybody. Welcome back to round 16 of AM's World Championship Snowcross, powered by Ram. Now, Mike, they're telling me we have some lookalikes here.
Oh, no, I've been here and done this.
So this is Marika Renheim, our new champion in the Pro-Am women's class. Who does she look like to you? Yeah,
Reese Witherspoon.
Reese Witherspoon. I can see that completely. Yeah. Oh, okay, Tucker Hibbert. I don't know. Who do we think looks like Tucker Hibbert and vice versa?
Matt Damon.
Oh, Justin Timberlake. I can see that. Look at the eyes.
Yeah.
They're both dreamy. They're dreamy. I think that's the only way to say it. Oh, no. Yukon Cornelius.
Yeah, Josh.
And cameraman Josh. Nothing.
That's gone, though.
Always silver
shaved the big
gold,
beard off.
Silver and gold. I love it. I think those were right on the money. All right, let's see. We're about to go green, and this, my friends, is a final, and that is Cole Coutu. He's our number one qualifier.
You think he's fired up?
I think he's fired up, and he's been fired up for quite some time. Cole Coutu has been on a rail race after race after race, and here we are in round 16. The FXR Sport Final is about to go green, Mike.
And, of course, Coutu, also Jacob Yurt had a 1-1, but, of course, the fastest lap time, Cole Coutu, he will qualify number one. Boy, there's a big, big field here.
I could literally give you a reason every person on that front row could win this race. We're about to see who's going to do it. The FXR Sport 1 Final is about to go green. And we are on the gas in Lake Geneva. Up the hill they go. 15 sleds into turn number 1.
16 laps. Who's out front? There's no yellow plate there, or red plate there. So we don't see our points leader.
That was Yurt that got the stud boy hole shot, but I believe as they come down the hill,
Lindholm, I think.
Lindholm may have been your leader, but now Yurt back to the front. We'll set the field as they go back up the hill momentarily. Yeah, Lindholm right there as well on that 486. They'll make that hard left-hand turn and come down the Air Force flyaway.
Couple of Polaris that third place sled. That's a 725 of Cameron Anderson out of Allentown, Michigan.
So Jacob Yerk is your leader. Down the stretch they come towards that FXR turn. Let's set the field as they cross the Amsoil finish line. Jacob Yerk is your leader. Andrew Lindholm, Cameron Anderson in third. Montana Jess up to fourth. Cody Larson in fifth, and Dirk Roper is sixth. Where is Cole Coutu?
Boy, Coutu having a problem.
He must have had an off or an issue because he is not currently scored in the top 13. I have him in 4th or 14th right now.
Just came across in 14th, so well out of a battle here. That's a big, big hit for your points leader coming in the sport class, Cole Coutu.
There he is. There's that 621 way back in the back. We'll try to find out what happened to him. But our number one qualifier currently scored in 14th spot, trying to make up some space as he heads down that Air Force flyaway. Meanwhile, Jacob Yerk continues to be your leader. We'll get a good look at our lead and our top three as they head down the hill. It's Yerk, Lindholm, and that yellow sled is Cameron Anderson in third. Out of the FXR final turn, the 727 is Jacob Yerk out of Grand Blanc, Michigan for Polaris Factory Racing.
Wow, Jacob Yerk, he's looking really good. You know, just put down the fastest lap of the race. And, you know, he's just a little bit smoother everywhere around that track. And he's just going 10th by 10th. He's just making up ground on second place.
Boy, you said it. The fastest lap on the track by about a second. For Jacob Yerk, he is flying right now.
That's what you call out, Cameron. That's where you go, thank you, right? That was almost a nasty, nasty off.
Look at this shot from that GoPro camera. How much do you love that? That was your top three right in your face, thanks to the people at GoPro. Meanwhile, back at the top of the hill again, the 727 is Jacob Yerk. Down the Air Force flyaway. Again, these young men, what we're seeing out of them is exactly what you expect. These guys are coming into their own on these sleds, but they're flying on a big course. They're going to be loose, Levi.
Yeah, they are, you know, and all these guys are younger riders, and they're out there just trying to prove that, hey, I could be the next guy. They're trying to get the factory teams and all the different teams out there to take notice. And, you know, they're out there giving it everything they got. They're swapping back and forth, but they're riding their hearts out.
That yellow sled is Cameron Anderson working on second place right here.
Probably the biggest thing that they lack is patience. Patience and, of course, knowledge. You gain knowledge with seat time, but, you know, younger drivers have a tendency to maybe overextend themselves a little bit. That patience is an important part of these guys making rounds around here, too. And so staying patient is important.
That GoPro turn looking really good. Second and third just went through. A great shot at just how close Cameron Anderson in third is to Andrew Lindholm in second. Lindholm out of Becker, Minnesota for Carlson Motorsports, Polaris, and FXR. That Carlson team has been having a fantastic year, and it continues right now for Andrew Lindholm.
Lindholm continuing his lead. You know, we're looking back in the field for Cole Coutu. Coutu has moved up to 11. So still some distance to make up. These are some good battles up front here. I'll tell you what, Anderson has been charging hard on Lindholm, trying to make up ground. Last lap he was behind by about 2 seconds. He's shaved off about 0.4 of a second. You see that yellow skidoo on the left side of your screen there. He's charging hard. That's your third place driver, Cameron Anderson.
And he almost said hello to one of his crew members there on the side of the racetrack as his mechanic there making sure he knows you got to keep moving. You're in third, but you are within striking distance of second. Again, that's your battle for second. Your leader, Jacob Yerk, has checked out by about 5 seconds. So the greatest battle on the track right now is for second between Lindholm and Anderson, and that's what we're watching right now.
Let me give you one more update. We said that Cole Coutu was in 11th. He is now in 7th place.
That's him right there.
7th place, making some moves on this racetrack.
Levi, that will wear you out, won't it?
Cole Coutu is out there, and he's charging. Again, a top start was way in the back. Looks like we got a rider down in the front straight there.
Boy, and that's a tough spot, too. That is right by the corner here, by the oak tree.
That's the yellow, I believe the yellow sled. Yes, right there.
Man, what a nasty off.
We call that a Superman. Let's hope that rider's okay. Luckily, everybody missed him. He put his hand up so everybody knew he was there. That's a good sign. But of course, we will make no rush to make sure he's okay before we get him off the racetrack. Meanwhile, we go back to racing. It's Yerk and Lindholm and Anderson continuing to be your top three here in the FXR Sport number 1 class. That continues to be second and third on your screen. Let me set the scene for you. Yerk, Lindholm, and Cameron Anderson, Montana Jess in third, and Dirk Roper in fourth is now Cope Coutu with 1 lap to go is up to 6th, Mike.
And of course, working this final lap, Coutu, you've got to give him credit. He was back in 14th place, had a terrible start, but has worked his way up as you go back up to the front of the field. Some great battling by these drivers as you watch them get ready to come down that U.S. Air Force flyaway. There's your race leader, Jacob Yerk.
He's less than half a lap from the flames. The 7:27 is Jacob Yerk into the turn and headed for that FXR final turn for the final time. He's smooth through the FXR turn. Checkers in the air for your winner. Jacob Yerk has done it in Lake Geneva. Coming across in second will be Andrew Lindholm, and holding on for third will be Cameron Anderson. What a race for Jacob Yerk on that 7:27 sled. High fives all around there. Montana Jess will come across in fourth. Dirk Roper in fifth. Cole Coutu will end up sixth. Mitch McNair will come across in seventh. Nicholas Lorenz in eighth. I believe we're going to have Cody Larson come across in ninth, and Jade Lura will round out the top 10. So that will do it for your FXR Sport number 1 final here at the Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale. There's Cole Coutu. He'll get a pat on the back, and I would guess a cold Gatorade after having to put that kind of work in, Levi.
He worked his tail off. Unfortunately, he had a bad start, got tangled up, must have had an off, worked his way all the way back to 6th, and actually turned fastest lap of the race. So he was fast enough, but unfortunately that start killed him.
But you take a look at his fast lap too, Levi. It was about 6 seconds faster than anybody else on the racetrack when they started working down the lap. So he really found another gear to try to make up some ground, and eventually ending up in 6th place.
That's right. Jacob Yerk, though, he got out front right away and was able to put down solid laps. And, once he was out front, he knew he was pulling on the rest of the guys, and he just had to maintain that, and he just rode smooth the entire race.
Let's hand out some hardware, Mike.
You bet. Time to hand out the hardware for the FXR Sport 1 Final. Congratulations to these drivers. Here's your top 3 finishers. In 3rd place out of Allentown, Michigan, racing for D's Marine, Skidoo, Studboy, and Team Fly. He coursed on the number 725 Skidoo. His name, Cameron Anderson. In 2nd place, out of Becker, Minnesota, racing for Carlson Motorsports, Polaris FXR. Also racing for Amsoil on the number 846 Polaris, Andrew Lindholm. There he is. And your winner, out of Grand Blanc, Michigan, racing for Polaris, FXR, Studboy, CNA Pro Ski, EVS, and Amsoil, on the 727 Polaris, Jacob Yerk. Let's send it down to Chelsea.
All right, this is our FXR Sport class. In the 3rd spot, we've got Cameron Anderson. Now, you have a huge family of racers. How does that help you become a better rider?
Well, they always just support me. If I do good or bad, it doesn't matter. They always have my back, so.
And who do you want to thank tonight?
I'd like to thank Skidoo for making an awesome sled this year. My whole team, Anderson Racing, Studboy, Scott, Fly, CNA Pro Skis, D's Marine. That's all. Thanks.
Congratulations, Cameron. Over in our 2nd spot, we've got Andrew Lindholm. Now, you're running out of Carlson Motorsports, and they are doing fantastic this season. How does that help you improve your riding each and every weekend?
It's been amazing getting to ride with Ryan and Andrew and the support of the whole crew. It's been a bummer because I've been injured a lot of the season, so I'm so glad to finally make it up here. It's been a lot of hard work, and can't thank those guys enough.
And who else do you want to thank tonight?
Just the whole team at Carlson Motorsports, FXR, Fox Shocks, Polaris, my mom, my dad, my girlfriend, everybody helping me out. My mechanic, Dalton, he's put in so much hard work, and all the guys have worked so hard. I just can't thank them enough.
Well, congratulations. Now, Jacob Bjork, you're getting to be a familiar face up here. Now, when I was watching you today in your heat races, your starts were phenomenal. You were getting that whole shot every time. What was your secret to a good start?
On the off week, really, we went to the test track and we got the light out. We kind of made our own light and took a bunch of starts practicing my timing, because timing is everything on the line out there. If you get a good jump, you're bound to get the whole shot. So basically, we're just working on getting the timing and our clutching just perfect.
And who else do you want to thank tonight?
I got to thank God, first and foremost, for keeping me safe out there. But everybody else that came watching me this weekend, I got a bunch of friends here. Factory Polaris, Ben, Brad, Bob, Jr., and Kyle. They're always helping me out every day in and day out. FXR for hooking me up with this sweet gear. Scott Goggles, EVS, CNA Pro Skis, Stud Boy, Mach 1 Graphics, Del Duca Welding. Like I said, everybody that came out to watch, thank you so much. Huge shout out to Doug Braidwood and Tommy Gwine for letting me go practice at their tracks last weekend. It helped a lot.
Well, congratulations. That's your top 3 in the FXR Sport class. I think we've got some trivia people.
Yeah, it's almost time for trivia. And again,
you know what that means.
I know. I am. I'm not going to lie to you. I always get a little frightened this part of the night. And it's not because the crowd's gigantic or the mountain's really, really high. It's because Krabby Carly is about to make her entrance. And you got to be careful around Krabby Carly. So, fans out there, don't worry, you're safe. It's only the people ready for trivia up on the podium that are in danger right now.
Between you and her, and we do have extra security down around the podium.
Absolutely do. She's sort of like the Tasmanian Devil, only she's from St. Cloud, Minnesota. Yeah, I see her down there shaking her head.
Look at her.
Not happy.
Is she growling yet?
I don't know.
Not quite yet. She's got her fist.
She's shaking her
She's
fist.
got her fist at us.
Forget that I can hear you.
Oh, no, we remember.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Yeah,
thanks
you're
a lot. Okay, who are our victims for trivia? I don't even know where they are yet. They got scared after you were talking and ran away. Okay, our trivia people, come on up. Make your way on the podium.
Don't trip, though. Don't trip.
Please.
Okay.
Oh. No tripping. No tripping on my watch. I may be crabby, but I don't want anybody to trip. Okay, first, your name and where you're from, please.
I'm Tyler Weiss from Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Okay, you ready for your question?
Yep.
Okay, what channel is this event televised on? CBS Sports Network. We'll give it to you. Congratulations. That was easy. You were like, that was a piece of cake. Okay, Chelsea, what has he won? Come on, Chelsea.
I'm not even paying attention, but you know what? He's a Ram VIP. He's got the sweet T-shirt. Here you go.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Let's move on. Your name and where you're from. You look ready to go. You're warmed up.
I'm Drake. I'm from Kenosha.
Awesome. Okay, what color must be on the rider's helmets?
I'm going to guess orange.
It's a hint because it's safety.
Green?
You're going to go with orange?
Orange.
Okay, ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. We're going to go with orange. Chelsea, give him the right answer.
I don't know.
What has he won? Let's go with what has he won.
Okay, I can tell him that. I heard you have a slow snowmobile, but guess what? This T-shirt will add 10 horsepower. So here you go.
A slow snowmobile. Chelsea calling him out. That's not even nice. Yeah. Okay, this is a good one. First of all, I need to know your age.
I'm 21.
Okay, this is a perfect question for you then, okay? What is your name, where you're from first?
I'm Brent. I'm from Madison, Wisconsin.
Okay, what is the official beer of Amsoil Championship Snowcross?
That might be hard, but I would say Bud Light.
Anheuser-Busch, there you go. Congratulations. We're going to just let everybody win up here because we have things to do. Finals tonight, so congratulations. Look what he has won. Let's pan down here. Tell him, Chelsea, what has he won?
Well, I heard that he doesn't even have a snowmobile, so we're going to let him build from the bottom up. Here's a pair of CNA Pro Skis.
Yeah. Is it true? You have a snowmobile?
No, but I'm going to buy one.
He is going to build that thing, like Chelsea said, from the ground up. That's it for trivia. We're going to head back to you guys.
Thank you, Krabby Carly. Listen, you know you're having a good time when the first thing the gentleman in the middle said was, I'm drink.
I'm drink.
Congratulations to our winners. in the trivia challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, are you having a good time with us here at AMSOIL Championship Snowcross, powered by Ram? Yeah, you're on the camera. Stand up, sir. That's right. Show us what you got. A huge crowd on hand here for the Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale presented by Dayco. Oh, the music. Oh, is that Poison I hear? Ladies and gentlemen, your mama don't dance and your daddy don't rock and roll.
Well, they're rock and rolling.
But you're a snowcross fan, so you do both, right? Oh, look at you, dude.
He's rocking and
He's
rolling.
not only he's jumping up and down. Oh my God, that dude fell down.
You okay?
I hope he's all right. He just lifted up that other guy.
Okay.
Oh, look at this guy over here with the great beard. Oh, all right. Now listen, Elmer Fudd is in the house, ladies and gentlemen. I had no idea. That Wascally Wabbit's right over there. Got the
more Springer
okay,
fan.
I'm hoping she's showing that's because of it says Springer.
Okay.
I think, and there's a Nicholas Lorenz 572. Oh, he got slapped. You see the Team Lavallee signs down there. We love Kyle Pauline.
This guy is like the guy that goes to golf tournaments with the sign. He's in every
Absolutely,
shot.
you're right. We saw a Keelan shirt right there. Yeah, you see, the problem here, ladies and gentlemen, is when you come to a snowcross race, you got to let us know who you love. Cody Thompson's going to give us the GoPro lap of the day. Levi, take us through this, would you?
Yeah, the GoPro lap of the day. Going up that first starting line uphill is crazy. You know, those guys are going wide open into this first turn. If you can make it through this first turn, they got a little rhythm section. They had a step on, step off. Then you have this huge, look at how huge that is. All the way down that hill. And then they have a couple bumps there. This section here is a little bit different than in the past. A little bit tighter, and then sets you up for this big double jump right here. A lot of guys are having a tough time. You can see how steep that is. If you don't hit that thing perfect, it really sets you up poorly for that next double. This section here is a little bit different. It's a little bit faster, smaller bump. These guys wheelie through this, and this is where the first technical rhythm section goes down the hill. You know, you make it through this. They have an uphill, which is great. You know, the thing is, it gives you a little bit of a breather before the final downhill, which is absolutely insane. Steepest downhill any of you guys have ever jumped down, and if you mess up, it's literally cartwheeling down all the way to the starting line. So bad news bears if that goes wrong. You make it through this, the final corner brings you up on the finish line. You cross that and you get a little breather in the air there, and that's the only time you get to take a breath.
Levi, I gotta say, there's only one word to describe that track. That's gnarly.
That is exactly right.
Thank you to GoPro for giving us that GoPro lap of the day. And Mike, we got racers on the starting line.
We do. Of course, it's the AMSOIL Pro Open. This is the LCQ. 5 of these drivers will move on to the final. 4 done for the evening. We'll have to wait until round 17. Corin Todd, Darren Mees, Corey Watkinson, Brent Turcotte, leaders. Zach Patton, Mike Bauer, Cody Thompson, and Jake Scott. A couple of these drivers we've seen do quite well last night in the final, including Cody Thompson.
It's in the starters' hands, and they are green. Up the hill they go in Lake Geneva. 5 sleds make it to the final. The rest are done for the night. At the top of the hill, they make that turn. I believe, who is that? That's the 36 of Corin Todd. He's out front after that stud boy hole shot. Darren Mees right on his tail. Oh, Mees got sideways at the bottom of the hill, Levi.
Wow, that was a close one. He got completely sideways. You could see him hanging off the sled. He was able to hang on to it, but you definitely, he was definitely close to tossing that one away.
I'll say it again, as Cody Thompson right there on the 62 is currently 5th place. Only 5 sleds will make the final. Everybody else done for the night here. So the important spot right now being controlled by the 62 of Cody Thompson.
Cody Thompson came around that corner, and the sled behind him gave him a little nudge. That was Mike Bauer. You could see Cody kind of lurch a little bit. Everybody able to hold on, but that's how close the racing is here in this LCQ.
Down that ramp turn they go. We'll set the field for you as they hit the AMSOIL finish line. Through the FXR final turn to put 1 lap in the books. Here we go. Your leader over the AMSOIL finish line is Corin Todd. Andy Leaders right now scored in 2nd. Darren Mees in 3rd. Brett Turcotte in 4th. And Corey Watkinson Thompson, the man on the bubbles in fifth. Cody Thompson right now is the man on the outside looking in.
Corey Watkinson trying to make his first pro final, and of course Cody Thompson trying to get into the final. Somebody off the racetrack.
No, not off the racetrack. Well, he is. You're right. Off the racetrack was Darren Mees. He was sitting in second and got a little tied up at the top of the hill.
That's unfortunate for Darren Mees, off the track, and he kind of took a little while to get going again, so I'm not sure if he had some sort of issue with the sled or himself, but he didn't come back on the track right away.
Well, in theory, that could move Corey Watkinson up a spot and put Cody Thompson in the final. We'll have to see how far back the number 9 sled, the Watts Racing, of course, Jimmy John Gourmet Sandwich, the skidoo of Darren Mees fell.
He's had no luck at all this weekend, has Darren Mees. Let's see if he can find some more of it. Maybe talk to that. I'm losing my hair. The shamrock.
The leprechaun.
The leprechaun. Maybe get some luck from the leprechaun there and find his way into the final here, as I know he's running around here somewhere. Right, there's the 62 again. That's Cody Thompson. He is in as we speak, sitting on the bubble in 5th spot. Let me set the field. Corin Todd, Andy Leaders, Brett Turcotte, Corey Watkinson, and Cody Thompson are your top 5. The man on the outside looking in right now, Mike Bauer.
Right, Bauer on the outside, and we kind of keep an eye on our telemetry here to see where Darren Mees did end up. There he came across, he's in 7th place, but he's almost a half a minute out of course, the transfer spot, so tough spot for him. But Corin Todd running well, and there you see the battle between a couple of the, of course, Arctic Cats. That is Cody Thompson right there, and Mike Bauer right behind him.
That's for the transfer spot. The last transfer spot, Mikey Bauer made a lot of time on Cody Thompson there. You can see he's charging hard. He wants to get into that final. Went to the inside. He's going to get by him.
It's the battle for the 5th and final, the all-important spot to make your way into the Pro Open final. And right now, Cody Thompson's got it, but not for long if Mike Bauer's got anything to say about it. They head up that Ram Hill. The battle continues here in the last chance qualifier. There they are. The 62 is the man who is in right now. But Mike Bauer in the 717 is trying to take it back. A tale of 2 nights for Cody Thompson, who was so fast last night. Right now struggling to find his way into the final, Mike.
He takes and goes through the outside part of the racetrack. 1 lap left to go. The important thing is, can he take and hold on here? Does Cody Thompson have enough in the tank to make it around this racetrack one more time and hold on? We've seen as he's been going, Mike Bauer, there's a couple of parts of the racetrack where Bauer a bit better than what Cody has been. Cody's got to be consistent here, make some good laps, and hope that Mike Bauer doesn't find another gear.
Nearly lost it there, and again, I wonder if he knows he's on that bubble spot, because he took it very gingerly through that turn.
He did. You can see him getting a little bit sideways there. Mikey Bauer coming up. Mikey was a little bit quicker on the first half of the track, and then Cody opens it up on the second half. So Cody's coming up on a good thing. You can see Mike coming into the picture. He's getting closer to him, but he's really going to have to step it up if he wants to get in.
The final lap of the last chance qualifier for the AMSOIL Pro Open class. Down the hill comes the man in 5th, and Bauer is reeling him in a little bit. Cody Thompson on the inside through that Mick Golden Light turn, and up the hill they go one more time. Meanwhile, out of the FXR final turn with the checkers in the air, Corin Todd will take the win. Andy Leaders in 2nd. Across in 3rd will be Brett Turcotte. And then 4th will be Corey Watkinson, and the 5th and final transfer spot will go to, as they make their way out of that final turn, Cody Thompson. Mike Bauer, the man on the outside looking in, will not make the final. So Todd, Leaders, Turcotte, Watkinson, and Cody Thompson make it out of the last chance qualifier and into the AMSOIL Pro Open final, setting the entire field for the big race of round 16. Let's go to break and we'll come back. The last 2 races of the night are the 2 biggest races of the night. The Pro Light Final is next, followed by the AMSOIL Pro Open Final. This is the Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale presented by Dayco at lovely Grand Geneva Resort and Spa. We'll be right back.
I ain't from Dallas, but I need town boogie. I show my move.
Since 1969, Nielsen Enterprises has provided a ride for every rider. Motorcycles, snowmobiles, ATVs, UTVs, boats, pontoons, and personal watercraft. Nielsen carries all the major brands: Arctic Cat, BRP, Honda, Kawasaki, Polaris, Suzuki, and Yamaha. Snow, water, road, or dirt, Nielsen has a factory-trained, all-pro staff ready to answer any question. Nielsen Enterprises of Lake Villa, Illinois. A ride for every rider.
From snowmobile and power sports to motorcycles and mountain bikes, Hayes knows you're only as fast as your ability to control your speed. Race bred, intelligent design, precision engineered, high performance braking from Hayes Performance Systems.
Today's sophisticated snowmobile engines demand more of oil. They direct less oil to critical components through narrower passages and for longer distances. The bar for cold temperature oil performance has been raised. Even at 40 below zero, AMSOIL Interceptor remains fluid. It reaches critical components in the coldest weather, keeping your engine protected. AMSOIL Interceptor.
Some question physics. Some question gravity. And some even have the audacity to question improbability. These are some of the bold new Ram commercial trucks, built to blow your imagination. Guts, glory, Ram.
America's future will be determined by your dreams and your visions.
Some of you will fly the fastest planes that have ever been built, reach the highest altitude that man has ever gone to.
Whether you serve in the skies above or on the ground below, each of you has stepped forward to defend your country.
The American people support you, and they believe you truly do represent the best of America.
Rockspeed FX has been designing, engineering, and manufacturing high-quality, innovative products since 1999, including their patented pivoting risers and patented height-adjustable risers. Whether it's your ATV, ADV, dual sport, street cruiser, or snowmobile, our goal is improving your riding experience through products that provide you personal comfort, increased vehicle control, and newfound confidence. Innovative solutions designed for today's active rider. For more information, log on to rockspeedfx.com.
A cast of thousands on hand tonight for round 16 of AMSOIL Championship Snowcross powered by Ram. Yep, it's the Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale presented by Dayco. And as you can see, the racers are pumped up. Justin Broberg having a good time in that awesome-looking FXR wear. Look at you, Justin, looking good tonight, brother. And there is our crowd. Thousands of people on hand, including that dude right there. And pumped up and ready to go. Yeah, get him pumped up, man. I need your help. Yeah, you get him pumped up, too. You're on the camera.
And then he sat back down.
Oh, yeah, he sat back down. But they're not sitting down. Look at those party animals ready to go. Yeah, look at them. To the right, to the left, to the right, to the left. Or the opposite. How you doing, baby? I see you waving back there.
I'm going to go back to the glasses.
How you doing, lady in the glasses?
That's part of...
Yeah, I see you, man.
Oh, that's Team Springer.
Yeah, I know
again.
Team Springer. Wow, wowzers. Yeah, I see it. What are you doing, man? What do you got? I can't read. It says Snowstormers. Right on, brother.
Jefferson,
Snowstormers rule.
Wisconsin.
And there's cheese everywhere. Welcome back to Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. The beautiful Grand Geneva Resort and Spa. I'll take a slice of that. We're ready to go racing on an awesome racetrack. Mike Schroeder, Levi Lavalle, Carly Ablin. My name is Chris Hockey, bringing you the Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale, presented by Dayco. We're getting ready for the Pro Light Final, and it's a stacked front row here in the Pro Light Final, Mike.
Pro Light Final, it's going to be a fun race to watch as you watch these guys the way that they line up. That, of course, finds, Elias Ischol, your number one qualifier. Ryan Springer qualifies 2. His teammate qualifying 3. And, of course, everybody watching the points here up top between Springer, Carlson, and Trevor Layton, who qualified 4. So that's going to be fun to watch.
The back row starting lineup, Tyler Adams made his way in, Corbin Anderson as well, as we saw a heavy battle in that last chance qualifier, Levi.
That was great, quite the battle. Tyler Adams obviously took the win, but he has won a race in this season, and to see him in the LCQ just shows how tough this class is.
Let's go down to Carly Ablin at the starting line. Carly.
You guys, a reminder that Ryan Springer, our points leader, has only been racing snowcross for 2 years, and he is leading the Pro Light class in points. He moved into this class, now a rookie in this class, after dominating the sport class, winning the championship there. So the question will be, if he wraps up this championship, will he move into the Pro Open class? Guys, back to you.
Carly, great stuff. And, guys, I know that Carly spent some time with Ryan earlier today. Ryan said, I tried every team sport I could find. I didn't find my niche till I found snowcross.
Yeah, he's so good at it. There's another big question that needs to be answered yet. Can he take and win the championship in this final, or is he going to have to wait and go into round 16 tomorrow? So a lot of open possibilities there as to what may happen in this final.
You see a great look at our points leader right there, Ryan Springer, getting things ready to go. Of course, the number one qualifier tonight, though, for this Pro Light Fighter is Elias Ischol. Elias is 16 years old from Norway. Started this season in Duluth with a win and has really been on a tear all season long. Great look at the Hayes Break starting line right there. Again, 15 sleds getting ready to go green here on this massive racetrack. You see the various track workers getting everybody make sure they're behind the starting line right there. There's a laser beam to make sure nobody violates it there. There's that 509 sled.
Taking a look in here, we're going to have 7 laps that these guys are going to make their way around this racetrack. It'll be interesting to see. Whole shot's going to be important. We watched Ryan Springer earlier, and we talked about the fact that, was he going to go easy? Was he going to go hard? Levi, I think we both agreed he's going hard.
I think he's going to go for it. He knows that if he's able to get a good finish tonight, he's one step closer to being able to run the Pro Open class tomorrow.
This class likes to race on the edge. You're about to see 15 sleds head up the hill together, and they always bring a little bit of confusion before they get through that first turn, Levi. Again, these guys, the Pro Light division, one step away from the big leagues in Pro Open, and many of these guys ready to show everybody that they have what it takes to make the next move.
That's right. You can see we had a little mechanical issue. It looks like they're all fired up, getting ready to do the start. Right now, all they're thinking about is focus on that light, get a good jump. If you can get a good jump and get up front, you're going to have the best chance of staying out and avoiding all that roost.
About to go green here. It's in the starter's hands. 15 sleds ready to go. And they are green. Up the hill they go. It's a clean start as they reach the top of the hill, and the 541 of Ryan Springer takes the stud boy whole shot and the lead.
Johnstead right underneath him. You know, those two teammates, both Springer and Carlson, were strong, but Springer able to launch himself out front. As I said, then it's Johnstead right behind him, and as they take and sort him out, now they're going up the hill. There's a lot of traffic behind them.
You better believe there is. And Levi, you and I were looking at each other. Elias is shown sideways down the big hill.
He is always on the gas, sometimes sideways, but he sure is fun to watch. But you can see Ryan Springer here taking the lead and having James Johnstead sit there in second. But his teammate, Ryan's teammate, Andrew Carlson, sitting third. So it's going to be a nice battle here up toward the front.
Eschol's moved his way up into fourth place. Travis Kern in fifth. That's the way they are before they come across the telemetry for the first time. But watch these drivers. Here is Springer. We talked about him. And one of the big things is, you know, where these guys are in points, he wants to get as many as he can because he'd like to, of course, bump up tomorrow.
Over the AMSOIL finish line for the first time, Ryan Springer is your leader. Let's set the field. It's Springer, it's James Johnstead, Andrew Carlson, Elias Ischel, Travis Kern in fifth, then Trevor Layton in sixth, Jake Ingove up to seventh, Travis Muller in eighth. But there's that 541 sled of Ryan Springer. Carly mentioned it on the starting line. 2 full seasons of professional snowcross racing. I shouldn't even say it like that because last year he dominated that FXR Sport class. This year it's the Pro Light division, and he is your current points leader and your current leader here in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. There's a great battle going on right there. That's Elias Ischel to the inside. The battle for third. It's Carlson on the 151. Elias Ischel on that 200, and the battle rages on.
Well, Elias is all over him. You can see as they come down this hill, he's just skying it out, trying to make the move. They're side by side right now.
You know, we talk about, of course, Springer being out in front. Let's talk about his teammate right there. That's Carlson sitting in, of course, third place. Of course, getting together and doing battle with Ischel. But he's got an opportunity depending upon how this thing works out. You know, he's still got an outside chance at a championship.
What was that? Elias Ischel with a, let's just say, a bonsai move to the inside, Levi.
That was a little bit of a bonsai move. He had been trying to get by him in the last 3 turns, and he finally said, I've had enough of it. He saw an opening and went for it and threaded the needle inside of Andrew Carlson.
I'd love to see a GoPro look at his helmet to see how this looked.
Wow, look at how fast he come railing in there. He made a clean pass, just drove Carlson a little bit wide and snuck under into third place.
You can see the look of surprise through the helmet of Andrew Carlson there. Elias Ischel was suddenly right there, and suddenly he's in third and trying his best to reel in James Johnstead. So let's set the field for you once again. Your leader's Ryan Springer. James Johnstead just on the left side of your screen right there is second. Elias Ischel, the 16-year-old from Norway, is now in third. Andrew Carlson in fourth, and Trevor Layton right now sitting in fifth. Down the Air Force flyaway they come, Mike.
Watch them as they come down. Oh, Ischel off camber a little bit, able to hold on to it. You know, we looked at the way he qualified. He qualified one. He went 1-1, and I think he was a little reserved when he qualified in both his heats. You know, we've seen him go all over the racetrack, but now that he didn't get a good start, he's kind of, you know, again, went back to that just let's charge hard and see what happens attitude on the racetrack.
Well, I'll tell you, they always say loose is fast, and there's nobody looser on the racetrack right now than Elias Ischel, who's sitting in third. There's your leader, there's second, there's third. A great look at him as they head up the hill once again.
Wow, he's just coming on so strong through that rhythm section. You can see he just turned the fastest lap of the race right now with a 1:18.9, and he's coming up on this battle for the lead, so it's going to get pretty interesting in the next couple laps.
I don't know if Ryan Springer has gotten comfortable or something, but James Johnstead is suddenly all over his back door, and I'll tell you, Elias Ischel is right there as well as they head up the hill. Let's go down to Carly Applin right beside the racetrack. Carly?
You guys can see James Johnstead gaining on Ryan Springer. We're not sure if Ryan Springer, like you said, is getting comfortable, but James feeling very confident out there. He's had a consistent year opposed to last year with the injury, coming back, trying to be very strong this year. You know he's going to battle till the very end. Guys?
Yeah, we're about to see a battle between the aforementioned James Johnstead and Elias Ischel, who has now reeled him in a little bit. To the inside looks Ischel. Down the hill they come. A great shot of 1, 2, and 3 right there. Ischel to the extreme inside.
Let's see if he makes that inside hard move that he's used before.
Can't make it work that time, but I'll tell you what, now James Johnstead knows he's there. Ischel to the inside over the Amsoil finish line. Springer, your leader, but look at this battle for second, Levi.
Watch Elias as he's working the inside line. Is he going to be able to make a move and get a good drive going up this hill? Didn't get it this time, but he's making up a ton of ground on the second and third downhill. So James Johnstead better get on it because Elias is on the move.
And Springer better as well because as you saw right there, oh, here comes Ischel, and he's going to make a move for second. Into second goes Ischel, and now he sets his sights on Ryan Springer.
Boy, and Ischel will not be afraid of making a charge.
We have a new leader. Elias Ischel bonsai into the turn, and he takes the lead. Ryan Springer suddenly says, where did he come from? Your leader is the 16-year-old from Norway. It's Elias Ischel. Down the hill he comes. Loose is fast, and he's all over this racetrack. Wow, look at that. Elias Ischel on that number 200 out of Oppdal, Norway for Skidoo, Makita, and GMC is suddenly your leader and running away from Ryan Springer. We haven't seen that a handful of times all season.
Wow, Elias, he is just on it right now. You can see he's just taking different lines and just railing. You can see him in the turns, just turn a little harder, a little faster. With 2 laps to go, if he can hang on to this is going to be a huge win for him.
Hang on is the key word. Hang on is the key word. Elias Ischel on the number 200. Back up the hill he goes. And he now is comfortably in the lead. But comfortable, not a word I would ever use watching Elias Ischel on this racetrack.
You know, this reminds me of Duluth. We watched his win there, and we both, gasped a couple of times during that final. We just had a big gasp right here, and we still got about a lap and a half left to go. You know, the Norwegian working hard, but I'll tell you what, he is just all over this racetrack.
So there's your leader. We've talked about it the whole day, though, guys. Ryan Springer, who's now sitting in second, is your points leader coming in. Maybe just saying, you know what? Second's pretty good here. Where I'm at in the points, maybe I don't try I don't try too hard to reel him in and put myself in a bad spot.
I think you're exactly right. You know, Elias, he is on the move right now with over 5 second faster lap than Springer on that last one. And I think what he's trying to do is he's just going to, Springer's just going to let Elias go. He knows that he's in a good spot, going to get a lot of points. And, you don't want to go out there and try to run Elias's pace because he is flying right now.
He is flying, and I'm not sure I want to be anywhere near him on the racetrack right now. There was second, but there's your leader out of the FXR final turn. The white flag is in the air. 1 lap left for the 16-year-old out of Norway, Elias Ischel, through the whoop section. One final time, he heads up that first hill. There's your second place rider. That's Ryan Springer. And suddenly into the screen comes James Johnstead, your third place rider. Up the hill, the top 3 go for the final time.
And you see Carlson in the 4th and Leighton in the 5th. If this thing was to end right now, the possibility is that he may be a couple of points short of winning the championship today, and that's going to carry him over into tomorrow. So, Ryan's going to have to ride good here this last lap and, hope that these other guys don't have as good a lap.
Elias Ischel at the top of the hill. He makes his way down that short stretch here on this Cooper Tire final lap. Makes that hard left, heads for the Air Force flyaway for the final time. Elias not letting up at all. Even though he saw that white flag, he's still heavy on the gas as he makes that turn and heads up the hill once again. Into the ram turn at the top of the hill. He'll come back down one final time. You see the gap between first and second right there. Elias Ischel into that turn. He'll hit that FXR final turn for the final time and head for the checkers. 16-year-old from Norway, Elias Ischel has won round 15 of the Pro Light Final here in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Ryan Springer will come across in second, and James Johnstead will hold on for third. Let's go to break and come back and talk to our winner, Elias Ischel, right after a short break. This is round 16 of AMSOIL Championship Snowcross, powered by Ram. So there's your winner right there. And again, he was all over the racetrack. There's no doubt he was the fastest guy on the track that time. He tracked down second and then third. and got it done in a big way. Wow.
Elias was on it tonight. You know, he had a couple close calls, but at the end of the day, he was putting down some fast laps, was able to take that win. And you can see he's pretty excited. And the thing that's surprising is he didn't even look really that winded at the end of that race.
Somebody had an issue after the finish line there. Kevin Wallenstein there. Trying to get him off the racetrack, make sure he's okay. Looks like he's just fine. I'll tell you, you got to be on your guard on this racetrack every second of every lap. As I told you before they dropped the green flag, these pro light guys, they always put on a show. Tonight, no difference. They direct our winner towards that winner's circle there. There's Trevor Layton, by the way. Heard today, by the way, Trevor Layton going to have surgery on his shoulder as soon as this season is over.
Well, he decided maybe he should go over to Hawaii for a week or so before, to work on his tan and
that makes sense.
And then come back. And but he is having surgery. I talked to his dad, Trace, a little bit. He was scheduled for an MRI before this event. He canceled it. He didn't want to know what the problem is. The doctors told him he's going to have surgery. So, again, like he's going to take a week or so, go over to Hawaii, rest a little bit, come back and have surgery, and hopefully we hope everything works out for him.
Oh, for sure. And, again, speaks to his toughness that he's finished out this season and waited on the surgery before he gets it. And they are green. Up the hill they go. Oh, here comes Ishuel, and he's going to make a move for second. Into second goes Ishuel, and now he sets his sights on Ryan Springer. We have a new leader. Elias Ishuel bonsai into the turn, and he takes the lead. He'll hit that FXR final turn for the final time and head for the checkers. 16-year-old from Norway, Elias Ishuel has won round 15 of the Pro Light Final.
Congratulations, Elias Ishuel. Are you more familiar with tracks like this because you are used to riding on a European track?
Yeah, it feels more like home because it's more hills and the track is longer, so it's cool.
These are our last few races. How important are these points right now?
It's important. I don't know how many points I'm back the podium, but I will try to take it.
I know you go out there, you ride hard. It looks like you're having a lot of fun. Are you enjoying yourself out there?
Yeah, it's cool.
Good. I love to hear that. Well, again, congratulations. Back to you guys.
Yeah, it's definitely cool to watch him race as well, Levi. Here's how they finished. Elias, your winner. Springer comes across in second.
Springer got second, and the one we were looking for is Trevor Layton. Ended up fifth, so Springer made some points on him, but will we find out? We'll find out if it's enough to bump him into the pro class tomorrow in the next round.
Absolutely right. So Ishuel, Springer, and Johnstedt, your top three here in round 15 for the Pro Light. Ladies and gentlemen, the big dogs are next. AMSOIL Pro Open Final will come up right after this short break. It's round 16 of AMSOIL Championship Snowcross powered by Ram. We'll be right back. Elias said it. It was cool. And we're about to give him some hardware.
Let's do that. Let's introduce you right now the top three here in the Pro Light Final. In third place, the driver comes out of Beltrami, Minnesota, racing for AMSOIL, Exalta, Jack Link's Beef Jerky, and Polaris on the 154. Polaris, third place, James Johnstedt. In second place, out of St. Francis, Minnesota, racing for Carlson Motorsports, Sportech, Polaris Racing, and of course, Best Western and AMSOIL. On the 541 Polaris, Ryan Springer. And your winner, out of course, Oppdal, Norway, racing for Skidoo, Makita, GMC, NSK Bearing, and of course, Warner Racing. On the number 200 Skidoo, Elias Ishuel. Let's go down trackside with Carly Applin.
Congratulations to James Johnstead, third place up here on the podium. We were just talking about track conditions. You said it's very wet out there. Tell everybody what it's like on this racetrack.
Yeah, with this warm temps, the snow is wet and heavy, and it does moisture as soon as it hits you. So it's hard to stay dry and keep a clear view. And it's fall and spring in that first half of that race, and Elias found some good lines there, and he passed both of us, and they're both ripping, and I'm just glad to be up on the podium tonight.
Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank Judging Motorsports, my family, my mom, dad, brother, sister, my other brother and sister too, Polaris, Amsoil, Exalta, Jack Links, Fly, Walker Evans, Stud Boy, they're all great. I couldn't do it without them, so thanks.
Again, congratulations, and congratulations to Ryan Springer in second place. You went 1-1 in your heats. Huge crowd here cheering you on. Did you see Elias creeping up on you out there?
Yeah, got off to a great start. Our Polaris snowmobile pulled me way out front right away. But, I know he wasn't in the points lead, so I just went out. I rode comfortable. I wasn't going to push anything. I got a championship on the line here, and I just want to salvage points. So, I did what I had to do, and when he got by me, he was riding very well. I wasn't going to push it, like I said, to get out of control and try to throw this away. So, try to ride smart and do the best I can.
Who would you like to thank tonight?
Everybody, the whole team, my family, all the family and friends who were here, my mom and dad, my girlfriend, my brother, the whole team, Carlson Motorsports, Derek, Haas, my mechanics, Jamie and Josh, Chris Deb, all my friends and family at home watching, support me, Polaris for the awesome sleds, Sport Tech, Amsoil, Best Western, PMC Plastics, Fox Shocks, FXR, Minbolt, Loop Tech, and my trainer, Kurt Cabot.
Congratulations, Ryan. And on the top of the box, Elias Ishua. You also have a lot of fans here and at home. What do you want to say to everybody back home watching?
Well, thanks everybody who helped me to came to US. It's so cool to race here. Thanks.
And what sponsors would you like to thank tonight?
Warrant Racing, GMC, NSCO, Makita, Skidoo, Rocks, SSI, Enso Cube, Sia Broskis, Stud Boy. Thanks everybody.
Congratulations to everybody up on the box. We're going to get ready for the Pro Open final. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Carly. Yes, again, congratulations to all of our top three finishers up there, and it sets up a wonderful round 16 for the Pro Light guys tomorrow, Mike.
Yeah, unofficially, and we're waiting for the tabulation, but as I do my math, looks like Ryan Springer just a couple of points short. There's still three people. It's Ryan, of course, Trevor Layton, and Andrew Carlson. They're going to have to really race lights out and hope something happens to, of course, Ryan. Ryan just needs really a good finish in a heat, and he should take and have the championship. That's going to be good racing, though, in round 16.
Let's go to break. When we come back, the big dogs are ready to roll here in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. That's right. Amsoil Pro Open is next. The Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale presented by Dayco continues right after this.
Many sled manufacturers want you to think you have to buy their oil, often at a higher price. In a free country, nobody wants to be told what to buy, and federal law is on your side. Amsoil supports your freedom to choose the oil you think is best for your sled. Interceptor is warranty secure. Amsoil Interceptor.
West didn't end where Columbus landed. Not on the banks of the Mississippi, or even the coast of California. The new Ram 1500 EcoDiesel with 9,200 pounds of towing and 28 highway miles per gallon. West will never end. Guts, glory, Ram.
America's future will be determined by your dreams and your visions.
Some of you will fly the fastest planes that have ever been built. Reach the highest altitude that man has ever gone to.
Whether you serve in the skies above or on the ground below, each of you has stepped forward to defend your country. The American people support you,
and they believe you truly do represent the best of America.
Once again, welcome back to round 16 of AMSOIL Championship Snowcross, powered by Ram. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to see the culmination of the best show on the snow? A great crowd on hand. If you are ready for some racing, let's see it. People all over the world watching you on Ustream right now, let them know you're having a good time with AMSOIL Championship Snowcross. There you go, you're having a good time. Peace to you as well, sir. Oh, yeah, I see. I love your sweater. Looks good, dear.
Great Lakes Snowcross, of course, an ISOC affiliate.
Yeah, now show us how it's done. Okay, now you're dancing. I like it. Yeah, you want to stand up and dance too, baby doll. I know you do.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, anybody with a Blackhawks hat on knows how to dance.
She said, don't do that.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, now you got your sign in the air for Team Lavallee Racing right there. I like that. You like those people seem to be fans of yours, Levi.
That's pretty awesome. Ross Martin fan.
Oh, Ross Martin jersey.
Ross Martin jersey.
Yeah, look at you. You like it. I think we know who he thinks is going to win here tonight. I see an AMSOIL jacket right there behind him as well. Yeah, you're right. I see a Monster Energy jacket. How you doing, brother? Ah, there's a rock and roller. Rock, 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 rock.
I rock.
Yeah. Give it to me. Looking good.
You're going to be dizzy by the time the race starts,
I know it.
man.
I think you're right about that. Fans right down by the racetrack down there. Hope you're feeling good. If you're feeling good, you might as well stand up. You got one race left, and you're feeling warm. It's beautiful weather on a beautiful racetrack. Hey, there you go, man. I see you in the red back there. Ladies and gentlemen, do you want it? Do you need it? We don't need that.
No.
Hey, mister. You look like you were very cold. I had a place to hang my keys right there. Look at that. How you doing back there, girl in the blue mittens? How you feeling?
Yep.
Oh, wait a minute.
Which blue one? Which one are you talking about?
Oh, hi, pretty girls. I like fun. Me too.
That's my family there. That's my wife.
How you doing? Are you having good?
Where's the little one tonight?
How you doing? Oh, what's that?
Little one's sleeping.
Oh, she's asleep. That's a good idea. I believe it's time to introduce you, fans, fine fans, to the top 15 tonight. Mike, you ready to introduce them?
Sure am. Looking forward to this final. It's going to be great. Round 16, AMSOIL Pro Open. Here are the 15 combatants. Your number 15 qualifier on an Artie Cat out of Nisswa, Minnesota. Racing for Artie Cat, Speedworks, Camel Class, RCS, MBL, and Speedworks. On the number 62 Artie Cat, his name, Cody Thompson. The number 14 qualifier out of Port Carlin, Ontario for Artie Cat, Fox Shock Stud Boy. Also racing for RJ Motorsports on the number 173 Artie Cat. His name, Corey Watkinson. Your number 13 qualifier, another cat driver, racing out of British Columbia. He rides the number 16 Artie Cat. He's a long-time snowcross racer trying to get another win here in Lake Geneva. On the number 16 Artie Cat, the 13 qualifier, Brett Turcotte. Your number 12 qualifiers out of Colby, Wisconsin. Racing for Mystic Lubricants, Loctite, Polaris, Fox, FXR, Earth Inc., and Digital Ink. He rides the number 857 Polaris, the number 12 qualifier. His name is Andy Leaders. Your last qualifier in the back row qualifies 11th out of Otsego, New York. Racing for Walker Evans, AMSOIL, 999 Optics, Stud Boy, CNA Pro Ski. Out of Leighton Motorsports with the number 36 Polaris, Corin Todd. Let's go to the front row. Your number 10 qualifier out of Ontario, Canada, racing for Royal Distributing, Christian Brothers Racing, Stud Boy, Speedworks, and Fox Shocks. On the number 115 Arctic Cat, Dave Jonas. Your number 9 qualifier out of Lima, Sweden, racing for Jimmy John's, Lucas Oil, Boss Racing. He is on the number 311 Skidoo, the big Swedish rider. His name is Adam Renheim. The number 8 qualifier out of Ironwood, Michigan, racing for Mystic Lubricants, Loctite, Fox FXR Racing, Digital Ink, and Kafka Conveyors. He's on the number 324 Polaris. He is one of the fan favorites as he makes his way around the racetrack there. The number 8 qualifier, his name, Kyle Pauline. Your number 7 qualifier out of Wisconsin, racing for Polaris, Pertec, Amsoil, FXR, Ergodyne, and SM Hedges Racing. On the number 168 Polaris, Justin Broberg. The number 6 qualifier, racing out of Sweden for Warner Racing, sponsored by NSK, Makita, GMC, Bully Dog, and KYB Shocks. On the number 259 Skidoo, the number 6 qualifier, his name, John Stenberg. The number 5 qualifier out of Fertile, Minnesota, racing for Doc 360, Artie Cap, Christian Brothers Racing, Stud Boy, Speedworks, and APV Oil, Logan Christian. Your number 4 qualifier out of Burlington, Wisconsin, racing for Amsoil, Exalta, Jack Link's Beef Jerky. He's on the 837 Polaris, Rox the Boss Martin. Your top 3 qualifiers. The number 3 qualifier out of Kenosha, Wisconsin, racing for Polaris, Pertec, Amsoil, FXR, Monster Energy, and Walker Evans Shocks. He's on the number 53 Polaris, the number 3 qualifier, Cody Cam. The number 2 qualifier out of Quebec, Canada, racing for Amsoil Synthetic Lubricants, the U.S. Air Force, and also racing for Ford Trucks. On the number 11 Skidoo, Tim Tremblay. And your number 1 qualifier is the new 2014-2015 Amsoil Pro Open Champion. He's out of Pelican Rapids, Minnesota, racing for Monster Energy, Artie Cat, Ram Truck, Artie Quare, and Stud Boy. On the number 68 Artie Cat T-Train, Tucker Hibbert.
Tucker Hibbert, you predicted that this track was going to be rough. It may be hard for people to see in the stands or at home, but describe to them just how rough this track is.
This is by far the gnarliest, roughest track I've ever been on. The downhills are really, really bad right now. It's going to be a pretty crazy race for sure. I'm just hoping to get through it safe and get a good start and be up front.
Good luck out there.
Thank you.
Get ready for the Pro Open, the world's greatest snowcross racers on heavily modified sleds built for maximum speed and performance. The Pro Open is the ultimate test of man and machine. There are none faster and none cooler. These racers train year-round as their teams refine the sleds with the latest in technology. The Pro Open class is the best of the best, and a one-of-a-kind racing show is about to commence.
Moving over there, Hawk?
Can't you see me moving? Oh, I see somebody moving down there on the tabletop.
Hi guys, I've got our FXR Fan of the Day up here on the tabletop. What's your name?
My name is Maggie.
And Maggie, where are you from?
Hurley, Wisconsin.
All right, there's some good times up in Hurley from what I've heard.
Yeah, we still had snow when we left on Thursday, but we'll see when we get back.
So who are you cheering for tonight? We just saw the Pro Open riders come by.
Our hometown boy, Kyle Pauline.
All right, and then why do you wear FXR? You got a beautiful coat on.
Thank you. My son, it's one of his wonderful sponsors this year, and hopefully we'll be with them for a long time.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to pass out this beautiful backpack to go with your coat, so you're going to be nice and matching as we get ready for the Pro Open Finals coming up next. Woo!
Thank you very much, Chelsea. And security, please, down to the tabletop.
That's the mega photobomb.
I'm not sure what just happened there. All those great-looking people and all that beautiful FXR gear. Thank you very much to our FXR fan of the day. And thank you to FXR for providing us all this wonderful, wonderful gear to keep us warm through the coldest and warmest days. Great fans in the audience. Who all has the FXR gear on? If you've got FXR gear, stand up and show us what you got and how you're looking out there. We'll have our very own fashion show of the FXR gear. I see some up there at the top.
Yeah, there we go.
How you doing, dear? You're looking good in that FXR gear. Right on.
She's got some of the camo gear right there.
I think you're right. That's a good look for her. I can only see parts of her because of the camo.
Brady Love.
And welcome to Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. It all comes down to this in round 16 of AMSOIL Championship Snowcross, powered by Ram. The Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale presented by Dayco, about to conclude with the big dogs of Snowcross, the AMSOIL Pro Open class. Levi Lavallee, Mike Schroeder, Chris Hockey here with Carly Applin down on the racetrack. Let's take a look at the front row for this race, Levi. I'm telling you, it's stacked.
The front row is stacked. Tucker Hibbert, number one qualifier, and Tim Tremblay coming in second. You know, Cody, Cam, all three of those guys are all running really strong. Cody was running really well in the last round. We'll see if he's able to give Tucker a run for his money.
And Mike Ross Martin in fourth right there has been fast tonight as well. And these guys made it in through the LCQ.
Sure has. And, of course, Corin Todd in there. You see the number 15 qualifier, Cody Thompson. He ran extremely well in round number 15 here. Did not have a good night tonight, but made the final. Let's see if he can do well from the back row.
Carly Applin is down at the starting line. Carly.
Thanks, guys. Tucker Hibbert described this track as the roughest of the entire season. Not only are they battling tough snow conditions, but they also have downhills of 400 feet and technical rhythm sections. So to get through this race and end up on the podium, it's going to take endurance and patience. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Carly. Levi, what's going on down at the starting line right now? You see a couple of guys working on some things on the sled, talking to their racers. Tell me what's going on.
Yeah, they're getting the sleds warmed up, getting everything ready to go. You know, once you get the sleds warmed up, the guys will drop them down on the line, and then it's just a matter of sitting there waiting for the light. And a lot of times what they'll have is a pipe warmer, so it'll heat up the pipe to optimum temperature so they get the best horsepower for that hole shot.
Everybody's saying they want the inside line, one of those 5 inside spots. Why is that?
The inside line, it just allows you to kind of push everyone out in that top turn. You know, one of the things we saw, Tucker Hibbert and Ross Martin were both about in the middle, and I think what it is, it gives them a little bit better angle into that top turn. The risk you run is if somebody on the inside gets the jump, you know, they're able to push you out in that top turn.
The difference between this track and a lot of the tracks we see is there's a long distance between the first turn and that starting line. So lots of people making up a lot of different moves before they even get to the first turn.
That's right. You know, this is the longest start we have all season long, and it really shows, you know, who's got the horsepower. If you can climb that hill, get a good run, get into that first turn, you're going to be looking good for the rest of the race.
All right, it's about time to go green. They're down on the Hayes Break starting line. 15 sleds, 10 across the front row, 5 across the back row. All of them about to go green, and it all comes down to this. As you can see, we had somebody break the light there just a little bit on the right side of the screen, which is the left side of the starting line. Looks like that might be Tucker Hibbert that broke the light there a little bit. Just inched forward a little bit before they got anything started. You see the red light at the top of the screen. The red light's off. That means he's back behind the line. That'll put it into the starters' hands here in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Round 16 about to begin. And they are loose in Lake Geneva. Up the hill they go. Tucker Hibbert to the front. The Stud Boy hole shot to the T-Train. But look who's right on his tail once again. Cody Cam right behind him.
Boy, Tucker just launched. I mean, those guys went back. They looked at, of course, their telemetry, and they were able to figure out a way to get that sled to the top. That's exactly what he wanted to do.
You better believe it. And every racer on this racetrack right now did not want to see what they're seeing right now, Levi, and that's Tucker Hibbert out front.
Yeah, Tucker Hibbert getting the whole shot, getting out front. We got Cody Camp sitting in second. You know, he's been able to kind of stay close with him all over the last couple rounds, and we're going to see if he's able to get close and give him a little pressure and see if Tucker will make a mistake.
As we sit here right now, it's Tucker Hibbert, it's Cody Cam, and Tim Tremblay right now on the 11 sled in third. Let's think back to round 14 when Tucker Hibbert had a big lead and lost it all at the bottom section of the track, Mike.
He did. He was way out front. Matter of fact, he was so far out front we didn't even see it. And, of course, had a nasty off, and, of course, that allowed Tim Tremblay to go on to take the win. Green flags here, and I think the interesting thing is what Tucker said. Tucker said this is one of the gnarliest tracks that he's ever seen. Now, is he going to check up just a bit? He'll be crafty enough to stay out front, but some of these guys might have an opportunity to catch him.
I just saw Tim Tremblay triple something I've seen no one triple all day long.
He's definitely not checking up. I saw that same thing. He sent it in that front rhythm section. So we'll see. He's inching up on Cody. That could be a great battle for second.
So let's set the scene. Tucker Hibbert's your leader. Cody Cam in second. Tim Tremblay in third. Justin Broberg currently in fourth. And Ross Martin in fifth. As they get to the top of the hill, there's your second place racer. That's Cody Cam. There's Tim Tremblay on that black number 11 sled for AMSOIL Synthetic Lubricants. That sets the top three. But again, this race has just begun because there's Ross Martin trying to track down Justin Broberg as well, Mike.
And of course, Adam Renheim right behind him, Logan Christian. I mean, we've got a great order up front here. Everybody just trying to find some lines they're comfortable with, but I think one of the big things is, like was said, every time around this racetrack, it changes immensely, and you're searching all the time for great lines.
Wow, like Tucker said, this is one of the roughest tracks. You watch these guys come down these hills. I mean, they're not doubling. They're literally just pounding their way through it. I mean, this track is absolutely brutal looking out there right now.
Into the FXR turn and over the AMSOIL finish line. That is your fourth place racer, Justin Broberg, right there. You see right behind him, Ross Martin trying to reel him in.
Interesting thing. We said, will Tucker Hibbert check up a bit? I don't think so. He just ran a 1:14.6. That's 3 seconds faster than the next fastest driver in the field that last lap.
There's Justin Broberg, that 168, trying to reel in Tim Tremblay, who sits in front of him in third right now. And there's Ross Martin. Bit of a rough landing for Ross the Boss as he sits in fifth, trying to reel in Broberg just in front of him. Up the hill they go. Continuing to watch that battle as Broberg has definitely reeled in Tim Tremblay.
Boy, we've talked about Roos. Look at him. He's just taking it. And like Levi said, it's almost like somebody's turning a fire hose on you, isn't it?
It is, but you can see Broberg's coming up strong. You know, I noticed on the front straight, he found a triple that no one else has done. But as he's doing that, I think the roost is messing up his visibility, and Ross Martin is creeping up on him.
Martin tries to reel in Broberg, who's trying to reel in Tim Tremblay. Tremblay sits in third. Fourth in the middle of the screen right there is Broberg, and fifth right there is Ross Martin. Those guys battling for that podium spot, Mike.
That is, like you said, the battle for 3, 4, 5. Tucker Hibbert still out front. And look at Ross Martin. Martin trying to come down underneath Broberg. Broberg covered the line. This is great racing for 3, 4, and 5.
Look at Ross. Looks to the inside as Broberg looks to the inside of Tremblay. They drag race up the stretch. There goes Ross Martin. And there goes Broberg around Tim Tremblay.
Tremblay's going to stay down underneath, though. That's a little bit faster away around the racetrack for some drivers. They are just about bar to bar as they go over that flyaway. But Justin takes and positions himself. He takes and moves up into third place.
Broberg in the third spot around Tim Tremblay. And now here comes Ross Martin. Ross also gets around Tim Tremblay as well. Is something wrong with Tim Tremblay right now?
It's hard to say. He's definitely dropping. He lost 2 spots just in that downhill. You can see Broberg, he's got some fast lines, running strong lap times, and Ross also, but Tim Tremblay usually doesn't let guys go by like that.
Ross Martin gets a little squirrely there in his pursuit of what is now third place, Justin Broberg.
What a camera shot there. Did you see that? You couldn't even see inside of Ross Martin's goggles. He literally had no vision at all, had to reach up quick, take and wipe them off.
Down the hill they come. That's the Ram Hill right there. We continue to watch that battle. over the Amsoil finish line. There's Broberg, and there's Ross Martin. That's the battle for third. So it's Hibbert, then Cody Cam, then Justin Broberg, and Ross Martin almost lost it there, Levi.
Well, that was a close one. He definitely got a little off camber, landed on the top of that, got a little swap sideways, but recovered quickly and was able to hang on to it.
Broberg looks over his shoulder, sees Ross Martin right there, hits a set of doubles, and down the hill he comes. Two distinctly different lines as they head down towards this bottom of the hill. Back up they go. The 168 again is Justin Broberg. Let's go down to Carly Applin right beside the racetrack. Carly?
You guys, we're telling you about these track conditions. The snow, we picked up this chunk of snow from the track. The sleds are plowing through this size chunk of snow out there. The remnants are flying up in these racers' faces, making it very difficult to see. Back to you.
The guy not having any issues because there's nobody in front of him is that guy right there. The T-Train out front as usual, Mike.
He is, and, we say it time and time again. He gets out front. He just, finds an easy way to make his way around the racetrack. He's got no visibility issues. It's just easier racing for probably the best racer of all time to make his way around this racetrack. Even though, when you watch him go over these jumps, sometimes they'll get a little splash. Tucker reached up, wiped a little snow off his goggles.
11-second lead right now for the T-Train over Cody Cam, who continues to run in second spot. But at the top of the hill, there he is. We've seen history this year out of Tucker Hibbert. He surpassed 100 victories many, many races ago. Last night, in round 15, he clinched this year's championship, and tonight, he's letting everybody know he's not taking the night off. An 11-second lead over Cody Cam here in this final of the Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale.
Watching Tucker make his way around here, we talked about the fact that he's won the last 5 finals here. The last 5, if he wins this, it'll be 6 straight here at Grand Geneva.
There's your second place racer. That's still Cody Cam. Again, we've talked about it before, but Cody missed most of this season due to injury. Came back in round 15, finished in second, and sitting here right now in second once again as he hits that Amsoil finish line. A little squirrely for Cody Cam.
Taking and watching back, you'll see his teammate come through here very quickly. Broberg in third. Martin still in fourth. Renheim. Tremblay now has fallen back to sixth. Logan Christian back in seventh.
Now this, again, starting to heat up, Levi.
You're exactly right. These two are giving it right now. One thing they were doing is they both tripled into that front rhythm straight. We saw the leader, Tucker Hibbert, and Cody Cam not doing that. Looks like Ross is able to make a pass.
Man!
Oh
no!
And that sled is going to run down the hill.
Ross Martin off his sled.
Look at the sled.
Just made a pass, and it looks like Ross's sled wants to finish this race without him. Ross Martin coming down the hill right there. What happened, Levi Lavalle?
Wow. It looked like he came around, had a good drive on it, got a little bit sideways. You can see right there, got sideways, crossed up, just wasn't able to hang on to it, and it couldn't have happened in a worse spot. Sled rolled all the way down that hill, had to run after it, lost a lot of time.
Sometimes you think about Ross Martin, if it weren't for bad luck, he'd have no luck at all. There's Justin Broberg, who cashes in a little bit because of that. Broberg back into third spot and a shot on the podium, Mike.
You bet. So now you got both of Hinch's teammates, of course, in second and third. With Martin, of course, having that nasty off, it'll give Adam Renheim an opportunity to move up. Renheim quite a bit of distance behind, though, so he's going to have to battle hard if he wants to make the podium. This guy doesn't need to battle hard at all. He out front, Tucker Hibbert looking awful smooth.
There he is, the great one, Tucker Hibbert. He's got 2 laps to go when checkers will await him once again. Out of Pelican Rapids, Minnesota, Tucker Hibbert on that Monster Energy Arctic Cat for Ram Trucks. At the top of the hill again, there's a short straight in front of him right here. Dr. Smooth. No issues of any kind for him as he heads for that Air Force flyaway, and down the hill he comes. It's a 12.5-second lead for that man. As Mike mentioned earlier, it's 5 in a row here at Lake Geneva, and it looks pretty certain that the T-Train will now make it 6 in a row here tonight.
There's Cody coming around.
Again, a great comeback for Cody Cam after missing most of the season. Here he comes in round 15, very fast in the second place. Now here we are in round 16, and again, very, very fast.
You know, as you watch Cody come down here, we talk about Tucker and his dominance here. I think one thing that you can look at is how this team has excelled in the last 3-4 years, Levi. Because I can remember Tucker having problems here where he unloaded and his sled came down the hill just like Ross Martin. It was on the other downhill. And I remember another race when Tucker came down the hill and his sled seized up in the final lap of the final. So, you know, he's had some bad luck here, but you take a look at the history over the past 3.5 years on this racetrack. He has been very, very dominant.
They definitely have every detail covered. You know, these last few years, like you said, they've been on it, and, you know, there's just no mistakes. They're always have every detail covered, and that's why he's out there taking, you know, the final lap in the lead and looking to get his next win.
It is the Cooper Tire final lap for that man right there. Tucker Hibbert almost off the track a little bit up there. Up the hill he goes through that ram turn for the final time. And down the hill he comes. He's shown the way around this track so many times. Into the Amsoil turn. Now into that FXR final turn and headed for the flames. It's 6 in a row at Lake Geneva for the T-Train. Tucker Hibbert has done it here in the Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale presented by Dayco. Tucker Hibbert has won round 16 of the Amsoil Championship Snowcross powered by Ram Series. Cody Cam will come across in second. And coming around and finishing in third will be Justin Broberg. We'll come back and once again talk to the winner. Tucker Hibbert has done it again after a short break here on the CBS Sports Network. It truly is unbelievable. Tucker Hibbert has done it again. So Tucker wins. Cody Cam will come across in second, and Justin Broberg will come across in third. A very, very good run for Justin Broberg.
Great run for Justin Broberg. You know, it's great to see him up on the podium. You know, had a little tough time mid-season, really coming on strong towards the latter part of the season, and it's cool that he's able to get a podium in what he calls his hometown track.
And you mentioned it, Mike. Good for Team Henches as well. A second and third, both their riders on the podium tonight.
You bet. Of course, Cody coming back from the injury, so that's a plus there. And, you know, you got to think of Justin Broberg, too. He said last night he's racing with a heavy heart. A good friend of his was killed in a snowmobiling accident. So you're happy to see him get up on the podium, too. Justin's had a good, solid year. There you see his dad coming up to congratulate him. Just an all-around good night for Henches Racing.
Looking at the rest of the top 10, again, Hibbert, Cam, and Broberg, 1, 2, and 3. Adam Renheim comes across in fourth. Logan Christian in fifth. Then you got Ross Martin, who ends up sixth. Somehow gets back on his sled and still ends up sixth, Levi.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Ross Martin. You know, he was riding really strong, made the pass, and just as he did, unfortunately unloaded and had to watch his sled roll down the hill.
David Jonas in seventh. Tim Tremblay in eighth. Corin Todd ninth. And Kyle Pauline in 10th. And they are loose at Lake Geneva. Up the hill they go. Better believe it, and every racer on this racetrack right now did not want to see what they're seeing right now, Levi, and that's Tucker Hibbert out front. Guy not having any issues because there's nobody in front of him is that guy right there. The T-Train out front as usual, Mike. Now into that FXR final turn and headed for the flames. It's 6 in a row at Lake Geneva for the T-Train. Tucker Hibbert has done it here in the Nielsen Enterprises Grand Finale presented by Dayco.
Congratulations, Tucker Hibbert. You do not take a night off, undefeated here at Lake Geneva, but also your team doesn't take a night off. Talk about the role they play in these wins.
Oh, it's huge. You know, it's all about the team. These guys have been working so hard. We're pushing every single day, you know, just to try to make the sled better, try to make me better, and that motivates me. You know, it's just a great team, and all the sponsors and everyone behind me, you know, it's going really good. We're having a lot of fun. That track was really gnarly. It had me scared on the sight lap. I was like, man, I don't even know where to go. It's just so rough, and I was able to get a great start, you know, just ripped out of the hole, and got out front early, and that was key to winning this race for sure.
You said this track is a little bit intimidating. What is it about this track that is so tough?
It's getting so rough on the downhills, and they're not able to groom it very well. It's just so gnarly. It's a little scary, but the sled worked great. Fox Shocks handled it well, and Monster Energy, Arctic Cat Ram Truck Team, Speedworks were on top of the podium again. I'm really thankful, and got to thank God for blessing me with this opportunity. And it's gnarly. I'm happy.
Again, congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll let you celebrate.
Tucker Hibbert said it right there. That start meant everything. He got out front and nobody could catch him. Here's how they finished, Mike.
Tucker Hibbert with the win. Of course, as we indicated, the two Henches teammates, Cody Cam, Justin Broberg, a great night for Henches Racing. Tough night, of course, for Ross Martin having that nasty off, and Tim Tremblay, too. We're not quite certain what happened there, ending up in 8th.
So that'll do it for the AMSOIL Pro Open class. And that man right there has done it again. He is your champion of the season. And he's now your champion 2 nights in a row here in Lake Geneva. Mike, let's hand out some hardware, shall we?
You bet. Round 16 of the AMSOIL Pro Open class. Here's the way the top 3 finished. In 3rd place, racing for Polaris, Pertec, AMSOIL, FXR, Ergodyne, and also for Wells Fargo from Henches Racing on the number 168 Polaris, Justin Broberg. In 2nd place, out of Kenosha, Wisconsin, racing for Monster Energy, Polaris, Pertec, AMSOIL, FXR, and Walker Evans Shocks. And the number 53 Polaris, Cody Cam. I think we've lost Cody.
He's been gone from racing for so long. He's forgotten where to go.
Cody! He went to the other. He's coming to the other side. Yeah, Cody, where's the podium again? There he goes. Cody Cam, 2nd place. And your winner out of Pelican Rapids, Minnesota for Monster Energy, Arctic Cat Ram Trucks and Arctic Wear. On the number 68 Arctic Cat, Tucker Hibbert. Let's go down to winner's circle one more time tonight, and Carly Applin.
Congratulations to Justin Broberg, 3rd on the podium tonight. We know you were riding with some extra motivation this weekend.
Yeah, just coming into the weekend, it's been kind of a rough year for me. Had a lot of stuff going on throughout the year, but just coming into Lake Geneva, it must be something about the track and being here, because this happened last year. Just reverse roles with me and Cody, but I just can't thank the team enough. It's, like I said, it's been kind of a rough year for me, but everybody keeps working really hard, and everybody's behind me, and obviously all the fans out here. It's kind of a hometown race for me, so I just can't thank everybody enough, and this one means a lot to me.
Anybody else you'd like to thank tonight?
Just like I said, the whole team, Polaris, Pertec, FXR, Walker Evans, just everybody. I mean, it's so great to have so many good people behind us and awesome sponsors.
Congratulations, Justin. And Cody Cam, 2nd on the podium. We have some chance right now. You and Justin riding so close to home. Does that make the podium extra special for you guys?
Yeah, definitely. It would be awesome if we were 1st and 2nd, but 2 and 3 is really great also. 1st podium of the year. I'm really pumped for Justin. And he was. I was watching him on the track, and he was catching me in spots, and I was just tired from my little break I had, and just like to thank everyone, all the fans, and Henches Racing, Polaris, Monster Energy, FXR, EVS, Pertec, Ergodyne, just everyone. Thanks a lot.
Again, congratulations, Cody, and congratulations, Tucker Hibbert. 1st on the podium, undefeated here. How much endurance does this track take out of you?
It takes a lot of energy out of you. It's a really tough track. It's really challenging for us, and we got to be on our game like every lap, every second. So it's really tough on us and makes us work hard, which is good. You know, that's the way it should be. This track is really challenging, but a lot of fun at the same time. So it's cool.
And who would you like to thank tonight?
I just got to thank my whole team: Monster Energy, Arctic Cat, Ram Truck, Speedworks, Stud Boy, Hot Stuff Pizza, Tech Vest, Fly Helmets. You know, just everyone for supporting me. And I got to give it up to the fans. These guys are nuts out here. It's cool to see.
He is right. Tucker said it. These fans are nuts. We're going to let them celebrate down here and head back to you guys.
So there you have it. Once again, the T-Train gets it done, but as you can hear, a lot of Broberg, a lot of Cam fans here as well tonight.
Now you got a couple of Wisconsin drivers there that everybody's cheering for, no doubt about that. Well, round 16 in the books. We get to do this one more time, guys.
I'll tell you, Levi, as we go to round 17 tomorrow, I can only say, was that you, by the way, with the eyes crossed on the screen there? Are you okay?
One of my finer moments.
Yeah, I guess it is.
Welcome.
I can only say, we expect more of the same tomorrow, guys.
Welcome to the bloopers.
Yeah, there you go. It's only just begun. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. We'll be here bright and early tomorrow as the final action will start at 2 Central Time. So make sure you tune in wherever you're at all over the world. Thank you for tuning in. For Levi Navalli, Mike Schroeder, Carly Applin, and a cast of thousands, thank you for tuning in to round 16 of AMSOIL Championship Snowcross, powered by Ram. We'll talk to you again soon.
You're a jerk. I know. You're a jerk. 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 You're a jerk. No boy. 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 You're a jerk. 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 Jerk.
Jerk. I'm so cocky with it. Got my eyes shut, closed like Rocky hit it. Got your girl on my swag, she loving them jerking songs like the new iPod. Just touch it to turn her on, and when the bass start beating, in the I'm beating. Done, I got on my way, I'm leaving. She like, where you going? I ain't know.
Y'all gon' make me lose my mind. Up in here, up in here. Y'all gon' make me go all out. Up in here, up in here. Y'all gon' make me act a fool. Up in here, up in here. Y'all gon' make me lose my cool. Up in here, up in here. If I got to bring it to you cowards, then it's gonna be quick. Alright, all your men that been to jail before, suck my dick. And all the motherfuckers you run with, get done with, dumb quick. You gon' approach the dog with some bump. Alright, they go to click, click. 911, all over some dump. Ain't that something? You remind me of a strip club. 'Cause every time you come around, it's like, I just gotta get my up. And I don't know who the f you think you talking to, but I'm not him, I Slim, so watch what you do. Or you gon' find yourself very next to someone else. And we all thought you loved yourself, but that couldn't have been the issue. Or maybe they just saying that now 'cause they miss you. Maybe they tried to diss you. That's why you laying on your back, looking at the roof of the church. Preacher telling the truth and it hurts. Y'all gon' make me lose my mind. Up in here, up in here. Y'all gon' make